After the fall of Baiha River, the entire battlefield was transferred from the north-south border to the vicinity of the Masua Mountains in the north. The Masua Mountains are only more than 10 days away from the Zhongheng province, where Jioshan City is located for zombies. Li Xingjie, the chief leader of the Jioshan Federation, directly dispatched Wang Chuang's Black Dragon Church army to the mountains to resist the zombie army. The Black Dragon Church army, which is close to 10 million in number, is the elite of the elite. Although the overall number cannot be compared with the Jioshan Alliance army directly under Li Xingjie, its combat power is undoubtedly superior in the same number. After the 3 zombie legions entered the Masua Mountains, the Black Dragon Church army successfully used the previously arranged fortress base and terrain advantages to erode the opponent's large forces. This also bought a lot of time for the civilians in the rear to retreat. Originally, when Mubai set the economic and political center of the entire north in Jioshan City, it was to resist the zombies that might go north in the future. But that was when Mubai was still there. Now that the Black Dragon King Mubai is missing, Li Xingjie, who holds all the power, naturally knows that Jioshan City will be a sitting duck after all the zombies cross the river. It is obviously unrealistic to use it to resist all the zombies. For this reason, he took the 20 million federal troops in his hands to put pressure on the local governors to build a second line of defense with Jioshan City as the center. Although most of these people were reluctant, they still compromised passively after Li Xingjie killed several extremely opposed leaders. After all, Wang Chuang and Li Xingjie joined forces, and no one in the entire northern top force could compete with them. When Li Xingjie left Jioshan City with the families of these governors and all the civilians in Jioshan City, the Black Dragon Church army in the Masua Mountains had gradually become exhausted. In the camp of the Alliance army heading north, Wang Chuang disagreed with Li Xingjie for the first time. Wang Chuang, who had transformed into a demon and was ready to fight at any time, asked in a stern voice, "Mr. Li, do you really think you will be the second Black Dragon King? The first front line will collapse at any time. And once it collapses, the zombie troops behind will enter the entire northern territory without a single obstacle. By then, the casualties of civilians, who will not be able to retreat in time, will be counted in the hundreds of millions." While speaking in a cold voice, Wang Chuang did not forget to mock the other party sarcastically. Without the Black Dragon King, even if you control the families of the leaders of the second front, how long do you think the second front can resist without the balance of the first front? I'm afraid you are not qualified to control the overall situation. Such fierce words did not make Li Xingjie angry. He shook his head slowly and said, "Then all the remaining living forces will be put into the first front as you said? Have you ever thought that the most important Gujin Corps of zombies has not arrived yet? And when the so-called strongest zombie king Gujin Corps Emperor takes action, no matter how many people on the first front will die in vain." Wang Chuang, in the form of a demon, laughed loudly, and his smile was gradually replaced by a cold one. He looked around at all the senior officials present and said word by word, "Don't think I don't know your plan. You originally wanted to murder the Black Dragon King at the Black Dragon Conference that day, relying on your special ability dagger. But unfortunately the Black Dragon King disappeared long ago. I thought that Lord Black Dragon King deliberately did not show up, so that everyone can see your true face." Li Xingjie, who was resting with his eyes closed in the main seat, said nothing. Wang Li, who was standing beside him, shook his head and said, "What's the point of talking about this now? We'll find out about these things later. The main goal now is how to resist such a large number of zombies. These zombies are different from humans. The lower-end zombies are less afraid of life and death under the control of the zombie king. On the contrary, the lower-level soldiers of our human race will become unstable after a large number of casualties in the army. Although this is a normal phenomenon, it must be solved early now." He was also agitated by Wang Chuang's speech just now. As the former head of the Nine Mountains Alliance, he naturally discovered some clues of Li Xingjie. But now excessive research on such things at a special time will only cause civil unrest. Haha. Isn't this simple? As long as the Black Dragon King comes forward in person, the low morale can be directly pulled to the peak. Wang Li, with your relationship with the Black Dragon King, you can always contact him." Wang Chuang, who had a playful tone, said this without being polite, and directly put the hat of the second suspect on Wang Li. As one of the old men around the Black Dragon King Mubai, it is possible that Wang Li really knows why the Black Dragon King is hiding. In the current situation, as long as the Black Dragon King takes action, even hundreds of millions of zombies will not be afraid. Wang Chuang, you are really reckless. You were working under me a few years ago, Now you dare to talk to me like this when I give you a little power? Wang Li, whose arms are dragon-like, walked over with a bad tone. Although his demon form is abnormally strong, his dragon-scale arms have been strengthened by Mu Bai. It is hard to say who will win in a one-on-one fight. Humph! Today is different from the past. Can I, Wang Chuang, be afraid of you with my iron bones? When the two of them, both of whom are 7th-level beings, confronted each other, the atmosphere of the entire camp was extremely tense. In this tense atmosphere, a person opened the door and walked in. Under the gaze of everyone, the man opened his hood. This person was Wang Xiaoming, who had disappeared for a long time. He was a little disappointed with everyone after listening outside the door for a long time. Wang Chuang's method does work. I recently found a supernatural person who can change his appearance. If he becomes the Black Dragon King Mu Bai, it will greatly change the situation in the front. Everyone was a little excited when this was said. Even Li Xingjie, who was resting with his eyes closed, asked at this moment, Mr. Wang, I know you are a reborn person. Do you think there is any way to truly solve the current dilemma? Letting supernatural people change their appearance and go to the front line to pretend to be the Black Dragon King can only deceive for a while. If you want to truly solve the crisis of the Nine Mountains Alliance, you still have to completely solve the zombie crisis. Surrounded by everyone's expectant eyes, Wang Xiaoming shook his head. The direction of this world has long become completely different from before. I have no way to help you in the future. I will take Lan Kiki and others away. I hope you can take care of yourself. After saying that, Wang Xiaoming turned around and left without caring about everyone's reaction. A giant man stood in front of him and said in a bad tone, Wang Xiaoming, if you leave like this, can others do the same? It will be very difficult for Chief Li during this special period. Li Xingjie, who was supporting his chin, deliberately closed his eyes again to rest, as if he didn't notice the scene not far away at all. Difficult? Then don't do it. The black sun fire power swept over. In the scorching heat, the giant man's huge power had no room to display and was frightened by the scorching heat. Others, including the guards, surrounded Wang Xiaoming, but they did not dare to get close to the black flames. Wang Li shook his head and sighed, while Wang Chuang added, Mr. Li, you didn't even let Mr. Wang go? You know, he was also an old friend of the Black Dragon King. Who else can keep him here except you and me? Mr. Wang, go, but don't come back after you leave. After saying this, Li Xingjie also turned around and left, leaving everyone looking at each other. Wang Xiaoming looked at his old friends one by one and left without any nostalgia. In his eyes, the battle between zombies and humans had already announced the result after Mu Bai disappeared without a trace. And any measures were just forcibly delaying the inevitable result of human failure. In mid-April, the Black Dragon King Mu Bai came to the front line of the Black Dragon Church army, which was about to collapse, and took control of the overall situation as the temporary leader. At the same time, Wang Chuang also followed him. Wang Chuang was appointed as a pioneer warrior by the Black Dragon King Mu Bai. He must rush to the front line in every war, as the first general to kill zombies. The person who can drive the so-called Abyss Demon King Chuang must be the Black Dragon King. Everyone has no doubt about this. From the day they arrived, the morale of the entire Black Dragon Church army was incredibly high. All the superpowered warriors were as pious and generous as if they were fighting a holy war. This blocking offensive surprised the upcoming 4th Legion on the other side of the Baihe River. When this news was conveyed to Mu Beihan in the 5th Legion, he urgently ordered everyone to rest. Black Dragon King Mu Bai appeared. This biggest obstacle for him to march north to humans appeared. Mu Beihan, who was in a panic all day long, felt great fear. He was a little unsure of the other party's intentions. So all the zombies rarely began to stop their pace. And Wang Chuang used this morale to annihilate the main force of the zombies in the Masua Mountains, and push the situation of the entire battlefield back to the Baihe River, the north-south dividing line. In the fortress of the Masua Mountains, the supernatural person who had been showing himself as the Black Dragon King Mu Bai said cautiously to Wang Chuang, who was drinking beside him, Sir, when will my disguise end? If the real Black Dragon King comes back, he will not peel off my skin. Right? His real name is Song Ben Hui. He never thought that he would have to pretend to be the Black Dragon King to deceive the soldiers of the entire Black Dragon Church to continue to fight with high morale. If he could enjoy it, it would be fine. After all, the attitude of the entire Black Dragon Church army towards him is like seeing a real god. Countless beautiful women throw themselves into his arms and flirt with him intentionally or unintentionally. It is a routine operation. If he could enjoy these, it would be fine. But Wang Chuang didn't let him do these things. The real Black Dragon King would not say such words. He is the strongest of mankind. You have to learn that from him. Forget it. You can't learn it even if you want to. Wang Chuang, who was drinking, said angrily. Mu Bai is a person he can't avoid from his youth to middle age. His feelings for him are also complicated. From hatred at the beginning to admiration. He finally developed into a situation where he didn't know how to face it. You can delay for 1 day. And when the Gujing Corp's emperor on the other side finds something wrong, you can withdraw. After drinking all the wine in the wine gourd, Wang Chuang pulled out the bloody sword stuck in front of him and walked in front of Song Benhui. He stared at the other party intently. He saw fear and panic in Song Benhui's eyes. It was very inconsistent to face Mu Bai's face that looked like a god. Today I will arrange for you to commend the biggest heroes and some brave warriors with special powers. Rewards are secondary. As long as you stay calm and give them some verbal praise. I have written the words, and you just follow this process. Remember the most important point. Wang Chuang, holding the other party's collar, smeared the blood on the sword on the other party's terrified face. That is to show generosity and a sense of normalcy. Wang Chuang, with his eyes wide open, was as frightening as a ghost. The frightened Song Benhui nodded repeatedly, swallowed his saliva, and unconsciously wanted to stay away from the cold blade of the sword. In the camp of the zombie Fifth Army, Gujing Corp's Emperor Mu Baihan was going crazy at the moment. And he didn't even notice the 2 zombies with abnormal behavior walking by his side. It was not until the 2 took out the weapons they had prepared to assassinate him that Mu Baihan woke up from his dream and waved them away casually. The strong wind tore the 2 into pieces like a blade under the zombies' bony hands. Without even looking at the 2 human assassins disguised as zombies, he hesitated for a long time and finally went to the 6th Army to find Mo Ying to discuss the matter. Mo Ying, who had long realized that Gujing Corp's emperor was coming, was like a father who patiently guided and analyzed the appearance of Black Dragon King Mu by one. After listening to Mo Ying's analysis, Mu Baihan suddenly realized it. Your analysis makes sense. Humans have all kinds of strange superpowers. It's not surprising that one can change its appearance. If it's really the Black Dragon King's true body, he would have led the human army to counterattack yesterday. He had already made up his mind and was about to order the entire army to attack. But he didn't expect that the Demon Eagle would refute him at this moment and said, humans like to engage in these conspiracies and tricks. In my opinion, observing for 3 days can not only test whether the Black Dragon King is real or fake, but also wear down their high morale. As the saying goes, the first blow will weaken the second, and the third will be exhausted. After avoiding the peak of their morale, we will use the entire army to catch them off guard. The Demon Eagle's words successfully convinced Mu Baihan. After praising him repeatedly, he took advantage of the night to return to his camp. When the other party left completely, the Demon Eagle smiled and looked at the room next to him, only to see the Master Ku Han, who had taken action in the Black Mountain prison, and another young man appear. Master Ku Han sighed and didn't dare to say much. He buried his head in reciting Buddhist scriptures, while the young man next to him couldn't help but applaud. You said it very well. You are worthy of being my second consciousness. The young man had revealed his true appearance while speaking, which was Mu Bai's body that came out of the deep mountains. Donor, since you have such strength to shield your own breath in front of the first zombie, I believe your strength has long surpassed him. Why do you still play such a cat and mouse game? Master Ku Han looked at the Black Dragon King of the Northern Human and said hesitantly. He really couldn't understand why the other party wanted to cause a war with such a bad taste. In his eyes, zombies are living beings and humans are also living beings. Making so many living beings fall is to go to H.L. Would you care about the ant nests on the street? Would you care when 2 ant nests enter a fighting state? Mu Bai, who was making tea, said with a smile. After hearing this, Master Ku Han didn't dare to look at it, and sincerely regarded all living beings as ants. The Mu Bai donor in front of him was like a human, but not a human. During the 3 days of the ceasefire, the morale of the human side was high, and the continuous combat capability of the Black Dragon Church army on the front line was also strengthened by the large amount of personnel and material supplies in Jioshan City. After several reward conferences held by the Black Dragon King Mu Bai, the morale of the entire army was even higher, and many legion commanders even asked the Black Dragon King to fight back against the zombie army. Of course, all such things were rejected by the Black Dragon King at the instruction of Wang Chuang. Compared with the high morale of others, Wang Chuang, who had truly seen the existence of the Corpse Emperor, clearly knew that the other party was not a fool. The Gujing Corpse Emperor on the other side was hiding and must have other conspiracies. Sure enough, on the morning of the 4th day, the 5th zombie army was fully dispatched. When this mutant zombie army, which had not moved a single soldier, was dispatched, the white crane with a swift water flow blocked all the water flow. It was the Gujing Corpse Emperor who made the move. He was seen floating in the air and using his terrifying telekinesis to form a barrier to intercept the river water and allow the zombie army to pass safely. The intercepted river water also flowed to the camp of the Black Dragon Church army under his intentional guidance. The incident happened suddenly, and Wang Chuang immediately ordered the entire army to retreat, return to the temporary base in the Masua Mountains, under the leadership of Mu Beihan. The overwhelming zombie army had no obstacles along the way. Once the tens of millions of zombies were no longer restricted by the terrain, the power they could exert was far more powerful than the same number of humans. During the escape, the Black Dragon King had disappeared, and only Wang Chuang was still drunk. After drinking 8-liter liquor, he led 500,000 rear guards, with a sword to stay at both ends of the canyon waiting for the arrival of the zombie army. At noon, when the blood moon was the brightest, the endless zombie army had arrived here. Under such unequal conditions, the human superpowered warriors who were guarding the rear would surely die. But surprisingly, no one present had the intention of fearing the battle. Arrogant guy. Mu Beihan, a human warrior who saw the canyon from a distance, said with disdain in his eyes, these were just lambs to be slaughtered. And he alone was enough to wipe them out with just one zombie. He floated above the canyon and was only a few dozen meters away from Wang Chuang, who had transformed into a demon not far away. I am indeed arrogant. I heard that you, the Gujing Corpse Emperor, controlled the entire zombie dynasty in a short period of time with iron-blooded means. Speaking of which, I admire you very much. Holding the bloody sword, Wang Chuang's words were faintly admiring. If he had the same decisiveness as this one, I am afraid that the position of the supreme ruler of the entire Jioshan alliance would have been in his pocket long ago. I have committed many evil deeds. If I can die here, it will be considered as atonement. As soon as the voice fell, Wang Chuang's sturdy demon body fought with Mu Beihan at the same time. Astonishing energy fluctuations broke out above the canyon. The battle between two people who are both at the peak of the 7th level basically represents the limit of the natives of the entire world. Whether it is the 500,000 strong army of the human side, or the tens of millions of zombies, they can't interfere with them. They are like two suns constantly colliding, and the whole canyon begins to collapse with the energy of the stormy waves. The fierce ghost fire ignited the void and burned towards the body of the Corpse Emperor. But Mu Beihan simply pressed his palm with a powerful telekinesis to extinguish the flame. With a cold body, he punched Wang Chuang in the demon form into the ground with a backhand punch. This monster. When Wang Chuang climbed out of the pit, he couldn't hide his shock. In his impression, even if the Corpse Emperor was stronger, he would not be much different from him. But now, feeling the opponent's punching force, he had several ribs broken for the first time. As expected of the strongest zombie. Cough cough. After climbing out with difficulty, Wang Chuang entered the second form of the demon transformation, the demon dragon form. Without hesitation, the roar of the violent dragon filled the entire void. Under the terrifying sound waves was a strange black abyss dragon with demon horns. After the power of the ghost fire was greatly enhanced, Wang Chuang did not attack Mu Beihan, but spit out a strong ghost fire at the canyon farther away. The energy tore the canyon apart, and the nearest road to the Masua Mountains had collapsed. And those retreating human warriors also detonated a large amount of explosives after leaving the canyon. Under the double blow, the canyon that was hundreds of meters long completely turned into a cliff. This was Wang Chuang's real meaning. Since the natural barrier of the white crane could not stop these zombies, he artificially created a new natural barrier. How does it feel to be played like a monkey? Mu Beihan? Even this level of obstacle should be enough to take you some time. At this moment, Wang Chuang completely returned to that unruly existence. He twisted the body of the Western Dragon, flapped his wings and flew into the zombie group. And the mighty will-o'-the-wisp poured out of his mouth. Large groups of zombies screamed in the will-o'-the-wisp. After these mutant zombies gained a certain amount of wisdom, the pain shielding system was automatically turned on. This can be considered a gain and a loss. Mu Beihan, who was watching coldly, snorted and a zombie phantom appeared behind him. After swallowing countless crystal cores, Mu Beihan's energy accumulation has reached an incredible level, and countless biological consciousnesses have been gradually absorbed into his capsule over the years. And the strongest among the zombies constantly eliminates the mixed and disordered consciousness, and integrates these consciousness aggregates into his own mental power. When the mental power accumulates to a certain level, it will form this ability like the legendary Dharma heaven and earth. Using the thoughts of millions of creatures as a trigger, a terrifying telekinetic shadow was created. This telekinetic shadow spanned thousands of meters, and struck a palm print in the air towards Wang Chuang, who was flying. It was like the five-finger mountain that the Buddha used to suppress Sun Wukong, tearing the void with tremendous power. Boom! The huge force hit the ground, and swept out hundreds of thousands of zombies. As the main target, Wang Chuang's meridians and bones were all broken after bearing this palm. He was forced to exit the abyss demon state, and was surrounded by the mutant zombie army. Just as the zombies were about to eat him, Mu Beihan floated down from the air. His mouth began to shatter from the back of his head. Tentacles surrounded Wang Chuang like a mouthpart. And then Mu Beihan, who licked his lips with a crisp sound, had already digested Wang Chuang completely. At the same time, the power that had been accumulated to the limit took another small step forward. Intoxicated by this state of life leap, he unconsciously extended tentacles from all parts of his body to catch the mutant zombies nearby and put them into his mouth. After half a day of digestion, the feeling of life leap gradually disappeared, and his own strength was infinitely close to the 8th level. As long as there was another existence of the same level as Wang Chuang, he could cross the 8th level, become the first corpse god in the world. Thinking of this, his eyes looked to the north. According to the intelligence network, the only human who could be at the same level as Wang Chuang or even crush him was Li Xingjie, who currently ruled the entire Northern Nine Mountains Alliance. With endless aftertaste, he retracted his gaze and laughed in disdain when he saw the collapsed canyon in front of him. Wang Chuang thought until his death that he could stop his army of millions by doing this. But he didn't know that he could easily break such obstacles. The telekinetic shadow behind him stretched his fist backwards, and after a burst of power accumulation, a large amount of telekinesis merged into every inch of telekinesis, and a purple strong light blasted into the broken canyon ruins. Boom! The stone broke and shocked the world. After the earth-shaking scene, all the high-level intelligent zombies were shocked. They saw that the thousands of meters of obstacles were blasted through by a punch at this moment. There was no obstacle in front. Without Wang Chuang's leadership and the Black Dragon King's presence in the army. In early May, the Gujing Corp's emperor successively broke through many important fortresses of mankind, occupied the Masua Mountains, and then went straight into the northern plains. The 70 million zombie army was divided into 3 routes: the left wing, the right wing, and the middle wing. The other 2 routes were to eliminate the remaining forces in the north. The left wing had 30 million soldiers to attack the local coalition forces in Jioshan City. The right wing led 10 million zombies to the northwest to eliminate local human forces. As for the middle wing, the 30 million army led by the Gujing Corp's emperor Mu Beihan directly avoided Jioshan City and directly pursued the main army of the Jioshan Alliance where Li Xingjie was. With 30 million zombies to pursue 20 million alliance troops, the zombies basically won in this situation. And Mu Beihan's original intention of dividing the troops was to save time. As long as he defeated Li Xingjie and then devoured him, he would step into the 8th level. At that time, even if the so-called Black Dragon King came forward, he would have enough confidence to kill him. As long as he enters the 8th level, he will defeat all human forces with the power of a god. This is the most critical thing. In mid-May, the middle wing of the zombie army met Li Xingjie's main force at Longji Mountain, and the 2 sides looked at each other across the Tianjin Mountains. Bad news came from Li Xingjie's camp one after another. The human forces in Jioshan City have completely collapsed. The remaining human remnants are being chased by the zombie army. Many major local forces in the northwest have also been captured by the zombie army one after another. The entire northern region is showing a one-sided trend, and the comprehensive defeat of mankind is spreading throughout the northern region with an unstoppable trend. Just when rumors were spreading in the camp and the army was unstable, Li Xingjie began to kill wantonly, beheading all the senior officials who suggested sneak attacks or continued retreat. With the support of Wang Li and other senior forces, he has decided to fight the zombie army head-on in the next few days. As for winning or losing, he no longer has the mind to consider. Li Xingjie, who was thinking about something in the temporary camp, pulled out the dagger from his waist. He remembered Wang Chuang, who had died in battle many days ago, Wang Xiaoming, who had left the camp and disappeared, and the past when Mu Bai unified the entire northern forces. Am I really not as good as that Mu Bai? He muttered to himself and felt a little lonely. Just when he was doubting himself, Wang Li's scolding came from outside the big tent. Suspiciously, Xingjie naturally heard it clearly. It was Wang Li who actually blasted all his guards out. Could it be that Wang Li had evil intentions to kill me? He walked out of the big tent with a gloomy face, holding the bronze dagger tightly in his backhand. But when he saw the people around Wang Li clearly, all his worries disappeared. At this moment, there was only boundless fear. Chuanfeng, you lead everyone out first. I have something to talk to Wang Li. After a short stiff look, Li Xingjie exhaled a long breath and said, hearing that the highest commander had issued an order, Lu Chuanfeng, as the captain of the personal guards, naturally did not dare to delay and immediately stopped arguing with Wang Li and left. When all the personal guards disappeared, Wang Li and the hooded man beside him walked into the big tent. When all three of them entered the big tent, Li Xingjie, the highest commander of the Nine Mountains Alliance and the strongest human being in the entire northern forces, knelt on one knee with a plop. Welcome back, Black Dragon King. With you here, even the powerful corpse emperor of Gujing can't do anything, Li Xingjie said loudly with his head down. And there was an unconcealable fear in his slightly excited words. Mu Bai took off his hood and looked at the boy he had saved personally that year, and took the bronze dagger from him with a little melancholy. Li Xingjie, who was ambitious and brilliant, wanted to attack the other party for a moment. But when Mu Bai really approached him, there was an aura that kept suppressing him. Ding dong. God-killing dagger. The target stabbed will lose the ability to move, and the physical strength will continue to decrease for a short period of time. The person holding the dagger can devour part of the power of the stabbed person, at the cost of the same lifespan. Mu Bai smiled when he took the dagger. This dagger was obviously not from this world. The most likely thing was dropped by the Blackwing Sith that year, because Mu Bai also saw the marks of two fallen angels at the end of the dagger. This kind of thing is meaningless to me. If you want to rely on it to kill me, you might as well work hard to improve your strength. As he spoke, he inserted the god-killing dagger into his chest in the horrified eyes of Wang Li and Li Xingjie. The flesh and blood withering that Li Xingjie expected did not disappear, but the bronze dagger broke apart. After entering the 8th level, Mu Bai's existence itself was infinitely close to God. If the Gujing Corpse Emperor also successfully entered the 8th level, his combat power would be about 100. And Mu Bai's combat power would be 10,000 or even positive infinity. I never thought of doing this. Please understand. Black Dragon King, Li Xingjie, who was trembling all over, was terrified to the extreme at this moment. Wang Li said with some contempt, you are such an ungrateful thing. Wang Chuang is also such a thing. But you are more daring than him, and even planned to assassinate the master at the Black Dragon Conference a few months ago. Wang Li undoubtedly knew his details from the beginning to the end. In addition to being shocked, Li Xingjie always felt that the other party was always connected with the Black Dragon King. After all, the disappearance of Duan Jiuling, Sun Yu and others was too bizarre. Half kneeling on the ground with his head down for a long time, he slowly uttered a few words. Let it go. I'm kidding. How could I doubt you? Mu Bai interrupted him with a gentle tone, and patted his shoulder in the other party's somewhat puzzled eyes. Tomorrow you will go to the other side and issue a declaration of war. As long as you can win the one-on-one battle with the ancient capital corpse emperor, I will ensure that you continue to be the ruler of the Chinese territory. Mu Bai's words sounded like thunder in Li Xingjie's ears. After realizing that the other party did not want to pursue the matter, he quickly raised his head and happily agreed. I will definitely kill the ancient capital corpse emperor with my own hands. With the Black Dragon King here, you will definitely be safe. At the same time, the Demon Eagle also said similar words to the ancient capital corpse emperor in the zombie camp. But after he finished speaking, Mu Baihan's face was obviously very ugly. It's a good idea for me to fight Li Xingjie one-on-one. But why do you always bring up this kind of thing at the critical moment? Demon Eagle? Since I devoured Wang Chuang last time, the deep memory in my mind makes me feel like I have seen the appearance of the Black Dragon King. An inexplicable shadow loomed over, and the powerful telekinesis filled the sky above the camp. He had already become suspicious of the Demon Eagle in front of him. After all, his memories before becoming a zombie were all gone. But as the quality of life continued to improve, he could now remember things before becoming a zombie. In that vague memory, he found that he seemed to have had contact with the Black Dragon King Mu Bai. In his memory, he was strangled by the other party, and a hand was inserted into his abdomen. Then, after waves of pain swept through his body, he was constantly brought to the sky by a powerful claw. Such a memory really made him doubt whether the loyal Demon Eagle in front of him was a spy on the human side. It seems that the king has doubts about me. The magic eagle with his hands behind his back said calmly, this is also very normal. I barely saved you from the Black Dragon King that day. The reason why I didn't say it was just because I hoped that you would have the strength to kill him one day. How could I, as a being of the same race as you, betray you? There is a saying in human beings that a person will never betray the class he belongs to. The Magic Eagle's words were very precise, and his voice was calm. But there was a sense of pride of an eagle. Of course I believe you. After all, you are like a father to me. I have always seen your contributions over the years. If you can conquer the entire China, I will not hesitate even if I give it all to you. After hearing this, the Magic Eagle's face was still calm, but he was relieved a little. He was most afraid that the other party would fully recover his memory. The other party's reaction now was obviously when his memory was still fragmented. By the way, you just mentioned class. For humans, this sentence means greed for power, wealth and enslavement of others. But what do you think it means for zombies like me? Mu Beihan, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke slowly, with an inexplicable sadness in his tone. Humans once said that personal greed is endless, and there are clear classes below the self, and all beings are equal above the self. But you know, Demon Eagle, I have no interest in power. What I am really obsessed with is seeking ultimate power. The original guilt and sadness in the desolate voice are fading away bit by bit, and what follows is indifference like a god. The Demon Eagle instinctively feels bad. He removes his human form and turns into a huge raptor with a wingspan of more than 50 meters, ready to flap his wings and fly away. He had just sensed the killing intent from the other party. Duo! The Gujing Corp's Emperor shouted in a low voice. But he did not move at all. However, the telekinetic shadow behind him had already grasped the body of the Demon Eagle through the void. The moment the telekinetic palm touched the other party, Mu Beihan was overjoyed. Sure enough, Demon Eagle, you have hidden your strength. How can I waste your life level, which is comparable to Wang Chuang's? You must give it to me together. The greedy Mu Beihan controlled the illusory telekinetic palm to slap the struggling Demon Eagle to the ground. Hundreds of zombies, who did not have time to retreat, were crushed into meat. After the wings were broken by the huge force, the Demon Eagle immediately activated the supernatural power to escape from here. Mu Beihan, who was sitting there, suddenly opened his head, and dozens of scarlet tentacles twisted out from the gaps in the flesh and rushed straight to the direction of the Demon Eagle. Before running 100 meters away, these sharp scarlet tentacles had already penetrated the body of the Demon Eagle and flexibly dragged the huge Demon Eagle towards Mu Beihan. Looking at the dying father, Mu Beihan said sadly, if you are really a traitor, I don't have to eat you with guilt. But it's good that you are like my father in my heart. It's normal for you to die for my son today. Walking to the head of the Magic Eagle, Mu Beihan continued, after I devour you, there is a chance that I can step into the 8th level. In this way, I don't have to be afraid of Mu Bai. I will step on your bones to cast the immortal throne. I will remember you in the future. After that, the tentacles in his mouth kept cutting the opponent's flesh and blood like a sharp sword, and he swallowed it after finding the crystal core. It was just that Mu Beihan, who was immersed in the food, didn't notice the teasing and mockery in the eyes of the Magic Eagle. After completely devouring the flesh and blood of the Magic Eagle, Mu Beihan burped, and then a faint warmth surged into his heart. This energy supply allowed him to try to break through the 8th level of life for the first time. Sitting cross-legged in the same place, he didn't care about the blood at the corner of his mouth and immediately fell into a state of meditation. All the high-level intelligent zombies nearby were in a state of confusion. The king actually ate the leader of the Magic Eagle alive. Who dares to step forward? These high-level zombies looked at each other, and no one dared to approach Mu Beihan, who was not far away. Mu Beihan, who wanted to enter the state of meditation and try to break through the 8th level, suddenly opened his eyes. He was uneasy at the moment. Originally, as long as he sorted out his breath and completely digested the Magic Eagle, he would have a great chance to challenge the 8th level. But now his mind is full of the memory of the Magic Eagle. The memory of the other party saving him from Mu Bai's hands, and then supporting him with all his strength slowly awakened the humanity deep in his heart. With tears flowing from his left eye, he looked at his bloody hands and stagnated there. Fortunately, at the last moment, the powerful zombie animality once again dominated. Mu Beihan, who completely suppressed his humanity, frowned. He never expected that eating the other party would have such a big impact. Mu Bai, who had already walked out of Li Xingjia's tent, smiled with a sense of meaning. It seemed that the fictitious memories of the Demon Eagle really worked. How could a chess piece jump out of the chess game at the last moment? Looking at the gradually dimming blood moon, Mu Bai knew that tomorrow would be the end of everything. And this journey to the Black Star world would also end here. On the second day, the news that shocked the Jioshan Alliance army spread throughout the camp. The supreme leader Li Xingjie would have a one-on-one duel with the zombie king Mu Beihan today. And Mu Beihan on the other side readily agreed. As soon as this news came out, everyone was very excited. As long as the strongest zombie leader of the other side was beheaded, they would have the confidence to repel even more zombies. When the blood moon gradually rose into the sky and dark clouds gathered, the originally sultry weather gradually began to become cold, and even snowflakes began to fall from the sky. The strange natural phenomenon of snow in June has gradually become more and more frequent since the beginning of the apocalypse. This is also an accelerated deterioration of the global climate caused by the black rain released by Osaka. The place where the two agreed to fight was Huoluo Plain. This place was said by experts to be the original place of the origin of ancient Chinese civilization before the apocalypse. The dense zombie army and the human army confronted each other from a distance, and the cold snowflakes in the air fell to the ground and gradually formed a blizzard. However, this level of blizzard is not worth mentioning for the superpowers and zombies. Two figures gradually approached in the blizzard. The ancient Jing Corp's emperor, who has never been defeated in the battles. I have heard many legendary deeds of you. Many humans who escaped to me from the south say that you are a god and an invincible existence. Li Xingjie took out his sword and said softly, with admiration for this enemy in his eyes. Hee. You are not my opponent yet, but I can kill you before defeating the Black Dragon King. Mu Beihan, who looked indifferent, was not polite. After all, in his eyes, the other party was just a character with the same strength as Wang Chuang that day, and he might not be able to withstand a few of his moves in a real battle. How arrogant! The Black Dragon King has gone beyond the realm of being able to be killed. Zombies like you will probably never understand this. Let's not talk about this. Today I am here to avenge Wang Chuang. Although that idiot has many differences with me, he is still a human after all, Li Xingjie said in a deep voice while taking a fighting stance, flipping the two swords in his hands. Just you? The disdainful Gujing Corp's emperor was not polite at all. He waved his hand, and a terrifying huge telekinetic shadow slapped in the blizzard that blocked his vision. This blow that could split the mountain dispersed the blizzard's ruthless violence and crushed it. Li Xingjie, who was holding two swords, was only slightly surprised, and then he held the two swords in his backhand and rushed forward. At the moment when the huge palm of the void telekinetic power bombarded him, his figure suddenly turned into a black dot running at high speed and left the attack range. Then two sharp cold rays rushed straight to Mu Beihan's neck. Clang! A metallic collision sound rang out, and Mu Beihan was extremely surprised at the speed of this person. But this kind of attack force could not even break his outer skin defense, which was really lame. Die! The sharp corp's claws swept out. The snow melted quickly in the high-speed heat. Li Xingjie, who was about to be hit, turned into a black light spot again to dodge. With nearly 100% acceleration and the black light ability to dodge attacks, Li Xingjie had never met an opponent in terms of sensitivity. Dodging the attack and closing the distance again. The color of his hands changed drastically. Dozens of superpowers were added to the double swords. Transformation ability activated. Endurance ability. Transformed into weapon toughness ability. Strength blessing ability. Transformed into weapon sharpness ability. Transformation ability. Transformed into liquid silicone weapon ability. In an instant, the double swords in Li Xingjie's hand turned into liquid flowing weapons. The double swords gathered together in liquid form and suddenly chopped down. The huge force tore everything along the way. With the blessing of the black light ability, it cut deeply into Mu Beihan's shoulder. Mu Bai, who shielded all his breath not far away, didn't care about Li Xingjie's performance. The other party had an extremely special perseverance ability, which seemed useless, but extremely powerful. All the abilities he had encountered could be simulated with his own abilities. With the amplification and cooperation of multiple abilities, it can be said to be the peak existence of the ability users. But its disadvantages are also very obvious. Every time he transforms his own abilities to form other abilities, it will bring severe pain. The perseverance ability can help the host shield most of the pain, but every attack of the remaining pain is enough to drive a determined person crazy. Arm reinforcement. Wrist strength enhancement ability. Meridian enhancement ability. Arm bone enhancement ability. As the sword cut into the opponent's shoulder, Li Xingjie immediately activated all the power-enhancing abilities. He wanted to cut this arrogant corpse emperor in half in one go. When the blade was about to cut into the chest along the shoulder, many small tentacles suddenly grew out of Mu Beihan's wound. These tentacles locked the opponent's hands tightly along the blade. Not bad ability. But you will die like this. The crazy Mu Beihan suddenly hugged Li Xingjie. And then all his moves were launched. He wanted to take this opportunity to eat the opponent directly. Petrification ability. Cold flame ability. Li Xingjie, who had an extremely fast reaction speed, immediately activated the skin petrification ability, blocking all these tentacles with sharp cold rays outside the body. And at the same time, cold flames emerged from his hands and quickly burned on the opponent's body. What? The strong low temperature quickly rushed into the body of Gujing Corp's Emperor, which made his movement speed slow down suddenly. Taking advantage of this juncture, Li Xingjie held the blade with both hands and chopped at the opponent's head. Extreme gravity ability. Extreme speed ability. Extreme sharpness ability. Extreme slashing ability. Extreme wrist strength ability. Brilliant slash. Several extreme enhanced abilities slashed fiercely. The wet earth was torn apart. Under the bright blue light blade, the whole world seemed to become daytime with a shrill roar. After using the extreme enhanced abilities one after another, even Li Xingjie's mouth was bleeding, and his internal organs also suffered various degrees of damage at this moment. I will kill you. Brilliant slash. The energy shot that whistled in the shredded clothes swept across the whole world. Mu Beihan, whose body was slowed due to freezing, shattered along with the earth as the blade slid down. The zombie army not far away suffered countless casualties in this slash. And Mu Beihan, whose body was broken, seemed to die with his eyes open. At this moment, his broken eyeballs were still scattered on the ground and kept wriggling. Mu Bai, who had hidden his breath, nodded. Li Xingjie's knife was indeed interesting. Even if the power was increased by a few %, it would make the 8th level existence feel like cutting nails. However, such an attack could hardly hurt Mu Beihan's foundation. The human army erupted in a deafening roar of excitement. In their eyes, Li Xingjie had obviously killed the enemy's strongest fighter with one sword. But Li Xingjie, who was on the battlefield with his back to everyone, looked very ugly. His body was stiff, and he only felt that a stronger telekinesis was gradually tearing his body apart. Unspeakable fear filled his heart. No matter how many defensive abilities he applied, he could not resist this control. The pieces of meat in front of him gradually pieced together. These flesh and blood twisted into branch-like tissues, and were still being compressed. The energy in the body for many years was constantly accumulating in it to form a brand new body. A humanoid creature with a single eye appeared. The purple energy on the whole body covered all corners of the skin like a tattoo. In this appearance, Mu Beihan had nothing to do with humans or zombies. Thank you very much. I was still thinking about how to enter the 8th level. But you helped me. A halo appeared in the single eye, and a cold light gradually condensed. Feeling the terrifying power in it, Li Xingjie knew that the other party might be evolving towards the 8th level. Just as he was about to stop it, a finger pierced his head, and the tentacles on the fingers devoured Li Xingjie's flesh and blood like a beast. Li Xingjie, the most powerful warrior in the Northern Nine Mountains Alliance, fell just like that. Go! Gujing Corp's Emperor has entered the 8th level. He can already be called a god, and cannot be defeated. Everyone retreat. Several deputy leaders of the human army hurriedly ordered a withdrawal. And Mu Beihan, the corpse god who had devoured all the flesh and blood of the 7th level peak, burst into an unprecedented laugh. The terrifying sound waves swept across the world. For the first time, the powerful aura was released unscrupulously on this land. And the consciousness that seemed to be a natural disaster passed through the land of China and frightened other creatures. Human? Zombie? No. For Mu Beihan, he is a god at this moment. It is the end point of all biological evolution. It is an existence that will create history like Nuwa in myths and legends. The hermaphroditic body can already breathe life on its own. He has a hunch that as long as he is given some time, the entire planet will be completely occupied by the new life race he breeds. And these creatures bred by him will provide him with a huge amount of faith to support him to enter a higher level of life. Mu Beihan, who was as imposing as a god or demon, did not chase the defeated human army, but instead shifted his sight to the position next to him, where Mu Bai was hiding. There was no need for Mu Bai to cover up, because at this moment a new prompt sound had been heard in the Eternal System. Hidden mission name, Balancer. Let the zombie population and the human population evolve in a balanced manner, and eventually let the ultimate strongman be born from both races. The mission difficulty is 10 stars, and the mission reward can replace the world will of the Black Star Realm. Ding dong. The blue star character panel is temporarily blocked. The sign and function is turned on again, and the sign and reward is changed to a material reward. Ding dong. It is detected that the hidden mission has been forcibly activated. The evolution speed of all creatures in the Black Star world has accelerated, and the difficulty coefficient of each character has increased by 2 stars. Ding dong. Complete the mission to get a chance to return to Blue Star. All human forces and zombie forces in the country-based region will form a balance value. If the balance value of any party is less than 10%, the mission will be declared a failure. Mission completed. Get a chance to return to Blue Star. Obtain the world will of the Black Star world. The panel data unlock will take effect after returning to Blue Star, and the sign and material rewards will be converted to the original attribute rewards after returning to Blue Star. Ding dong. The world will of the Black Star world is being controlled. Please wait. Mu Bai, who had lifted the aura concealment, walked out in a swagger, and Mu Beihan, who was already full of confidence, smiled. Sure enough, only the Black Dragon King is qualified to fight me. I have heard of you many years ago. Mu Bai ignored the other party's nagging voice, and Asuka, who was originally placed in his storage space and occupied the body of the Ashura clan, was thrown out casually. He was more concerned about the world will above his head at this moment. With his perception, he could clearly find that the original world will was being formatted, and part of his consciousness could already slightly control the process of the world's operation. Mu Beihan, who was interrupted, looked at Asuka, who was walking towards him stupidly, and suddenly opened his mouth to bite him. And the stupid Asuka let him bite without any resistance. Mu Beihan, who swallowed Asuka into his stomach, suddenly found out that he could not digest the other party in a short time. Black Dragon King, your friend tastes good, but I want to eat you more. The huge single eye flashed with purple light, and a beam of destruction disappeared in the powerful energy gathering. Mu Bai, who was gradually taking control of the world's will, directly released the domineering aura. The domineering spirit swept through the dark golden eyes. When the two forces collided, tens of millions of zombies were all wiped out at this moment, and the surrounding mountains were also flattened. When the smoke and dust that stirred up thousands of meters gradually disappeared, the excited corpse god Mu Beihan said excitedly, "Only you are qualified to fight me one-on-one. Only." Before the voice fell, a thunder field spread out. The smoke and dust and all material things turned into thunder elements at this moment. Even Mu Beihan, who stepped into the 8th level, was no exception. Under Mu Bai's control, hundreds of thunder spears were inserted into Mu Beihan's body out of thin air, and the opponent's thunder element assimilation was cancelled before the opponent had time to react. Mu Beihan, who restored his actual material body in an instant, had thunderstorms on his body's surface one after another. Why the hell are you talking so much? Mu Bai grabbed the opponent's neck in an instant and condensed a vibration ball cover with both hands to cover his whole body. At the moment when the thunderstorm ended, the terrifying vibration power raged on his body. The broken skin and body tissue brought Mu Beihan unprecedented pain. He controlled the telekinetic shadow to restrict Mu Bai's actions without caring about the wound. He saw the terrifying telekinetic shadow standing thousands of meters behind him, clapping his hands together. In response, Mu Bai just stretched out a finger, and then the dark water swept away from afar. When the amount of dark water reached its peak, a small twisted black hole was created to suck the telekinetic shadow into it. Mu Beihan, who was infiltrated by the dark water into his body, was almost desperate. His body could not move at all under the power of this strange fruit. Originally, he wanted to control Mu Bai's actions through the telekinetic shadow, but he didn't expect that he was now controlled by the other party. Mu Bai, who was holding the other party's neck, said with great appreciation, "Mu Beihan, you performed very well. Whether it was the unification of the zombie dynasty in the south after being transformed by me, or the attack on the Nine Mountains Alliance this time, you are a very useful chess piece." Mu Beihan, who was stunned, recalled all the memories that were originally blocked at this moment. It turned out that he was under the control of the other party from beginning to end. It turns out that everything except hatred for humans is not what I originally wanted to do. Mu Bai, I hope that you will become someone else's pawn like me one day. These resentful words had no offensive power in Mu Bai's ears, and even made Mu Bai want to laugh. The helpless wailing of the loser was really a bit pathetic. Goodbye. Mu Bai, with a cold look in his eyes, inserted the Sword of God Slayer into Mu Beihan's single eye and detonated it when the lightning element was flowing most violently. The corpse god also fell with a sound like fireworks blooming in the sky. After dealing with the opponent, Mu Bai slowly lifted his consciousness into the air, as if he was wandering in the sky. He had vaguely found all the people he was looking for. Sui, who was on an overseas island, Luo Chungkong, who was buried underground and digging, and Shen Wuk, who was slaughtering strange beasts in the country. The positions of his comrades in the same world have been located, and the Blackwing Sith, whose position could not be determined before, has also been found by Mu Bai. The other party is still hiding in the deep sea, obviously trying to regain his original consciousness. Consciousness flows, and when the third day of the world arrives, Mu Bai has completely controlled the world will of this world. Ding dong. The world will collapses. Congratulations to the host for mastering the world will of the Black Star world. After gaining the world will, Mu Bai felt an unprecedented sense of transparency. For example, the original individual life could only carry a drop of water, but now the things that Mu Bai could carry under the blessing of the world will were like rivers and lakes. Mu Bai, who was slowly falling on the surface of the earth, had a thought. The surface that was pitted by the battle in front of him quickly grew weeds, followed by flowers and trees. Even all the infectious factors in the whole world gradually disappeared at this moment. The zombies that were still slaughtering human beings in the world died suddenly at this moment. The giant beasts in the deep sea also let out a low roar because the infectious factors were suppressed. They knew that they would not live long. There was no mountain in front of me, and the mountain appeared with a thought. There was no river in front of me, and the river appeared with a thought. At this moment, Mu Bai, who seemed to be in control of everything in the world, made more discoveries. Although the scene in front of him could be called a miracle, Mu Bai found that every time he created a mountain, a part of the matter in other places in the entire Black Star world would randomly disappear. This means that the world rules of the entire Black Star world still cannot create something out of nothing. It is still just a cycle, similar to the reincarnation of life and death mentioned by the Xia people. The matter of the entire Black Star world is also the same. After mastering the will of the world, Mu Bai also vaguely felt that he could come to this world from other spaces at any time, and even his own items could be transferred from other spaces to this world. To a certain extent, this place is more suitable as a storage bag than an enlarged storage space. This is moonlight. The moonlight fell on Mu Bai's hand. He looked up at the sky and found the familiar night sky scene. The blood moon that had shrouded the Black Star world for 8 years also disappeared without a trace as the infection factor subsided. At this moment, the bright moon quietly hung in the sky with the galaxy. The era of zombies is over, and the era of evolution is over. Humans will live again in a new attitude on this broken land. It's time to leave here. Mu Bai, muttering to himself, connected with other people through his mind. When the other 9 people were connected with Mu Bai's spiritual consciousness, 9 consciousnesses were transmitted to Mu Bai's brain. Everyone, I will send you back to Blue Star. Shen Wuk, who was slaughtering the alien beasts, smiled and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. After hearing Mu Bai's voice in his mind, a transmission channel appeared under his feet. With a flash of blue light, he disappeared on the surface. The beasts, which were originally aggressive, suddenly stood there without a target, not knowing what they were thinking. At the same time, the other 8 people in various parts of the world also left one after another. After Mu Bai teleported all his teammates back to Blue Star, he took a step forward. When he retracted his hind legs again, he had already reached the bottom of the sea. Blackwing Sith, who was recuperating and recovering his strength, was startled. Before he could react, Mu Bai waved his hand and saw that the life energy level in Sith's body dropped rapidly. Mu Bai! A gentleman can be killed but not humiliated. After being surprised, Blackwing Sith said coldly, the situation at this moment was no longer under his control. It was estimated that Mu Bai would definitely take this opportunity to kill him. What good will it do me to kill you? It's better to keep you so that I can negotiate terms with the Blackwing clan in the future. After saying that, Mu Bai slapped backhand and left. The world suddenly changed. Sith, who lost his ability to resist, was confusedly pressed deep into the sea by mountains. Mu Bai, who controlled the will of the world, planned to press him down first. Being in the cold seabed, he was suppressed by several islands exposed above the sea. Sith, whose power was completely suppressed like an ordinary person, roared heartbreakingly in the endless darkness. On the other side, Ares, a dragon who escaped from the 9 Mountains Alliance Legion, laughed loudly. He was completely free at this moment, and must not let Mu Bai find him. With this belief, he desperately flapped his wings towards the atmosphere. As an elite of the Dragon Clan, he could naturally travel freely in the universe. But after flying for more than half an hour, he gradually discovered a problem. It seemed that he was still in the same place. No matter how hard he tried, he could not really leave the same place. In panic, he looked around. Fortunately, he didn't find Mubai's trace. When he was about to try again, the high-altitude clouds in the distance gradually turned into the shape of a human face. Ares looked closely and saw that it was Mubai's face. This scared him to death. He tried his best and instantly transformed into a golden dragon, leaping into the atmosphere at an astonishing speed. Mubai, who controlled the will of the world, saw that the other party was trying so hard and did not hinder him. Ares flew higher and higher, and before he could get excited, he felt his eyes go black and appeared in the high-altitude position again. He flapped his wings helplessly and said to the clouds, "What are you going to do? Let me go! My combat power can't help you. Just stay here obediently." As soon as the voice fell, Mubai had already controlled the world will of the Black Star world to set up a barrier for the dragon Ares to block it. Ares, who was restricted in the sky and could not move, could not get rid of this restriction no matter how hard he tried. In desperation, he could only continue to beg for mercy from Mubai. Unfortunately, Mubai had already disappeared without a trace. When Mubai crossed the horizon and arrived at the high altitude where Wangli and others were, Mubai knew that the flow rate of this Black Star world and Blue Star was 1 to 10. That is, 1 year on Blue Star is equal to 10 years here. After saying goodbye to these people through spiritual connection, a blue transmission channel also appeared under Mubai's feet. And at the other end of the channel was Blue Star. "Let's go!" Mubai, who entered the transmission channel, finally looked at the rising sun and whispered softly, "Xiaogui Shindu." Duan Xia, the president of Xiaogui University, looked at the sky with a little worry. During the time when Mubai and others disappeared, the power of the endless sea gradually decreased, and the recent pressure has been reduced to almost zero. This means that the 4 continents can attack each other. Without the blockage of the endless sea, those unusable space props can be used. Without the blockage of the endless sea, those powerful people of the peak throne of the Blue Star can also come and go freely in various continents. Half a year ago, the Blackwing clan joined forces with the Dragon clan and other hundreds of clans to put pressure on the human race, wanting the human race to move out of the East continent and let the Protoss replace humans as the master of the East continent. The Supreme Council of the human race sent troops south without any hesitation to wipe out all the Protoss entrenched in the southernmost tip, except for a few emperors who escaped. None of the middle and high-level members of the entire Protoss survived, and the Xia kingdom also lost a large number of senior combatants. It was also this war half a year ago that allowed humans to completely eliminate the hidden dangers in the south and fully meet greater challenges in the future. It is worth mentioning that 2 months ago, the Blackwing clan and the Dragon clan took the lead in attacking the powerful Ashura clan. The great elder of the Blackwing high-level emperor's throne said that he would agree to withdraw his troops as long as the Ashura queen could marry him. But this is obviously impossible. After all, once this happens, the stability of the entire Ashura clan will collapse completely, and the warlike race will first disintegrate from within. The war has continued until now, and I don't know what the situation is in the northern continent now. It would be great if the Ashura clan could hold on for a little longer. Duan Xia, who was sitting in the office, sighed, and then stood up suddenly. Within the range of his observation Haki, Sui and Shinwuk and others actually came back. At this moment, the Ashura queen, who has a high status in the palace of the Ashura royal family in the northern continent, is arranging troops, and the emperor elders of the major tribes are furious at this moment. Among them, the old man with double horns and a cane was gushing with flames all over his body. He was extremely warlike and really couldn't stand the voice of the other party's challenge outside the royal city. Such dirty words were simply contempt for his own clan. Disrespect to Queen Ashura. My respected king, if I don't take off the head of that Blackwing bastard today, I will go crazy, the old man said with fire in his eyes. Calm down. Just treat him as a gust of wind. And the current plan is to be stable. The cold voice passed through the red gauze and spread to the entire hall. Behind the gauze, the beautiful Ashura queen was unusually calm. Her beautiful face reflected the faint flame of the glass lamp and emitted a soft look. The 3,000 black hair illuminated by the candlelight emitted a layer of gorgeous golden light. The males of the Ashura tribe are more inclined to strength. For example, Solomon's appearance is actually extremely violent in human aesthetics, while the females are beautiful like demons. Especially at this moment, the Ashura queen combines the strongest power and the most beautiful existence of the entire population. In contrast to her gorgeous appearance, her temperament is the opposite. She does not have the violent temper of other people of the same tribe. Instead, She exudes a noble and elegant look and temperament. But even the wind cannot be so presumptuous. The Ashura queen, who was leaning on her chin, stretched out her beautiful jade hand, and her boneless white jade fingers cut through the void and gently tapped towards an unknown place. Outside the energy shield of the Ashura King's city, the challenger with wings on his back was laughing crazily. A bunch of cowards. If our black-winged army completely breaks through this broken shield, your women will definitely die. Before he finished speaking, a shadow had already pointed at his heart in his chest. He died suddenly and immediately fell on the energy shield of the king's city and was evaporated by the hot energy heat. Without the noisy challenge, the anger of the people in the entire Ashura hall gradually disappeared. Seeing the queen take action, Daika, who was on the left and leading, said gently, "Why do you need to do such a small thing yourself? As long as you are willing, even if it is the head of the emperor, I, Daika, will take it for you." In the Ashura tribe, males are honored by their strong voices. Normally, Daika's gentle voice will be discriminated against in the entire tribe. After all, this kind of female-like gentle voice appearing on males is a shame in itself. But the strange thing is that after Daika spoke, the hall was silent. "Daika, I know you are powerful. But why did you not take action just now, and now you are acting as an afterthought? Are you still trying to force Queen Ashura to get married at this critical juncture?" The irritable old man was angry at this moment. As a veteran emperor and the second elder of the clan, he naturally had the right to scold the other party. Daika, whose expression remained unchanged, raised his mouth. "How can you say you force me? My clan chooses the strongest person as the husband of Queen Ashura." Looking at the young people in the 10 major clans and tens of millions of clans, "Who can compete with me?" Daika, who was tall and straight, was imposing. When he looked back, everyone present couldn't help but shudder. In terms of strength, Daika was probably on par with several clan leaders of the major clans. Among the young people, the only one who could beat him was Queen Ashura, who had mastered the ability of the space system. The second elder's hot temper suddenly surged up. "Little bastard, do you know how to respect the old and love the young? I can't do it without teaching you a lesson today." "Okay, stop arguing. Aren't the armies of the Dragon Clan and the Blackwing Clan from the outside world gathering together to besiege the city just to see us fighting among ourselves? If we fight now, won't it be a tragedy for our loved ones and a joy for our enemies?" The elder with a slightly weak breath spoke slowly. Daika and the second elder, who were eager to try, lost their temper at this moment. After all, even if the elder was seriously injured at this moment, it still couldn't change the fact that he was the strongest in the entire Ashura clan. "My respected king, I hope to activate the void summoning. If we can summon powerful beings from it, we can deal with the external enemy for a while." The elder's proposal is quite pertinent. If the Ashura queen, who has the ability of space, consumes some of her power to summon the void existence, there is a chance that several powerful creatures will appear. Of course, whether she can control it is another matter. I am also planning to do this. Let's end the meeting early today. Everyone return to your own city and beware of the movements of external enemies. As everyone walked out, Daika did not move. He hoped that the Ashura queen would let him stay. What he said just now was not empty talk. Not to mention killing the emperor. Even if the queen ordered him to enter the 18 levels of HL, he would not hesitate. A few years ago, when he met the other party in his youth, he had already fallen deeply in love with the other party. His noble and elegant temperament and the unparalleled appearance that overwhelmed the country made him extremely obsessed. Over the years, he relied on this belief to defeat the geniuses of various tribes from an ordinary person in the tribe. As long as he could become the husband of the king, he would give up everything. "My respected king, I will never betray my love for you. Compared with those factions in the clan that surrendered, I will definitely protect you forever," the affectionate Daika said passionately. And the Queen of Ashura behind the red curtain had already left. The maid came over and wanted to help Daika up. But before she got to her, she felt the violent energy in her body surging. Realizing that the queen had left without even listening to her words, Daika's emotions were a little out of control at this moment. And the violent emotions were also fleeting. "It's okay. Take good care of the respected king." After saying that, Daika left without looking back. After hearing the maid's report, Liji did not react. As the Queen of Ashura, she was destined to face all kinds of suitors. This was the fate of the Ashura clan and the Queen of Ashura. Standing in the wide backyard, she began the void summoning. Unlike other summoners' summoning methods, the summoning method she used was similar to Mubai star summoning. They all summoned creatures from other spaces. The difference was that the upper and lower limits of this void summoning were very high. The purple halo gradually spread in the air, and the strong wind blew it. The guards, who had been alert, all held weapons and made fighting postures. If any uncontrolled creatures appeared, they needed to kill them all to avoid damage to the building. Wearing the purple patterned Azura King armor, Li Ji slowly opened the summoning door with some expectation. The void summoning would summon 10 creatures, among which there was a high probability that 1 or 2 creatures with top strength would appear. As the gate of the void summon slowly opened, a roar like the abyss passed by. Obviously some powerful creature disdained to enter it. After waiting for a few seconds, a purple ball fell on the grass in the backyard, and the silly slime with big eyes opened happily began to eat the grass on the ground. The opponent was obviously a slime with no lethality. This lowest level monster obviously couldn't play a role on the battlefield. After throwing it aside, Li Ji opened the gate of the void summon again. This time, the wind force was obviously much stronger than before. The void summon gate, which was originally several meters in size, gradually opened at this moment. A pair of sharp claws appeared, and behind these claws was a specially evolved dinosaur creature. The ultimate tyrannical Tyrannosaurus Rex was delighted to see so many humanoid creatures. With its super high IQ, it can judge whether these humanoid creatures are edible by smell, especially the woman in the middle, who is no different from a female human. It likes this kind of delicate skin and tender meat the most. Roar! The violent cry set off a layer of sound waves that echoed throughout the palace. The terrified maids nearby were a little scared when they saw this behemoth that was nearly 10 meters tall. The satisfied Tyrannosaurus Rex opened its gluttonous mouth and bit the terrified maid nearby. The more tender and frightened the females were, the more likely they were to be its first choice of food. Unexpectedly, as soon as its ferocious dinosaur head stretched out, it was slapped to the ground by the terrified maid. The huge force made the Tyrannosaurus Rex cry out in grievance, seeing that the purple ball thing next to it was eating grass. In order to show its harmlessness, the Tyrannosaurus Rex hurriedly ate grass. Li Ji, who was full of black lines, didn't know what to say. This big guy looked strong, but his combat power was really poor. When the third void portal was opened, a warrior in armor with golden light appeared on the spot. The creature dressed in medieval armor had no flesh and blood inside its armor. The other party had no intention of attacking everyone. Under the guidance of the maid, he walked to the area where the slime was not far away and sat down. After sensing the other party's breath, Li Ji initially judged that he was probably a creature at the level of a king of heaven, and his strength seemed to be not far from the emperor's throne. This kind of gentle void creature was obviously easy to control. The subsequent summons were somewhat disappointing. With out-of-control demons, strange robots that were wreaking havoc, and fire dragons that attacked everyone as soon as they saw them. By the time the 10th creature was summoned, Li Ji no longer had much hope. Open. The cold voice sounded again, and the door of the void summon slowly opened, with gusts of wind blowing out. Surprisingly, no creatures appeared for a long time this time. 10 minutes. 1 hour. 3 hours. When the night fell, the void creature still did not appear. Faced with this bizarre event, Azura Queen Li Ji was also very puzzled. According to her understanding, the more powerful the creature, the slower the event of transmission. But there were also signs, such as the other party emitting a deterrent momentum before arriving. But now, there is no other reaction in this void portal except for gusts of wind, which is obviously a bit strange. And she felt puzzled. And the people in another space also felt very confused. Mu Bai, who had originally left the Black Star world, found that the direction of this channel seemed to be somewhat different from the channel that transported Sui, Shin Wuk and others when he entered the transmission channel back to the Blue Star. It seemed that there was some other force controlling the flow rate and transmission direction of the space. After wandering in this empty space for a long time, Mu Bai found a purple spherical creature floating by his side, and a violent dinosaur swimming past him with its teeth and claws bared. He also saw a medieval armored creature that wanted to shake hands with him. After that, several strange creatures passed by him, and when they were teleported into the strange void gate in the distance, they disappeared without a trace. Feeling a little strange, Mu Bai was about to go over to check when he heard a tiger roar behind him. Turning his head, he saw a white tiger as big as a mountain flying towards him, and the white wings on its back complemented the color of its fur. The white tiger saw Mu Bai standing alone in the void and naturally regarded him as the primary target. Although it was huge, its speed was amazing. It even vaguely reached the speed of the shining fruit. The ferocious tiger mouth bit towards Mu Bai. with the power of the Emperor throne. It seemed that it could be unaffected by the attraction of the Void Gate. Mu Bai did not expect that the Emperor throne strongman he met for the first time in the Black Star world would be in this void. He smiled and activated the Super Awakening Shocking Fruit, activated the Awakened Natural Thunder Fruit ability, and quickly entered the Dragon Armor form, the most powerful form in the Black Dragon form of the Fish fruit. As the surging domineering aura of the Overlord opened up a terrifying aura far beyond the White Tiger, overwhelming the whole scene. The entire void world even had a few cracks. The White Tiger stopped and cautiously distanced himself from Mu Bai. In his eyes, this ant-like existence instantly became an infinite object like the sun, moon and stars. Although I haven't returned to Blue Star to completely open the panel, it seems that I have the ability to kill the Emperor. Looking at the white vibration ball cover and the blue thunder flash in his hand, Mu Bai decided to relax at this moment and throw away all constraints to have a good fight. 3 hours later, the moonlight gradually climbed to the top. Unlike before the fusion of the big world, the moon at this moment is extremely close to the Blue Star. In the early days of the world fusion, there were emperors who wanted to explore outer space. But no matter how these emperors explored, they would inexplicably return to the vicinity of the Blue Star in the end, which was like a shackle that bound everyone tightly. Even the Emperor could not leave the Blue Star world through normal interstellar travel. In fact, Mu Bai had already guessed this. Although the rules of this universe are roughly similar to those of the Earth civilization before Mu Bai, the differences are greater. For example, the Demon Tree world on the Blue Star is similar to the existence of a bubble space, or other copy worlds. Each world is like a bubble existing in a larger world, and the definition of this world can naturally be called a universe. Before the existence of absolute life, this bubble can never be broken. And once the individual life exceeds the upper limit that this world can carry, then this individual has a chance to break through this bubble and come to a wider world. The starry sky dome in front of her used to bring Lai Ji a sense of comfort. But now that the Black Wings and dragons have invaded in large numbers, she is also very anxious when the whole tribe is in danger. The Azura ghost head, with golden carvings and colored glaze in the Azura Palace bath, is spitting out a lot of warm spring water. Lai Ji, who is soaking in it, lowers her head and closes her eyes to rest, and faintly feels a wave of energy approaching. Turning her head to look at the still existing void summoning gate next to her, she is a little speechless. She originally wanted to leave the void summoning gate in the backyard and send some soldiers to guard it. But when she thought of the possibility of an emperor-level existence, she still took the movable summoning gate with her. It seems that something is coming out. The white body slowly walked out of the hot spring water. With the help of the maid, she put on a white glass skirt and stared at the purple portal. Buzz! Buzz! The violently shaking void portal was actually breaking at this moment. Queen Azura, with her beautiful eyes fixed, immediately felt bad. You must know that the stability of this level of space skills is linked to the caster. As the youngest emperor, this portal can naturally carry the passage of the emperor. But once a being beyond this level forcibly passes through, such as a god level or even a being at the other shore level, this portal will definitely not be able to carry it. King! Be careful. Several maids with strong fighting power stood in front of her. If some indescribable creature appeared and started killing, they might have a chance to block it for the queen for a moment. Even if they couldn't block it, they could distract the opponent's attention. A white cat was thrown out of the void portal and fell into the bathtub. It floated up and roared at the void portal angrily. You can bully the weak, but you must not humiliate me like this. The white cat with white wings blew its beard and glared, and a young man with long black hair jumped out of the collapsed portal. Strange. This is also Blue Star. The young man's dark golden eyes were slightly surprised. Mu Bai didn't expect that he seemed to be forcibly summoned from the void, and it happened to catch up with the gap when he returned to Blue Star through the teleportation array. If he didn't know the relationship between them, Mu Bai would really think someone was planning to calculate him. After turning his head to look at the Ashura women present, Mu Bai took off his clothes without hesitation and soaked his whole body in the hot spring bath. The white cat that had just appeared was slapped away by him. At this moment, the panel that had been sealed for 8 years was opened again, monitoring that the host has returned to the Blue Star. The panel blockade is lifted. Ding dong. Complete the hidden mission in the Black Star world. And now start calculating the rewards. Hero Hockey plus 10,000. Observation Hockey plus 1 million proficiency value. Armament Hockey plus 1 million proficiency value. Constitution plus 10,000 points. And obtain a fruit position. Fruit position. Mu Bai was delighted. Now the position of the 5th devil fruit has also been settled. At this moment, He already has the Nika fruit, Thunder fruit, Tremor fruit, and Fish fruit Black Dragon form. If he gets another fruit, it will greatly enhance his combat power. Unprecedented attribute points flowed into Mubai's cells at this moment, and the body originally created to adapt to the Black Star world began to collapse at this moment. In the bathtub, cracks began to appear all over Mubai's body, and at the same time as these cracks appeared, he completely opened the seeds in his original soul, and then a large amount of energy points quickly flowed into his panel. A huge force completely merged with Mubai's soul at this moment, and the body that had cracks on it was nourished continuously at this moment. With the help of the strong physical points, Mubai's body was pushed to an extreme of strengthening. At this moment, the soul and the body reached a high degree of fit, and a powerful wave that surpassed everything flowed from the depths of the palace to the entire northern continent. Step into the throne? Don't get close to him. After hesitating for a moment, Queen Azura chose not to make a move. Her eyes were full of surprise. After all, the other party's spiritual fluctuations had surpassed the level of ordinary thrones. She had never heard of such an existence that had reached the peak just after entering the throne. After using the space secret technique to protect the maid behind her, she wanted to see what level this humanoid creature summoned by the void could reach. In the process of entering the throne, the three disasters were the biggest obstacles. Among them, natural disasters, man-made disasters, and earth disasters each had their own difficulties. Natural disasters attacked with thunder and fire from the sky. Earth disasters destroyed the body and caused earth disasters. And man-made disasters were the proliferation of demons in the heart to cut off the road. Each major disaster will hit the vital point directly. The more powerful the king is, the more difficult it is to survive these three disasters. This is also the main reason why there are so few emperors in the major forces in the world today. How difficult it is to survive the three disasters of heaven, earth and man at the same time. The original bursting breath gradually converged at this moment, and replaced by dark clouds in the sky gradually pressed towards Mubai. The thunder in the dark clouds was as fierce as the thunder punishment in the immortal novels. This natural disaster thunder that almost covered the entire northern continent was terrifying. Not to mention the people in Azura City. Even the high-ranking Blackwing clan and Dragon clan, who were about to start the battle and attack the city in the distance, were dumbfounded. The two veteran emperors, the Dragon God King and the Blackwing God, who took the lead in taking charge of the overall situation, looked at each other and showed deep fear. They naturally knew that someone was surviving the disaster and became an emperor, but they had never seen a natural disaster of this scale in their thousands of years of life. The thunderclouds rolled like the surging waves in the endless sea, and the purple thunder that spread for thousands of meters was so shocking that it made people's scalps numb. There had never been such a large number of dark clouds gathering in the sky of the northern continent. Looking up at this moment, I thought the whole world was upside down. The rolling dark clouds above my head were the real earth. The dark clouds that blocked the bright moonlight were constantly gathering above the Azura King's city. All the residents in the city couldn't help but walk out of their homes and look up to watch this scene. It was really too shocking. The purple thunder flowed and made people admire the magnificent power of heaven. Azura Queen Liji had no choice but to temporarily remove the defensive energy shield covering the entire city to prevent the purple thunder from shattering the energy shield at this moment. According to her judgment, the two clan leaders outside the city must not dare to rashly enter the city at this moment, unless they also want to try the power of this natural disaster. Queen Ashura's guess was correct. At this moment, the Dragon God King and the Blackwing God immediately restrained all the warriors who were eager to try. If they rashly entered the city at this time before the natural disaster came, who knows if they would be implicated by the natural disaster. I think this may be intentional by Liji, so that we can fall into the trap. Now we should wait and see how the situation develops. The Blackwing God, who had been clamoring with the outside world to occupy the beautiful Queen Ashura, was extremely calm at this moment. He and his son Sis were familiar with conspiracies and conspiracy. Now the more advantageous the situation is, the more vigilant and careful they should be. The Dragon God King, whose whole body was emitting the color of glass, also thought so. The dragon sons and grandsons under his command who were eager to make contributions were eager to show off in front of their ancestors. But unfortunately the Dragon God King didn't even look at them. Are these idiots super cannon fodder? After a slightly contemptuous snort, the dragon sons and grandsons really quieted down. And only the golden dragon at the back was still addicted to the handheld game console produced by humans. Old man, give me gold coins. Give me gold coins. The young man who changed into human form was playing games crazily. and he obviously didn't notice that the ancestor was looking at him coldly behind him. It seems that there are still many young dragons in the dragon clan who yearn for human culture. Brother, you still need to discipline them. Without giving the other party a chance to answer, the Blackwing God spoke again. What I am most worried about now is that if this person in the Azura clan's royal city is promoted to the throne, you and I may not be able to live in peace. The Dragon God King, who was tricked, said disdainfully, haha. If the other party can be promoted to the throne in such a large-scale 3 disasters, then I will cut off my own dragon tail. That's true. While the 2 old foxes were chatting and laughing, the Azura clan's royal city in the distance began to undergo a new change. I saw that the sky punishment above the royal city gathered into a surging thunder and light column, and the range of the light column just covered the entire royal city. As if feeling the rolling thunder above his head, Mubai snapped his fingers lightly in the bathtub. And then, the thunder and light column above his head slowly disappeared. No! It didn't disappear. Instead, the rolling thunder gathered into an infinitely compressed energy ball and floated down towards the royal city. Once the ball fell, the entire city would completely disappear. Mubai ignored the astonished looks of the crowd and stretched his rubber neck directly. The moment the ball landed, he swallowed it into his stomach. The vast amount of thunder energy instantly became his nutrients. As a user of the Thunder Fruit ability, how could he be afraid of thunder? That was a joke. After absorbing the essence of thunder, Mubai's body suddenly collapsed. Cells gradually died, and even the body seemed very stiff. It was obvious that the natural disaster had not yet completely ended, and the earth disaster had already arrived. Come on! Mubai, who had a strong physique, activated the return of life, and the nutrients that the body could collect repaired the damaged cells. This earth disaster seemed very inferior in front of Mubai, and was quickly driven out of the body. The dark cloud-covered natural disaster once again launched the purple thunder attack at this moment. Seeing this, Mubai immediately launched the thunder and disappeared in the bathing pool. When he came to the sky, his left palm turned into a sword, and rolling thunder appeared from between his fingers, followed by an extremely sharp slash. As soon as the slash fell, the fierce natural disaster was cut in half by the blue knife wave. Seeing that the natural disaster was still energizing, Mubai suddenly came to the center of the cloud layer and covered the vibrating ball cover with his fists in the rolling thunder. So what if it covers the sky? I want this dark cloud to fall into pieces. Grab it down with both hands. Mubai wants to destroy the natural disaster today and make the dark clouds that are about to come disappear into ashes. As the vibration ball covering his hand shattered, dense shattering sounds came from the void. Squeak! 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 At this moment, the void vibrated and the sea surged. Earthquakes of varying degrees occurred in every place in the entire northern continent. The dark clouds that originally gathered together were cut into sections by the terrifying power of the broken world, rising and falling like stairs. The seriously injured elder and the second elder in the Azura King City rode at full speed from various districts to the front of the palace. They were relieved after seeing that the Azura Queen Liji was safe and sound. At this moment, they naturally realized that the existence stirring up the wind and rain in the sky was fighting against the natural disaster. Damn it. At this juncture, the genius of my clan actually stepped into the imperial throne. Let me guess whether it is the 50-year-old Aption or the early 40-year-old Iris. The second elder said excitedly with a smile. The two people he mentioned were both at the peak of the Heavenly King. It would not be surprising if they broke through the imperial throne at this moment. In comparison, the elder was much calmer. Just by looking at the scale of the natural disaster, he had already determined that it must be the void creature summoned by the queen who was advancing to the imperial throne. Friend or foe? These 4 words came out of the mouth of the elder, and there was more murderous intent in his turbid eyes. After all, a natural disaster of this scale was too shocking. If the other party was killed by the 3 disasters, the remaining 3 disasters would spread at an alarming speed. At that time, let alone the well-protected royal city, the energy shield of this crumbling royal city might be broken by the natural disasters at any time. Li Ji frowned with a complicated expression, and her beautiful face that could make the bright moon lose its brilliance was a little more doubtful. I don't know either. This humanoid creature immediately started the promotion state after coming out of the void gate, and did not communicate with me throughout the whole process. Hearing the respected queen say such words, the elder was also a little troubled. But after thinking for a few seconds, he had made a decision. He is in the royal city and cannot be touched. Now it is better to use static to slow down the enemy, and make the covetous Blackwing clan and Dragon clan afraid to act rashly. Of course, everyone has already understood the hidden meaning that the Great Elder has not said yet. Once a sneak attack is launched at this moment, whether the person can be eliminated or not, the royal city will be plunged into turmoil. While several people were still discussing, Dika also arrived at this moment. He knelt on one knee in front of Lai Ji with a worried look. "Respected Queen, are you okay?" "Yes." Among the Asuras, Dika's slightly handsome face makes him more affectionate. But the Asura Queen's faint response made him a little nervous. Just when he wanted to brew his words again, a tiger roared next to him and scared him to the ground. He turned around and saw that it was a white cat with wings. This white cat is full of wealth and nobility. Its big face, which is several times thicker than that of a male cat, can be used as a chopping board to cook directly. The white cat said with disdain, "Meow. I despise dogs like you the most." "What the hell? Cats can actually speak human language? Where did you come from, beast?" Impatient Dika kicked but found that the fat white cat actually turned 360 degrees to avoid it. "Huh? So it was you, a woman, who summoned me, right?" The noble white cat said proudly to the long legs above his head. Seeing that even a strange cat dared to ignore him, Dika was instantly furious. Purple lines surged at the joints of his bones. And then he grew 4 arms from his back and punched at an astonishing speed. Once these punches hit the white cat, let alone a rare and exotic beast, even an ordinary imperial creature would have no chance of getting away. Hee. I'm going to take my anger out on you." The white cat, which looked like a little tiger hunting, also took a stance. For some reason, the other people always felt that the white cat had a hint of a tiger. The white cat's momentum was actually on par with Dika, and it was obviously also a life form at the level of the emperor. Lai Ji said coldly, "Dika, what are you doing?" Dika, who was called by his name, retracted the 4 arms on his back. But when he looked at the white cat again, he wanted to tear him apart. Hee. It's a good thing that this girl stopped you. Otherwise, I would have let you know why the flowers are so brilliant. The swaggering white cat released his own emperor's phantom. It turned out to be an emperor's white tiger as big as a mountain. "I'm the white tiger with wings in the underworld." The white cat's domineering tone was very funny. The first and second elders looked at each other and felt like laughing. It seems that the void summoning skills of the Asura Queen are still useful. She can actually summon an emperor beast. "Do you know who that humanoid creature in the sky is?" Thinking of the other party appearing together, Lai Ji asked with some curiosity. As the helmsman of the whole clan, she must know who is fighting against the natural disaster. "I don't know. But this person is indeed a fierce man, with multiple rules and powers in his hands. He can even defeat me, the Emperor, in the rank of the King of Heaven. I have never seen such an existence." The cynical smile gradually disappeared, thinking of the other party's terrifying strength. Even the white cat was extremely scared at this moment. Just when Lai Ji wanted to ask, the dark clouds in the sky gradually dissipated, and it was obvious that the natural disaster had completely disappeared. After destroying the natural disaster, Mu Bai clearly felt that the effect of the land disaster on his body was gradually increasing. If the speed of his cell collapse was 10 before, then his cell collapse speed at this moment was at least 10 times that of the previous one. It seems that these 3 disasters are also based on people. If others bear this kind of land disaster, they will probably fall quickly in a few seconds. After slightly increasing the speed of life return, Mu Bai completely suppressed the land disaster. But after all the natural and geological disasters were dispelled, the inner demon was born, and the various characters lingering in Mu Bai's mind passed by him like a passing show. These people had encouraging eyes and questioning eyes, and some of them who were killed by him kept grabbing his ankles like ghosts demanding their lives, and kept dragging him under the black water in this oppressive atmosphere. Feeling the temptation of this inner demon, Mu Bai knew that if he could not completely eliminate the inner demon today, then these distracting thoughts would never stop on his future path like maggots attached to his bones. "If you can really pull me into HL, you are awesome." Mu Bai, with a smile on his face, was no longer an ordinary person who had struggled to resist low-level inner demons at the gold level. After possessing the body of a false god, the inner demon and distracting thoughts were nothing but passing clouds. After letting those resentful thoughts drag him into another world, Mu Bai suddenly saw bits and pieces of his life since he came to this world. From waking up on the desk illuminated by the afterglow of the setting sun to entering the deviltry realm and obtaining the devil fruit. These familiar memories continuously flowed into his spiritual consciousness. But the difference was that in this memory, he did not obtain the eternal system. When he entered the demon tree world, he obtained a simple fruit that made saliva because of fear and discomfort. Later, he was challenged by Xiaoqi, facing the existence of the fantasy beast species. Mu Bai was beaten to a cripple and dropped out of school under the spitting of his classmates. The black lake in front of him had disappeared. Mu Bai, who was protected by the body of the false god, looked at the lonely appearance of himself, who seemed to be in another time and space with interest. The self in front of him gave up on himself after dropping out of school, and lived a hard life by being a lowest-level dungeon bounty hunter. In the end, the guild he was in was acquired by Jiang Bumming's Jiang group. Jiang Bumming, who had a complete system, did not rush for quick success this time. Instead, he relied on the growing power behind him to obtain the magma fruit soul fruit and the fantasy beast fruit. Jiang Bumming, who had multiple fruits, became the first person in Xiao country, while he was lamely admiring the other party's demeanor like a god. Perhaps this is the real memory. The inner demon gradually raged, and the invincible Jiang Bumming mocked and humiliated Mu Bai at this moment, as if this was the real world. Looking at the illusory memory in front of him, Mu Bai, who was outside, felt speechless. Such a clumsy means of attacking the heart was really hard to make him feel the slightest ripple in his heart. Is that the extent? If you don't use all your means to break through my psychological defenses, I will attack you. Mu Bai, who was smiling, also acted as a supervisor. The inner demon seemed to realize that this level of illusory memory could not bewitch Mu Bai, and it immediately started all kinds of temptations. When Mu Bai was about to doze off, the inner demon caused by the human disaster seemed to be more and more irritable. It used thousands of methods, but could not shake the other party's heart. As the dark side of human nature, the inner demon was naturally irritable. Mu Bai in the spiritual world looked at the inner demon condensed into black gas in front of him, and suddenly felt hungry. This hunger was also manifested when he faced the natural disaster. The inner demon was thinking about the strategy, and had no idea that the other party had dragged it into the stomach. Strictly speaking, Mu Bai, who had the body of a false god, was actually more perverted than the original evil god. This kind of inner demon similar to the spirit and soul body could be digested. After digesting this inner demon into absorbable energy, Mu Bai's soul and body are highly unified at this moment. A steady stream of power flows into his internal organs. This final strengthening is the ultimate limit of being a human being. Unfortunately, Mu Bai is not really a human being at this moment. As a creature between half man and half god, he is capable of absorbing more powerful energy. The wind and clouds in the sky suddenly change, and Mu Bai's body is like a magnet, recycling all the broken three disasters' energy into his body. When this gathering speed exceeds the visible speed of the naked eye, a halo gradually appears behind Mu Bai. The restrictions that constrain the body disappear, and the soul at this moment seems to penetrate the whole world. The feeling of freedom far exceeds the limit that can be described in language. If I have to use human words to describe it, Mu Bai would choose the immortal who touches my hair and receives immortality. At this moment, the body of the Black Star world is truly integrated with the original main body. Mu Bai opened his eyes and took a step into the void and gradually shattered. Years of waiting have finally come true today. Becoming the Emperor's throne. Becoming the peak existence of mankind. Feeling the operation of his new body, he opened the panel immediately. Name, Mu Bai level 8/experience, 1/1000000. Constitution, 22,100. Blessed by the 10-ring purple gold bone, armament hockey, 1461800/250000. Grandmaster, special, enable the enhanced armament hockey divine attack, observation hockey. 2005109/250000. Grandmaster, special, enable the short-term future prediction function. Mind perception. Overlord hockey, 33,105. Third stage, including the bonus of the Golden Lion Ring, possessing Overlord hockey entanglement and human hockey 2 advanced abilities. Kendo, 250000/250000. Full, 6 styles. 250000/250000. Full. Devil Fruit, Tremor Fruit, Super Awakening Progress 10%. Thunder Fruit, Awakened, Fish Fruit Black Dragon Form, 98%. Dark Fruit, Awakened, Rubber Fruit, Awakening Degree 91%. Pet, Nether Winged White Tiger Servant, White Bone. Black Duke. This panel has reached an incredible level. and the 20,000 points of physical fitness are close to 3 times that of ordinary emperors. The original most powerful armament Haki has entered the Grandmaster realm, and even comprehended a divine attack skill similar to Shinwuk. That is, to release the armament Haki to perform the means of constructing armament Haki equipment. This trick is better than nothing for him at present. The only thing worth noting is the 3 words enhanced version. With the mentality of giving it a try, Mu Bai's mind moved, and he saw that an armament Haki equipment close to the size of the entire royal city actually appeared with his conception. Slightly surprised, Mu Bai casually removed it. This enhanced version is a bit too strong. I'm probably the pinnacle of humanity right now, Mu Bai muttered to himself, knowing how strong he was now. With his powerful deduction ability, even Principal Duan Xia and the military emperor Lu Wenyong, who had the ability of the flash fruit, were no match for him. When Mu Bai slowly landed on the ground, the unruly white cat actually came over docilely. Master is indeed extraordinary. After looking at his status bar, Mu Bai felt that this imperial beast was too well behaved. Pet, nether-winged white tiger went in the void. This white tiger could barely resist him at first. But when Mu Bai got a little serious, this mountain-sized white tiger was beaten up, and finally couldn't stand it anymore, and actually raised the white flag to surrender. The system also immediately popped up a status bar that could be taken as a pet. After becoming Mu Bai's pet, the white tiger suddenly found that his strength had actually increased. But due to the massive energy transmission, his body shape had to change to the state of a child thousands of years ago. The elder was a little surprised by the appearance of this young man, and expected that the other party's charm value must be not low. And perhaps, he also had a special bloodline similar to the Dragon Clan. But the more he looked, the more familiar he looked, until he noticed the other party's dark golden eyes. The elder suddenly woke up. You? Are you the human Mu Bai? As soon as the word Mu Bai came out, everyone present immediately remembered that a year ago, the unruly Solomon of our tribe, along with 3 top geniuses from the Blackwing tribe and the Dragon tribe, had fought against the other side on Penglai Fairy Island, causing the world to collapse and the earth to split apart. It can even be said that the current global chaos was completely started by the disappearance of these 4 top geniuses. Although Mu Bai's appearance at this moment is very different from the previous battle in Penglai Fairy Island, the elder can still recognize him from his temperament. Moreover, Mu Bai's flowing long hair and face that look like a god and devil are still 80% similar to a year ago. Compared with the stunning face of Queen Azura, Mu Bai's appearance at this moment gives people a perfect feeling, as if there is a god in the world, he must have such a face. And combined with his eyes full of deterrence and oppression, it is even more awe-inspiring. Under the clothes torn by the natural disaster, there is white skin. Mu Bai's mind moved and he saw thunder surging around him. In the horrified eyes of the crowd, these thunder currents actually intertwined and constructed something like silk threads. When the blue lightning gradually dissipated, the black windbreaker appeared on the outside of the body. This clothes made of thunder was still flowing with amazing high-volt current at this moment, which looked beautiful. But anyone other than Mu Bai would be attacked by the current attached to it. When the white cat transformed by the nether-winged white tiger saw the glittering edge of the clothes, it stretched out its cat paw excitedly to touch it. By nature, he liked the sight of the silk thread being outlined. But as soon as his cat paw touched the edge of the clothes, the ultra-high volt current instantly merged into his white fur. Meow! Save me! Speechless, Mu Bai kicked it, and the white cat rolled pitifully for more than a dozen times before falling into the moat next to it. Mu Bai was not worried about this. After all, if an emperor-level creature could be drowned by water, it would be a ridiculous thing in the world. It would be good to teach this white tiger a lesson. Dika, who had been keeping silent, frowned and said loudly, "If you are really a human, why were you summoned out of the void gate by the Azura Queen? Did the human race have a plan? Or, you are not a human at all, but some kind of demon." "I am indeed the human Mu Bai. I didn't expect that the people of the Azura tribe could recognize me." Mu Bai was slightly surprised, and noticed the vigilance of the people present. The Azura tribe strongmen hiding in the dark, not far away, were waiting for an opportunity to move. As long as he made a slightly out-of-line move, these tribesmen who were extremely loyal to the queen would fight to kill him. Dika, who led the way, was very wary of Mu Bai. It was not that he had a prejudice against humans, but that he had a prejudice against all attractive males. The charm that even an Azura warrior like him, who didn't understand aesthetics, envied naturally had an effect on the Azura Queen. The slightly worried Dika looked back at the Azura Queen Liji, suggesting that Mu Bai must not be a good person. "Damn it. Are you ignoring me?" Taika turned around and walked in front of Mu Bai, And just as he was about to attack, a steady voice stopped him. Stop it, Dika. No matter what emotion you have, you must do it under the premise of defeating the opponent. This is the blood of the Azura warriors. But now we are in danger. Wouldn't it be better if we could form an alliance with humans? After hearing the scolding, Dika looked at the Queen of Azura again. In his eyes, the words of this great elder were dispensable. But he had to obey the words of the Queen. Humans and the Azuras have never been enemies. Solomon's personal behavior can only represent himself. Step down, Dika. A cold voice came out from Liji's lips. The voice was not loud, but it carried an irrefutable majesty. It was not until this moment that Dika gritted his teeth and stopped. But his eyes were still full of doubt. The elder also roughly explained the current situation at this time. After listening to it all, Mubai was relieved. What he feared most was that when he came back, the overlords of the other 3 continents would encircle and suppress humans together. But he didn't expect that the first to attack the Blackwing clan and the Dragon clan was the Azura clan, which also had a dominant position. I heard that your supreme leader is the Queen of Azura. I need to talk to her alone about something. As soon as the voice fell, Dika came back and approached aggressively. The figure of Liji was reflected in the dark golden pupils in Mubai's eyes. Before Liji spoke, Dika had jumped out again. He actually wanted to be alone with his goddess? Who knows if this human will do something rebellious? When Emperor Throne Dika was about to say something, Mubai had already impatiently opened the thunder field. In the thunder field covering the entire city, a sword of slaying gods appeared in Mubai's hand and pointed directly at Dika's forehead. You are too annoying. If you keep chattering, you don't have to speak again in the future. After feeling the threat of death, Dika's veins bulged. Even though he was a relatively gentle person in the Azura clan, he could no longer tolerate such a threat. Emperor Throne's soul body opened. The complicated formation exploded. In the purple Chengtian pattern, the illusory figure of Azura with 3 heads and 6 arms, like a demon god, appeared above the royal city. Dika, who was standing next to the Emperor's soul, said sarcastically, Stupid. Even if you are promoted to the Emperor. So what? I, who have the Emperor's soul, have the absolute combat power to completely suppress you. Ignoring the dissuasion of the other elders, Dika had already made a bold move. The Azura soul of the god and demon broke through the void and punched towards Mubai's position. And the buildings blocking along the way collapsed. Mubai naturally knew that as the final form of ordinary creatures, the Emperor's soul would be opened by the Emperor's soul. The Emperor who had just been promoted or whose potential was exhausted could not open this important skill. This kind of Emperor's soul can allow the Emperor to have the legendary terrifying ability of rebirth by dripping blood. And when the Emperor's soul is opened, its own combat power will soar. The souls given by each race will also be different. The Emperor's soul body, similar to the winged white tiger of the Netherworld, is a prehistoric giant tiger the size of a mountain. After opening this ancient giant tiger's soul body, he will take his already strong endurance, explosive power, and strength to a higher level. The characteristics of the Azura race in front of Dika are also the enhancement of this form of power. The most important point among them is that if you want to kill the Emperor's soul body level, you can only do it by destroying the opponent's Emperor's soul body. The stronger the Emperor's soul body is, the higher the chance of suppressing or even killing the opponent. Really? Mubai gave an intriguing smile and dodged in an instant. The sword of God Slayer in his hand disappeared on the spot. And then the void thunder gathered. When everyone dodged, countless thunders hammered out a shadow of the Emperor holding the sword of God Slayer that was hundreds of meters long. This Thunder Emperor Throne soul body, which was constructed by thunder, was formed according to the power of the Thunder Fruit's lightning law. When it completely emerged from the void, the face of this soul body was exactly the same as Mubai's appearance. The great elder's heart sank, as if he remembered something. Normally, the Emperor Throne's soul body would be composed of the characteristics of the tribe, and its own beliefs and soul. If the person's talent is far superior to others, then the Emperor Throne's soul body he summoned can also be similar to his appearance. However, the great elder had never heard of an Emperor Throne's soul body like Mubai that was almost a copy. On one side is the Azura soul body with 3 heads and 6 arms, which looks like an ancient demon god. And on the other side is the Thunder soul body constructed by the law power of the Thunder Fruit. When the 2 soul bodies, one purple and one blue, collided with each other, even with the protection of the ancient defense barrier, the entire royal city was in turmoil at this moment. Compared with a real gun and live ammunition battle, the soul confrontation at this moment is more intense. The black shadow descended. and 6 Azura fists like the black sun smashed the void. Under a continuous offensive with blood spurting, Mu Bai's unskilled Thunder Soul body was repelled dozens of meters. Slight cracks also appeared all over the body of the Thunder Soul body. Seeing this scene, many young warriors who followed Daika praised, and the pride of being proud of Daika was almost written on their faces. Human Mu Bai, I admit that you are very talented. You can actually open the Emperor's Throne Soul body in such a short time. Unfortunately, you still lack time to operate. How about I give you 3 hours to adapt? Daika, holding his arms, said easily, and the contempt in his eyes was indeed unconcealed. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Mu Bai, who didn't appreciate it, was still immersed in his own world, as if the soul that was repeatedly beaten by the other party on his head was not his own soul. Daika, who was choked, spread his hands helplessly in the direction of the queen, as if to say that he, an extremely gentleman, gave the other party a chance. With 3,000 black hair fluttering, the Azura queen said to Mu Bai with some disappointment, if the young generation of human beings is just like this, then even if they join forces with the Azura clan, they can't fight against the other 2 overlord-level forces. What's the point of continuing to hide their shortcomings? Mu Bai, who closed his eyes and rested, didn't pay any attention to the other party at all. He was not a dog like Daika, immersed in his own world. He was gradually opening the other 3 devil fruit souls at the same time through a method similar to simulating the construction of the Thunder Soul. Compared with the single soul of others, Mu Bai was confident that he could open 4. If the remaining fruit position was added, it would be 5 Emperor Throne Souls. Hide your shortcomings? Does it mean that even Lady Liji thinks that I can't defeat this thin human who has just been promoted? The violent Daika controlled the crazy Azura soul body and used the powerful force to suppress Mu Bai's Thunder Soul body in a short period of time, and was still tearing the other party's soul body, as if he wanted to vent all the anger in his heart at this moment. Just when the Thunder Soul body was about to be knocked down by the 3-headed and 6-armed Azura soul body, 3 rays of light emanated from Mu Bai's body, and 3 new soul bodies suddenly appeared in the sky. The white body in the lead held a white-bearded Naginata similar to the one in the One Piece comics, and in his left hand, he also held a thick white ball cover that exuded terrifying vibration power. Next to him was the rubber soul body that kept twisting its body. The rubber soul body that inherited Mu Bai's power accumulated power like a spring. Behind him was the black soul body. This tortuous black oriental dragon soul body was particularly domineering. Even ordinary people on the street far away could still feel the monstrous dragon power. After the 4 soul bodies stood together, Mu Bai finally opened his eyes. Is this the soul you are so proud of? It seems I can open 4 of them too. After making a 4 gesture, Mu Bai completely ignored the other party. When passing by Daika, the 4 Emperor souls in the sky also disappeared. Daika, who stood there in silence. Mu Bai came directly to the Azura Queen Liji and said with a smile, I am qualified now. Right? Qualified? What do you want to say? Liji didn't quite understand what Mu Bai was going to say at this moment. I want all the Azuras to delay the throne below the 2 kings. And I will fight the 2 top throne forces, the Blackwing God and the Dragon God King, alone. After that, humans and the Azuras will join forces to reversely encircle and suppress other top forces. This statement shocked everyone, and even the always boastful second elder felt that this human was a little whimsical. Just after entering the throne, he wanted to challenge the world's top thrones? And 2 of them? This is too arrogant. Not to mention the other party's last sentence. It is simply whimsical for 1 or 2 tribes to challenge all forces in the world. Even the most powerful Blackwing tribe dare not say such a thing. Unexpectedly, the great elder took over the conversation and said, You can give it a try. Even if you fail, you can just go back to defend the royal city. No one expected that the great elder would agree with Mu Bai's proposal at this time. Of course I trust you. As the Ashura king, Liji would rather believe that she betrayed her race than believe that the great elder would do anything that would harm her race. However, she was more and more confused as to why the great elder thought that Mu Bai could fight the 2 kings alone. Sacrifice the sword. All the powerful emperors who stayed in the royal city are ready to attack the local camp. The decisive Queen Azura immediately gave the order, and then the entire airtight royal city began to deploy the army, and many high-level Azura warriors were ready to go. Task name: Global Overlord Task Requirements. Promote to the Imperial Throne Task Content. The world is divided and united. Unite any race to dominate the world, and sweep away all forces. Task reward during the mission. The fruit awakening percentage will be rewarded according to the completion degree. After completing the mission, any fruit will be rewarded to open the full percentage of super awakening. After looking at such a concise system task, Mubai naturally had no reason to miss it, which was why he just said that. The reward of any fruit super awakening after completing the task will have a qualitative improvement on his combat power. If he deduces it based on the tremor fruit, which has only 10% super awakening progress at the moment, Mubai estimates that when the tremor fruit super awakening progress reaches 100%, this power is enough to completely destroy the blue star, which has expanded 10,000 times. And if the fruit percentage is rewarded during the task, Mubai has a chance to awaken the rubber fruit today, so that it can transform into the fantasy beast human fruit Nika form. After that, it is time to consider the choice of the fifth devil fruit. The choice of the fifth devil fruit must be able to fundamentally improve the current combat power. In the previous cleaning activity in the devil tree realm, he had obtained nearly 100 devil fruits, among which there were a large number of animal and superhuman devil fruits, the least natural ones, followed by a few scattered fantasy beasts and ancient ones. After that, after the accumulation of devil fruit fragment sign-in activities, Mubai also ushered in a continuous surge in the number of devil fruits, from 100 to 300 today. In fact, after a single devil fruit could not help him achieve a qualitative improvement, he rarely paid attention to the number of devil fruits in his storage space. It was more of a collection of fun, taking advantage of the fact that Queen Ashura mobilized the entire royal city's military deployment. He also took this opportunity to start selecting these devil fruits. Near the dawn of the morning, all the forces in the royal city were completely mobilized, including Queen Ashura, and there were nearly 25 Emperor-level strongmen in total. If we add Mubai and his pet netherworld winged white tiger, there are a total of 27 Emperors, and there are 600 Heavenly King-level warriors, and nearly 30,000 purple gold-level warriors. This level of power is only about half of the entire Azura clan. The Azura clan forces on the northern continent are divided into the northernmost wasteland exile land. All the tribes that stand on the wrong side of the royal battle, or are weaker, will be exiled there. Solomon was summoned from the exiled land by the royal city to participate in the Global League. Normally, the exiled tribal forces should gather together to attack the Azura forces led by the royal city. But there is no revenge mentality like humans in the entire Azura tribe. It is normal for losers in the entire Azura race to be exiled to remote places, even if they forcefully demand a genius like Solomon, who is close to the throne. They have no resistance. This is the characteristic of the entire race. When the Darwinian culture of the survival of the fittest penetrates into the bones, it will give birth to unlimited obedience to the strong. As for the management of the entire Azura clan, the power of the capital headed by the Queen of Azura will be highly concentrated. This time, the coalition forces of the Blackwing clan, the Dragon clan, and hundreds of powerful races came here through the gradually weakening endless sea through space treasures. They caught the Azura clan forces of the entire northern continent off guard, which was also the main reason why the capital was besieged. The coalition forces divided into two groups. Except for the main forces of the Blackwing clan and the Dragon clan, all the combat power of other races was invested in the defense of the exiled land. When the elder told Mubai these things, Mubai also understood why the capital avoided fighting. The number of the coalition forces of hundreds of races seems to be very large. But in fact, high-end combat power is extremely lacking. The main keynote of the entire battle is the emperors of the Blackwing clan and the Dragon clan at this moment. As long as they are all defeated or killed, the dilemma of the entire Azura clan will be immediately resolved. Last month, the elder was attacked by the Blackwing god and the Dragon god king and was seriously injured and has not recovered until now. This is another important reason why the entire capital battle situation fell into siege. I don't know the real names of the Blackwing god and the Dragon god king, but from what I know, they represent the top 3 peak combat power of our tribe. The strongest one is the Blackwing god. If it's a one-on-one fight, even I am not sure I can escape. The son of the Blackwing god seems to be the Tianju Sisi, who once fought with you in the Global League. The elder muttered softly. In his eyes, even if Mubai was powerful, he couldn't fight against the two kings at the same time. At this moment, he reminded Mubai more to remind him to be more careful about the Blackwing god. If he could delay until the other emperors of the tribe destroyed the main force of the other party, it would be the best. Sisi? Mubai, with a slightly strange look in his eyes, stretched out his hand in the void in front of him and held something in the empty space and pulled it out. In the Black Star world, the Blackwing Sisi, who was suppressed at the bottom of the sea, was having his face torn by several sharks. He was originally furious, but now he was numb. If he had the will to struggle 8 days ago, but now that he has not seen the light for a long time, Sis is almost going crazy. After all, being trapped for 8 years without consciousness and being trapped here for 8 days consciously are two completely different concepts. What's more, at this moment, Sis still thought that the outside world was controlled by Mubai. He seemed very desperate under the double blow of spirit and body. Just when he was still numb, a big hand made of the worlds will pass through the void and directly passed over the sea surface and plunged into the seabed. When Sis was still in a daze, he was held in his hand and pulled out. From a distance, it looked like a god's move. After fully mastering the world's will, Mubai was completely familiar with the matter of passing through the world barrier and taking out some things from the Black Star world at will. Basic materials can be moved at will, so a small life form is naturally no problem. The Great Elder, who wanted to remind this human, was surprised to find that a Blackwing clan was taken out of the void by the other party. He looked closely. It turned out to be Sis, the king of the Blackwing clan. We caught this guy before, and now it seems that he is still somewhat useful. After saying that, Mubai threw the confused and dazed Blackwing tribe's genius to the feet of the Great Elder. The overjoyed Great Elder naturally knew what to do. He quickly ordered people to tie up this key figure and then ordered them to process him and send him to the enemy's camp. He wanted to make the top emperor, who thought he was in charge of the overall situation, uneasy. In the camp made of dragon purple crystals, when the Blackwing god saw the Sith head rolling out of the gift box, he just used energy to destroy it. His cold eyes did not change at all. But the senior general's presence seemed very unnatural because a terrifying energy wave burst out from the Blackwing god's body. Good. 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 After saying 3 good words, the Blackwing god directly shook his black wings like a fallen angel and soared into the sky. The Dragon God King and other high-level combat forces all followed. When they came to the plain outside the Azura King City, they found that almost all the forces in the Azura King City came out. The glazed lamp, glazed carriage, and glazed crown. The identity of the stunning woman did not need to be guessed. Everyone knew that it must be the Azura Queen Liji who came in person. Since they are all out, there is no need to wait any longer. All the warriors of the Blackwing clan, listen up. Whoever can take off the glazed crown will be the next Blackwing saint. The cold voice of the Blackwing god froze the void like ice. And many young Blackwing clan warriors were very excited when they heard that they could become saints. You know, the resources obtained by obtaining the position of the Blackwing saint will be inestimable. And promotion to the throne in the future is just around the corner. The overwhelming Blackwing warriors rushed over. The leaders were even more powerful emperors, and behind them were hundreds of heavenly king-level warriors. As the first vanguard troops, they jointly released waves of momentum. And these momentums gathered together like the drums on the battlefield. It was as if the whole world was constantly breaking and shaking in the sound of the drums. Such momentum was really amazing. When the Azura Queen Liji was about to order the Azura warriors of her tribe to fight, a young man with long black hair and dark golden pupils had already walked forward with his hands behind his back. He could stir up thunder before he took a step. At this juncture, Mubai had the mission of becoming the global overlord to complete. So he was naturally brave enough to face it. After all, killing the enemy would earn the percentage of fruit awakening. When the black torrent in the sky swooped down, Mubai muttered to himself in front of him, "It's been a long time since I used my full strength to display the domineering. Today, I will test the domineering of the Emperor level on you." I saw a kind of spirit that had never appeared before emanating from Mubai's body, and the scene of the sea subverting slowly appeared in his dark golden eyes. When this unique spirit extended forward, it was also silent. When it instantly enveloped hundreds of thousands of black wings, these warriors themselves did not notice it at all. So that's it. Mubai, who had some enlightenment, noticed the uniqueness of his domineering at this moment, compared with Roger's ability to listen to everything in one piece. What he realized after his spirit reached its peak was a unique killing power. Mubai would rather call it destruction. Obliterating the existence of annihilation creatures. The power of destruction. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for activating the Overlord Hockey skill. Overlord Hockey Destruction can crush all beings within the affected range with a strong spirit. Beings covered by the power of destruction will be attacked by spirit that ignores physical defense. The damage value is determined based on the comparison of the spirit points of both parties. When the damage value or grade of both parties is greatly different, the power of destruction will ignore any defense effect and kill the target's body and soul. Activated. Overlord Haki Destruction. Just as the vanguard army of the Blackwing clan was about to come into contact with Mubai, the black and red spirit extended from the void. The entire sky changed from the rising sun to the black-red purgatory in less than a second. When the black-red energy covered the entire territory, a young Blackwing warrior who followed the large team saw a nightmare he had never seen in his life. Magnificent flowers bloomed from the front of hundreds of thousands of Blackwing vanguards. The flowers also had a strange beauty when they bloomed, with the flesh and blood of each Blackwing warrior as the petals, and the crystal-clear blood beads as the morning dew. Each strong body full of violent aesthetics was like a dancer standing on the stage performing for all living beings. The short-lived beauty that gradually bloomed was undoubtedly fascinating. The birth and death of life are the fate that individual creatures cannot escape. But this long way of death is undoubtedly painful. People are lingering in fear and waiting for time to bring the god of death. What happened at this moment undoubtedly shortened this process. Every young warrior who was still in his peak state began to bloom from the moment when his life was the strongest. Began to bloom gorgeous blood-colored flowers with life. In a trance, the young Blackwing clan warrior seemed to see a horrible world beyond H.L. when the domineering aura of the Overlord rushed into his brain. An incomprehensible confusion had already put him in this state of suspended animation. The scene in front of him was beautiful. So beautiful that he didn't even notice when the bloody flower bloomed from his chest. So beautiful that he didn't even notice that his soul was annihilated. When the moment of severe pain came, he had already entered the abyss of death. This is a kind of beauty. The beauty of destruction. When this beauty reaches its limit, it is the time when the flower of destruction begins to wither. Here, life is an unforgivable blasphemy. Just like a beam of light illuminates a dark corner. And this beam of light is already guilty at this moment. All the dragon warriors and Blackwing clan warriors under the throne of the black and red spirit covered the land and died suddenly. The flesh and blood were destroyed by the power of destruction. And the soul was split by the power of destruction. Those Tianwan level Tianjiu, who shone brightly in their own tribe, were easily wiped out like weeds on the ground at this moment. There was no trace of pity in Mubai's eyes. Standing at the center of the blood flower bloom, the endless destructive power of the Overlord was still spreading. In Mubai's eyes, he admitted his selfishness in treating life. The difference between the human race and the Blackwings was not much different from the difference between humans and pigs, dogs and livestock. He would never feel compassion or guilt for slaughtering these Blackwings. And it was even more impossible to say that he had a demon in his heart. Several Blackwings Emperor thrones in the front fell to the ground. The destructive power did not kill them. But this power that ignored defense and crushed withered had caused them varying degrees of damage. And what frightened them most was that this damage could not be recovered in a short time. Blackwing's soul body. The 12-winged fallen angels appeared. The Blackwing's Emperor throne, who was half kneeling on the ground, immediately activated the Emperor throne soul body. The other two Emperor thrones could not summon the Emperor throne soul body because they had not stepped into the Emperor throne for a long time. So they immediately came behind that fellow tribesman and transmitted the Blackwing's fallen power into his body. Void wailing. A majestic soul of a 12-winged fallen angel appeared on the blood mist battlefield, with exactly 12 black swords suspended in the air. Each sword and blade was engraved with complex inscriptions. When these inscriptions flashed, the 12-winged fallen angel soul with a torture mask attacked. The ground shattered when the sword containing the power of corruption fell, and Mubai, who was in the center of the depths, suddenly disappeared on the spot. Even this is worthy of being called a soul? Disappear. Two vibration ball covers shattered the void and went straight through the head of the fallen angel soul. The massive vibration power provided by the super awakening vibration fruit was like a sharp sword at this moment, tearing the entire 12-winged fallen angel soul apart. Space vibration. As the earth collapsed, endless vibrations spread, and behind Mubai, a vibration soul attacked at the same time. A punch hit the already shattered head of the 12-winged fallen angel soul, and the amazing world-breaking power actually annihilated the fallen angel soul in an instant. As the soul was annihilated, the Blackwing clan emperor suffered an unprecedented heavy blow. Even his eyes were filled with hot tears of blood. After the soul was forcibly wiped out, the body of the emperor would be irreparably damaged. Even if there was a chance to repair this damage in the future, there would be a high probability of various hidden dangers. And this is the case when the soul is slowly wiped out. The damage caused by Mu by destroying the entire emperor's soul with just a few moves is even more exaggerated. At least at this moment, the Blackwing clan emperor has cracks in his internal organs. In this state where the injury cannot be repaired, it is enough to cause a great loss of combat power. Go! This guy is the peak combat power of the Emperor. The Blackwing Clan Emperor, with blood in his eyes, roared immediately, and the two emperors of the same clan behind him immediately turned around and broke through the air. Unfortunately, it is undoubtedly too late now. Even if they have the speed of light movement similar to the flash fruit, it is useless. Under the cover of the Overlord Haki and Observation Haki, Mubai does not need to specifically locate them to achieve long-distance positioning and attack. Fingers snapped. Vibration origin. Mubai flicked his finger, and a ball with a faint white light exploded behind the two emperors. Squeak! Squeak! The devastating vibration power swept over. Two blood mists spread in the aftermath of the massive energy. When the Blackwing God arrived, there was only a deep pit of 10,000 meters in size. At the same time, the power of the dark fruit on Mubai's left hand surged out. The seriously injured Blackwinged Emperor shook his wings to distance himself. But after a flash of thunder, Mubai, who turned into thunder, had already arrived above his head. Corruption erosion. The Blackwinged Emperor, who summoned a large number of corrupt energy balls with his backhand, launched a suicidal counterattack. He caught Mubai's vibrating iron fist and collapsed all over his body. He also blasted his own corrupt energy balls with corrosive power into Mubai's arms. But then Mubai had no reaction to being corroded. It seemed that his attack just now did not exist. Before he figured it out, 3 consecutive shocking iron fists had already smashed his head. He was still alive, and launched the erosion power of the fallen angel again. Really persistent, Mubai said with a little emotion. After he stepped into the throne, his body constitution points were basically 3 times the value of the ordinary throne. It is worth noting that this value is not simply 1 + 1 = 2. The greater the difference in constitution points, the greater the difference in physical quality and various resistances between the two. For example, the negative attack of the Blackwing throne at this moment did not break Mubai's defense at all. This is the power of erosion. Dark water. The power of the fallen and the power of the dark fruit collided and intertwined at this moment. The most common power of the fallen system of the Blackwing tribe did not burst out the erosion power it should have at this moment, but was instantly suppressed by the dark water. The deadly dark water continued to erode the body of the Blackwing throne in front of him. When a large amount of dark water flowed out of the opponent's 7 orifices, Mubai let go of his body and let him collapse on the ground. The body that was like an empty sh. I had been eroded by the dark water. 3 Blackwinged Emperors fell one after another in the sea of blood and corpses. And all this happened in less than a minute. After doing all this, Mubai remembered the prompt sound of the eternal system in his mind. Ding dong. Killed a large number of Blackwing army. Killed a small number of Dragon Clan. Killed 3 Blackwing Clan Emperors. It was detected that the host is currently carrying out the global hegemon mission. So the reward is settled. Ding dong. Rubber Fruit Awakening progress plus 7%. The current Rubber Fruit Awakening degree is 99%, only 1% is left to open the most buggy mythical beast fruit in One Piece. And it is also the devil fruit of the protagonist Juan Luffy in the original work. Animal-type mythical beast human fruit Nika form. What a joke. The second elder of the Ashura clan was immediately shocked. He had just been promoted to the throne and killed 3 emperors in a row, one of whom had awakened the emperor's soul. This level of combat power is probably the peak of the human race. Right? Daika, who was guarding the Ashura queen's carriage, also had a twitch in his mouth. He was now extremely glad that he had not fought a life-and-death battle with this human Mubai before. Otherwise, he would not dare to say that he could escape unscathed just from the opponent's attack. Are these Birdmen Emperors of the Blackwing clan made of toilet paper? This human is so scary. Well done. I suddenly started to like this human Mubai. The Ashura clan's army formations were talking about it. There was no doubt that after Mubai's continuous killing just now, the morale of the warriors of the entire Ashura clan was high. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Ashura Queen Liji immediately ordered the entire army to attack Huanglong and break through the siege army. Kill! Kill all the birdmen and stupid lizards. The unique horn sound of the Ashura clan resounded throughout the land. High-level Ashura warriors transformed their forms from the original evil ghost appearance to 3-headed and 6-armed violent warriors. On the other side, the Dragon Clan and the Blackwing Clan also started their armies. The bloody smell filled the entire battlefield as 2 waves of high-powered troops crossed each other. The Blackwing Army and the Dragon Army, who had air superiority, originally wanted to use the air advantage to adopt the kite-flying tactic, fighting and running at the same time. But at some point the sky battlefield had been completely blocked, except for the Emperor throne. All the strong men in the sky were restricted to the ground. Queen Azura, holding the Azura holy sword, opened her palm with a cold look, and saw a space rune rising into the sky. The blue light merged into the sky, and the space ability blockade dome completely blocked the flight limit of all flying races, which greatly increased the difficulty of the flying races to evacuate. In the chaotic army, Mubai and the Blackwing God slowly approached. Both of them approached at a slow pace, and the crazy warriors they met along the way ignored their attacks. After all, the existence that could not even get close to them, and was easily killed, was too weak. On the noisy battlefield, the Blackwing God said coldly, "I remember you. Mubai from the human race. I didn't expect you to come back. So the head of the Sith I just received was made by you. What if it was me? According to your Blackwing clan's treatment method, aren't the weak destined to be executed?" Mubai said indifferently with his hands spread out. Compared with Sith, he was more concerned about the strength of this so-called Blackwing God. "You are right. Now let's see who is the weaker one between you and me." The Blackwing God agreed with this point of view. 1, 2, 3. Everyone on the chaotic battlefield seemed to have disappeared in the eyes of the two men. Only the other's breath and heartbeat were heard, and the wind and clouds exploded when they counted to the third second. The black and strange slash cut off everything along the way with a crushing posture. The Blackwing God looked down at all living things with his left hand on top and his right hand on the bottom in a worshipful posture. And that slash was just one of the hundreds of slashes caused by the slight vibration of his wings. Good. Feeling the opponent's overwhelming killing intent, Mubai, whose fighting spirit soared, was not surprised but happy. What he wanted was that the other party would go all out. Only in this way could he verify his true fighting power after stepping into the throne. The dark water condensed by the dark fruit in his left hand raged on the surface, and the vibration ball cover composed of the vibration fruit on his right hand also sank into the earth at this moment. The vibration cover that could cause earthquakes gradually merged with the dark fruit under the suppression of the dark fruit. Looking from the sky, it seemed as clear as the black and white of the yin and yang formation. Fruit fusion skills. Step on the sky. Black and white extinction. Black and white reversed and annihilated the void. The dark vortex swallowed the Blackwing slash, and the vibration power that merged with it penetrated the void and swept over with unmatched absolute power. Humph! The Blackwing God snorted coldly and released the Emperor's throne soul. As the black wings fluttered, the strongest Emperor's throne soul of the 36-winged Blackwing clan appeared in the air. With its wings spread out, it used the sickle in its hand that looked like the god of death. The fruit fusion skill of Chao Mubai, black and white destruction, collided with each other. The continental plate split again at this moment. The shock far beyond imagination spread throughout the entire northern continent. Tsunamis and earthquakes raged, and hundreds of cracks cut the northern continent into pieces. There were even dense large cracks near the southern part of Beidar Road. The endless sea near the northern continent was in turmoil at this moment, and the prohibition that was about to disappear was completely worn out under such energy fluctuations. In the two energy shocks, no one except Mubai and the Blackwing God could get close, and it seemed that only the two of them were left on the entire battlefield. Mubai, you really have some skills, but I can't keep you like this. The Blackwing God with white hair dancing wildly and wearing a Blackwing divine armor said coldly, and in his hand, a dark feathered divine sword emitted a deadly black light. As an old-fashioned emperor, he was also an old monster who had lived for nearly 3,000 years. He hadn't been so serious for a long time. Even his own emperor soul body could barely withstand the opponent's move just now. Humans with such combat power cannot be underestimated. Black K sword. Today I will use this Mubai's blood to help you rebuild your invincible glory. The Blackwing general, who looked like a god or demon, pointed the tip of his sword directly at Mubai. As soon as the Black K sword came out, it was as if the sun had also gone out. In the world of black and white, only the dark wings emitted a creepy divine light. The elder of the Ashura clan, who was watching from afar, said solemnly, "You actually took out the Black K sword. This kind of artifact that suppresses the luck of the clan cannot be fought against without breaking." The word Black K means the Black Sun in the Blackwing clan. This is also the highest standard of killing artifact. Mubai, who had endured the attack of the opponent's soul body in a puff of dust, stood up from the ruins. The opponent's 36-winged Emperor throne soul was indeed ridiculously strong. Even a physique like him was slightly injured. Fortunately, he could recover from this injury instantly. Since this is the case, I have to take out the God of War. Seeing the other party take out a weapon, Mubai reached out from the void and took out a Naginata with a black dragon wrapped around the handle. The martial god, which had never been used in the Black Star world, felt Mubai's fighting spirit and was also transforming at this moment. As a growth weapon, its quality evolves autonomously as Mubai becomes stronger. Now that the host has stepped into the throne of the Emperor, it will naturally enter the ranks of god-level quality weapons. Ding dong. The growth weapon martial god is detected to be transforming. The transformation is successful. Martial god, god level, martial god, the only special growth artifact modified by the Eternal System, with a 30% increase in all series of devil fruits, strengthening the user's strength and physique by 10%, and gaining the blessing of the body of the martial god. It has the characteristics of being indestructible, and can also be integrated with the power of the devil fruit. Mubai, who felt something in his heart, activated the thunder fruit, and the martial god in his hand turned into thunder and electricity. Activate the rubber fruit, and this martial god sword also has the super elasticity of rubber. Activate the black dragon form of the fish fruit, and this martial god sword has the ability to change into animal form. It can change as you wish. And such a god-level weapon that integrates offense and defense is undoubtedly extremely super. No need to say more. The murderous black-winged god has already slashed down with one sword. At the same time, two black-winged swords appeared in the hands of the 1,000-meter Emperor Throne Soul behind him. Mubai, who was full of fighting spirit, held the martial god in his backhand and faced the opponent's strongest slash and hit everything. The 4 Emperor Throne Phantoms behind him exerted their strength at the same time. Kung! The 2 strongest offensive weapons in the world collided with the most domineering blades. Time seemed to stop, and the heartbeat seemed to stop. A more terrifying energy shock wave was constantly compressed and accumulated in the repeated annihilation. My Black K is indestructible. Even a divine weapon. During the confrontation between swords and swords, the black-winged god sarcastically reminded the other party. But Mubai increased his strength without any reaction. The power of moving mountains and seas covered on the Wushan sword was enhanced to the extreme. Even the black-winged god was a little struggling with this power. Black-winged god is just like this? The crazy Mubai was still increasing the power in his hands, and black scales grew on his body. With the power of the black dragon form of the fish fruit, Mubai was switching himself from human form to dragon form. In this form, his power was far beyond that of the black-winged god. Fallen angel wings. The black light flashed. The black-winged god, who had distanced himself from Mubai, immediately stabbed his stomach with both hands holding the sword. The strange thing was that the head of Mubai on his stomach happened to hit the Black K. Not good. At the same time, Mubai's observation haki gave a fierce warning. He didn't think that the other party was self-harming. He immediately turned into thunder and kept himself in the state of elemental body for a long time. The disappointment in the eyes of the black-winged god without a target was fleeting. Hide? You and I in the elemental body can also see it. The black sword suddenly slashed behind him. Kung! The martial god's sword and the black sword collided again. And at this moment Mubai in the Dragon Man state opened his mouth and spit out black flames to explode towards the chest of the black-winged god. And the battle between the Emperor's soul bodies above their heads was also extremely fierce. The Thunder Soul body pulled all kinds of thunders to come down, and the Dark Soul body triggered dark water to suppress the fallen ability of the fallen angel's Emperor's soul body. The Black Dragon soul body changed into a black dragon and bit the fallen angel's soul body torso. And the Vibration soul body was a punch to the flesh. The fists full of infinite destructive power fell on various parts of the 36-winged fallen angel soul body. The battle has just begun. The 36-winged fallen angel soul that destroyed Mubai's fruit fusion skill is now coming like a true god. 18 pairs of black light wings can handle 4 base phantoms at the same time with ease. Obviously, the black-winged god, an old monster who has lived for more than 3,000 years, is far superior to Mubai in terms of soul attainments. 2 shadows of light kept colliding on the chaotic battlefield. The clash of the strongest weapons brought endless murderous aura, which tore the sky and the earth. The equally matched Black-Winged God and Mubai fought from the plains outside the Azura King City to the exiled land in the north, even ignoring the garrison of the 100 Races Coalition army in the military camp. A large number of alien warriors were annihilated in the heavy energy collision, while blood and flesh flew everywhere. The Black-Winged God was merciless to these allies. As an enemy, Mubai also ignored these people. The two of them turned the entire exiled land upside down, like a plague god. What was even more terrifying was the Emperor Throne souls that were fighting above their heads. The multiple fruit abilities of Mu Bai's 5 Emperor Throne Martial Souls, which were composed of fruit power, far exceeded the destructive power that a single natural fruit could produce. The devastating power displayed by the 5 Emperor Throne Souls together could be regarded as top-level combat power. The 36-winged fallen angel soul of the Black-winged god is even more terrifying. With a single soul, it can block the joint attack of Mu Bai's 5 Emperor Souls. The aftermath of the battle between the souls far exceeds the aftermath of the battle between Mu Bai and the Black-winged god. During the period when the two fought from south to north, the souls destroyed countless buildings, and even the places where they stayed for a little longer were like being repeatedly bombed by nuclear bombs. When the Emperor of the 100 Races Alliance appeared, the entire garrison of the 100 Races Alliance had been completely flattened, and millions of troops were killed in the aftermath of the battle between the two. The 100 Races Emperor, with bulging veins, looked fiercely at the mountains not far away. He could sense that two extremely terrifying forces were fighting, diverting trouble to the east. What a Black-winged god! When I go to your western continent, I must cause you some trouble. After a cold snort, the Emperor could only leave in dismay. After all, even if he participated in the battle at his level, he would not be able to play any role. The combat energy level displayed by these two perverts was strictly speaking a little out of the range of the Emperor. In the Shura Mountains, the Black-winged god held the sword in both hands, and the light of the stars was reflected like a dragon coming out of the sea. A little blue and red feather cuts off all enemies in the world. The Black-winged god holding the Black K sword took out a red feather from an unknown place. When his Black K sword cut off the feather suddenly grew larger. It continued to expand like a mountain, just like the infinite extension of Sun Wukong's Rui Jing Dubang. The blue and red feathers the size of mountains pressed down in the direction of Mu Bai. The momentum it carried was domineering and unparalleled for a while. Many wild animals living in the Shura Mountains only felt a black head, and when they looked up, they saw the sky-covering feathers in the shape of an arc rolling towards the mountains. What a magical power! But it's a bit useless to have only this. Mu Bai, who was in the Dragon Man state, disappeared instantly. The super-awakening ball cover of the vibration fruit condensed between his hands had long been thirsty. Mu Bai rushed towards the direction of the falling blue and red feathers, and the white shadows of his hands swept through the void. In a burst of phantoms, the two vibration ball covers hit the blue and red feathers, like mountains, with an absolute force that could not be added. There was a loud bang in the air. Then, there was a dense sound of shattering. Crackling, crackling, crackling. The void turned upside down. Yin and Yang were reversed, and the white light waves swept across the entire mountain area when the two fists fell. Split it open for me! The endless blue-red feathers shattered at this moment. Countless black sword waves burst out from these cracks. Mu Bai, since you are looking for death, don't blame me. Blue-red feather black sword slash. The black sword in the hands of the Black-winged god, who laughed loudly, suddenly disappeared. And then the sword waves and the blue-red feathers came raging. Looking around, the whole sky turned into black and red light. There are more than billions of these sword waves. If they are allowed to attack a target at the same time, then this person will fall even if he is at the top of the base. Goodbye. After waving goodbye playfully, the Black-winged god opened his hands and controlled all the black sword waves to destroy the ground at an extremely terrifying speed. From a distance, it was as terrifying as the end of the world. The overwhelming black and red sword waves cut all existences indiscriminately with a dense number like the sea. This speed is so fast that it is all opened at the speed of light. Even Mu Bai almost didn't catch the trajectory of all the sword waves. But even if you catch it, it's useless. When a drop of rain hits you, you may feel indifferent. But what if a planet hits you? These blue-red sword waves are undoubtedly more terrifying than the impact of a planet. Even when the Black-winged god used the blue-red feather artifact, he didn't know its true damage, especially after it was combined with the Black K sword. The attack power of an auxiliary artifact and an offensive artifact combined with everything is already the top in the world, especially when the operator of these two artifacts is still himself. With the right time, right place and right people, the Black-winged god has an absolute grasp of using the power of the two to completely kill the human Mu Bai in the Shura Mountains. The game is over. Kill! With the word kill from the Black-winged god, billions of blue-red sword waves shattered the void, tore the mountains and rivers, and the entire northern continent was dimmed at this moment, and all the brilliance was concentrated in one place. Facing such a killing array, Mu Bai was surprised to find that his Emperor Throne soul body inexplicably dissipated, and his originally unimpeded devil fruit power gradually weakened at this moment. And even his three-color domineering was blocked at this moment. Not only that, but even his storage space was restricted. At this moment, he vaguely guessed that it should be caused by the artifact of the blue-red feather. His guess was not wrong. The blue-red feather, the peak artifact of the Blackwing clan. As an auxiliary artifact, in addition to the ability to automatically change the size of the magical power, is to store the energy of various artifacts of the same level in advance. Of course, as an auxiliary artifact, the most powerful is its unique suppression ability. This suppression ability can ignore the level, grade, and any artifact to temporarily block the skills of life forms of the same grade. The time of this blockade is not long, only about 3 minutes, but in a battle at the Emperor throne level, let alone 3 minutes, even 1/3 of a second may determine life and death. At this moment, Mu Bai's whole body skills were blocked. This dilemma gave him a different experience. After all, for a long time, he had crushed all enemies with absolute combat power. But he didn't expect that he would have to take the opponent's full-strength attack now. The light of the stars was once again extremely dim. But it was in these dim stars that 36 wings pierced the sky. The blue-red sword wave penetrated deeply into the ground under the power of the black sword. And Mu Bai's tiny figure had long been submerged by the sword wave and disappeared on the spot as time passed. 10 minutes later, the Blackwing god retracted his palm. He was a little tired and looked at the Shura Mountains in front of him. He felt a sense of weirdness. The lush Shura Mountains had long been dispersed by billions of sword waves. At this time, this place has become an abyss with no end in sight. In the deep pit of nearly 100,000 meters, only darkness can be seen. The remnants of the horrified energy are still raging. According to a rough estimate, the Blackwing god thinks that this place will not grow a single grass or flower in 1,000,000 years. The place where the sword wave reaches is a life-restricted area. Looking at the endless abyss, the Blackwing god smiled. The fighting power of the human Mu Bai in this battle was indeed extraordinary. Even if there was no huge time difference. Even he, the strongest genius of the Blackwing clan 1,000 years ago, would not dare to say that he would definitely defeat him. This time I won unfairly. The moves launched by the two artifacts have exceeded the level of the Emperor. Of course, if you don't agree, you can crawl out of H.L. The Blackwing god said with a little sarcasm. He certainly knew that Mu Bai would never appear again. After all, if he could survive this kind of attack, Mu Bai, a human, would definitely be at the top of the world's first echelon. Except for the life form at the demigod level. The Blackwing god really couldn't think of any other reason for Mu Bai to survive. Finally, after looking at the abyss, he flapped his black wings and wanted to leave here. After all, the battle situation in the Azura Clan King City was still very complicated, and he had to end it all quickly. After defeating the Azuras, the Blackwing's primary target was naturally the remaining forces of the Xia Kingdom in the East Continent. As long as they defeated the two tribes in succession, the Blackwings could become the global overlord that truly controlled everything by restraining the weak tribes. But before he took that step, a series of sonic booms came from the deep pit. The sonic booms were getting closer and closer. Closer and closer. By the time the Blackwing god reacted, a palm inlaid with black dragon scales had already pressed on his face. "You are still alive? What a joke," the extremely shocked Blackwing god said in disbelief. The human in front of him was covered with special armor similar to that of a black dragon. The exquisite black dragon armor was still dripping with black melted liquid. And the opponent's black precision armor was being repaired. It was obviously Mu Bai who survived the blue and red sword waves of the Blackwing god. "If you can't seal my body, then your previous seal is all in vain." Mu Bai, who activated the dragon armor state, ignored the extra energy disorder in his body. His strong physique was allowing him to recover quickly. With his strong physique, he could continue to repair his body even in the face of such a fatal attack. Mu Bai, who had taken on all the attacks from the opponent, pressed the head of the Blackwing god like a madman and dragged him into the deep pit. In his surprised eyes, countless fist shadows followed the frequency of breathing and continuously bombarded various parts of the Blackwing god. Fists poured out like raindrops. With a combination of top speed and strength, a monster-like destructive power erupted. 1 second later, when the 752nd fist was put away, the external skin defense of the Blackwing god had been attacked. 3 seconds later, after the 2455th fist, the Blackwing god's skin and flesh were broken. 6 seconds later, after the 13,522nd punch, the gorgeous and noble black wings that the Blackwing god was proud of were smashed to pieces by the punches. At the same time, his bones all over his body were also broken to varying degrees, especially his head, which had begun to twist and deform after being hit by countless punches. 9 seconds later, when the 23,544th punch fell, the blue and red wings that were originally used to defend the black-winged god's body had cracks. And when the cracks spread, the function that restricted Mu Bai also disappeared at this moment. 10 seconds later, after all restrictions were lifted, Mu Bai, who was fully fired, used the dark water ability of the dark fruit with one hand to firmly block the black-winged god. And then the other fist was covered with layers of vibration ball covers. The originally pale white transparent vibration ball cover has now turned into a pure white light ball visible to the naked eye. The multiple layers of vibration ball covers contained in it are very amazing. Even if Mu Bai did not move at this moment, the void around him is cracked. The black-winged god, whose body has turned into a mass of rotten meat, feels the danger. At this moment, he can no longer think about it, and immediately activates the unique blood rebirth of the Emperor Throne. As long as the blood rebirth is activated, he can turn from his current state to the peak state of the base in an instant. As an old strong man, this transformation is naturally easy for him. But when he was about to repair his injuries, he was surprised to find that his power seemed to be blocked by the quagmire. This is a turn of events. Before, he used the auxiliary artifact Chi Hung Feather to block all of Mu Bai's skills. But now, he was reversely blocked by Mu Bai's dark fruit. During the blockade of the dark fruit, it was impossible to recover from the injury, even to summon the Emperor Throne Soul. After all, the suppression power of the dark fruit also belongs to the rule system. Unless the black-winged god immediately enters the demigod level, he has no other way to break this deadlock. Between life and death, a roar of the Dragon Clan stopped Mu Bai from attacking, and the white timeline wrapped Mu Bai's body. In a sound of tooth-aching friction, Mu Bai's body was actually restrained. Not far away, a white Emperor Throne Soul was floating down. The appearance of that soul was the Dragon God King of the Dragon Clan, who was as famous as the Black-Winged God. I am the Dragon of Time and Space, and no creature can escape the constraints of time and space. The scene of the magnificent Dragon God King's appearance was very amazing. Passing through the white time and space gate, and looking down at the incapable Mu Bai, the Black-Winged God, who was reborn with blood dripping on the side, was horrified. He was almost seriously injured by Mu Bai just now. If it really became like that, even if he returned to the Western continent victoriously, he would be attacked by other Black-Winged high-level people. I came at the right time, the elegant Dragon God King said softly, as if he had already seen the scene of the Black-Winged God's distress. Humph! If you had joined forces with me earlier, then Mu Bai in front of you would have been defeated long ago. The Black-Winged God naturally knew what this guy's purpose was, and it must be to fight for more rights and resource divisions of the Dragon Clan in the northern continent in the future. Why worry? Now Mu Bai has become a fish on the chopping board. The Black-Winged God held the Black K sword and sneered. Are you sure? Your time and space ability can't even completely freeze me, let alone Mu Bai, whose physical strength is close to that of a demigod. The elegant Dragon God King exuded a color similar to that of colored glaze. When he heard the words of the Black-Winged God, he immediately found that the space-time force that restricted Mu Bai was gradually fading. That is, divine body? In the eyes of the Dragon God King, Mu Bai now has several layers of flesh, and the most critical one is the divine body. He was shocked not to know that it was a fake divine body. You know, it is the symbol of the 9th level god. Once the divine body is obtained, tricks like space-time blockade are useless on the opponent. I don't know. This Mu Bai is too weird. My blue-red sword wave combined with the black sword and the blue-red feathers were all resisted by him. It seems that you and I will join forces again today, the Black-Winged God said solemnly. And Mu Bai, who was not far away, had completely ignored the constraints of time and space and walked over here. Join forces? The two emperors joined forces, and they were two people at the peak of the throne. And the target was a newbie who had just stepped into the throne. If this news spreads, I am afraid that most people in the world will be shocked. However, after another look at each other, the Dragon God King also prepared for the battle. Even the offensive of the Black-Winged God could not kill the opponent. This time, the two really needed to cooperate and go all out. Time and Space Dragon Soul, 36-Winged Fallen Angel Soul. After the two cold voices, the pure white time and space Jilong looked down at everything in an invincible posture. The vortex pattern representing time and space symbolized the cycle of life and the arrival of fate. The golden pattern covered the body of the white dragon, which made its originally holy temperament even more sacred. The 36-winged fallen angel soul next to it was exactly the opposite of the time and space dragon. The purple mist enveloped the surroundings, and the quiet silence was like the messenger of the god of death harvesting dying creatures in the world. The pure black 36 wings were like the black sunlight spreading throughout the space. One black and one white. The two top souls that seemed to be both good and evil issued a letter of challenge to Mubai at the same time. Mubai, who was freed from the constraints of the power of time and space, was the first to launch an offensive with full of fighting spirit. As the dark water swept over, he directly activated the awakening ability of the thunder fruit. A blue thunder spread out and submerged everything. Any object that came into contact with it was elementalized. Thunder Kingdom. Everything was transformed into thunder. The endless thunder elements gathered together, and several thunder rivers rushed over like the Milky Way in the night sky falling into the mortal world. However, in this gorgeous light, the thunder that annihilated everything roared and formed hundreds of thunder dragons. These thunder dragons were lifelike and natural, like the perfect image of the ingenious workmanship of heaven and earth. They seemed to have life and hovered around Mubai. These thunder dragons were constantly expanding their bodies while roaring. They absorbed the thunder elements transformed from the soil, and expanded wildly from hundreds of meters to thousands of meters. Even the residual energy of the green and red sword waves that had not yet dissipated was decomposed and digested into nutrients by the awakened thunder fruit at this moment. The effect of such crazy expansion is also obvious. Hundreds of thousand-meter-long thunder dragons are staring at the black-winged god and the dragon god king. The night movement in their eyes is definitely not comparable to ordinary creatures. The two of them have only seen Mubai, who has mastered the devil fruit to such a level, and the thunder fruit under this level of control is obviously super powerful. At this moment, the souls of the two veteran emperors did not dare to contact Mubai, since the residual power of the blue and red sword waves can be assimilated by the thunder fruit. Then the souls of the two emperors can naturally be assimilated. Once assimilated, their combat power will undoubtedly be greatly reduced. Go! Mubai, with his hands behind his back, slowly uttered a word, and then the world composed of thunder immediately dispatched all the troops. Hundreds of thousand-meter thunder dragons roared and rushed, sweeping everything with a devastating attitude. Time and space go back. The dragon god king flapped his dragon wings and summoned several golden sacred gates in the void. Most of these rushing thunder dragons were sucked into this time and space gate and then came out in another strange posture, as if the world was reversed. These thunder dragons swam in the opposite direction towards Mubai, and as time passed, they were still changing from 1,000-meter thunder dragons to 100-meter thunder dragons, and finally annihilated into ordinary thunder elements. Such a scene made Mubai stunned for a while. It was not the first time he had come into contact with this time and space ability. Thinking back to the time when he entered Donghai City, he had wiped out a secret camp of an extraterritorial demon organization in the suburbs. In that secret camp disguised as a bar, there was a middle-aged man who controlled the superhuman retrospection fruit. People with time and space abilities are indeed troublesome, and it is even more difficult to deal with such a peak emperor who is also a time and space ability user. It is indeed troublesome. But what I, Mubai, am least afraid of is low-level trouble. Let's talk about it. Mubai stepped on the thunder dragon under his feet and drove it towards the direction of the dragon god king. Haha. My time and space ability is a low-level trouble? It seems that you are really arrogant. Triple chant. Heart control. After a cold snort, the dragon god king used his space ability in the air. This trick is also his famous skill. Thousands of years ago, he even relied on this trick to kill the dragon enemy. Now that he has stepped into the emperor's throne, he can use this trick again. It is also handy. This trick of crushing the opponent's heart in the air is definitely useful. Even if he couldn't kill the other party, he could still interfere so that the black-winged god could seize this opportunity to defeat the other party from the front, in order to defend himself from crushing his heart, and to be cautious about the attack of the black-winged god. Mubai's mind would be disturbed when the two of them were combined. They were not fools, so they would not wait for Mubai to defeat them one by one. The moment their eyes met, the black-winged god had already stepped into the air. He had already fought with Mubai in a few steps. At the moment when the black wings vibrated, the sword wave of the Black K divine sword slashed out, and the black light blade collided with the thunder dragon under Mubai's feet. And the dragon god king also took advantage of this gap to exert heart control at this moment. In his dragon palm, a white halo was put on it, and then the dragon claws clenched while the void sounded. The strong grip was transmitted through the air. and as long as it was connected to Mubai's soul, it could instantly cause heavy damage to Mubai. Mubai, who felt the danger, immediately discovered the abnormality in the space. He immediately activated the super awakening state of the Jinjin fruit without any hesitation. And the white ball covered it, and swept out with a punch. The powerful force shattered the space with the power of vibration. The control of the heart of the Dragon God King also completely failed when the space shattered. Mubai in the dragon armor state also accepted everyone who came. The martial god holding the evolutionary growth artifact collided with the black sword of the black-winged god. The only difference was that Mubai had completely suppressed the opponent in strength and speed at this moment. The swords of the weapons clashed, and set off layers of air waves. The black-winged god, who was constantly retreating, felt that his palms were numb. You know, this was absolutely impossible in the past. In the battles between the emperors, he often crushed the opponent in terms of strength, speed, and even the soul of the emperor. But now he, the top existence of the Blackwing clan, who ranked in the top 3 in terms of combat power, was completely at a disadvantage in terms of strength and speed. Sometimes I really doubt whether you are human. Mubai, I will give you one last chance. As long as you don't participate in all the battles, I will ask the Blackwing clan to never hold you accountable. As one of the 3 chairmen of the Blackwing clan, I still have this privilege. The Blackwing god smiled and shook his palm. This was his bottom line. After all, he didn't want to waste time with a tough guy like Mubai here. If the other party could not participate in the battle, that would be enough. Holding the god of war, Mubai said seriously, "Really? Can you guarantee it?" Seeing that there seemed to be a chance, the Blackwing god also relaxed his tense expression a little. "Of course you can. As one of the top leaders, I am absolutely sure that I can keep you out of this matter and prevent others from pursuing it. If you are willing to join our Blackwing clan, I will voluntarily give you my position as the 3 council presidents." Such sincerity made Mubai feel very funny. It seems that you are really scared. It seems that the so-called world's first echelon is just like this. While Mubai mocked the Blackwing god, the system prompt sound appeared in his mind. That was what he had been looking forward to for a long time. The awakening value of the rubber fruit is full. Ding dong. It is detected that the host is carrying out the global hegemony mission. Now the mid-mission reward is carried out, and the fruit awakening value is obtained. Ding dong. The current rubber fruit awakening value is 98%. And the fruit awakening value is obtained by 2% Superman rubber fruit awakening. Renamed to the animal-type fantasy beast human fruit Nika form. Please wait during the fruit awakening. Mubai still remembers that the first time he came into contact with the One Piece comics was in the orphanage before he crossed over. In that closed and oppressive environment, he yearned to enter a world like One Piece, where he could have a partner who shared weal and woe, could sail freely in the sea, and could live a meaningful life. But after entering society, he gradually understood a lot. Only a few people can have friends who share weal and woe. And the real world will not be the great voyage world in the hot-blooded comics. As an orphan, he simply removed the world of One Piece from his mind when he entered high school. Because he has to eat, he has to work, and he has to live. Since crossing into this special world where devil fruits and modern cities are combined, he has grown a lot. And the meaningless life has also left him. Now the only thing he has not forgotten is perhaps Luffy, who seems clumsy but actually has a very high emotional intelligence. And the rubber fruit. Rubber fruit awakening. Please wait. Seeing that Mubai was not willing to give in, the Blackwing god gradually became murderous. The cross on his chest emitted a faint cold light, and continued to penetrate into his body through his skin. The originally pitch-black wings kept wriggling like a monster at this moment. After a few seconds, the wings broke into powder, and dissipated in the void. It seems that we must be separated by life and death today. In this case, don't blame me. The Blackwing god, with a chill in his eyes, took out an inverted cross from his chest. On the pure black cross, a twisted creature was wriggling. As the top 3 combat forces of the Blackwing clan, the Blackwing god can naturally apply for the request to activate the highest prohibited item. This reversal cross was originally intended to deter other high-level Blackwing generals. After all, only they can know the horror of this reversal cross. Seeing this prohibited item means seeing the highest leader of the Blackwing clan. But this taboo item, similar to the Tiger Talisman, has a terrifying power that only the high level knows, which is to awaken the taboo power in the blood of the Blackwing clan. The Blackwings of the Heavenly King level will temporarily gain the power of the Emperor Throne if they open the reversal cross. And if the Blackwings of the Emperor Throne opens this thing, they will instantly have a powerful combat power that can rival the peak of the Emperor throne. And the existence of the peak of the Emperor throne, like him, will get a more powerful increase. Of course, this also requires a price. Every time it is opened, all the energy accumulated in the reversal cross for hundreds of years will be consumed. And the opener will also have a high probability of falling in realm. But there is no reason for a strong man of this level to open such a taboo item. Are you crazy? The Dragon God King was horrified when he saw the Blackwing God actually took out such a thing. When a top combat power with great power would fight desperately against his normal state, there is a high probability that something else he doesn't know happened. Half a year ago, he had heard some news about the resurrection of the Great Lord in the Blackwing clan. So when he saw this strange phenomenon at this moment, he opened the time and space gate without any hesitation and wanted to leave here. Go! The Blackwing God, with half of his face smiling and half of his face showing pain, seemed to be unable to control his body at this moment. However, in the Blackwing floating city, the highest level of the Blackwing Council in the Western continent, the sound of chanting was heard. In the luxurious secret room, all the powerful Blackwings who could rank among the top came here wearing black robes, and each of them had an item similar to the reversal cross in their hands. However, judging from the level of refinement, these are more like imitations. Only the two old men in the lead are holding the same reverse cross as the Blackwing God. Most of them were called by the chief priest. The chief priest who holds the power of sacrifice in the Blackwing clan is of the same level of nobility as the three council chairmen. Therefore, when he spoke, even the other two council chairmen in Fukong City gave him enough face and brought their important subordinates here, listening to the chanting that seemed to come from the ancient abyss. Everyone looked at each other in confusion and didn't know what the chief priest was doing. At this moment, everyone's eyes were all on the sleeping boy on the altar. This boy without wings looked more like a human. But everyone present seemed to have hallucinations and saw that he had the blood of the Blackwing clan. And the advanced level of that blood was far beyond the three strongest council chairmen. Could it be Blackwing Lord? How could this person's body appear in the world? The two council chairmen said at the same time. They needed an explanation. Why didn't the council chairman contact them after finding this person's body? This was an unusual thing in itself. The high priest did not speak but knelt quietly on his knees and offered his most loyal faith to the sleeping boy on the altar. The Blackwing Lord is crucial in the history of the Blackwing clan. He is one of the few peak emperors who has lived to the present day in the Blackwing world. He mysteriously disappeared when the world merged a year ago. According to the analysis of the three council chairmen, the Blackwing Lord fell into the turbulence of time and space. It is precisely because of his disappearance that the three council chairmen who hold the highest power can jointly control all the power in the clan. Originally, it was thought that the Blackwing Lord would disappear. But unexpectedly, his body was found by the chief priest. In this case, the Supreme Council formed by the entire Blackwing clan in the past year will be useless. After all, compared with this old monster who has lived for tens of thousands of years, the prestige of the three council chairmen in the clan is still not enough. Many of the high-level officials are descendants of the Blackwing Lord. These intricate power networks constitute the current situation of mutual checks and balances and stable development. Once the Blackwing Lord wants to take power completely, it will be difficult for the power organizations represented by the other three council chairmen to continue to exist. At this moment, the two council chairmen were not as surprised as the others. Instead, they threw away the reversal cross in their hands at the same time. Regardless of whether it was real or fake, the reversal cross in their hands must be thrown away. After all, it was the Blackwing Lord who created this thing 10,000 years ago. If this old monster wants to use this item to play a trick on them, it is impossible to defend against it. What do you mean, Chief Priest? Make up a life form similar to the Lord to deceive everyone present? The council chairmen, who were pressing forward step by step, ignored the guards around the altar and rushed to the altar. With the top three combat power of the Blackwing clan, he could completely destroy the whole farce with his absolute strength at this moment. After all, with the strength of the chief priest, he could not be stopped at all, regardless of whether the body of the Blackwing Lord was real. He had to kill him at this moment. Now that the Blackwing clan has sent troops all over the world, it is not surprising that they can wipe out the Ashura clan and then clean up the human race in less than a year. Finally, it is just a matter of raising a hand to clean up the Dragon clan. By that time, other races in the world naturally had no ability to resist and allow the Blackwings to rule. The two council chairmen would not hand over such a merit that could be written into history. You have grown a lot, but this time the entire Blackwings must move forward under my leadership. A playful voice resounded throughout the space on the empty altar. Black feathers were floating in this windless environment. The voice, that could not be heard in the black feathers, was intermittent, as if it came from another world. The council chairman's face turned cold, and he summoned a god-level weapon regardless of everyone's obstruction, and blasted it with a stick. Such power. Let alone an altar. Even the world's top metal can hardly withstand such explosive power. But such a peak blow from the throne was frozen in midair when it was about to smash the altar. What? The reversal cross thrown on the ground melted into liquid and flowed onto the altar. Under the gaze of everyone, it merged into the body of the black-haired boy on the altar. Like a signal or a coordinate, the sleepy boy opened half of his face, and a bright light flowed out of his left eye. The strong pressure was overwhelming everyone, and the kings and strongmen present had splitting headaches. If the pressure of the throne is as endless as the sea, then this pressure at this moment is far beyond the sea, the level of the star universe. It seems that it will take some time. I can't leave here yet. A black-haired boy walked down from the altar. His eyes, flowing with the brightest colors in the world, were not closed. All the black wings who looked at him felt great pressure. Even the strong men at the level of the throne could feel the trembling that crushed their souls. That was the pressure of God. The black-haired boy walked down the steps slowly, without any joy or sorrow, and seemed to be thinking about something. The two council chairmen present immediately understood what was going on, and half knelt on the ground. There was no doubt that this soul fluctuation was indeed the Blackwing Lord of the Black Wings. It was just that the old man in his twilight years had turned into a young man at this moment. The only explanation was that the other party had become in existence on the throne. Demigod, welcome the Blackwing Lord to return and take charge of the power. Except for the two council chairmen. All the others said respectfully in unison. In the Black Wings, which believed in the respect of the strong. Being strong was the most important thing. The Blackwing Lord was originally the peak throne for 10,000 years. Now that he has returned, he must have made a further step, since even the two council chairmen were half kneeling on the ground. It was enough to show that the other party had reached a high level that all living beings could never reach. On the 30th day, after 30 days, I will return to this world and lead all the Black Wings to become the most noble life forms. Now recall all the forces outside. After leaving this sentence, the young Blackwing Lord crossed paths with the two chairmen in front. At this critical moment, the two people who were originally respectful attacked at the same time. The two peak emperors joined forces to attack. Few people in the whole world can escape unscathed. Unfortunately, the Blackwing Lord they met today was a demigod, who was lucky enough to go to another higher level and return smoothly. Two black shadows instantly cut through everyone's vision. The two peak emperors were repelled at the same time without knowing when. The unknown power condensed into something like needles, and nailed the two people to the wall. Fallen angel of dark night. Fallen angel of holy light. The two people nailed to the wall immediately summoned their own emperor souls. Two completely different and powerful souls broke through all constraints with overwhelming power. Even the black long thorns nailed on their bodies were evaporated by the massive power at this moment. The Qianquan rod and the lonely soul sword fell at the same time. The entire altar space seemed to be completely shattered at this moment, and the terrifying energy fluctuation surged like a wave and headed straight for the black-haired boy. The black-haired boy, who only opened half of his eyes, finally set his sights on the two of them. He felt severe discomfort after entering this world, just like falling from a clear spring into muddy water. This change in environment made his consciousness and body feel dislocated. When the two attacked him at the same time, he thought it was two mosquitoes flying over. Why are the insects that have never seen the vast world so anxious? It seems that I need to clean up the door. After saying that, the black-haired boy smiled. Half of the face is smiling, and the other half is unresponsive. This look is really shocking, and it gives people a mysterious and weird feeling. The two council presidents are already on the verge of shooting, and they attack together with their souls. The countless energy turbulences behind them are repeatedly torn and merged at this moment. The mountain in the entire sacrificial space has shown signs of collapse. The two people who looked at each other instantly missed the figure of the black-haired boy and came to the center of the altar, where the summoning array is still continuing. Want to destroy this place? It's a bit too simple. With a wave of his hand, the Blackwing Lord sat on the steps indifferently. A large amount of strange matter suddenly appeared in the void, imprisoning the two council chairmen and their souls together. Then these void cages kept tightening, and the two emperors whose bodies were compressed felt the pain that penetrated their hearts. The originally empty souls were repeatedly crushed by this strange void cage at this moment. The irresistible energy washed over the souls, causing the two people's breath to weaken significantly. The two peak emperors were suppressed by the Black-Winged Lord before they even made a move. This method made even the chief priest feel nervous. Not to mention the others. Such a miraculous method is difficult to describe with common sense. The ease of turning the hand to make clouds and rain is just like the Buddha suppressing Sun Wukong with a 5-finger mountain. All the emperors stay here to accompany me for 30 days. And all the others return to their own territories to appease the people. As for these two, I will let them be tortured to death slowly. The seemingly innocent boy said the most vicious words in the world. The deterrence brought by this short sentence is far more persuasive than any order. All the kings and emperors nodded and said that no one dared to touch this terrifying existence. After all, even the two peak emperors were lying there like dead fish at this moment. After arranging these, the Black-Winged Lord stopped talking. After 30 days, he will fully recover his strength and break free from the restrictions to truly come to this world. But within these 30 days, he cannot leave the altar space. This is why he left all the emperors here. The situation outside does not need to be better, but only needs to be less chaotic. Letting the middle and lower level tribesmen manage, it will restrain each other and prevent greater friction. Sitting on the steps, he said with some doubt, I remember there are 3 peak foundation masters in the tribe? Where is the third one? The chief priest said in fear. This generation of Black-Winged God is leading the army to besiege the Azura tribe's capital. It is estimated that they have already exchanged fire. Oh! The interested Black-Winged Lord emptied his mind, and saw that the things far away in the northern continent immediately entered his consciousness. With the help of the function of the reversal cross, the Black-Winged Lord had a very clear view of the battle scene of the Black-Winged God, which naturally included the image of the human Mu-Bai. The Black-Winged Lord, who opened his eyes again, somehow revealed a trace of jealousy in his eyes. Only after he had been in that world did he know that the identity of a human was extremely popular. If he were not a human, he would never have taken all the risks now to forcibly cross the world barrier and come to the lower world. After all, if it were a place full of muddy water, it would be okay to be a king. But it would be impossible to go further to the demigod level. It's actually at a disadvantage. 2 peak emperors can still be so troublesome against a newly promoted emperor. Even if this Black-Winged God returns victorious, he is still a waste. I will make this game more exciting. After saying this, the Black-Winged Lord triggered the reversal cross in the air, pulling the Black-Winged God's body to release the forbidden power to force him to be promoted to a pseudo-demigod. Although there is a pseudo-word, this kind of combat power is indeed the highest combat power in the world in a short period of time. Isn't it okay to deal with the human Mu-Bai in this posture? On the northern continent, when the Black-Winged God said the 2 words, let the Dragon God King leave quickly, the whole person had completely melted. The Black-Winged God, who could not control his body, found that his main consciousness was sinking into the deep sea of consciousness, and a new consciousness replaced his current body. And the source of all this was the reversal cross. I clearly did not activate this thing myself. Why did this taboo item automatically open? With doubts and uneasiness, the Black-Winged God completely opened the connection with the body section, and the new consciousness replaced his main consciousness. The moment this new consciousness awakened, the surrounding world seemed to be stagnant. The original 36-winged fallen angel soul in the melted body was now integrated into the melted body. The vast amount of black liquid on the surface gradually built a pure black double-winged fallen angel body. There was no soul and no energy fluctuations. But Mu-Bai in the distance could find that a danger was gradually approaching. And the 6th sense that had been used for warning for a long time was also ringing wildly at this moment. The Dragon God King had long since stopped knowing what to do when he saw the current scene. The current situation was obviously that the Black-Winged God's body was undergoing some changes. Should he leave? After thinking for half a minute, greed finally defeated reason. He was tasked with gaining more benefits on behalf of the Dragon Clan. If he backed down at this moment, all the benefits would disappear. Black-Winged God, are you okay? Feeling this new body, the Black-Winged Lord seemed to have found an interesting toy and kept fiddling with it. After hearing the words of the Dragon Clan not far away, he was shocked. He was fortunately teleported to the upper world when the world merged. So he really didn't know that there was a so-called Dragon Clan in this world. Of course, there was no concept of community of interests in his eyes. In 30 days, I will directly rule the world and enslave all races. And this kind of scaly beast will naturally be no exception. I'm fine. So good that I want to kill you. Suddenly, the Black-Winged Lord controlled this body, and picked up the Black K sword and slashed in the direction of the Dragon God King. When Mu-Bai, who was watching from a distance, was still confused, The two had already started fighting each other, which made Mu Bai feel very speechless. Is this an internal conflict? However, most of his attention at this moment was not on those two people, but on the loading progress bar of the awakening of the rubber fruit. Ding dong. Loading the Nika form of the mythical beast species. 5%. 10%. As the dragon of space and time. The dragon god king subconsciously used the space and time reversal when facing the slash. The ripples of the slash in the entire space gradually disintegrated under the power of the reversal. And at the same time, the hot breath also rushed towards the Blackwing Lord along with the reversal power. The power of space and time? Interesting. Although the Blackwing Lord cannot display his true ability in this body, the lethality of the moves he can display with a massive amount of fallen origin is still beyond the reach of the Peak Emperor. Collapse? The soul of the dragon of space and time was instantly wiped out by the mysterious power. The Dragon God King, whose whole body collapsed, looked at his life rapidly draining away in disbelief. His eyes full of horror. The only way to kill the Emperor's throne is to wipe out his Emperor's throne soul. But the Emperor's throne soul is difficult to be completely defeated in an instant, unless it is absolutely overwhelming. Blood rebirth cannot save his life at this moment. After 3 seconds, he was wiped out in the void along with the Emperor's throne soul and the flesh and blood of the Dragon God King. The Black-Winged Lord, who retracted his hand, looked at his hands with some disappointment. He was still far from controlling this body at the moment. At least less than 50%. Although he could easily kill the Peak Emperor's throne in this state, the damage to his body was also very large. After all, this body was only a short-term pseudo-demigod state, and it was estimated that it would completely collapse in more than 10 minutes because it could not carry such a huge amount of energy. Dark Abyss. For simple words came out of the mouth of the Blackwing Lord. The ground and the sky dimmed at the same time. At the same time, countless fallen divine powers flowed in the entire space. The transcendent divine power that surpassed any power has become the master of this space at this moment. The Blackwing Lord, who was in the Dark Abyss, pointed casually in the direction of Mu Bai. The next second, the mountains collapsed. The stars fell. All objects in the tens of thousands of meters area centered on Mu Bai disappeared in an instant. And the powerful fallen energy is still eroding that area. Not good. Mu Bai, who was waiting for the fruit to awaken, felt an unprecedented energy bombarding him. Dark water. Mu Bai subconsciously used the dark water ability of the dark fruit. The sticky dark water surrounded him, and tried to invalidate the contact force while blocking the erosion of external energy. This won't work. Feeling threatened, Mu Bai realized that his dark water was being rapidly decomposed. When the opponent's energy eroded him, he consumed even more energy. This was a qualitative difference in energy. The intense high temperature poured from the outer layer of dark water into the inner layer of the dark SHL. In this situation, Mu Bai immediately activated the awakening ability of the dark fruit and used the black hole that pulled everything to absorb this massive energy. At the same time, he activated the elementalization to avoid damage in the gaps. When the violent energy fluctuations gradually subsided, only a weak black hole was spinning where Mu Bai was. And Mu Bai, who took out the dragon armor state, was panting violently with his whole body burnt. The elementalization could not guarantee safety, so Mu Bai had to activate the dragon armor form at the last moment. The burning injury was repaired in an instant. Mu Bai, who returned to the peak, was not happy at all because he vaguely discovered the weirdness of the Blackwing God. The opponent's attack in this round was obviously beyond the level of the Emperor. A casual blow could break the absolute defense in the dragon armor state. Obviously, the power level of this person has touched the boundary of the god. Interesting. After feeling the other party's life breath, the Blackwing Lord said with a little surprise, "You know, the corrupt energy he released just now is basically the same as the one he used to kill the Dragon God King. Even the power that the peak of the Emperor's throne could not stop was received by a human who had just entered the Emperor's throne." In the collapsed ground, Mu Bai Lei Ting disappeared instantly. And at the same time, brilliant thunder swept over. The Black-Winged Lord smiled and waved his hand downwards. In an instant, Mu Bai, who was in the elemental state, felt the unknown force destroying his elemental body, and was forced to exit the elemental state. A black fist passed through the space and hit his chest. After being attacked by this mysterious punch, Mu Bai's figure was embedded directly into the ground. After smashing countless layers of rocks, he barely stopped. Mu Bai, who was bleeding at the corner of his mouth, could not remember when he was so embarrassed. Life returned. The injury disappeared instantly. Mu Bai, who returned to the peak, gritted his teeth, and rushed out of the ground towards the black-winged lord marked by the observation color in the distance, and launched a violent attack again. Every punch carried a vibrating ball cover, and every time he punched, the space would shatter repeatedly like a broken mirror. Squeak! 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 Such a terrifying attack was like nothing in front of the Blackwing Lord. He easily dodged every vibrating iron fist. Sometimes he would even playfully use his chest to take Mu Bai's fist. Even so, it did not cause him any harm. The gap between the two people was just like a two-dimensional person could not kill a three-dimensional person, no matter what means he used. But on the contrary, it was extremely easy for this three-dimensional person to deal with a two-dimensional person. Void Prison. The Blackwing Lord yawned and patted Mu Bai's back with a smile. And then the black chains in the space gathered like they had life. The space range was rapidly reduced in a short period of time. If he did not counterattack, even with Mu Bai's physique, he would be crushed into a meat pie in this situation. The surface shattered and the sky collapsed. When the world was upside down, Mu Bai suddenly took out the martial god's Naginata and chopped it fiercely at the top of the Blackwing Lord's head. In the huge sound wave, a slash with vibrating power broke through all obstacles like a hand of God. And this void cage gradually broke apart in this degree of vibration. Mu Bai used the awakening vibration in this process. Step on the sky. Peak domination slash. The domineering and unparalleled slash crossed the void chain and chopped towards the head of the Blackwing Lord with an indomitable posture. Too slow. It seems that you still don't understand the gap between you and me, the Blackwing Lord said indifferently. But his hand did not stop. He opened his mouth, and a black energy ball slowly spit out from his mouth. He stretched out his hand to pull the energy ball, and appeared behind Mu Bai. Just when Mu Bai's sword reached its peak, he backhanded and blasted away. Mu Bai, who felt the danger, immediately burst out with a domineering. The vast and domineering spirit swept across the four directions like a startled dragon. Even the Blackwinged Lord, who had reached the pseudo-demigod state, was stunned for a second at this moment. Although his consciousness was his own, the physical body he was controlling at this moment was that of the Blackwinged God. In this situation where he was forcibly raised from the peak of the throne to the demigod through the reversal of the cross, his physical body could not bear it. So when Mu Bai's domineering aura swept over, the Blackwinged Lord's consciousness was also temporarily stagnant. Before he could recover, Mu Bai's slash with the super awakening shock fruit had already chopped down along his forehead. Mu Bai, who had raised the martial god's long sword, controlled the black water with the dark fruit in his left hand to suppress it, temporarily blocking the Blackwinged Lord's ability to move, and then covered his right hand with terrifying thunder current and vibration ball cover, and punched several times while the martial god's long sword was drawn out. The Blackwinged Lord, who had temporarily lost his ability to move, only felt a burning sensation on his head. Then, Mu Bai, who had turned into a black dragon, opened his dragon mouth and spewed out the hottest black flame from his throat. The purple thunder and the sharp blue wind blade exerted force on both sides at the same time. Under the attack of the three elements, the Blackwing Lord's eyes flashed. Mu Bai, who had transformed into a black dragon, flew thousands of meters away as if he had been hit hard. But in the blink of an eye, Mu Bai, who had transformed into a dragon man, had already arrived in front of the Blackwing Lord and started the vibration attack again. Mu Bai found that any other fruit ability could not hurt the opponent, but his super awakening vibration ability could play a role. The Blackwing Lord, who had suffered continuous heavy blows, grabbed Mu Bai's hands and held his head tightly. His deformed head instantly restored to its original state. He kicked out with a slightly sarcastic look. Then the world in front of him collapsed. Any material fell apart under the erosion of this divine power. And even Mu Bai's body gradually collapsed at this moment. This body is indeed a little bit difficult to use, but it is enough to deal with opponents of your level. The Blackwing Lord pulled out a black spear from the dark abyss like a king and stabbed it towards Mu Bai's chest. This blow with boundless divine power instantly knocked Mu Bai, whose body collapsed, away, and a blue light burst out at the moment of contact with Mu Bai's body. A life-saving treasure? Seeing the blue light, the Blackwing Lord muttered to himself in surprise. With his consciousness a little hazy, Mu Bai naturally knew that this was the once-a-month death-free skill of the Star-Shining God armor that took effect. But how to resist the next wave of attacks? Some of the broken Star-Shining God armor completely revealed its original form at this moment. Mu Bai, wearing the broken armor, felt a little more desolate. He climbed up from the ground, and his internal organs had been broken to varying degrees. and it would be difficult to recover in a short time under the erosion of the power of corruption. You are very good at doing this. Mu Bai. It is also an honor for you to die in my hands. After your death, my yellow map hegemony will naturally come to fruition. The Black-Winged Lord, who had no time to waste, pointed his finger at the same time as he spoke. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment, and Mu Bai heard a clear voice in his drowsy state. Ding dong. The rubber fruit awakens. The Nika form of the fantasy beast species human fruit. In the pure white world, 4 elves were dancing around a figure whose appearance could not be seen clearly. Their beautiful singing became louder and louder as the breath of the figure became stronger. In the singing, the drums gradually sounded. The drums played from the heart sounded in the void with unknown power. This sound fits everything. Any creature that hears this sound will feel extremely happy. If the whole world falls into darkness, this loud drum sound can also dispel it. It is joy. Absolute happiness. The most beautiful vision and desire rooted in people's hearts. The hottest blessing since the birth of life. And the gift given by fate. Mu Bai, surrounded by 4 elves, gradually woke up. And his heartbeat reached its peak at this moment. The deep and loud drum sound dispelled all the stubborn injuries. Gradually wiped out the rubber fruit in the body. And replaced it with a new power system full of laughter. What's more surprising is that at this moment, Mu Bai actually reached the peak of the Emperor's throne directly from the beginning of entering the Emperor's throne. Even the semi-god realm is only 1 step away. The power of laughter surges in the air. Thick smoke floats in the space along the line of sight, as if the white elves are dancing happily. It is in this white smoke that Mu Bai's hair gradually turns into the appearance of white flames. And the scorching temperature between the hair makes the joy in the space even more. Under the winding white hair is the virtual clothes. Not only that, Mu Bai's eyebrows have turned white at this moment, and the originally golden pupils have flowed out brilliant light and fire in this second. Mu Bai, who has completed all the transformations, feels unprecedented laughter. The whole world has become a brand new look in front of him. And the domineering aura that has reached its peak has also merged with the laughter at this moment with Mu Bai's transformation. The power that is enough to overturn the whole world in the loud drumbeats really erupts at this moment. Mu Bai, who slowly stood up, covered his eyes, and laughed unprecedentedly. He could feel that the Nika form of the awakened rubber fruit has a special feature far beyond other devil fruits. The new fruit power has integrated all the abilities in his body together. Tremor fruit, thunder fruit, black dragon fruit, dark fruit. These fruits first appeared in the fusion state, with the drum of liberation in Mu Bai's heart. Mu Bai felt that he could perfectly control each ability, and under the ability system of laughter, these devil fruits will also burst out unprecedented abilities. The devil fruit ability that can be infinitely enhanced through laughter and imagination is indeed the most special. Ha ha! Mu Bai, who laughed, swept across the land with the sound of the drum of liberation like a god. Laughter and joy reached their peak at this moment. At this moment, the Black-Winged Lord also noticed the difference in Mu Bai. It was not as simple as changing his appearance casually. He could not feel any aggression and danger in the other party. Instead, he actually had a trace of joy in his heart, which was obviously extremely abnormal. Although I don't know what has changed in you. You must die today. As soon as the voice fell, the stars dimmed. The sun and the moon lost their light. A shadow that covered the sky and the sun appeared in the void of the entire northern continent. That shadow was the image of the Black-Winged clan. And at this moment, the Black-Winged Lord pointed out with a monstrous murderous intent. In an instant, the inestimable fallen energy broke through all barriers. They surrounded Mu Bai from all directions. Such a trick, let alone the peak of the Emperor's throne. Even if 10 peak Emperors joined forces, could not crack this trick. Just like asking a kindergarten student to solve a world problem. Faced with this killer move, Mu Bai in the form of the sun god Nika suddenly jumped into the sky. Then his head suddenly swelled like a cartoon image. When the hundreds of meters long mouth opened, it drank up the endless fallen energy. Before the Black-Winged Lord was surprised, Mu Bai had already stepped on the flame cloud in the air and held the golden crow of 10,000 flames in his hand and attacked him. Nika form, golden crow sun fist. The dazzling golden crow swept in the upside-down world. The punch that radiated the warmth of the sun was as shocking as the falling of a star amidst the laughter. The fantasy beast Nika fruit is different from any devil fruit. If the devil fruit itself is a kind of wish and expectation of people, then the Nika fruit in human form is to create this expectation autonomously. The more joyful and absurd it is, the more amazing the combat power in this Nika form is. The dark sky is covered with dark clouds, and the golden crows are heard in the 10 dazzling afterglows of the sun. The long and ancient voice was forcibly dragged out from the boundless fantasy world. The cartoon bird image conceived like a child is so absurd. But it is this absurd cartoon golden crow that gives the Black-Winged Lord a feeling of impending disaster. Laughing, Mubai swept out with a punch. The dazzling light devoured all living things in the sky and the earth. The extremely high-temperature golden crow's sun fist slammed into the surface, and took the Black-Winged Lord as the only target. The colorful colors, like children's paintings, gathered on the fist, and brought endless joy. Seeing such an absurd attack, the Black-Winged Lord was not polite. He moved the right arm of this body, and the endless corrupt energy quickly flowed into his arm. When the black power was about to reach its peak, he swung a punch. The continental plate was violently agitated, and the unprecedented energy penetrated everything along the way, and collided with Mubai's sun golden crow fist. The 10 platinum-colored rays of light were entangled with the domineering black energy, just like 2 dragons fighting and torturing each other. When the energy level reached the highest peak, energy shock waves passed through the bodies of the two and penetrated into the depths of the earth that had been shaking for a long time. Boom! The southern part of the northern continent collapsed completely. The agitated energy fluctuations began to spread from the coastline of the northern continent, and the 10,000-meter tsunami mountain range moved the continent and collapsed. All kinds of changes beyond people's imagination were happening all over the world. The natural disaster power far exceeded that brought by the meteorite impact. When 2 different power systems collided for the first time with absolute peak power, the battle that touched the level of gods had already begun. Squeak! 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 The dense sound of space shattering was stirring all around, and it continued to shatter along the sky. This shattering pattern, together with the energy collision of the 2 people entangled together, spread towards the void at the same time. The spreading trajectory that exceeded the speed of light turned the sky into a mirror-like world. And at this moment, creatures all over the world also saw the 2 people fighting. On the imperial capital fortress entangled by the devil fruit tree on the east continent, Shinwuk and others who had just entered the city looked up at the sky in astonishment, only to see 2 figures constantly fighting. And the shattered sky above their heads showed the fragmented pictures of the 2 people fighting vividly. It's Mubai. He awakened the rubber fruit. Duanzia, who appeared in the square, said with relief. The whole body was burning like a god descending to the world, which was the performance feature of the Nika fruit. The awakening of the most special devil fruit in the world obviously also foreshadowed that a bigger event was about to happen. Hundreds of millions of Xia people looked up at the broken starry sky, and the laughter that passed through the constraints of space was transmitted to everyone's mind. And together with the sound of the drum of liberation, it stirred in everyone's heart. The impact of the 2 energies on the northern continent has gradually dissipated. The combat power unleashed by the combination of the pseudo-demigod level body and the combat awareness of the Black-Winged Lord is beyond everyone's imagination. At the last moment, the 9 golden crows on Mubai's fist had long disappeared without a trace. And the sense of crisis that made the Black-Winged Lord afraid also disappeared. Sure enough, this human's trick was just a bluff. Thinking so in his heart, the Black-Winged Lord also began a full-scale counterattack. After taking Mubai's heavy punch, he grinned and then a continuous stream of corrupt energy swept over. He wanted to strangle Mubai in the air. What a hard body. Mubai laughed while blowing on his swollen palm. The first failure did not make him feel the slightest frustration. Under the power of this devil fruit based on fantasy and imagination, anything could happen. In such a short time, he had discovered the amazing plasticity of Nika's sun god's form. Take it. Mubai rotated his hands, and the white flame smoke into a wheel-like object embedded in the huge head. In a funny image, Mubai rolled his body in the air and hit randomly in the posture of a rolling log. The corners of the mouth of the Black-Winged Lord twitched. This fighting style was completely different from his previous one. If he hadn't known that the other party had just entered the realm of the Emperor, he would have really thought that the other party was playing tricks on him. As the attack accelerated, the Black-Winged Lord also noticed something strange. That is, it seemed that he could not predict the other party's next move at all. Invincible beacon wheel. The violently rotating Mubai burned with the white flames of the sun god and hit randomly, stirring up bursts of white smoke. Just when the Black-Winged Lord was about to attack him, Mubai actually turned into a long strip in the air against common sense. The Black-Winged Lord missed the attack and condensed a black spear in his backhand and stabbed straight. The black wings also slowly spread out at this moment. The Black-Winged Lord, who had greatly increased his speed, punched at a speed that was almost teleportation. Mubai, who was laughing with his eyes covered, turned into a skipping rope, like a monkey. His hands and legs merged into two halves of the rope, and his head burning with white flames turned into the middle part of the skipping rope at this moment. The rapidly rotating rope accurately avoided all the attacks of the Blackwing Lord. From a distance, it looked like a person was skipping rope. You are looking for death. Even though the Blackwing Lord had lived for tens of thousands of years, it was the first time that he was played with by others. In anger, he immediately strengthened the effect of the reversal cross. His fist shadows, which had greatly increased the attributes of his whole body, spread all over the sky. The fist shadows that fell like a meteor shower overturned the already broken earth into a tsunami-like flowing liquid, and the void collapsed under the high temperature. The Blackwing Lord, like a terrifying ghost, launched an absolutely fierce attack on Mubai in the skipping rope state at an absolute speed, and Mubai seemed to receive a massage to let his body evenly bear the force of each punch. Master Hay, the left side is a little lighter, and the right side is a little heavier. Oh, right. This force is just right, Mubai said lazily in the skipping rope state. And even at this moment, he would become a human form. He was burning with white flames all over his body, and stopped in the air like a hot spring. The Blackwinged Lord, with his mouth twitching, looked at his hands in disbelief. You know, every punch he made just now was filled with boundless power like a falling star. And even the world's top emperors couldn't catch it easily. How come his punches turned into scraping? Master Black? Why don't you use more strength? My body is really straining. Mubai, lying on his back in midair, squinted his eyes and spoke. His flesh was like melted rubber, flowing continuously. Every punch of the Blackwing Lord would be rebounded by his rubber body and gradually disintegrated. At this moment, the force of the opponent's attack on Mubai's body was indeed no different from a massage. The void was shattered, and the continent was overturned by the fist shadow. If this level can only be regarded as a massage, then whose attack in the world can be regarded as a real attack? Humph! Playing tricks. Your tricks may seem fancy, but they can't really hurt me. Before the Blackwing Lord finished speaking, he suddenly realized that the ground was inexplicably soft and elastic, just like rubber. Just as he looked at the ground, a big rubber hand grabbed his body from behind. Turning his head, he saw the giant sun god Mubai, who was 100 meters tall, kicking him, and the skipping rope-shaped rubber body in front of him was integrated into the rubber ground. Now start to feel the joy of spinning. Mubai, with his eyes shining, laughed and held the Blackwing Lord tightly in his palm and swung it in a circle. An inexplicable force flowed into his body, which almost made the struggling Blackwing Lord's eyes fly out. This is not an adjective, but it really almost flew out. The eyeballs kept jumping 1 meter in front of the eye sockets. I don't know when the Blackwing Lord's whole body turned into a cartoon. The more I feel the horror of this human power system. The Blackwing Lord has been thrown out by Mubai like a dart. The next second after throwing the opponent, Mubai began to swing his arm in a circle to punch the Blackwing Lord. I saw that the white flame of the sun god shaped his fist into the shape of a dragon head according to Mubai's fantasy. White mist floated, and white dragon scales spread on the infinitely extended arm. The lifelike oriental dragon head let out a fierce dragon roar that resounded through the 4 seas and 8 wastelands. Rubber. Exploding dragon fist. The raging dragon fist penetrated the void and slammed into the body of the Blackwing Lord. The boundless and huge force immediately slammed him into the ground. Amid the constantly bursting energy fluctuations and the roar of the dragon clan, the Blackwing Lord's body kept rolling on the sea like a broken toy. The entire sea area was stirred up by the sound of the fall. The furious Blackwing Lord tore the sea apart and condensed hundreds of black spears from the surging sea surface. The severe pain in his body disappeared in an instant. This body can only exist for more than 10 minutes. He must deal with this human named Mubai in this time period. Fallen Immortal Spear. Condensing the purest fallen divine power. Each black spear head has the ability to nail an enemy at the level of the Emperor to death. Even the peak Emperor, with a condensed soul, can be easily killed. The lethality of such a powerful attack move multiplied by hundreds of times is enough to cause global chaos. Mubai stopped laughing and took out the martial god Naginata from the storage space. When the weapon touched his hand, it changed from the shape of a knife to a white and gold hollow stick, with dense Sanskrit sounds carved on it. Sure enough, after opening the sun god Nika form, the martial god will also change into the form that best suits this fruit. I will call you Ruidari stick. Muttering to himself, Mubai clenched the Ruidari stick and swung it out. The Ruidari stick, which seemed to have life, extended infinitely at this moment. Just like the ruby golden cudgel in the hands of the Monkey King. It grew infinitely. Not only was the end that Mubai held in his hand growing longer, but the cross-section of the stick at the other end expanded at an astonishing speed. After a few seconds, the other end of the stick had become as big as a mountain. The mountains and rivers shook when the stick was swung out. The sun and the moon lost their light. It seemed that the whole world was completely reversed at this moment. And the might of moving mountains and filling the sea in myths and legends was just like this. This guy, the Black-Winged Lord, who felt the danger, didn't care at this moment. He was very sure that the sooner the human in front of him was eliminated, the better. He even said that even if he couldn't get rid of the other party with this body at this moment, then the first thing he would do, when his real body descended in 30 days, would be to eliminate this human called Mubai. He felt the unknown danger from the other party. None of these seemingly ridiculous moves could be taken by the Emperor's throne. In his eyes, Mubai was undoubtedly the pinnacle of local creatures. This kind of existence with unlimited potential at a young age must be eliminated as soon as possible. Go! Hundreds of fallen immortal spears appeared behind the sticks as if teleporting, and shot out at Mubai without a dead angle. This posture was obviously ready to kill Mubai in a short time. The besieged Mubai was fearless, and his left hand suddenly swelled up. In his hand, a blue thunder and purple thunder merged into a surging electric ball. When the fallen immortal spear flew over, Mubai's rubber giant palm picked up the Rui Sun stick and swept across. The Rui Sun stick with the lightning ball attached to it showed the two characteristics of rubber and thunder fruit at the same time. When the stick at the farthest end fell, it had more than 1,000,000 tons of power. Before the falling immortal spear that was destroyed by the stick dissipated, Mubai had already shrunk the stick and threw it towards the Black-Winged Lord. Good opportunity. Seeing Mubai actually throwing the weapon at him, he opened his hands without hesitation to catch the Rui Sun stick. But the moment he touched the stick, the Black-Winged Lord found that his body had the characteristics of rubberization, and the stick actually slid into his chest along his palm. Before he could pull it out, Mubai from a distance came with the Sun God Fire Fist. Each rubber fist was wrapped with the domineering Haki and armament Haki. And what frightened the Black-Winged Lord was that each of Mubai's fists penetrated his body. Every punch hit the flesh and had the effect of breaking the defense. The longer he was in contact with the opponent, the more he felt that his flesh was more and more similar to rubber. His guess was indeed correct. The Nika form of the mystical beast Man fruit can assimilate objects at will and convert the constituent materials of its existence into melted rubber. In this case, the earth and mountains can become rubber fields. And even the Black-Winged Lord's body, Mubai, can control the power of the fruit to assimilate it into rubber. Sea surface, seabed, underground. The Black-Winged Lord, who raised his arms to block Mubai's attack, felt that his body was about to reach its limit. At this point, he could only fight with his back to the water. He was sunk to the bottom of the ground and rushed out of the sea along the deep pit. Even if his body was on the verge of collapse, he would use this body to severely injure Mubai. At the moment he rushed out of the sea, 9 suns appeared in the sky. The difference was that this time, these 9 illusory golden crows burst out with amazing heat. A large amount of water vapor rose from the entire sea in this high temperature. A bright light broke through the sky in the light and mist. Humph. It's useless to do it again. The Black-Winged Lord, whose whole body was about to collapse and looked like a madman, turned into a long black rainbow and pointed directly at Mubai. A large amount of chaotic energy followed him like black fog. The 9-headed golden crow made a fierce cry, and the sound was full of joy and happiness, as if thanking Mubai for pulling them out of the fantasy world. And this time, Mubai, in the form of the sun god Nika, compressed the 9-headed golden crow into a golden sphere like a magic trick. The scorching temperature in the dazzling white fire instantly evaporated the ocean. The golden brilliance on the dry seabed continued to overlap. It was as if there were really 9 suns attached to Mubai's rubber fist, as if they were integrated into one. At this moment, fantasy and reality were intertwined, and the rising sun on the dome was inferior to this golden light ball. 9-9 returned to 1. This is the real golden crow sun fist. The sound of the liberation drum sounded violently at this moment. The power of imagination beyond the real world increased Mubai's attack strength to an unprecedented level. At this moment, he is the sun. He is the sun god. Since you are risking everything, you should also taste the fall of my son. As Mubai's voice fell, a bright sun penetrated the black air at the moment when the rubber fist fell. In the fierce firelight, the pseudo-demigod body of the Black-Winged God completely collapsed. The consciousness of the Black-Winged Lord was disconnected at this moment. And the unfortunate Black-Winged God was forced to wake up at the same time when he was completely killed. The extremely resentful eyeballs were also evaporated at the moment when the fist fell. After killing the Black-Winged God, Mubai vaguely saw a figure of a young man through the domineering of observation. Mubai had a feeling that this was the person who had just fought with him. In the altar, the Black-Winged Lord, who cut off the physical connection with the Black-Winged God, burst into unbridled laughter. In his eyes, since he could defeat this pseudo-demigod, he was suitable to be a toy after his arrival. As long as he steps into this world in the realm of demigod in 30 days. Even if Mubai has all-powerful means and fighting power, he will have to wait for his death. The chief priest looked at the laughing Black-Winged Lord and thought something happy had happened. So he quickly came to him and congratulated him. Congratulations, Lord. Congratulations, Lord. The Black-Winged Lord restrained his smile and asked playfully, "Is it a happy thing that the Black-Winged God was killed? He was defeated by others even after forcibly advancing to the realm of demigod through the reversal cross. He is really a waste." The chief priest's mouth twitched and his forehead was covered with cold sweat. How could he know that this was the case? He just saw the Lord laughing so happily and thought something happy had happened. Unlike the reaction of the chief priest, the powerful emperors present looked at each other in disbelief after hearing that the Black-Winged God was still defeated by others even after activating the reversal cross. The combat power of the Peak Emperor throne is already the first echelon in the world. There are not many creatures in the world that can compete with it. And the demigod, who has gone a step further, can be said to be someone that has to temporarily avoid the edge. May I ask, my lord, who killed the Black-Winged God? An old man in the Emperor throne bowed forward and asked, seeing that the person asking was an old acquaintance. The Black-Winged Lord narrowed his eyes and whispered, "It's a human named Mubai. Don't confront him head-on in the next 30 days. Let him do whatever he wants. Wait until my real body comes, and then I'll deal with him." After that, the Black-Winged Lord disappeared in the air like smoke. Everyone didn't know what to say after hearing this. In their impression, Mubai was just the strongest of the young generation of human beings. How could he disappear in the blink of an eye and suddenly become a guy who could defeat the pseudo-demigod? Everyone in the closed altar talked to each other, but no one dared to walk out of the altar from beginning to end. Because the two council chairmen who were tortured above their heads were the best examples. On the other side, after killing the Black-Winged God, Mubai crossed the space and came to the battlefield of the Ashura clan, the Dragon clan, and the Black-Winged clan, since they had just received the order to withdraw. The coalition forces besieging the royal city were in a passive state in the stalemate battlefield situation. A large number of besieged middle-level soldiers were arbitrarily surrounded and killed by a larger number of Ashura warriors. Without the leadership of the Black-Winged God and the Dragon God King, the entire coalition had shown signs of defeat. When Mubai appeared on the battlefield, the overwhelming Black-Winged Lords were organizing a retreat, and many of the emperors were also behind to deal with the pursuers of the Ashuras. Just when the Ashura Queen Liji was about to order the entire army to pursue, the Great Elder stopped the Queen's order at this time. "My respected king, this coalition retreat must be a conspiracy. After all, they have no reason to withdraw their troops just like that despite the numerical advantage in the battle." The cautious Great Elder's analysis was not unreasonable. The Ashura warriors of the royal city forces also suffered heavy losses in this battle. If they were forced to pursue, they might fall into the enemy's ambush. Liji also thought of a more critical point. That is, the Dragon God King and the Black-Winged God. If the human Mubai could not hold them back and cause the two to return to the battle, then the Ashura tribe's stretched line of soldiers would become a disadvantage and fall into a passive state. Queen Ashura, who let out a long breath, did not order to continue the pursuit in the end. After all, this was a battle between forces. She had to consider the follow-up combat capabilities of the entire royal city, and ensuring the living force was the kingly way. With Queen Ashura's order, the Ashura tribe had no intention of pursuing but all returned to the surrounding area of the royal city to garrison. A large number of coalition forces evacuated in an orderly manner, leaving only a few emperors to confront the queen and others. The coalition emperors at the rear were actually the most nervous. At present, both the General Commander Black-Winged God and the Deputy Commander Dragon God King had not returned. If the Ashura army pursued, they might have to give up the order to withdraw and make a last-ditch effort. As the chairman of the Supreme Council and a top emperor, Lord Black-Winged God will definitely not leave at this moment. Arnold, do you think he will? Hearing his colleague's somewhat worried words, you see, who is also an emperor, sneered and said, Do you think Lord Blackwing God will be killed? You should be realistic when dreaming. Even if you and I die in battle, Lord Blackwing God will be safe and sound. The two and several dragon emperors saw that the Azura tribe still had no movement at this moment. After looking at each other, they returned to the main force. Just then, the white flames in the sky flashed away, and a huge fist beyond everyone's imagination fell towards the coalition forces at an astonishing speed. 3,000 meters? No! A rubber fist with a diameter of 30,000 meters fell with a bang. The astonishing sound waves were mixed with screams of fear. And Mu Bai, who caused all this, looked down at the chaotic scene like a god. And the Rui Sun stick in his hand suddenly expanded. It stretched infinitely like Sun Wukong's red golden cudgel. When it swept out, the mountains along the way were flattened. Not to mention the coalition soldiers. Seeing that things were not going well, several emperors immediately joined forces to attack. Mu Bai was in the form of the sun god Nika, so everyone had not recognized Mu Bai. When the expanded fist was retracted, the coalition emperors were terrified. Isn't that the human Mu Bai? Doesn't his presence mean that the Blackwing God and Dragon God King of the Peak Emperors are likely to have met with an accident? Don't even think about leaving now that I'm here. With a smile on his face, Mu Bai thrust his hands into the ground. In front of everyone's horrified eyes, the ground began to roll like a viscous liquid. The completely rubberized ground consciously crushed the coalition soldiers, and the higher-ranked ones were crushed to the point of having their internal organs shattered. Queen Ashura and others outside the royal city naturally recognized that the man who overturned the earth at will through special means was the human Mu Bai. What kind of devil fruit can actually increase his combat power to such an incredible level? Wait! Why do I feel that the aura of this guy has entered the peak of the throne? The outspoken second elder was shocked and suddenly realized that Mu Bai, who had just entered the throne, had reached the peak stage at this moment. What happened in such a short time? Queen Ashura, with a solemn expression, was even more surprised by Mu Bai's exaggerated combat power at this moment. The coalition forces of tens of millions of high-level warriors were trampled at will in Mu Bai's hands, like toys. Mu Bai's appearance at this moment gave the coalition throne a reason to fight. If they let Mu Bai trample on the legion that they had prepared for a long time, then even if they returned to their own clan, they would only have one way to die. It's better for everyone to work together to kill the other party now. Retreating is also death. Why don't we work together to kill him? The Dragon Clan Emperor and the Blackwing Clan Emperor, a total of nearly 40 people, attacked at the same time. A large amount of fallen energy and dragon breath in the void were bombarding like the Milky Way. Such a large-scale attack was unheard of. After all, it was unprecedented for 40 emperors to join forces to fight the enemy. At the level of the emperor, the double-digit joint forces were enough to cause visible trouble to the peak emperors. Facing such an offensive, Mu Bai in the form of Nika sun god smiled unscrupulously. In his eyes, these emperors were like children wearing guns. It was possible to kill a strong adult with random guns. But what about facing Superman? The gap between him and them was far greater than that between a child and Superman. There are a lot of people, right? In this case, I will play a game with you. Before he finished speaking, Mu Bai had extended tens of thousands of rubber arms from his body, each of which was covered with a domineering and armed domineering. Even the heaven and earth seemed unable to contain such a number and such power. Random punches covered the sky. In an instant, tens of thousands of rubber arms continued to bombard the rubber surface with means that were not weaker than the full-strength attack of the Emperor. The 40 allied emperors could not get close to Mu Bai under this chaotic punch, and many of the weaker ones were smashed into meat paste. Even if they relied on the blood dripping from the Emperor's soul to regenerate, they could not recover under such a dense attack. More of them had their souls worn out and finally died on the spot. When Mu Bai's chaotic punches stopped, more than a dozen of the 40 emperors had died, and the tens of millions of troops were even worse. Even the always steady Azura clan elders shook violently when they saw millions of people being smashed into meat paste. At this moment, the adjectives of blood flowing into rivers and millions of corpses seemed to be beautifying. And Mu Bai, who caused all this, had no fluctuations in his eyes. He was determined to kill millions of allied troops, just like slaughtering millions of livestock. Several emperors with slightly stronger strength took advantage of this gap to attack together. The tragic situation just now made their hatred for Mu Bai reach its peak. There is a great terror between life and death. They naturally know this. But now, if they don't take action, they will be wiped out and can't hurt Mu Bai at all. For the tragic death of their fellows and for the glory, they must fight for their lives. The allied emperors with monstrous hatred in their eyes attacked Mu Bai from all directions. And Mu Bai, who retracted his fist, held the Rui Sun stick in his backhand, and then smashed it down at an astonishing speed. The void shattered. The rubber ground shook. Under the absolute power, several emperors were still worn out, and died even if they summoned the emperor's soul. The only people who dared to resist were all killed. The remaining tens of millions of remnants and many emperors were so scared that they had no desire to resist. Faced with such a scene, Mu Bai would naturally not let them go mercifully. After all, he still had the World Overlord mission issued by the Eternal System. Now that the rubber fruit has awakened, the next step is for his fantasy beast fish fruit, the black dragon form fruit, to awaken. And these scattered legions in front of him are the nutrients for his fruit awakening. Holding the stick in one hand, a white ball cover gradually condenses at the front end of the stick. Through the fruit ability of the Rui Sun stick, the ability of the Xinjiang fruit at this moment has also been strengthened to an incredible level. Goodbye. After whispering, Mu Bai dropped a stick. In an instant, everything seemed to fall into dead silence. Only the void was constantly shattering. Squeak! 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 The void collapsed, and the terrifying power swept all around. Anyone who was affected by such a level of vibration power, even the king-level warriors in the coalition army, trembled in flesh and blood in an instant, turned into blood mist, and dissipated in the air. When the vibration power swept all the coalition forces, the air was full of blood, and there was only the sound of blood dripping in the piled-up corpses. On the absolutely dead battlefield, Mu Bai, in the form of Nika Sun God, arrived in front of the Azura King city in an instant. Everyone's legs trembled when they saw him approaching, although they knew that the other party was on their side. The self-proclaimed cold-blooded Azura warriors were still scared to death when they looked up at the bloody scene that was so terrifying. Not to mention these ordinary warriors. Even the eyes of the first and second elders looking at Mu Bai were completely different, with a little more respect and fear. The siege of the King City has been broken. Should we prepare for a counterattack next? Mu Bai said softly, giving people a strong sense of oppression. He wanted the Azura tribe to send troops to attack the Dragon tribe or the Blackwing tribe immediately. Only in this way can he speed up the completion of his mission. Even the Queen of Azura, Li Ji, had no reason to refuse Mu Bai's request. After all, revenge is the character of the Azura clan. Okay, but I need to send people to take over the exile land in the north. It will take about 3 days to fully control the situation, so that we can send troops at that time. After hesitating for a moment, the Queen of Azura said softly. Mu Bai didn't need to refute her words. In his eyes, as long as the other party sent troops, it would be fine. What he was most worried about at the moment was not the Blackwing clan and the Dragon clan, but the strange black-haired boy. He could feel the threat from the other party. Who is he? Is he the trump card of the Blackwing clan? Putting these thoughts aside, Mu Bai nodded and stretched out 5 fingers and said, 5 days. 5 days later I will send the warriors of Xia country to fight with you against the Dragon clan in the South continent. The West continent where the Blackwing clan is located is the farthest away, and is not conducive to the army's advancement. The Dragon clan, which is closest to the human forces and the Azura forces, naturally became the target of public criticism. Even this time, the Blackwing sent troops from the West continent to the South continent first. In other words, only by occupying the South continent can they take advantage of the terrain and then seek the Blackwings. I don't know how Lord Mu Bai is going to dispatch the Xia army. I remember that you seem to be just a professor at the Xia University in name only. At this time, the second elder raised his doubts. According to the information he knew, Xia country attaches great importance to etiquette, if it only relies on pure strength to suppress. It seems that it is still impossible to control the situation of the entire country. Although Mu Bai in front of him is ruthless to deal with foreign races. Who knows whether the other party will give up controlling the situation of the entire Xia country because of the constraints of these rules. You are pointing at me. My great Xia country emphasizes that the capable should work harder. As long as I want. The current situation will not escape my control. Mu Bai was not angry when he heard this. After leaving this sentence, his figure turned into thunder and electricity, and disappeared on the spot. The great elder of the Azura clan frowned and scolded the second elder. Why are you hitting this madman? If he gets angry, even if he kills you, it's your own fault. Haha. Why are you so angry? Brother? I just want to teach him a lesson. This Mu Bai is really not simple and decisive. It seems that if the high-level officials of Xia country don't let him take power, he will be raising her hand to interrupt the conversation between the two. The Azura Queen Li Ji frowned and said, These are his own affairs, and have nothing to do with us. Now we need to mobilize the whole clan immediately. I want the Blackwing clan and the Dragon clan to pay the blood debt with blood. Yes. Yes. After the Ashura queen spoke, all the high-level officials of the royal city knelt on one knee and obeyed the king's order. Mu Bai, who left the south continent, was now crossing the endless sea and heading towards the east continent. Since the entire blue star has undergone a great fusion of the world, the endless sea at this moment is extremely wide. Even Mu Bai at his speed took half an hour to vaguely see the shadow of the east continent. I haven't been back to Xia country for 8 years in the Black Star world. Even Mu Bai felt a little sad when he saw his homeland again. What are you afraid of when I'm here? The carefree swordsman said impatiently while sitting on the large wooden boat. The owner of the strange wooden boat was constantly wiping the sweat from his forehead. If it weren't for the threat from the other party, he would never enter the depths of the endless sea. You should know that even in the marginal areas of the east continent, there are many sea beasts in the seawater. After the great fusion of the blue star world, various large-sized sea beasts with extremely high life levels have appeared in the endless sea. Some sea beasts can even compete with the emperors. And some top sea beasts even have incredible power. Even the top emperors dare not compete with them in the ocean. My lord, I will naturally respect the order of King Ren. But I must not stay in the center of the deep sea for too long. Even if the treasure is really in the deep sea, it is not the time to take it now. The old captain looked around vigilantly and whispered, as if he was afraid of disturbing some creatures. Any explanation? The middle-aged swordsman asked with a little curiosity. He was puzzled to see the experienced old man so scared. You know, as long as you go to the endless sea once, you will get a high subsidy. And the nearby sea beasts have been swept away. What is there to be afraid of? You don't know. In the past month, most of the sea beasts have returned to the coast of the east continent along the warm current. I heard that there is a legendary ocean emperor who can rival the peak emperor. Humph. Where did you hear this nonsense? Old bastard? Even if there is a so-called ocean emperor, can you disobey the order of King Ren? While the swordsman was talking, he had already noticed that a big fish was approaching in the deep sea not far away. With a sharp look in his eyes, he drew his sword. While holding the sword, a cold light slashed towards the sea. One knife flow. Xuanya Liuguang. The green sword light swept across the dozens of meter shark that was rushing over, and was instantly cut in half by the sword wave. The swordsman had put away his sword before the sword wave touched the shark, and the whole move was smooth. This made Mu Bai, who was hiding in the air, quite curious. He was just curious about the strange combination of a swordsman of the king level and the old fisherman, and who the Niwang they were talking about. Your Excellency is very skilled. The old captain was shocked when he saw the half-fish head floating out of the water. This level of sea beast was not even able to withstand a single move in the hands of the other party. What is this? As one of the 72 heavenly craftsmen under the seat of Niwang, if I can't even kill such a small fish, it would be a disgrace. After replying to the other party coldly, the swordsman lay on the bow and continued to sense the movements around him. Mu Bai noticed that there was something similar to a compass in his hand. With his outstanding eyes, he vaguely saw that the compass was actually pointing in his direction. Found it. The swordsman who suddenly stood up immediately found the beating of the compass needle. Following the direction of the needle, he found that it was the most east. Keep sailing. Go east. Quick. If you delay me for a while, you will be held responsible. The swordsman spoke hastily, as if he saw the glory and wealth coming to him. As long as he found the treasure entrusted by the King of Mercy, he could be promoted from the treatment of the 72 heavenly workers to the 36 royal lions. This change is like going from a commercial house in the city center to a single-family villa in the city center. Even if he did not perform any tasks, the daily reward was huge. With such wealth and splendor, it's no wonder he's so anxious. Damn psychopath. The old captain cursed in his heart and sighed helplessly and changed the direction of sailing to the east. But he looked at the position of the sun and vaguely felt something was wrong. If he continued to go east, wouldn't that mean he was one step closer to the most dangerous calm belt in the endless sea? Sir, give me a definite answer as to how far we have to sail. We are too close to the calm belt here, the old captain said uneasily with bloodshot eyes, not caring about the threat of life and death. What are you afraid of? Although there are more sea beasts in the calm belt, I can keep you safe with me. The middle-aged swordsman's tone slowed down a bit. He didn't look at the old captain who was sweating all over, but stared at the direction of the compass needle, fearing that he would miss it if he didn't pay attention. The fragments of the Jojo Ding are indeed in this endless sea. The swordsman muttered to himself, and saw that the old man was rowing too slowly, and immediately drew his sword to use the reaction force of the sword wave to sail quickly. Mu Bai, who was about to leave, moved his ears. The fragments of Jiuzhou Ding? All 8 fragments were in his hands. Could it be that the other party was looking for the 9th fragment? Mu Bai, who was interested, immediately shielded his breath and landed on the wooden boat. With his life level, the 2 people on the wooden boat were unaware of his hidden figure at this moment. Even if they saw Mu Bai's direction, they didn't notice it at all. The swordsman holding the compass was surprised to see that the compass needle rotated 360 degrees and pointed to the direction behind him again. When Mu Bai got closer to check the compass, the needle pointed to the east again, although it felt a little strange. The swordsman continued to look at the front attentively. Looking closer, the compass seemed a little strange. The needle looked very similar to human bones, and there was something like an eye in the center of this ordinary-looking compass. Mu Bai estimated that it should be something like a monitor. This compass moves with the movement of my body, which means that it can find the 8 fragments of Jiuzhou Ding in my soul. After a moment of silence, Mu Bai slightly used mental shielding methods, and sure enough, the next second, the needle of the compass immediately rotated and folded. The swordsman who saw the compass strike roared with red eyes. Quick! Keep going east! It is estimated that the fish that swallowed the treasure is moving quickly. Mu Bai also lost his patience at this moment. He put the compass in his palm with his backhand, and the domineering aura of the king swept over the old captain and the swordsman. The 2 people in a trance stood there blankly. Mu Bai, who was standing at the bow, asked the swordsman, "Are you looking for the fragments of the Jiuzhou Ding this time? Why are you so sure it's here?" The swordsman with dull eyes opened and closed his mouth a few times and said dully, "I am looking for the fragments of the Jiuzhou Ding this time under the order of King Ren. There are other people looking for it besides me." King Ren said that the ship transporting the fragments was attacked by a sea beast in the nearby waters. So, it is estimated that the thing is on the seabed or in the belly of a fish. The swordsman, who spoke intermittently, had cold sweat on his forehead. His mind was taken away by the domineering color. So all his answers were subconscious, and naturally did not mix in deception. Who is King Ren? I don't think I heard of someone with this name in Xia country a year ago. King Ren is currently the strongest person in Xia country. He has a strange fruit that increases his lifespan. So he relied on this to establish the most powerful force in Xia country. Tiangong. Tiangong? Is he thinking he is the Jade Emperor? Is the place where he lives called Lingshao Palace? Yes. Mu Bai was speechless when he heard the swordsman's answer. What kind of supernatural power is this? However, since he can grant others life, it seems that he should be some kind of superhuman ability user. Will the president of Xiaogui University Duanxia and the military's shining fruit ability users let him develop? Ren Wang is currently building the Chuanhai fortress in the newly established Chuanhai province, and he has nothing to do with the military and the high-level officials of Chengdu. There are minor frictions between the 2 sides. No major battles have occurred. After thinking about it, Mu Bai somewhat understood why Duanxia and others let Ren Wang develop. Now the situation in the world is complicated. The more power Xiaogui has, the more possibilities it has to fight against other alien races. Especially in the current situation where the Black Wings and the Dragons have joined forces to attack the Asuras. Everyone can guess that the next target of the alien coalition must be Xiaogui, which occupies the East continent. In this case, even if Niwang carves out a territory and establishes his own kingdom, the high-ranking officials of the divine capital will not kill him. It is even possible that the so-called Niwang has developed to the current level because of the competition among various forces. How many forces does Niwang control? The 72 heavenly craftsmen and the 36 royal lions are all strong men at the level of heavenly kings. The 24 saints are all strong men at the throne level. And in Niwang's hands, there are 6 national pillars, who are far stronger than ordinary thrones. The rest of the forces are countless. And Niwang himself is a peak throne. After hearing about the other party's power, Mu Bai was not surprised. After all, it was a fruit ability that could grant life to others. It would be particularly strange if there were few people following it. However, if there were only these forces, Mu Bai felt that it would be a pity to directly deal with the other party. It would be better for his subordinates to work for him as dogs. I'll clean them up when I get back. The whole Xia country doesn't need too much noise. Holding this strange compass, Mu Bai pointed at the sea, and it was torn apart. His wooden boat dived into the sea like a boat covered with bubbles. The swordsman and the old captain were motionless during the whole journey, as if they were puppets. I just happened to look for it when I had nothing to do. If I can find it, I can directly piece together the complete Jiuzhou Ding. Even if the Jiuzhou Ding is only 1/9 of the fragments, it is enough to burst out amazing power. Mu Bai suspected that the level of this Jiuzhou Ding should be a treasure beyond the artifact. Or it itself is an alternative. The wooden boat that dived into the deep sea moved quickly under Mu Bai's intentional blessing, and came directly to the doldrums after passing through tens of thousands of meters. The calm belt here is similar to the calm belt in One Piece comics, both of which are places where sea beasts gather. The difference is that although there is no wind on the surface of the sea in the calm belt of the endless sea, it is full of turbulence on the seabed. If fish of ordinary size enter here, they will probably be swept by the turbulence of the ocean and hit the rocks in the next second. Only marine creatures with a body of nearly 100 meters can survive here. Along the way, Mu Bai saw many huge sea beasts, some of which even had human faces. The sea beasts in the endless sea really looked very strange. After patrolling the nearby sea area of hundreds of thousands of meters, he still had no gains. Instead, some blind sea beasts came to attack and were killed by him. The number 71 compass has been blocked, and it has been detected that the compass has detected the signal that King Ren wants. The monitoring personnel in the monitoring room, who saw the screen go black, immediately reported to their superiors. The superior who received the notification was overjoyed and immediately took the news out of the secret room of Chuanhai Fortress to the Heavenly Palace to report to King Ren. Before leaving, he turned his head and whispered, "Who is carrying the number 71 compass?" After looking through the information, the monitoring personnel said with a strange face, "It's a swordsman. The name of the Heavenly King level." Okay. The name doesn't matter. Huang Bei already knew who it was when he heard the word swordsman. Isn't the swordsman who can go out to sea alone the guy who had a conflict with him half a month ago? It's okay to take this kind of credit by himself. Anyway, it's expected that King Ren will not care about this matter. With a serious face and ecstasy in his heart, he galloped through the busy streets of Chuanhai Fortress towards the Heavenly Palace. Along the way, he was still thinking about this matter. The outside world thought that Ren Wang was a tyrant, but he was just a young man. Wouldn't it be easy to fool him? When he arrived in front of the Tiandong Palace, Huang Bei told the guard about his purpose. After hearing it, the guard immediately ran to the cabinet. In less than a minute, the guard hurriedly invited Huang Bei in. In the bright large flat, a young man was lying in the middle with a big knife. There were 24 people sitting beside him. Unexpectedly, these 24 people seemed to be two teams. Although they were talking to each other, they could still be seen from the corner of their eyes that they were very wary of each other. Ren Wang rubbed his messy hair and said with a smile, "It seems that the three forces participating in the reincarnation mission this time are us. The Falcon team, the Iron Man team, and me." The female captain of the Falcon team snorted coldly and said unhappily, "What about the last time you hunted down several backbones of my team in the Starry Sky world? Don't think that I won't kill you because you are the first to enter this world to complete some tasks." "Ha ha. Miss Liu is joking. It was just an accidental killing last time. How can a lone ranger like me make enemies casually? But then again, I have completed several tasks, and now my virtual level in this world has reached the peak of the throne. I guess your entire Falcon team is not my opponent, right?" Ren Wang scratched his messy hair with one hand and stroked a husky lying under his leg with the other hand. The husky seemed to feel the murderous aura of its owner and kept roaring at the people of the Falcon team. Seeing this, the Iron Man team immediately started to mediate. And the captain, Wang Tyran, even stood up to mediate. It was a waste of talent to let this person, who killed people without blinking an eye, to mediate. But he also bit the bullet and suppressed the conflicts between the two sides. Everyone, this mission must be completed as a team. The final boss of this world, the Blackwing Lord, is a demigod level. In this low-level world, he is a big man who can cover the sky with one hand. There are still 29 days before the final crusade mission. During this period of time, we should still unite against the enemy and try our best to complete the mission and upgrade the level. If the mission fails, we will all suffer heavy losses. Wang Tiran's words also made everyone present fall into silence. What he said was indeed correct. For Ren Wang and others, coming to the Blue Star world was just like playing a game dungeon. Except that the dungeon in front of them was real, and there would be terrible punishments if they failed. Forget it. If I meet you again in the dungeon world next time, I will definitely take the initiative. Ren Wang, have you found the person named Mu Bai? According to the dungeon information, it seems that there is no such person at all. The female captain of the Falcon Squadron changed her face very quickly. Fortunately, Ren Wang, a smart person, also knew the priorities. After hearing this, he also recalled the general development of the Blue Star Dungeon world. This Blue Star world is very similar to our main world, both of which are based on the power system of devil fruits. But the highest level here is the throne. If this world is regarded as a novel or a game work, the first protagonist is the one named Jiang Bumming. When the reincarnation is low level, it will receive some tasks to murder him. After the fusion of all worlds, Jiang Bumming, who has the magma fruit, will lead the human army to fight all over the world. But in the later stage, he will be killed by the Black Wing Lord himself. This is a normal copy. Renwang tapped his fingers and rolled his eyes, and continued, but the timeline we are in now seems to be different from the normal world development. Mu Bai, who has mastered the Tremor fruit, seems to have killed Jiang Bumming, and the power of Xiaogua has not completely collapsed yet. Wang Tiren's mouth twitched a little. Are the people in the lower world so exaggerated? The natural magma fruit and the superhuman tremor fruit can become super powerful devil fruits in our main world. Wang Tiren, who was a little sighing, suddenly thought of something. Could this Mu Bai actually defeat Jiang Bumming, who was blessed by heaven? Could it be that Mu Bai is also a reincarnation of the main world? Ha ha ha. How is it possible? It is impossible to live in a single world for so long. According to the information I know now, this Mu Bai grew up in Xia country from childhood to adulthood, Renwang said disdainfully. It seems that Wang Tiren's IQ is not high if he can come up with such an idea. Ignoring the contempt in the other party's eyes, Wang Tiren smiled and said, that is a special copy. Each special copy has a chance to appear in other destiny trajectories. Maybe in this world. This Mu Bai is a dark horse. Special copy? This knowledge touched the blind spot of the captain of the Falcon Squad. Could it be that the copy can mutate like a living thing? If that's the case, then we have to speed up the task. The difficulty of special dungeons is often 1 to 2 times that of other dungeons. The Blackwing Lord may be even stronger, Renwang said with some worry. In his eyes, the difficulty of the Blue Star Dungeon, which was already close to the myth level, might soar to the myth level in the case of special dungeons. Lu Ying, Wang Tiren, and Renwang were in deep thought at this moment. Huang Bei, who was summoned by Renwang, knelt down and kowed out immediately when he saw the 24 saints. I heard that you found the fragments of the Jiuzhou Ding. Where did you find it? Renwang waved his hand to signal others to cooperate with him. The next second, the 24 saints closed their eyes and rested their spirits, exuding the majesty of the throne. Huang Bei was a little scared in this environment. You know, he is only at the peak of the Heavenly King and is still very far away from the throne. The momentum of more than 20 thrones made him speechless. Speak. Renwang is asking you a question. Huang Bei, who was awakened, stood up and said, I sent a follower to go deep into the endless sea. At present, the follower has lost contact, but the compass found the existence of the treasure at the last moment. Here are the endless sea coordinates where the treasure was found. Please take a look. Renwang. After taking the endless sea coordinates presented by the other party, Renwang found that this was clearly an area close to the doldrums. You are very good. If this thing can be found, I can make an exception and let you enter the 36 Imperial Guards and obtain a position that others envy. The words full of temptation came from Renwang's mouth. Then a big hand pressed on Huang Bei's head, and saw a steady stream of energy transmitted into his body. Huang Bei could sense that these were all lifespans. I will grant you 6 months of life first, and I hope you can keep up the good work. He, Renwang, is not just a big shot. He will really grant life to others if he can get things done. Huang Bei, who was grateful as if he had seen his parents again, kowed out 3 times excitedly, and left after expressing his loyalty. When Huang Bei walked out, Wang Tiren, who had the power to see through people's hearts, smiled and said, Interesting. It seems that people in the lower world will also intrigue against each other. I wonder what Renwang thinks of you. A loyal subordinate? Loyalty or betrayal? As long as you can be used by me, it's good. This is the same as the direction of cultivating students in the main world. The strong dominate the weak. The winner dominates the loser. And the loyalty of the weak is not worth mentioning. Renwang said nonchalantly with a slight arc on his mouth. There is less than a month left. The task list clearly states that finding the fragments of the Jiuzhou Ding will allow the Emperor to step directly into the peak of the Emperor's throne. Who wants this coordinate? Give it to Lu Ying. Our Iron Man team has other team tasks to complete. The extremely generous Wang Tiren obviously did not realize at this moment that this decision saved his life. Renwang and Lu Ying nodded. whether it was killing people or building forces within this month. Any action would be the best as long as it completed the task and increased combat power. Let's set off immediately. Go! At Liu Ying's command, all 11 team members followed behind him. At this time, Mu Bai didn't know that 12 reincarnations from the main world were coming towards him. Mu Bai, who went deep into the windless belt of the endless sea, had left his wooden boat on the sea surface, and he was alone with this special compass deep into the seabed of tens of thousands of meters. The closer he got to the bottom of the endless sea, the larger the size of the marine creatures he encountered. Several times, Mu Bai even saw many island-sized creatures turning over, and the vibration caused by their turning over set off deep-sea earthquakes. When Mu Bai sank into the area of 100,000 meters, the compass in his hand was still intact. As a peak emperor, Mu Bai could naturally ignore this kind of seabed pressure, but it was really strange that such a rough and inconspicuous compass could withstand it. You should know that the hydrostatic pressure of 10,000 meters deep sea can reach about 1 ton, which is equivalent to the weight of 2,000 adult elephants standing on a person's back. Every 10,000 meters of water depth will increase the atmospheric pressure. The deep sea of about 100,000 meters is even more terrifying. Mu Bai can judge from his personal experience that it is difficult for at least ordinary kings to stay here for a short time. Mu Bai, who was slightly surprised, deliberately controlled the slight vibration power to touch the compass. Unexpectedly, the compass was still intact. Even Mu Bai's subsequent force that was enough to crush the emperor's body could not shake the compass at all. System. Identify what this is. Finger bone compass. Reincarnation creation has a temporary immortality. If the redeemed reincarnation dies, the item will also disappear. Unknown function. Unknown method of use. Unknown material. Reincarnation creation? Mu Bai, who had never heard of this term, was about to ask the eternal system when a low voice, like a bull's roar, came from not far away. This low voice seemed to have some kind of magic. At this moment, those island-like marine creatures actually waved their bulky bodies and immediately swam away, like a flock of sheep driven by a tiger. The pointer in Mu Bai's hand, which had been bent all the time, now pointed to the front of Mu Bai. There was darkness ahead in the seabed 100,000 meters deep, but in Mu Bai's eyes, he saw an endless land moving towards this side, and a light-like glow appeared in the range of several thousand meters ahead. Mu Bai slid his body and swam over, and only then did he find the truth when he got closer. If someone with deep-sea phobia or giant phobia saw this scene, he would be terrified. Even Mu Bai, who had experienced ups and downs, nodded slightly. The light of several thousand meters in front of him was the pupil of some creature. As the giant creature that seemed to have been born from ancient times approached, Mu Bai also moved forward. The eyeballs of several thousand meters were undercurrents when they turned. Mu Bai knew that the other party could communicate, so at this moment he stretched out his hand to the other party and used the Overlord's color to listen to all things to communicate with the other party. After entering the peak of the Emperor's throne, Mu Bai had already mastered the various skills of the Overlord's color, and communication at this moment was also extremely simple. I am the human Mu Bai. I need a treasure fragment in your body. I know you can take it out. Although these words are a bit overbearing, Mu Bai does not have time to continue studying the language of the Overlord color to listen to all things. Even if there are some meanings between racial segregation, they will be very different. So it is better to be straightforward so that the other party can understand. This huge creature seemed to be still floating in the deep sea, until half a minute later, the thousands of meters of eyes looked in the direction of Mu Bai. And in Mu Bai's spiritual world, a faint voice came. Roaring Emperor Whale. Treasure. Food. You. Ate. Eat. After judging the other party's intention, Mu Bai wanted to laugh. The other party regarded the fragments of the 9 provinces tripod as food, and there were 8 fragments of the 9 provinces tripod in his body. The other party must be able to sense it through the fragments in his body. Creatures that regard me as food generally have no good end. After saying that, Mu Bai was too lazy to waste words. He saw his rubber hand grasping the edge of the other party's eye socket. Under the terrifying huge force, Mu Bai quickly jumped up to the sea surface and pulled the other party's continent-like body and threw it upwards. The swordsman and the old captain on the calm belt gradually woke up. When they were dizzy, they only felt a vortex appearing from the sea surface of the calm belt. No wind brings up the wind, the swordsman said staggeringly. But the next scene almost scared him to death. A figure rushed out of the chaotic deep sea vortex, followed by a huge monster that caused the sea level of the entire sea area to rise. If you don't look carefully, you might think it's the movement of the continental plates. But the gray monster has a single eye several thousand meters long. What the hell? That person pulled this thing out? The terrified Tianwang swordsman fell on the wooden boat, and the rotating ocean vortex was constantly sending the wooden boat to the side of the huge monster. What time is it? Hurry up and use your swordsmanship to prevent our wooden boat from colliding with this mountain. The old captain gave the swordsman a big slap, which made him come back to his senses. You dare to hit me? I surrender. You are my ancestor, isn't it? What time is it? If I hadn't followed you, I would never come to this doldrums area to seek death. The old captain's hair was gray, and at this moment, he vaguely felt that his chances of survival would not be too great. So he was not polite to this distinguished Tianwang swordsman. The swordsman, who instinctively wanted to refute, was also speechless. He drew out his long sword and held the sword in his backhand and slashed at the sea surface at a tricky angle. In an instant, the sword wave set off a storm. The strong reaction force barely allowed the wooden boat to escape from the whirlpool under the deep sea. The Tianwang swordsman holding the long sword found that the compass in his hand was gone at this time. He was shocked and immediately looked at the surging sea. Where is my compass? Is it with you? Turning around and grabbing the old captain's collar, he asked anxiously with a last glimmer of hope. The confused old captain was desperately sliding the oars, and he was also at a loss about what compass was. Sir, will your compass fall into the sea? When we just woke up, you had nothing in your hand. It's good that we can escape from death. If that little thing is gone, it will be a loss of money to avoid disaster. Seeing the wooden boat escape from the whirlpool, the old captain was also much more polite to the swordsman. Idiot! What do you know? Those are numbers that King Ring gave to us personally. If we lose them, we will definitely be killed. After realizing that it was useless to talk to this old guy, he slowly let out a long sigh of relief. While the two were talking, the roaring emperor whale not far away had been dragged to the surface of the water by Mubai. At this time, Mubai could see the whole body of the other party. This roaring emperor whale is very similar to ordinary whales, but this guy's body is too huge, and it is impossible to estimate how big his body is with the naked eye. There is a single eye several thousand meters long on the gray angular bones. If it floats on the water, it will really look like an ancient god. Kill. A consciousness was transmitted to Mubai's brain, and then he saw that this behemoth actually split from the eye socket, and a wriggling tentacle split into a turret-like weapon and shot a gray light line in the direction of Mubai. This speed? Too slow. Mubai just slightly tilted his body, and the terrifying beam of light had already passed him by. The Falcon squad, which was rushing over tens of thousands meters away, had already seen the silhouette of this huge monster. Before the Captain Lu Ying could be happy, a beam of gray light was already approaching from afar. All disperse. Lu Ying, who was wearing a light armor, frowned slightly and emitted white light patterns from her hands. These light patterns combined into something like a protective shield to wrap the gray beam attack. In an instant, the energy was absorbed by Lu Ying. This is quite simple for a superhuman absorption fruit user like her, especially in this dungeon world. Go! After a light shout, the Falcon squad rushed towards Mubai. The swordsman on the wooden boat was going crazy when he saw the scene. Only the Emperor Throne strongmen could fly in the endless sea, which means that 12 Emperor Throne strongmen were rushing here. If it weren't for the endless sea, I could completely leave here from the air with the moon step. But when they got closer, he recognized the identities of these people. It's actually 12 of the 24 saints. Are so many emperors just for the treasure information I just detected? He was a little hesitant in his heart, but he didn't speak rashly in the end. Who knows if these people will kill him after learning that his compass is lost? He has no place to complain if he is killed in this windless belt. After shooting a beam of light, the roaring emperor whale immediately turned around and swam towards the deep sea. It has lived in the deep sea for many years and is more adapted to the environment there. When it came to the sea surface, it brought it a lot of discomfort. Seeing that the other party was about to leave, Mubai naturally stretched out his rubber arm to stop him. But the strange thing was that this time the other party showed the golden light and shadow of mountains, rivers, sun and moon, and Mubai's rubber palm grab was easily blocked by the light and shadow. It's the ability of the Jiuzhou Ding fragment. This beast can actually use the ability of the Jiuzhou Ding fragment, which means that the other party must be a person with great luck. When Mubai was about to rush into the sea to chase, 12 figures had already come to Mubai's vicinity, and they were the people of the Falcon squad. Who are you? Mubai didn't bother to pay attention to them. After a flash of lightning, Mubai rushed into the deep sea. A natural ability user. Could it be that Mubai? Lu Ying, who was holding a compass, immediately found that the compass was pointing in the direction where the giant left, and immediately understood the reason. The fragments of the Jiuzhou Ding should have been eaten by the deep-sea creature. Now let's chase it and kill it. After that, the 12 people fell into the sea at the same time. The undercurrent caused by this directly overturned the swordsman's wooden boat. The old boat owner was about to struggle and felt a bloody mouth biting from below. One knife flow. Break the waves. In an emergency, the king's swordsman slashed with a sword and cut the attacking demon shark in half. The swordsman who overturned the wooden boat clearly felt that the surrounding sea beasts were gathering rapidly with the departure of the giant. The doldrums were indeed dangerous. Damn it. Let's survive first. After a moment, the swordsman took the old boat owner and walked towards the land. Although he couldn't fly, he could move quickly by using the wind from the sea surface to perform the shaving technique from the 6 styles. Thank you, sir. I will never forget you, the old ship owner said excitedly after being rescued, looking at the old ship owner who was being held in his hands and thanking him constantly. The heavenly king swordsman curled his lips. He was not such a kind person. With this old guy, if he encountered a dangerous sea beast on the sponge, he could throw it over as bait, which could also buy him some time. Of course, he would not say these words. In the deep sea, behind this roaring emperor whale, Mubai could sense that his speed seemed to be gradually slowing down, as if being disturbed by some kind of force. The golden mountain and river patterns covered the entire sea area. I think it should be the ability of the opponent's piece of Jiuzhou Ding fragment. Although Mubai can also use the Jiuzhou Ding fragment in his soul, he can only use it when he encounters a life and death situation. So at this moment, facing the roaring emperor whale that used the Jiuzhou Ding fragment, he was actually somewhat helpless. 20,000 meters. 30,000 meters. The speed of both seemed very slow at this moment, so that the Falcon team following behind had already caught up. Strange. Why is our speed getting slower the closer we get to this deep-sea giant? A team member said with some confusion. As the captain, Lu Ying naturally also noticed this strange phenomenon. After she began to use her devil fruit ability, she was surprised to find that her absorption ability was actually ineffective at this moment. Interesting. This Jiuzhou Ding fragment actually has this function. Even if it is placed in the main world, this kind of treasure is hard to come by. Seeing Mubai 100 meters away in front of her, she immediately said, "You are Mubai. I have seen your video. If you can help us capture this giant, I will let the King of Ring give you the supreme honor." Seeing that Mubai had not responded yet, Lu Ying's mouth was not idle. "You can also join our team and come forward when I need you. In the future, after we leave, the entire Xia Kingdom can be your territory." Mubai in front of him always felt something was wrong when he heard these words. Although he had guessed that these people were the so-called King of Ren's men. But these words gave him the feeling that the other party did not seem to regard the King of Ren as a superior. With a thought in his mind, he took out the compass while swimming and shook it, and said, "Your reincarnation creation is good. It can easily find the Jiuzhou Ding fragments with this. Reincarnationists obtain reincarnation points by completing tasks assigned by the main god of reincarnation. And compasses like this are all reincarnation creations. And creating these things requires reincarnation points. There are many kinds of reincarnation creations, such as the rough compass in Mubai's hand, which is a faction treasure. As the name suggests, it can only be used by the faction to which it belongs. If other people pick it up, it will turn into dust and disappear. For example, if this compass is picked up by the Blackwing clan, the Ashura clan, or the God City Fortress, it will disappear. But it doesn't matter if someone like the swordsman gets it, because the swordsman also belongs to the power of Renwang. Of course, there are exceptions. That is, when other reincarnationists pick it up, this compass can still be used normally. Knowing that this thing is a reincarnation creation, it can still be used. More importantly, this compass did not turn into ashes in the hands of the other party. All this can only mean one thing. That is, Mubai is a reincarnation. Who are you? Or are you a reincarnation disguised as the native Mubai? Lu Ying's words made Mubai's eyes narrow slightly. The words indigenous reincarnation combined with the reincarnation creation always made him feel like he was suddenly enlightened. Seeing this, he also said, "What do you think? But what is your mission?" "My mission is to attack the Blackwing clan." At this moment, everyone has entered the deep sea close to 80,000 meters. The closer to the deep sea, the faster the roaring emperor whale swims. People who keep a distance from the other party can barely keep up. Asking me about the mission? Is he testing something? There is not much difference between the two tasks of attacking the Blackwing clan and killing the Blackwing Lord. After all, if you want to get to the Blackwing Lord, you need to get rid of all the high-end forces of the Blackwing clan. Thinking of this, Luing sneered and said, "Why do you need to test me? Our mission is the same. The most important thing is to ensure that the demigod is killed in 30 days. She did not refute what I said about the Blackwing clan. That is to say, the mission of these so-called reincarnations is to kill the high-level members of the Blackwing clan. Could the Blackwing Lord mentioned by the Dragon God King that day refer to the consciousness that invaded the body of the Blackwing God?" Mu Bai, whose mind became clearer, said casually, "It seems that I am too suspicious. The Blackwing Lord is also my mission. Why test me? Where are you from the main world? You and I may have met." Luing licked the corner of her mouth and said with a smile, "Being able to test means that the other party is likely to be a newbie. If the other party does not know the rules and tells her actual place of residence in the main world, she will find a way to deal with him. You know, killing a reincarnation in the main world will get a lot of reincarnation points." As soon as the 3 words main world came out, Mu Bai realized a more serious problem. If he reasoned according to the information he had obtained so far, he could get an extremely clear trajectory. The other party came from the main world, which is likely to be higher than the world of Blue Star. They are reincarnations in the main world, and reincarnations will go to the lower world to complete tasks. From the expressions of the other party just speaking, it can be seen that these reincarnations do not know each other's identities in the main world. After reaching these conclusions, Mu Bai was not very interested in the roaring emperor whale that was escaping to the deep sea. After all, as long as the other party was still in the endless sea, he would never escape from his palm. These reincarnations are treasures. In the deep sea at a depth of nearly 100,000 meters, Mu Bai stopped and stood in front of the 12 people. "I am Mu Bai, who lives in Xia country. I have already reached the peak of the emperor's throne. I still have many tasks here. I wonder if you can do me a favor and complete them together." The people who were stopped were a little unhappy, but when they heard that the other party had other tasks, they immediately became interested. Luing, the captain of the Falcon team, frowned and said, "Which tasks? Our team needs to quickly improve the level of this world. If there is no task that allows the Emperor to directly step into the peak of the Emperor's throne, then don't stop us here." The other party refused to tell the address of the main world. Luing thought that this reincarnation disguised as Mu Bai was a veteran. "Of course I have it. Not just 1, but 12. Mu Bai's smile and his sincere face made Luing slightly distracted. But soon she asked in confusion, "A single person can only have 3 tasks. You actually have 12? Who are you kidding?" "Of course, I only had 3. Before Mu Bai finished speaking, Lu Ying's face changed and she immediately ordered, "Everyone, do it. He is not a reincarnation." She originally felt strange and wanted to deliberately blow up the other party, but she didn't expect that this explosion would actually expose the other party. There is no limit to the number of tasks for an individual. There is only one possibility for the other party to say such a thing. The other party is a native, a creature of this world. Luing felt like she was being played. It was like playing a console game and being tricked by the NPC in it. This great humiliation made her want to kill. 11 reincarnations from the main world attacked at the same time. I saw gorgeous flowers sweeping over, many rocks attached to one of them, and endless vines spreading from the body. Superhuman flower fruit. Superhuman absorption fruit. Superhuman vine fruit. All the people in the Falcon team are actually devil fruit ability users. Mu Bai didn't expect this either, and was surrounded by an attack in a daze. "You dare to shout like this with such strength?" Luing said with some sarcasm, with her hands behind her back. She thought the other party was a tough guy, but he was solved so easily. When he wanted to continue to sneer, Mu Bai, who was surrounded by vines, burst into a hearty laugh. In terms of the degree of understanding of devil fruits, he is undoubtedly the best in this world. At this moment, he could clearly feel that the devil fruits in these people's bodies were different from those in the Blue Star world. The fruit ability users were not afraid of sea water, and the power they exerted was stronger than that of the devil fruits in the Blue Star world. What surprised him most was the faint charm in it. Mu Bai could feel that as long as he continued to increase his energy level, he would reach a level beyond a certain limit. "I am really getting more and more interested in your main world." After saying that, Mu Bai transformed into the form of the sun god Nika without any nonsense. The dazzling white sun rose in the dark deep sea. The white eyebrows, white hair, and the white divine fire surrounding his body made him stand out. The sound of the liberation drum made everyone present feel inexplicably palpitating. This is fantasy beast species mythology? Seeing this form of devil fruit for the first time, Lu Ying felt very surprised. The fantasy beast species in the main world are much more powerful than the so-called natural ability users. Especially the mythology ability users among them showed unimaginable combat power. Fantasy beast species bird fruit golden crow form, summoning the sun extreme flame to burn everything. The mythical beast species snake fruit xianglio form. Wherever it passes, all the land is marshy. And the 9 heads of the snake body can control the endless flood that can drown people. The mythical beast species human fruit Shinqian and so on. These mythical devil fruit ability users are all able to destroy the world. So when she saw Mu Bai's godlike form at this moment, she thought that the other party was a mythical beast species godlike ability user. Mu Bai, who transformed into the sun god Nika form, swept out with a punch, with a cartoon-like arm sweeping out. Mu Bai held the endless thunder in his left hand and bombarded. In a burst of fire, amazing power erupted from the deep sea of 100,000 meters. The entire calm belt was stirred at this moment, and the Falcon squad was completely dispersed by these two moves. Even if they have a devil fruit combat system that surpasses the world of Blue Star, they don't even have the ability to resist when facing Mu Bai's bug-level form. Mu Bai is not the protagonist in the hot-blooded comics, who gives the enemy a way out when defeating the enemy. The absorption fruit ability user and the vine fruit ability user attack at the same time. The thick vines twisted and turned around Mu Bai's body, and a lot of seawater and seabed rocks also clung to his body. Seeing this, Mu Bai's mouth curled up slightly. Big! 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 The rubber body gradually expanded in proportion. The white flames of the sun god around it also grew larger. This ability, that seemed to be the dharma of heaven and earth, instantly broke the vines on its body. It crushed the rocks attached to its body. When Mu Bai became a 1,000-meter giant, he threw these people to the bottom of the sea as easily as slapping insects. Lu Ying was just about to run away when he didn't expect the sun god giant, who covered the sky and the sun, to punch him. The boundless power came with the high-temperature flames as the sea collapsed. Lu Ying, who had no choice but to seal her hands, and then the white ripples began to spread. As a superhuman absorption fruit user, she has the ability to absorb all energy, especially after awakening. She also has the terrifying ability to absorb all energy within a certain range. When Mu Bai's huge fist bombarded, it was actually defended by the white ripples in front of her. Not only that, these ripples were constantly absorbing the fruit power in Mu Bai's body, making his body shrink continuously. These people from the main world are really not simple. Mu Bai frowned and immediately held the dark fruit in his left hand and the vibration fruit in his right hand. The undercurrent swept and counteracted the absorption ability, and another vibrating iron fist broke through the boundary, directly knocked Lu Ying out across the space. The boundless power swept through her body, and Lu Ying gritted her teeth and quickly removed the vibration power in her body and the surroundings through the absorption ability. Just as she was about to move, a stick of nearly 10,000 meters appeared above her head. What the hell is this? Lu Ying, with a twitching mouth, raised her hands to resist the boundless power on the stick, while constantly falling towards the deep sea. Mu Bai, holding the Rui Sun stick in one hand, turned the stick body and saw tens of thousands of stick shadows bombarding like raindrops. As the afterimage swayed, the entire endless sea area burst out with a monstrous undercurrent along the swinging trajectory of the stick. No matter how strong her fruit ability is, Lu Ying can't resist such an energy stick at the initial level of the Emperor's throne. After a series of explosions, she has fainted. At the last moment of her coma, she immediately activated the reincarnation escape token. As long as the token's effect is activated, she can escape from this world and return to the reincarnation space. Unfortunately, Mu Bai did not give her this opportunity. Mu Bai immediately activated the super awakening ability of the Tremor fruit and pulled Lu Ying, who was about to disappear, out of the space vault through the void. But the power from the Lord of Reincarnation enveloped the unconscious Lu Ying again, and it was even said that because of Mu Bai's blocking just now, the transmission speed became faster. Just when he was at a loss, he suddenly thought of something, and then Mu Bai pulled Lu Ying into another world together. That is, the Black Star world. Although the Lord of Reincarnation has the ability to control the Blue Star, he is helpless against the Black Star world in another space. When Mu Bai and the other 11 people entered the Black Star world together, he immediately mobilized the world's will to block the combat ability of these 12 people and press them under the mountain. Just like the legendary Tathagata Buddha suppressing Sun Wukong. When Luing and the others woke up, Mubai was sitting in front of them, feeling the pressure of the mountain on his body. Luing said in disbelief, "How did you do it? You can even stop the reincarnation token. From now on, it's not you who asks me questions, but I ask you questions. If you don't answer, I won't punish you too much. It's just to block your body and let the flying sword pass through your heart every second. After all, I, Mubai, am not a bad person." Mubai showed a reassuring smile while speaking. The 12 people who were suppressed by the mountain swallowed their saliva. The void in front of them was full of flying swords. At this moment, Mubai was even more devilish than the devil in their eyes. Mubai did not expect that these people who claimed to be reincarnators would be so weak. When he let the 12 people experience the 1 hour 10,000 swords piercing their hearts, everyone begged for mercy with snot running down their noses. "I've said that I'm not a bad person. Wouldn't it be better if you had cooperated earlier?" Mubai, who was sitting in the air, said with a smile. Luing and others couldn't help but curse him secretly. "You didn't even ask any questions, and just started. Who didn't cooperate with you?" Mubai put away his smile, and then asked everyone separately. The questions he asked were different, but he would give them some small punishments as long as everyone answered them differently. A few hours later, he came out of the Black Star world and returned to the Endless Sea, while the people of the Falcon Squad were trapped in the Black Star world by him. "I didn't expect it to be similar to what I thought, but the world level of this main world is really scary." After the torture just now, Mubai had a preliminary understanding of that huge world. The main world is also called the Star World, where the human race is the main race, and the source of human power is the power of stars and devil fruits. The Star World currently controls 999,999 exclusive low-level worlds, and other lower-level worlds are countless. Among them, the world level is divided into 8 levels: Universe, Primitive, Heaven, Earth, and Black and Yellow. Worlds like Blue Star are barely considered to be Black level, and they don't even qualify for statistics. The level of the Star World is so high that it can even accommodate the existence of the Creator God level. It is a pure land beyond heaven, and a grand world that is unimaginable for personal consciousness. Even Mubai was shocked after mastering some information about the main world. If the Traverser is lucky enough to ascend all the way from the low-level world, then in the end, he can reach the main world. It is the final cemetery of truth. It is the final battlefield for the strong to fight. It is the pinnacle of civilization. Organizations like the Lord of Reincarnation are not big fish in it. The truly terrifying forces can reverse the collapse of the universe and survive countless yuan years. And 1 yuan is equal to 129,600 years. After interrogating these people, Mubai also knew a lot of secrets, including everything about the reincarnation. He also knew all the goals of Renwang and the Iron Man team, and naturally knew about the arrival of the Blackwing Lord in the form of a demigod in 30 days. At this moment, they were like the Emperor's new clothes in front of Mubai, with no secrets at all. "It seems that I need to make good use of Renwang's power. If I want to reach a higher threshold, I must go to this main world." With a countermeasure in mind, he did not act immediately, but swam towards the deeper seabed. At this moment, the depth has exceeded 100,000 meters and reached an astonishing 300,000 meters. The roaring Emperor whale, who thought he had escaped Mubai's pursuit, was floating aimlessly in the deep sea at 400,000 meters. After feeling the induction from the fragments of the Jiuzhou Ding, it continued to swim to the deeper seabed in a somewhat anxious manner. As time passed, the pressure of the deep sea had reached a level that ordinary emperors could not withstand. There were only 2 creatures in the deep sea: Mubai and the roaring Emperor whale. 350,000 meters, 400,000 meters, 450,000 meters, 550,000 meters. After swimming to a depth of 550,000 meters, even the Emperor whale was unable to swim further downwards. His body was too large, and if he continued to swim downwards, his body would probably collapse first. Mubai watched the other party float up with interest, but he had no mercy in his heart. "Since you like to swim down so much, then don't swim up anymore." After saying that, Mubai ignored the water pressure at such a deep depth and forced his arms to become something like a rope to trap the other party's long horns. "Get down for me." Mubai used his arms to forcefully drag the swimming howling Emperor whale towards the 600,000 meter deep sea, and the strong pressure continued to eat away at its body. When Mubai arrived at the 700,000 meter deep sea, the howling Emperor whale had no breath. According to the induction of the Jiuzhou Ding fragment in his mind, He immediately found the last Jiuzhou Ding fragment in the other party's brain. At the same time as obtaining the Jiuzhou Ding fragment, golden halos emanated from Mu Bai's body. The intensity of this halo far exceeded the so-called artifact, and it was unscrupulously filled around even in the 700,000-meter deep sea. The other 9 fragments in the soul exuded joy, and this emotion burst to the top when Mu Bai sent the last fragment into the soul. The last broken corner of the bronze tripod was also filled. Flowers, birds, mountains, rivers, sun and moon, and all kinds of natural scenes came to life on the Jiuzhou tripod. The purest power slowly flowed into Mu Bai's soul. These purest light powers gave Mu Bai a feeling of floating in the air, as if the whole world was under his control, and every flower, grass and tree would grow at will according to his will. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Jiuzhou tripod. Jiuzhou tripod, a noble and mysterious treasure, representing the most simple king, with natural things engraved on its bronze surface. Ability, absorb luck. Ability 2, can confiscate any level of weapons and treasures from the enemy. Ability 3, unknown evaluation, possessing power beyond imagination. It is the original existence and the fundamental origin, but at this moment it is restricted by the world. Absorbing luck and being able to confiscate any weapon of the enemy. These 2 abilities are indeed very strong. Absorbing luck is fine, but being able to confiscate enemy weapons is too terrifying. If weapons are divided into different levels, the first type of weapons are those that can amplify the energy of their owners, such as the Black-Winged God's Black Sword, Mu Bai's Wushan Naginata, and even Zhu Beiji's 9-foot rake and Sun Wukong's Rui Jing Dubang. The higher level is undoubtedly the Jiuzhou Ding, which can suppress and confiscate all enemy weapons just like the Taishan Laojuan Circle. However, what surprised Mu Bai the most was the evaluation of the eternal system. Restricted by the world? Could it be that this Jiuzhou Ding is not originally from this world? Mu Bai muttered to himself and was a little confused. When he asked the system actually told him that he did not have enough authority, which was rare. Since the system evolved and upgraded to the eternal system, there has been basically no lack of authority. It seems that there are indeed many secrets on the Jiuzhou Ding. It's time to go back to Chengdu to take a look. For them, 1 year. For me, it's been 8 years since I came back. After saying that, Mu Bai's figure gradually turned into a thunderbolt and disappeared in the deep sea. In the shadow of the deep sea, a large number of sea beasts scrambled for the broken corpse of the roaring emperor whale floating up. These flesh and blood bodies contain a lot of energy, which is extremely beneficial to sea beasts. Chengdu Fortress. After a year of precipitation, the Devil Fruit space has been completely rooted in this land. Although the 10,000 worlds have merged, the space where the Devil Fruit is located is still a small dimensional space. During the period when Mu Bai disappeared, Chengdu Fortress has been expanding its area. Now there are dozens of peripheral cities alone, and these cities are all built around the central city. This is also to allow the emperor to take care of it. And once there is an external enemy attack, it can also quickly support the peripheral cities. When Mu Bai arrived in front of the main city, which was several hundred meters high, he was surprised to find that many of these newly built walls contained sea stone. The walls mixed with sea stone were harder than ordinary walls. When Mu Bai withdrew his hand, he did not feel the devil fruit in his body being suppressed. It seems that my life level has been freed from the restrictions of sea stone to some extent. Mu Bai muttered to himself as he walked into the city without anyone noticing him. Even though the bustling crowd on the street was extremely crowded, no one noticed a person passing by them. Mu Bai was full of emotion when he revisited the old place, but he was also very calm at this moment. The shops and shopping malls on the street were restored in an orderly manner, and the original dilapidated scene was swept away. The bumpy roads were also very smooth. When Mu Bai reached out and touched the ground, he could still sense the foreign metal mixed with a certain amount of it. Mu Bai, who was walking on the street like a ghost, disappeared in the next second. The pedestrians next to him shuddered suddenly and thought that some invisible ghosts passed by them. In the secret ice cellar, there was a young man who was frozen in ice. It was Lin Zhan, whose soul was taken away by the soul fruit of the other party because of the battle with the gods a year ago. Lin Zhan, you are home. After saying that, Mu Bai took out the ring that Lin Zhan was stored in. With a thought, a vague soul floated out of his ring and then merged with his body. The moment Lin Zhan woke up, the ghost sword that was also frozen beside him had broken through the ice and cheered. Lin Zhan slowly opened his eyes, and what he saw was the ice above his head. I am back. Lin Zhan, whose voice was trembling, was extremely excited at the moment. He turned around and saw Mu Bai and couldn't help shedding 2 tears. Mu Bai! I am alive! I am alive! I can finally feel the feeling of controlling my body again after all these years. The excited Lin Zhan half knelt on the ice bed with tears in his eyes. It's okay. Everything is over. Patting Lin Zhan on the shoulder, Mu Bai transferred a stream of energy into his body. His body had naturally developed some problems after being frozen for a long time. So Mu Bai was helping him repair it at this moment. Let's go and meet old friends. Mu Bai disappeared with Lin Zhan. When he opened his eyes again, he was already in a classroom. In an empty classroom at Xiaogui University. Everyone who received the news that Mu Bai had returned was waiting quietly. When the thunder light appeared, Mu Bai also appeared here with Lin Zhan. Long time no see. Everyone. Sui, Xiao Fengkai, Lu Jun, Hang Yuan, Yu Qianshou, Li Piao and others were all here. And even Duan Jioling Shenhua came. Everyone had different expressions when they saw Mu Bai. But the same thing was that they all felt great pressure when they looked at Mu Bai. Which was not something that could be explained in words. Hack! You're finally back. I almost forgot what you look like. Li Piao rushed over excitedly and hugged Mu Bai. He hadn't seen Mu Bai for a long time. Li Piao, how have you been recently? Mu Bai pulled up this old friend with a smile. Mainly because the other party's snot almost sprayed on his face. Without you, I can't eat or drink. That's enough, that's enough. Seeing that the other party was getting more and more exaggerated, Mu Bai quickly interrupted Li Piao's words. The master was still talking in such a weird way. Sui wanted to step forward and say something. But for some reason, it was difficult to say it out loud. Mu Bai, have you reached that level? Shenhua said thoughtfully with his hands in his pockets. He was most concerned about Mu Bai's realm. In his eyes, the other party at this moment had undoubtedly been reborn. Yes, I have reached a realm that cannot be improved to a certain extent. Yu Qianshou said excitedly. The peak of the Emperor's throne? Mu Bai, you are really strong. You have also stepped into the King of Heaven. Young master you. Your speed is also very fast. Mu Bai said with a smile. At the other party's age, reaching this realm is indeed a genius. After chatting for a while, Mu Bai said goodbye to everyone. Sui said with some excitement, you are leaving. Right? Everyone knew what Sui meant. Even Li Piao, who was smiling and joking just now, restrained his smile at this moment. They all felt that they might never see each other again in the future after parting today. But no one present was willing to say it out loud. The current Mu Bai does not belong to this world. The Mu Bai who once dozed off on the desk, once shone brightly in the college entrance examination, and once fought side by side with them in the dungeon world has become a thing of the past. Who can predict the future? Maybe we can meet again one day. But not in this world. Mu Bai said with a smile. A little mysteriously. And then his figure disappeared from the spot. Everyone was silent in the silent classroom. But Sui's eyes flashed a glimmer. And Shenhua said softly, compared to Mu Bai's words, there is a deeper meaning. After that, he also got up and left. While everyone was thinking, a middle-aged man was drinking tea in a small tea house on the edge of the city. Opposite him was an empty seat. But there was still steaming tea on the seat. Mu Bai, who came from a distance, said softly, what should I call you? Teacher Gao Jia or Yin Tianzheng? The one sitting on the chair with great determination was Gao Jia, the teacher who had provided special training for Mu Bai and others after the college entrance examination. But now his rank has dropped to the 4th rank. Gao Jia, who was free and easy, showed a surprised expression on his face. How did you recognize me? You should know that strictly speaking, I am no different from others. Even the Peak Emperor will not be able to see any difference. Gao Jia, who was drinking tea alone, said softly, and it was unknown what he was thinking in his dim eyes. In fact, I noticed that your soul was different when I first came into contact with you. And now it seems that you are even more special. Mu Bai looked up behind the other person and saw that the soul that was comparable to his own was constantly disintegrating. The appearance of the soul was exactly the same as Yin Tianjin's portrait. When Mu Bai participated in special training with Sui and others after the college entrance examination, he discovered the difference of teacher Gao Jia. He could vaguely see that the other person had 2 souls, just like himself at the beginning. I checked at night, and there is no information about Gao Jia. So you were lying when you said you won the National League. Really? I didn't expect you to be so smart back then. Gao Jia, or Yin Tianzheng, who drank tea as wine, finally looked at Mu Bai at this moment. I am just relying on this body to survive. I expect that this winter will be my death date. Before I die, I just want to leave you a piece of advice about the main world. Mu Bai's eyes changed when he heard the word main world. Blue Star is like a surging river, and the main world is like a vast ocean. Rivers will eventually flow into the ocean, but many times there will be beasts gathering at the estuaries, because they know that only the fish there are fat. You have to be careful of those guards. After saying this, Yin Tianzheng turned and left. He did not elaborate on who these guards were, but threw this question to Mu Bai. Perhaps in his eyes, Mu Bai would have a hard time. There was no big surprise for Mu Bai to appear at this moment. Only when he stepped into the peak of the throne could he feel the feeling of breaking away from the world. The continuous improvement of the life level brings about the extinction of the spirit, and the high-level life will autonomously find a solution. Among them, leaving the low-level environment and coming to a higher-level environment is undoubtedly the best way. Presumably, the other party just gave me a reminder for the sake of being a human race. Time passed quickly, and the next day, the secret meeting of the high-level officials in the capital organized by Duan Xia officially opened. During the meeting, all the high-level officials of the throne attended. It was also in this meeting that Mu Bai won the highest power of Xia without bloodshed. On the 5th day, a large number of legions and powerful emperors were mobilized to attack the dragons of the southern continent with the Asuras through space treasures. Without the Dragon God King, one of the strongest fighters, the entire Dragon Clan was undoubtedly overwhelmed by the joint efforts of the human race and the Asuras. Especially when Mu Bai appeared in front of the high-level Dragon Clan in the form of Nika Sun God. It caused a bloody storm. 10 minutes later, Mu Bai, whose whole body was burning with white-hot divine fire, had already removed the head of the chief of the Dragon Clan. The Peak Emperor had no ability to resist such a perverted person at all. It can be said that the entire high-level Dragon Clan was basically slaughtered by Mu Bai. The other southern continental aliens, who were originally suppressed by the Dragon Clan, saw the high-ranking Dragon Clan being slaughtered like livestock. They also turned against the coalition forces of Xia Kingdom and the Azura clan to start clearing out the remnants of the Dragon Clan. The news that the high-level Dragon Clan members had asked the Blackwing clan for help fell on deaf ears. At dawn the next day, the luxurious Dragon Clan temple had become a ruin. The 53 Dragon Clan emperors, 7,054 Dragon Clan heavenly kings, and countless Dragon Clan backbone forces were all wiped out. The Dragon Soul Altar, which represented the highest honor of the Dragon Clan in the sea of corpses and blood, was also destroyed. There is no doubt that the Dragon Clan was completely eradicated from this day on. This news also spread throughout the entire East Continent with the return of the Xia Kingdom army. Mu Bai, who performed well in this battle with the Azura clan, was undoubtedly once again on the cusp of the storm, and his deeds also set off a wave. When Mu Bai led the Shindu army to the vicinity of the Chuanhai fortress, Ren Wang, as a reincarnationist, frowned. What is this Mu Bai going to do? Is he going to wipe us out? Ren Wang's face was not good. He felt something was wrong when the Falcon squad disappeared collectively in the Endless Sea a few days ago. No matter how difficult this world is, it is impossible to make 12 experienced reincarnationists disappear at the same time? Could it be that this Mu Bai was the one who took action? While Wang Tyran was still thinking in his brainstorm, he shook his head slightly. He should not be our enemy. Otherwise, with his prestige, he could easily attack us together with the Azura army. That makes sense. You should go out of the city with me to meet this Mu Bai. After thinking for a while, Ren Wang took Wang Tyran out of the city and headed straight for the legion where Mu Bai was. Mu Bai, who was leading the army, also greeted them when he saw them coming. I have heard that Mr. Mu Bai is very powerful and talented at a young age. Today I see that he is indeed extraordinary. Ren Wang, who was holding his fist, was indeed surprised when he saw Mu Bai's face. The other party's appearance was indeed unique among the males he had seen, and at least ranked in the top 3. Thank you for the compliment. I heard about Ren Wang's achievements as soon as I returned to Xia Kingdom. Thanks to you for suppressing the alien races here this year. After the two exchanged greetings for a while, Ren Wang suddenly asked, I wonder why Mr. Mu Bai led so many troops to my Chuanhai fortress this time. Mu Bai thought that Ren Wang was really a bit shameless. He occupied this Feng Shui treasure land, and really thought he was the original owner of this land. However, Mu Bai said modestly on the surface, I met the assassin sent by the Blackwing Lord some time ago. Fortunately, I captured him. This also made me know that there is still this hidden danger. I don't know if you two warriors have the idea of killing the Blackwing Lord with me. If you really succeed, then I am willing to hand over the power of the entire Xia Kingdom to you. As soon as these words came out, Ren Wang and Wang Tyran looked at each other, and their shock was also overflowing. Mu Bai smiled and said nothing. The assassin said by the Blackwing Lord was of course a lie. And as for what he said about handing over the power of the Xia Kingdom, it was because the Cup of Reincarnation imprisoned in the Black Star world had explained another most important side quest. That is to gain full control of a country by personal charm without fighting. As long as this side quest is completed, the final main quest will get double the reward, without spending any time. It is easy and legitimate to control a country. The difficulty coefficient of this originally difficult task suddenly decreases. After all, killing the Blackwing Lord is their main task this time. Even if Mu Bai doesn't say it, they will kill the Blackwing Lord when he is born. Unlike the ecstatic Ren Wang, Wang Tyran always feels that there is something wrong when he looks at Mu Bai, who is calm and indifferent. Judging from the other party's deeds, Mu Bai does not seem to be incompetent, and it is really abnormal to hand over the power to others. As if seeing Wang Tyran's doubts, Mu Bai sighed again after saying this. I feel that my life level can no longer continue to rise. If Ren Wang can give me some life, I will be grateful. Is this a loss of ambition? Wang Tyran was about to continue asking questions, but Ren Wang had already pressed his shoulders, with a playful look in his bright eyes. That's great. I learned through special channels that the Blackwing Lord is in the secret altar of the Blackwing Kingdom. If we can have your army to help us, we will definitely be able to attack Huanglong. After several rounds of negotiations, the cooperation between the two sides was completely reached. 3 days later, the Azura Legion, the Shindu Legion, and the Chuanhai Legion will jointly send troops to the West Road. Looking at the figures of Mu Bai and others going away, Wang Tyran said worriedly, this Mu Bai is different from the previous NPC in the reincarnation world. Why did you agree to him just now? Humph! Ren Wang snorted coldly, and played with the jade beads in his hand, and said coldly, I'm not a fool. I can naturally see that the other party has selfish intentions, and even calculated us. I even suspect that the disappearance of the entire Falcon squad was done by the other party in secret. Wang Tyran thought for a moment, and thought that it was really possible. The time when the other party appeared in the Xia Kingdom Shindu Fortress was exactly the time when the Falcon squad disappeared. And the direction he came from was also the Eastern Endless Sea. The time, place and people all matched. What if the other party plotted against us? As long as we kill the Blackwing Lord, we can complete the mission and return to the main world. What if we leave these so-called Chuanhai forces to him? What's more, with Mu Bai's help, the three forces will attack the Blackwing tribe together. It is expected that all the obstacles in front of the Blackwing Lord will be cleared. If we really wait for the Blackwing Lord to wake up completely, there may be other mistakes. Wang Tyran thought about it, and felt that it made sense. Mu Bai, as the highest authority in Xia country, is nothing more than coveting their Chuanhai fortress. This time, using his power to complete the main task can be regarded as a two-way use. These creatures in the lower world are sitting in the well, and looking at the sky. Even Mu Bai can only see the world in front of him. How can they know the grandeur of the main world? Bugs will always be bugs. The sneering Ren Wang has thought of several ways to deal with Mu Bai. Even when they complete the main task and leave, he will not let him have an easy time. Of course, we can't be careless. After all, we can't use offensive reincarnation items in this mission. The two people who were talking didn't notice that there was a person standing behind them. Mu Bai, who was almost invisible by using his observation haki, laughed out loud when listening to the conversation between the two. The other party thought he was a bug and could be manipulated at will. So let's see who is the real bug. 3 days later, when the three forces converged at the original sunset plain, Wang Tyran and Ren Wang had already reached the peak of the Emperor's throne. Mu Bai estimated that the two had received many missions recently. However, according to his observation, the combat power that was upgraded after completing the mission was very weak, similar to the Falcon squad that he wiped out that day. If they had not used the power of the devil fruit born in the main world, they would not even be able to touch Mu Bai. Millions of elite troops standing together were really shocking. Unlike the usual legions, the legions led by the three parties this time were the elite of the elite. And the average level was even close to the 6th level. Queen Ashura, Mu Bai, and Ren Wang immediately decided the route of action after meeting. First, the portal was formed through the space ability of Queen Ashura. And then the portal was opened to allow the army to enter the range of the western continent. However, this large-scale teleportation space is likely to be unstable, so it takes 5 days. Hearing that it would take 5 days, Ren Wang shook his head slightly. This time was too long. The longer the time, the greater the chance that the demigod body of the Blackwing Lord will descend. I suggest speeding up the process if possible. Hearing the word demigod, Queen Azura looked at Mubai in surprise, and then continued, That's true. Then I need an anchor point. If you locate the space anchor point on someone, the space jump will follow that person more often. At that time, it will only take more than 10 minutes to build a teleportation array that can ensure the passage of the army. Renwang frowned and said, You mean someone has to go to the western continent first, and then teleport the army to him? Yes, but it is expected that the Blackwing clan has already known the big movement here, and is likely to send the Emperor to patrol the territory. This task must be handed over to the strongest person. Mubai shook his head with some regret. I have just taken over such an elite Xia Kingdom Legion. If I leave, the entire army may be unstable. It's a pity that I wanted to go. Damn it! Renwang gritted his teeth and looked at the couple. He understood Mubai's idea. Let him do all the dirty work. He, Mubai, could not leave to stabilize the army's morale. And Queen Ashura could not leave to build a space transmission channel. Only Renwang was fine. So he had to go. He was a little angry. But he changed his mind and thought that he was not assured to leave this kind of thing to others. As long as it could speed up the completion of the main task, it would be fine for his people to do the hard work this time. Thinking of this, he smiled with relief and said, I won't bother you too. I will send Wang Tyran, my subordinate, to do this kind of trivial matter. Wang Tyran, who was looking at the scenery in a daze, was a little confused when he heard Renwang calling his name. When he came over, Renwang secretly said something to him. Mubai guessed that the benefits should be distributed. Sure enough, Wang Tyran didn't want to agree to this kind of task. After hearing Renwang's promise, his eyelids twitched a few times, and he walked over with the Iron Man team. When the Iron Man team saw the face of Queen Azura clearly, they were all stunned. Those who didn't know thought they were being immobilized by some kind of spell. Ahem. After hearing the captain's cough, the Iron Man team regained their composure. From now on, I will leave a space anchor mark on each of you. The closer you are to the Blackwing Kingdom, the more successful the construction of the transmission channel will be. After that, Queen Azura imprinted 12 space anchors on everyone's chest, and the purple light of 3 heads and 6 arms was clearly visible on their chests. The 12 people who set off immediately flew towards the direction of the western continent. It is worth mentioning that the life level of these 12 people has also reached a level close to the peak of the throne with the help of the reincarnation mission. At nightfall, all the families of the kings of the alien races on the western continent were besieged in the Blackwing King's court. This was the order issued by the Blackwing Lord after hearing that the dragon race was destroyed. Everyone, I imprisoned your families for your own good. If those humans and Azuras come to kill you, they will definitely kill you all. In this case, it is better to protect your families with me first. The Blackwing Lord, who controlled the body of the Blackwing Clan Council Chairman, said to these alien races faintly. These kings of the alien races all buried their heads very low. They knew that jumping out to oppose the other party at this time would only lead to a miserable death. At this time, a huge explosion sounded in the distance. I saw an iron mountain made of steel in the sky falling in the Blackwing King's capital. Then the iron mountain melted into the ground and knocked down many dazzling buildings. What happened? The Blackwing High Level looked at each other, but they also flapped their wings and flew towards the place where the sound broke out. And the Blackwing Lord frowned and left the body of the council chairman after realizing something. The awakened speaker of the parliament knew that it was the Blackwing Lord who had just occupied his body, but he could only bear it helplessly. It is probably the enemy that has come. All the Blackwings in the royal city should go to encircle and suppress them. After saying that, he turned into a black light and flew towards the explosion site. The alien kings who were still kneeling in the royal court seemed very terrified. In the east district of the royal city, at this moment, Wang Tyran casually threw away the enemy in his hand and spit out a black torrent at the Blackwing warriors in the sky. These torrents can turn objects into iron blocks when attached to them, and can also cause iron poisoning and ironification when attached to the flesh. After a torrent passed, all the Blackwings flying in the air fell to the ground like birds with broken wings. Many of them fell into iron fragments because they landed on their faces. These black-haired beasts don't think my fighting power is fake, right? I am a superhuman who can manipulate iron elements and create iron elements at will. Wang Tyran, who was a little emotional, turned around and came behind the team members to open his space anchor point. He saw that the 3-headed and 6-armed devil-like anchor point on his chest began to rotate gradually, and then a black spot was tearing apart between them. Through this black spot, Wang Tyrant could clearly hear Ren Wang's voice. "Are you alright?" "It's okay. But the number of these birdmen is slowly increasing." Looking at the dark sky in the distance full of black-winged people flying, even Wang Tyrant was a little emotional. "Hold on. This space channel will be built soon." On the other side, Queen Azura, who was building the space channel, had gradually torn the black spot apart. When it could accommodate half a person, Ren Wang rushed over first. When he saw that Wang Tyrant was fine, he was slightly relieved. This time, anyone could die. But Wang Tyrant couldn't get into trouble. After all, he still needed him. The black wings in the sky saw the enemy invading and launched an attack first. Tens of thousands of black wings flapped their black wings and rushed towards the few people like fallen angels in the dark night. Humph. Noisy. After a cold snort, the king held his left thumb and bent it upward. In an instant, an unknown force penetrated all defenses and penetrated into the soul of the Blackwing warrior. Lifespan reduced. As the left thumb fell back, the wave-like force quickly extracted their vitality. A large amount of lifespan was swallowed into the stomach of Ren Wang in the form of a yellow light ball. And these Blackwing warriors, whose lifespans were reduced, also turned from young to skinny old men in a few seconds. Now they fell from the sky in a daze. Not to mention fighting a lot. Ren Wang, who had gained a large amount of lifespan, rushed into the sky and punched the flesh under the gaze of all the Blackwing warriors. The fists wrapped in the power of lifespan are simply H.L. for these Blackwing people whose lifespans have been extracted. The Blackwing warriors, who were already old and unbearable, actually grew corpse spots after being affected by the fist shadow. And Ren Wang, who became stronger and stronger in the battle, killed a lot. When Queen Mu by Ashura and other emperors came from the space channel, the Blackwing Lord far away in the altar also accelerated the speed of his descent. It was strange that he always felt threatened by Ren Wang. It seems we need to speed up. Thinking of this, the young Blackwing Lord gradually fell asleep. The moment he closed his eyes, a magnificent magic eye appeared in the void of the altar, and the power that continued to flow into the boy's body as the altar shattered. The Blackwing clan's royal city also became a one-sided trend because of the arrival of Mu Bai and others. The Azura Queen blocked the high altitude so that the Blackwing clan could not escape, and Mu Bai directly sent a vibrating iron fist towards the royal city. Squeak! The void shattered like a mirror, and the vibration that resounded through the world overturned the entire city along the geological lines. The surface of the ground shook and shattered like a ladder, and hundreds of bottomless cracks appeared on the streets. Many Blackwing clan king-level warriors, who rushed towards Mu Bai, were torn apart in the vibration, and were buried in the shattered and messy space along with the rolling gravel and strong wind. Even the powerful emperors could only barely escape from the edge of the vibration zone. Many ordinary emperors deep in the vibration center could not stabilize their bodies at all. As the resonance force gradually increased, their bodies also showed different degrees of cracks. When Mu Bai retracted his fist, the entire royal city became a ruin. Ren Wang and Wang Tyrant in the sky looked at him in surprise at the same time. It was indeed powerful to destroy a large city with one punch. Hundreds of thousands of Blackwing clan warriors were missing in this punch. When the Blackwing clan council chairman and others arrived, it had already become the current scene. Mu Bai! Seeing his home destroyed, a Blackwing clan emperor warrior ignored his companion's obstruction and flapped his black wings to punch in the direction of Mu Bai. Mu Bai, who was calm and composed, stepped forward with his left foot and made a pistol gesture towards the other party. The next second, the ruins were submerged by blue electric light, and countless brilliant electric currents merged into one, accompanied by the terrifying dragon roar. He broke through the constraints of space and shot towards the other party. This most ordinary thunder dragon seemed like a god descending to the world under the bonus of thunder. The unparalleled thunder dragon that spanned 1,000 meters roared and rushed towards the furious Blackwing clan emperor throne with an absolutely overwhelming attitude. In the blink of an eye, two energies collided on the ruins. In the huge sound waves, the emperor throne was hit by the thunder dragon into the distant lighthouse. With a slight cracking sound, the lighthouse several hundred meters away was instantly broken. After the two Blackwing clan council presidents looked at each other, they also realized the seriousness of the problem. A large number of high-level combat forces had already emerged from the opponent's space channel. In this case, it is almost impossible to block the opponent's transmission channel. Now the only way to stop the opponent is to fight with life. Thinking of this, the noble council president said coldly, Azura clan, human clan, I have no idea that you will join forces to wipe out the dragon clan. But now that you have attacked the king's capital, aren't you afraid that our Blackwing clan will fight to the death? The meaning of his words is very clear. It is nothing more than that he has no intention of pursuing the destruction of the Dragon clan in the southern continent. But at this moment, if you take another step, then he will order the entire Blackwing clan to launch a real full-scale attack. By that time, the coalition forces of the two tribes will inevitably suffer heavy losses. He hopes that Mu Bai and others will consider it carefully. Mu Bai, who put away the thunder on his fingertips, turned his head and looked at the others. He saw that Queen Ashura's face remained unchanged. The other party did not say to stop when invading her territory, so she would not stop naturally. Not to mention Wang Tyran and Ren Wang. Seeing Mu Bai's inquiring eyes, they did not waste words, and simultaneously used their fruit abilities to attack the opposite side. The iron elements in the surrounding space came in a stream, attached to Wang Tyran's body like a stream of carp crossing the river. The next moment, the steel giant hundreds of meters high had already smashed his body in the direction of the Blackwing clan. Ren Wang spit out all the exploited lifespans, crushed and fused them. And finally, under the golden light, a golden long sword composed of countless twisted faces appeared in his hand. Adhering to the principle of quick battle and quick decision, he also slashed at the Blackwing clan without reservation. Under the golden lifespan slash, all the Blackwing clan affected had their lifespans and strength reduced. Seeing this scene, Mu Bai couldn't help but stand up and applaud. If he didn't know some things about the main plane, he might really think that the other party had such combat power. When he interrogated Lu Ying, the captain of the Falcon Squad, that day, he learned a secret from her. The devil fruits in the main world have higher level abilities. When the host descends to the lower world, these devil fruits will also increase their abilities. It's like the little character in the immortal world who is hated by everyone in the immortal world comes to the lower world because he masters the immortal law and is invincible. If converted into devil fruits, Mu Bai estimates that the power of the devil fruit is close to the state of super awakening. After all, if this king and I can really reduce the lifespan of others with a wave of his hand, then even in the main world, he is a great existence. And he will not become a reincarnation. Most of the so-called reincarnations are given new lives by the reincarnation organization after being killed in the main world to complete tasks for themselves. Few reincarnations can successfully survive to the end. You bastards. You dare to ask me to stop? Hurry up and let your Blackwing Lord come out. The king, who displayed his divine power and defeated the Blackwing clan's vanguard troops, said in an arrogant tone. The two council chairmen no longer held back their strength. 2,000-meter phantoms appeared above their heads. These were the Emperor's soul bodies. In the center of the battlefield, Wang Tyran and Ren Wang immediately fought with the two council chairmen at the peak of the Emperor's throne. The noise they made was really terrifying. Anyway, Mu Bai was watching from afar, and even wanted to take out melon seeds from the storage space to crack. At this moment, tens of millions of Blackwing clan troops have rushed to the royal city from the surrounding cities. Compared with the Ashura clan, the Blackwing clan, which is more powerful, has a stronger foundation. Hundreds of large legions plus air control mobility can completely return to the royal city in a short time. When the iron torrents of the legions collided and started fighting, the battle really started. Mu Bai and Queen Ashura, who were sitting in the rear, immediately freed up their hands to deal with those Blackwing emperors. Let's get some muscles and bones moving. After saying that, Mu Bai's figure disappeared in an instant. When he appeared again, he had taken off the head of an ordinary emperor on the opposite side. When facing an emperor enemy who didn't even have a soul body, Mu Bai could easily kill him instantly. This is very complicated. There are reasons for the extreme aura of the emperor and the high physique. In short, Mu Bai's current combat power has undoubtedly surpassed the ordinary emperor. Too weak. Can't he even regenerate by dripping blood? Mu Bai said with a slightly disappointed look, and then threw the head in his hand aside and looked at the terrified Blackwing emperors. Don't panic. Summon the emperor's soul immediately. Seeing that the situation was not good, the old Blackwing emperor immediately reminded everyone that the emperors with souls stood on the periphery, and those without souls stood in the middle of them to attack Mu Bai remotely. Looking at several souls not far away, Mu Bai came to the sky in an instant, and kicked down at the top of all the souls. The white super awakening vibration ball cover condensed at the sole of the shoe to shatter the void barrier. In an instant, the whole sky shattered without any rules. And the powerful vibration and the resonance ability instantly wiped out several Emperor souls below. What others need more than 10 minutes to complete at the fastest only takes a moment for Mu Bai. This is the horror of the brute force of the super awakening shock fruit. The destructive power he caused is completely top-notch among the emperors. Without the soul body blocking, Mu Bai rushed into the Blackwing Emperor's throne, as if he was in a no-man's land. Thunder surged in his left hand, and the vibration ball cover in his right hand bombarded the void. In a short period of time, several young Blackwing clan emperors were killed. The two council chairmen who were fighting with Ren Wang and Wang Tyran were naturally shocked by Mu Bai's strength, seeing the young emperors of the clan being slaughtered. They also wanted to get rid of the enemy and go to rescue. Unfortunately, Wang Tyran would not give them this opportunity. Huh? Want to escape? Iron Torrent. Iron Wolves. The steel attached to Wang Tyran's body quickly melted into molten iron. Among these molten iron, steel wild wolves rushed out of the molten iron and trapped the two Blackwing clan council chairmen together. The steel of the opponent who receives the attack will turn into liquid. And the weirdest thing is that the steel controlled by the opponent is all inexplicably strange. Even the two peak emperors cannot completely cut it down from the physical level. With such a difficult guy in front of them, they really don't have much way to help other emperors. Ren Wang, holding the golden longevity sword, said sarcastically, "You younger emperors are too weak. How can you be like livestock to be slaughtered in front of Mu Bai? Humph. You can only be arrogant for a while. We will have someone to deal with you even if we don't need you." Feeling the inexplicable throbbing in the distance, the two council leaders were overjoyed. At the same time, Queen Ashura, Mu Bai, Wang Tyran and others suddenly felt the ground sink. A black magic eye floated out from the ground during the collapse. At the same time, a black light column pierced the sky from the underground altar. The black energy material spread like a virus. In a few moments, the black night sky rose from the western continent. After a few seconds, this strange night sky had covered the whole world. Regardless of whether it was noon or midnight, all places were plunged into darkness at this moment. The entire battlefield also temporarily stopped fighting because of this incident. Mu Bai also instantly distanced himself from these Blackwing clan emperors. He could vaguely sense that the unknown existence had locked on to him. The most horrified ones were probably Wang Tyran, Ren Wang and other reincarnations. They saw lines of blood words appearing in front of them. The mission has changed. The Blackwing Lord has awakened ahead of time. The mission has been changed to a survival challenge. Wang Tyran was almost going crazy when he read the bloody words in front of him. The original main mission had actually changed from a killing mission to a survival mission. There could only be one reason for this situation. That is, the main god of reincarnation determined that the reincarnator could not kill the target at all, and the gap with the target was too large. After seeing the detailed description of the survival mission, the ugly Ren Wang was speechless. The mission required the two of them to survive in the demigod night for 30 minutes. Retreat? This mission is a bit too much. After realizing that this mission could not be completed at all, Ren Wang had no time to watch the demigod revive. At this moment, he immediately used the reincarnation authority to leave this world. But something happened that made him extremely horrified. When he used the reincarnation authority to exempt this mission, a line of bloody words appeared in front of him again. Unable to use. Unable to leave. Please complete the mission before leaving. The cold bloody words made Ren Wang's head split. What the hell is this? Is this world really a special type of reincarnation world? The black-haired boy on the altar opened his eyes. When he floated from the secret altar underground to the air, the huge magic eye in the air slowly shrank and was imprinted on his forehead. The huge magic eye kept dripping blood, and when it was completely embedded in the forehead of the black-haired boy, time seemed to freeze. With the opening of the third eye, the boy burst out with indescribable boundless power. The terrifying sound waves continued to spread into space. When this sound wave reached its peak, a sacred and inviolable feeling was imprinted in everyone's heart. The dripping blood of the third magic eye formed a sharp contrast with the sacred temperament. And a temperament of both good and evil was appearing in the Blackwing Lord. I come. I see. I conquer. The rotating third magic eye seemed to laugh in a trance. And the dark energy flowed out of the magic eye. These black unknown waves came into contact with the ground and deformed and twisted creatures appeared in this world. Give life. Create life. Such means are no different from the so-called gods. These creatures like followers kept murmuring in ancient language, as if they were singing praises to the great achievements of the Blackwing Lord. It seems that the souls of both of you are not compatible with this world. So I will correct it for you. The childish voice sounded in the ears of Wang Tyran and Ren Wang. And the next second, the Blackwing Lord had crossed the space and came to the two of them. Not good. The two did not expect that the other party would attack them first. And they did not have time to think about it. The huge amount of life behind Ren Wang turned into a shield-like barrier. And Wang Tyran launched the strongest move at this moment. Iron Element Puppet. In an instant, many natural elements in the void were forcibly twisted and transformed into iron elements under his power. A large amount of iron elements swarmed towards the body of the Blackwing Lord. As long as these iron elements merged with the other party, Wang Tyran could completely control the other party as a puppet. This move may be a chicken rib in the main world, but it is an invincible move in the lower reincarnation world. He has used this move to escape danger and complete difficult tasks in desperate counterattacks several times. Dense black dots quickly attached to the body of the Blackwing Lord. And the very cooperative Blackwing Lord also allowed these iron elements to drill into his body, looking for death. When Wang Tyran was about to control the iron elements to destroy his body, he found that his fruit ability seemed to have failed, and the Blackwing Lord in front of him had passed through the life barrier of Ren Wang and pressed his hand on his chest. The next second, a burst of blood mist burst. The strong Wang Tyran disappeared just like that. When the blood mist drifted to Ren Wang's face, he was originally arrogant and even regarded all creatures in this world as low-level life. He completely lost his composure. Wait! I didn't mean to offend you. I am willing to be loyal to you at this moment. In order to delay time and survive for half an hour, Ren Wang had to bow his head and be loyal. The remaining 11 people in the Iron Man team saw this and immediately broke through the air. Even the captain died so miserably that they dared not imagine what their fate would be. At this moment, they threw reincarnation behind their minds and only thought about surviving now. The Blackwing Lord didn't even look at them and whispered, "They are too anxious." The next second, a magic eye suddenly opened in the dark sky. Then hundreds of black skinny arms fell from the sky and dragged the 11 members of the Iron Man team into the dark sky. As they disappeared, the sound of chewing food was heard in the sky. Such a horrifying scene made the warriors of the human race and the Azura race tremble with fear. And even the warriors of the Blackwing race were extremely frightened. Faced with the loyalty of King Ren, the Blackwing Lord touched his head and dug out his eyes. With a heart-wrenching pain, King Ren's body suddenly exploded. The Blackwing Lord in white swept his eyes towards Mu Bai at this moment. As the saying goes, the big meal should always be saved for the last. And that is why he would deal with these two humans first. Welcome the Blackwing Lord to come. At this moment, the Blackwing high-level officials, led by the two council chairmen, kowtowed in the direction of the Blackwing Lord, shouting in unison. The Blackwing Lord just nodded and ignored them. After taking a step forward, he appeared in front of Mu Bai. The Azura warriors near Mu Bai were frightened and ran away like crazy, as if they had seen a ghost. And the human warriors also retreated one after another. Mu Bai, do you still remember what I said when I controlled the Blackwing God to fight you? Now I'm here. And this time we're going to decide the winner. There was undisguised murderous intent in this gentle voice. Mu Bai, who was still calm and composed, did not show any fear when he heard the murderous words of the other party. After many reincarnations died, the voice of the eternal system appeared in his mind again. Ding dong. It is detected that the host is completing the Global Overlord mission and obtains a random fruit awakening value. The fruit awakening value of the Black Dragon form of the Fantasy Beast Fish Fruit has reached 100% fruit awakening. Fantasy Beast Candle Dragon form. Mu Bai's eyes suddenly changed when he heard the word Candle Dragon. He only then vaguely realized some problems. The devil fruit that should have belonged to the rubber form of the Fantasy Beast Human Fruit became the Sun God Nika form after awakening. And the Black Dragon form of the Fantasy Beast Fish Fruit became the Candle Dragon form after awakening. The commonality of the two is that they are the evolution of the Fantasy Beast. To some extent, the awakened Fantasy Beast is more like a mythical species than a Fantasy Beast. While shocked, Mu Bai changed the subject in front of the Blackwing Lord. I didn't expect the reincarnationists to be so useless. I would have come here by myself. He sighed, slightly disappointed. In his original plan, he wanted to give these people a hard time. As a result, they were completely wiped out as soon as the Blackwing Lord appeared. This was simply ridiculous and wasted his ideas. What are you talking about? Take out the form you had that day. Otherwise you won't last around in my hands. The young Blackwing Lord floated in the air and looked down at the insect. The first thing he did when he woke up was to sacrifice Mu Bai's blood. He ignored the horrified eyes around him and pointed to Mu Bai's front. The posture was exactly the same as when Mu Bai summoned the Thunder Dragon to attack the Blackwing throne before. After pointing his finger, the Blackwing Lord turned around and walked towards the Queen of Azura. In his eyes, Mu Bai in human form was dead. The next second, The space shattered. The terrifying energy sweeping in all directions began to collapse on Mu Bai's body. This demigod's finger is enough to wipe out any creature on the planet. Not good. Mu Bai! Everyone in the Xia Empire who participated in the battle was extremely nervous. But fortunately Mu Bai warned them before the battle. At this moment, Mu Bai also opened the candle dragon form without reservation. He wanted to see how strong this awakened black dragon could be. The candle dragon form is activated. The continuously collapsing space under the black light gradually swallowed Mu Bai's figure. The uninterested Blackwing Lord was undoubtedly a little disappointed. He thought that Mu Bai used some secret technique to show the sun god Nika form that day. So it has not yet recovered and cannot be used. Just when he was about to end this battle, a dragon roar resounding through the sky broke through the space barrier and came out from the black collapsed space. Oh! The Blackwing Lord turned around and was very excited. He thought that Mu Bai had activated the special form of that day. In the collapsing space, two heavy red dragon claws suddenly opened the collapsing edge and swam out, rushing into the dark sky with a dragon roar. When the huge monster appeared above everyone's head, everyone felt a great pressure, and the wild air that seemed to come from the ancient world filled the surroundings. The red dragon scale skin with the glow of glass fire exudes cold and hot air, and its body, that stretches for thousands of miles, is even more mythical. If the previous black dragon form is still within the scope of people's understanding, then this Yulong form is completely only passed down by word of mouth. Classic of Mountains and Seas, Overseas North Classic Records. The god of Zhongshan is named Zuin. Seeing is day, closing is night, blowing is winter, exhaling is summer, not drinking, not eating, not resting, and breathing is wind. The body is 1,000 miles long. It is in the east of Wuchi. It has a human face, a snake body, and is red. It lives at the foot of Zhongshan. The mountain god of Zhongshan is named Zuin. When he opens his eyes, it is daytime, and when he closes his eyes, it is night. When he blows, it is cold winter, and when he exhales, it is hot summer. He does not drink water, eat food, or breathe. When he breathes, he generates wind, and his body is 1,000 miles long. This Zuin god is in the east of Wuchi. He has a human-like face, a snake-like body, and is red all over. He lives at the foot of Zhongshan Mountain. This is the posture of the candle dragon in the myths and legends. And Mu Bai, who has transformed into the candle dragon form, understands this better. After he opened his dragon eyes that emitted the light of glass flames, the sky that was originally polluted by the Blackwing Lord inexplicably appeared the light of day. When he closed his eyes, the sky would also fall into darkness. Both day and night are within his control. Such a mythical ability is simply incredible. The temperature in the void suddenly dropped when the dragon nose inhaled. Endless wind and snow raged on the western continent. And when it exhaled, it was like the arrival of midsummer. And the scorching temperature spread to every corner of the space like the sun shining on the world. If the form of the sun god Nika represents joy and happiness, then the candle dragon form is absolute control. Absolute control of natural elements, light and heat, and power. Mu Bai, you really didn't disappoint me. Before he finished speaking, the Blackwing Lord had already disappeared on the ground. After the two of them disappeared, the coalition forces and the Blackwing clan, who looked at each other in bewilderment, broke out into war again. But this time the victory or defeat would not be decided between them. The overall victory or defeat all depended on the two in the void. The candle dragon shuttled through the dark clouds and spread snow and fire with the power of nature. This terrifying elemental ability almost completely changed the shape of the sky. The fire that spread across the 9 heavens followed closely behind the arrival of the Blackwing Lord. Interesting ability. The Blackwing Lord's perception ability was unmatched. He naturally knew at this moment that this seemingly ordinary elemental attack was definitely not that simple. After all, his sixth sense was telling him to dodge all the time. There were too few things that could threaten him. But he had no intention of trying. He saw that the whole sky began to collapse as soon as he moved his mind. And the surface of the earth also inexplicably collapsed into 1 centimeter mass spheres. Each yellow sphere contained the weight of several mountains. These round spheres shot towards Mu Bai's Zhulong body. Under the unknown acceleration, the destructive power of these small balls was extremely amazing. Even the Peak Emperor could not stop their speed. Seeing this, Mu Bai closed his eyes, and the sky and the earth darkened in an instant. Even the half-god Blackwing Lord was affected by this mythical ability. In just 1 second, the huge Zhulong came behind him, and the Blackwing Lord's body fell towards the endless sea in the north of the western continent while the dragon claws, which were several hundred meters wide, were waving. Boom! Like a falling meteor. When the black-winged lord landed on the sea, huge waves surged in all directions. The sea beast that was originally dominating the deep sea felt that it was washed up into the sky by an unknown force along with the waves after its eyes went dark. The black-winged lord, who fell to the bottom of the sea, also realized the problem of his body. Logically speaking, he would never be affected by Mubai. But the semi-god form in his body, that he awakened in advance, this time was not thorough enough. If he waited for more than 20 days, it would be perfect. I'm really anxious this time. But if you think you can win, Mubai, that's a fantasy. The black-winged lord rushed out of the sea with a cold look in his eyes. In the collapsing void, he crossed the space barrier and came directly to the top of Mubai's candle dragon. And before the other party could react, he swept out with a punch. The boundless power made the candle dragon's huge body fly away. And the black-winged lord followed closely behind. The people who were fighting in the western continent only felt the world shake. The hundreds of meters of tracks that cut through the sky were particularly clear. And two terrifying energy bodies were flying towards the direction of the southern continent. Mubai, who had received a heavy punch from the opponent, was not angry but happy. His dragon scale skin that had just been attacked was emitting a purple glow. Under the protection of this glow, his huge body had no damage except for slight pain. Strange ability. It seems that you have a lot of tricks. In this case, I have to use my killer moves. As he spoke, the black-winged lord stretched out his palm, and the boundless dark power formed arms to bind the huge body of Zhulong in the void. Then tens of thousands of big mouths composed of dark energy bit towards his body. The black-winged lord is undoubtedly stronger and more maneuverable than Mubai at the moment. Especially his elusive movement trajectory is even more unpredictable. Just like the other party's previous killing of those reincarnations, the black-winged lord can easily achieve teleportation beyond the speed of light with just a thought. He was millions of meters away in the last second. And he was in front of you in the next second. Even the opponent's attack is the same. The large number of black arms that suddenly appeared from the void is not something Mubai can dodge at all. He only saw these black arms dragging his body to the ground. Zhulong's 1,000-mile body is also 500,000 meters long when converted into meters. Such a huge body falling on the southern continent is equivalent to triggering several magnitude 10 earthquakes. Looking at the black big mouth that is sweeping over, Mubai exits the Zhulong form at this moment. The next second, Mubai changes his body shape and enters the form of the sun god Nika and easily escapes from these restraints. Looking at tens of thousands of big mouths biting at him, he swung his arms and kept waving his rubber fists in front of him. The dense fist shadows wrapped in the domineering and armed domineering instantly defeated the aggressive black big mouths. Many big mouths made of black energy were even beaten into cartoon images. The whole process was very absurd. Just like a comedy scene. The black-winged lord high in the sky snorted coldly, and stepped in front of Mubai and launched a swift attack on all the vital parts of his body. Even with a rubber body, Mubai was hit millions of meters underground by these forces. Even so, the huge power transmitted from his body has not diminished. It felt like being hit by a planet. Not enough. The black-haired boy who watched this scene coldly opened the third magic eye on his head. And a huge amount of divine power continuously gathered on the outside of his body. In a second, a black and ferocious divine armor appeared on his body. And the black wings behind him also stretched out at this moment. At this moment, he seemed to be the only true god in the world suppressing the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses. In this state, the black-winged lord is likely to completely defeat Mubai. After all, after the last fight, he already knew the limit of Mubai's form. One step forward, the black-winged lord appeared in front of Mubai underground and punched him several times. The first punch was barely dodged by Mubai. And the surface of the earth, which was 7 million meters away from here, was blasted into a seabed crack of several million meters under the power of this punch. The second punch hit Mubai's head. The originally tough star god armor appeared and took the punch. The next moment it broke into countless pieces. This armor that has been with Mubai since he stepped into the 7th level Heavenly King fell into the inner world. When the opponent's third punch came, Mubai, who was constantly penetrating the rock layer in the inner world, took the opponent's attack. He saw that the fist was deeply embedded in Mubai's rubber body. The powerful penetrating force continued to crush the surrounding space rock layer through Mubai's rubber body. The black-winged lord, who realized that he couldn't pull out his fist, was confused when Mubai's rubber arms bound his limbs. Just as he was about to take the next step, Mubai felt a chill in front of his eyes. The next second, The magic eye on the Black-Winged Lord's forehead had already emitted a dark energy wave towards his cheek. Mubai naturally didn't dare to take such a terrifying energy wave head-on and immediately turned around to dodge. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Black-Winged Lord broke free of his restraints, grabbed Mubai's neck, and rushed deep into the ground. In an instant, the surrounding rock layer turned into thunder elements. Mubai, who dodged with elementalization, bombarded the Black-Winged Lord's body with a thunder gun. Unfortunately, the Black-Winged Lord disappeared in the next second, making Mubai's attack miss. He appeared beside Mubai and grabbed Mubai's body and threw him downward. Rubberization. Mubai, who had rubberized his body, bounced off the rock like noodles. Then the dark fruit in his left hand immediately triggered dark water to cover the Black-Winged Lord. The previous thunder attack missed, but this attack would not. At the same time, Mubai immediately activated the super awakening state of the shock fruit. The white ball cover, wrapped in boundless vibration power and the power that surpassed the vibration law, smashed on the Black-Winged Lord's face in the dark water. With the increased defense-breaking effect of the dark water, even the Black-Winged Lord, who had a demigod body, fell down like a kite with a broken string. A few seconds later, the two of them fought their way through the entire blue planet from the southern continent to an unknown island on the other side. The Black-Winged Lord, who was attacked by Mubai, looked particularly angry. It was like you wanted to step on an ant on the side of the road, but you didn't expect that you would be thrown to the ground by the ant over your shoulder. Seizing this opportunity, Mubai also opened fire. The white sun god fire in the form of the sun god Nika merged into the fist and bombarded the chest of the Black-Winged Lord with 9 golden crow phantoms. Big Sun Golden Crow Fist. The next second, the extreme high temperature completely evaporated the island and the entire sea area. The hot flames and the steaming water vapor bombarded the chest of the Black-Winged Lord with unmatched force. And then the fist shadows in the sky bombarded various parts of the opponent's body with scorching heat like rain. The Black-Winged Lord, who was thrown hundreds of meters by the first punch, immediately stabilized his body. He raised his arms and easily blocked the dense fist shadows. And a cruel smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Just as he was about to cut off Mubai's arms, the opponent's fist suddenly passed through his chest. It stretched out from behind. What the hell? Without waiting for the opponent to react, Mubai performed a new move in the opponent's body. The Nika fruit has the ability to assimilate the opponent's body into a rubber physique. Although it cannot cause substantial damage to it, it can also perform other means on this basis. I saw a steady stream of purple thunder from Mubai's arms gathered into the body of the Black-Winged Lord. And then the terrifying vibration power was also transmitted into it. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Mubai started the elementalization at this moment. He turned into thunder and took out the Naginata martial god, cutting along the opponent's body assimilated by rubber. The young Black-Winged Lord did not retreat, but grabbed Mubai's martial god blade and smashed several islands in the sea with him. Can you take this punch after more than 10,000 years of cultivation? He pressed Mubai's head with his left hand and condensed a terrifying black light with his right hand. The next moment, the void was torn apart and swept in like a storm with a fist. Mubai, who was suppressed, wanted to turn into an element to escape, but found that the opponent's divine power was suppressing him to leave. In this situation, others would probably have accepted their fate. After all, it is irrational to fight against gods with a mortal body. But Mubai, who was pressed on the island, grinned, and then stretched out his hand to turn the island into rubber. The originally rocky island on the sea looked like a melting cake at this moment. When the shocking punch of the Black-Winged Lord fell, Mubai immediately merged into the rubber under him. What? When the black light fist fell, a burst of flash drowned everything. The boundless force was deeply embedded in the rubber, and the rubber that was compressed to the extreme almost collapsed completely under the fist of the Black-Winged Lord. Fortunately, Mubai, who was deeply trapped in it, used the ability of the sun god Nika to continuously maintain the characteristics of rubber and forcibly resisted the strongest force in the world. The next second, when the flash ended, the compressed rubber rebounded back with a faster speed and stronger force. It was like Tai Chi. Rubber. Light speed cannon punch. Mubai, who jumped out of the rubber island, had his lower body still connected to the rubber island that was launched by the missile. Tens of thousands of rubber arms wrapped in arm-color domineering and domineering-color domineering, and the rebounded compressed force bombarded the Black-Winged Lord without a track in the form of light speed. Even the Blackwing Lord did not expect that the opponent would play this trick of using force to fight force. Surrounded by such an offensive, he rolled out at a very fast speed. After retreating tens of millions of meters, he fell into the ice layer near the North Pole and broke hundreds of icebergs. Mu Bai, who followed closely, immediately blew air into his arm. 100 meters, 1,000 meters, 10,000 meters. When his arm expanded to 100,000 meters, Mu Bai blasted the punch towards the ice layer where the opponent was in an almost mythical manner. This fist of more than 100,000 meters was constantly rotating, and the powerful pulling force even rolled the seawater into the sky like a dragon sucking water, and a large number of icebergs rose from the sea. When this rotation reached its peak, the hot flames filled the surface of the fist, and it looked like a new sun shining from afar. The aliens in the western continent were even surprised to find that there were two big suns hanging in the sky, one of which was constantly falling to the ground. Rubber rubber. Planetary nuclear explosion. Roaring, Mu Bai sank the big sun in his hand into the cold seawater, and smashed it on the body of the Blackwing Lord with boundless force. A series of huge energy fluctuations quickly erupted in the Arctic ice. Under the energy impact, the area of -30 degrees immediately heated up to tens of millions of degrees Celsius. When the embers of energy gradually extinguished, only a giant deep pit of several million meters was left at the North Pole. After performing this punch, Mu Bai fell around the deep pit and panted. Even at his current life level, it was very mentally exhausting to use such a powerful ability. Looking into the deep pit, he was looking for the Blackwing Lord. He didn't believe that this attack was enough to destroy him. The bottom of the million-meter deep pit suddenly collapsed, and black gas spread from the ground. And then a figure crawled out. His body was slightly burned, and his injuries would recover a little with every step he took. When he took the second step, the Blackwing Lord, whose aura reached its peak, had already appeared intact. Even though he knew that his move would never kill the opponent, he was a little surprised to see the Blackwing Lord return to the peak so easily. Unlike Mu Bai's mood at the moment, the Blackwing Lord felt a little heavy in his heart. His demigod body, which had been condensed because of lack of time, was like a bucket with a needle hole and water was constantly oozing out after Mu Bai's continuous attack just now. It might take hundreds of years to fully repair it in the future. After looking at the other party with complicated eyes, the Blackwing Lord's expression gradually became cold. His black hair gradually grew, and even his original boyish appearance began to change into that of a young man. Endless black light continued to flow from the void into the magic eye on his forehead. The original black armor was also reshaped at this moment. The divinity in the eyes of the handsome Blackwing Lord became more and more serious. Thank you, Mu Bai. After your beating, my demigod body seems to be more adapted to this world. Muttering this, the Blackwing Lord flew out of the deep pit. With a deeper understanding of the divine power, he easily deprived Mu Bai of his 5 senses with a wave of his hand. And then a sharp sword transformed by divine power cut through Mu Bai's body and cut it off. In less than a second, Mu Bai, who was at the peak of the throne, completely fell in the hands of the Blackwing Lord. The Blackwing Lord, who was not surprised by this, looked at the other party's corpse falling to the ground and didn't want to let it go. God is invincible. Goodbye, Mu Bai. The divine power in his hand was compressed into a dark light ball and slowly floated away. As long as this divine power black ball was fully unfolded, the other party's body and the entire North Pole would disappear completely disappearing on the physical level. When the black ball was only 1 centimeter away from Mu Bai's body, an exquisite and ancient 9-legged tripod appeared on the spot and sucked the black ball of divine power into the tripod. When Mu Bai woke up, he was already in the Jiuzhou Ding. Looking up, this space was infinite, and the sky and the earth were all bronze lines, each of which recorded a certain ancient sacrifice and war. When he woke up, he also found that he was unusual. The body that was originally cut off by the Blackwing Lord had been pieced together intact. This Jiuzhou Ding is indeed unusual. After sighing, Mu Bai also discovered the Blackwing Lord, who was bombarding the Jiuzhou Ding in the outside world through the Jiuzhou Ding. The Jiuzhou Ding, which was constantly attacked by divine power, gradually began to shake, and even the bronze lines began to show signs of breaking. Obviously, the Jiuzhou Ding could not buy too much time. In such a tense situation, Mu Bai calmed down instead. He was thinking about the choice of the 6th devil fruit, the fantasy beast Nika fruit, the fantasy beast candle dragon fruit, the natural thunder fruit, the Superman shock fruit, the Superman dark fruit. These are the devil fruits that Mu Bai currently has. Each of these devil fruits would be enough to cause a stir in the outside world. But they pale in comparison when facing the Blackwing Lord. Facing the opponent's demigod body, the scattered devil fruits are difficult to form an effective means of attack. Even if the devil fruits are matched with each other, it's like you have 5 swords. But you can't use them at the same time when facing the enemy. And even if you can use each of them at the same time, the damage caused cannot be superimposed. Thinking of this, Mubai took out a khaki devil fruit from the storage space and swallowed it without hesitation. This time when he transformed into Nika form, pieces of red dragon scales appeared all over his body at the same time. The laughing sun god Nika form and the domineering candle dragon form were actually combined into one. Not only that, at this moment, Mubai can integrate the thunder and the vibration ball cover in the middle of the week into one. And the next moment, he can also transform it into dark water. With a thought, ordinary electric current can also have the characteristics of 3 devil fruits at the same time. If the devil fruit combination abilities that Mubai used before were just building blocks for children, then the devil fruit abilities that he now uses through the fusion fruit can be regarded as ingenious creations. There is no pause in the action, and each ability can be fused and separated under the control of the arm. The devil fruit that Mubai took is a superhuman devil fusion fruit, which can fuse anything on the spiritual and physical levels. In the battle just now, Mubai has obtained 100% of the devil fruit awakening value. And at this moment, his fruit awakening value automatically flows into this fusion fruit. Ding dong. The awakening value of the fusion fruit has reached 100%. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the awakening fusion fruit. After the fruit awakened, a new fusion ability also appeared in Mubai's mind. Feeling the new ability, his pupils suddenly shrank, and he felt this incredible ability in disbelief. If used properly, he can do it. Thinking of this, he actually took out all 531 devil fruits in the storage space. At the same time, he also extracted the superhuman cutting fruit and natural magma fruit in the bodies of Black Duke and White Bone using the dark fruit. Then he took out a purple devil fruit with patterns similar to those of a piranha plant and swallowed it. After swallowing 2 devil fruits in a row, Mubai's body showed no signs of collapse. And the second fruit he ate was the superhuman swallow fruit. The swallow fruit, which was extremely clumsy and had almost no combat ability, showed very few abilities in the One Piece comics. The Eater Wapple can swallow the fruit ability user with this fruit to obtain his devil fruit ability, which can be called a bug level ability. The awakening ability of the fusion fruit that Mubai just sensed is that it can temporarily fuse with any devil fruit. The more devil fruits that are fused, the longer it lasts. This ability has, to some extent, broken the fruit position limit of Mubai, allowing him to become an ability user with no fruit quantity limit within a certain period of time. The 533 devil fruits in front of him were all absorbed into his stomach like drinking water, and the uninterrupted system prompt sounded in his mind. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the mythical beast snake fruit, and the Hydra fruit. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the superhuman cutting fruit. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the natural magma fruit. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the superhuman web fruit. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the animal spider fruit. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ancient toothless pterosaur fruit. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the natural earth fruit. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the superhuman spring fruit. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the superhuman perspective fruit. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the animal gorilla fruit. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the superhuman turning fruit. Congratulations. As the prompt sounds rang, the power of the laws also merged into Mubai's body. These devil fruits were of both superhuman and animal types, among which the ancient, natural and mythical beast types were the rarest. When all 533 sounds were heard, Mubai, who had integrated the abilities of these fruits, slowly exhaled. He hadn't been so excited for a long time. At this moment, he used the skills of the fruit ability to cross the space from the Jojo Ding to the Devil Fruit Tree world in Shindu. His sudden appearance frightened the powerful creatures guarding in the space. The evil wolf that was about to attack the invader was teleported to the army of the Blackwing clan in the western continent by Mubai in an instant. The confused evil wolf and the Blackwing army began to fight. After entering the tree world, Mubai had already begun to harvest devil fruits without restraint. Now his strength has reached an incredible level after the fusion of many devil fruits. But he still felt that it was not enough. This time he wanted to harvest all the devil fruits in the entire devil tree world, and then fight to the death with the Blackwing Lord. He who constantly broke the space barrier and plundered the devil fruits naturally attracted the attention of the world consciousness of the devil tree world. The only difference from a few years ago was that the world this time was completely pretending to be dead. After all, Mu Bai's breath was too strong. Even if it used all its means, it would not be able to hurt the other party at all. In this case, it completely pretended to be dead and let Mu Bai pick it at will, without anyone's obstruction. Mu Bai's speed of harvesting devil fruits was undoubtedly becoming more and more skilled. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the phoenix form of the mythical beast bird fruit. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the parahuman gold fruit. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the parahuman rewind fruit. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the great Buddha form of the mythical beast human fruit. Congratulations. All the fruits that had appeared and not appeared in the One Piece comics were swallowed by Mu Bai. A few minutes later, when Mu Bai crossed the space and left here, there was no devil fruit left in the devil tree realm. Seeing that Mu Bai's aura in the Jojo Ding disappeared, the Blackwing Lord also stopped attacking. It was rare that the Jojo Ding could withstand his bombardment. Based on the principle of taking this treasure for his own use, the Blackwing Lord immersed his own dark divine power in it. But after a long time, the luck in the Jojo Ding remained unchanged. Where did Mu Bai get so many treasures? The last time he controlled the Blackwing God to fight Mu Bai, the opponent's top artifact, the God of War, left a very deep impression on him. This time, a bronze 9-legged tripod that even a demigod could not break appeared. What's even more weird is that this thing can actually resist his divine power. You must know that his energy level is higher than the entire Blue Star world. To some extent, the mountains, rivers, land and artifacts are as easy as taking things out of a bag in his eyes. The Blackwing Lord disappeared on the spot with a cold light in his eyes. The race that dared to offend the majesty of his demigod would naturally bear a heavy crime. He, the nominal ruler of the Black Wings, did not go to the battlefield of the Western continent, but appeared in the Eastern continent, which is the territory of the Chuanhai fortress where humans live. In an instant, the image of the young man, with wings spread out in the sky, and the magic eyes on his forehead turning was particularly conspicuous. He attracted the attention of passers-by less than 50 meters away from the city streets. Many people even took out special video recorders to record the scene. What is that? Is it a movie? The passers-by who were talking about it all stopped to watch. And the garrison troops of Chuanhai immediately discovered this phenomenon. The senior officer in charge immediately took out the special identification equipment given to him by the King of Run. After looking at the Blackwing boy with a handheld identification equipment similar to a telescope, the gray-haired officer was at a loss at this moment. He wanted to shout, "Silly children, run quickly," but his body was already a little stiff. The value displayed on the combat power identification equipment was as high as 1 million plus. This means that the opponent's combat power has far exceeded the limit of the identification equipment. And the combat power of the Peak Emperor is only about 100,000. Sir, do we need to expel him, kill him, or capture him alive? The adjutant standing behind him asked doubtfully. In his eyes, the other party was most likely a spy of the Blackwing clan. According to the character of the commander, he must give an order immediately. Why today? Go. Go quickly. I don't know where the power came from. At this moment, the officer shouted loudly to the people behind him. Everyone looked at each other and didn't understand what the officer meant. Let's start from here. And seeing more and more humans chattering below, the Blackwing Lord also began to act. I saw him slowly raise his right hand, and a rotating black divine power rushed straight into the sky. In an instant, a ghost face appeared in the sky and attacked the entire Chuanhai fortress. What is that? The adjutant took a few steps forward and saw that the ghost face had hit the center of the city. And then it was as if two continents were being inlaid together, destroying all buildings and all living things. These remaining military personnel wanted to escape, but it was too late. When the black divine power swept through, it annihilated everything like a dimensionality reduction attack. Even the few emperors guarding the base had no ability to resist. When the Blackwing Lord extinguished the divine power in his hand, the extremely prosperous Chuanhai fortress had disappeared, along with several surrounding mountains and lakes. It's really pleasant, but it seems boring to play like this. Thinking of this, the Blackwing Lord stepped away from the sky above the ruins. When he appeared again, he had arrived at a more prosperous city cluster, which was the god's capital fortress. The city cluster with a population of nearly 200 million was just a passing cloud in the eyes of the Blackwing Lord. He could destroy it with a wave of his hand, but it would be too boring if he did so. At this moment, he still did not find Mu Bai's trace, even though his divine sense was all over the world. He guessed that this Mu Bai was most likely no longer in this space. In this case, he would force the other party to show up. He had already been familiar with Mu Bai's background information. There were a lot of his classmates and friends in the God's capital fortress. I guess the other party would not be able to help showing up halfway through the killing. Right? Dark Curtain raised his right hand and pressed it. And the next moment the black barrier enveloped the entire God's capital fortress and the surrounding city clusters. From now on, if Mu Bai doesn't show up within 1 minute, I will randomly kill 10,000 people, 100,000 people after 2 minutes, 1 million people after 3 minutes, and so on until there is no human left in the entire Shindu area. The light disappeared and darkness descended. Such a scene naturally attracted the attention of all the people in the Shindu. At this moment, the high-level officials in the Shindu were in complete chaos, and even Duan Xia frowned. The voice of the Blackwing Lord just now was particularly clear to everyone's ears, and everyone's expressions of fear, anger and fear were different. Duan Xia also had some guesses at this moment. The other party must be the Blackwing Lord that Mu Bai went to attack. Now that the other party did not find Mu Bai, he came here to vent his anger. He had already tried to destroy the Dark Curtain the moment it appeared. But even his blow fruit plus the strength of the throne could not shake the Dark Curtain at all. Such means that surpass the throne of the Emperor can be regarded as the power of God. And such an enemy cannot be defeated. Humph. Such a crazy trick. Since you have such ability, why don't you fight me one-on-one? This voice reached the ears of the Blackwing Lord accurately across hundreds of thousands of meters. He smiled lazily and said, although the struggle of insects is boring, it is courageous. I will give you a chance. The people in the high level of the capital of God suddenly felt bad. The person who just spoke was the strongest emperor in the second division, known as the Iron Blood Slaughterer. The devil fruit he possessed was the Awakened Explosion fruit. After he stepped into the emperor's throne, the ability of this fruit reached the powerful force of an ordinary punch surpassing a nuclear explosion. But everyone present understood that the Blackwing Lord could no longer be described as powerful, and it was not easy to defeat him. The Iron Blood Slaughterer Wang Jiangwo snorted coldly and rushed towards the only exit of the Dark Curtain. When he appeared in the sky and confronted the Blackwing Lord, it began to rain lightly. There was always an inexplicable force in the rain that penetrated into the land, and this force seemed to be distorting and mutating some of the original trajectories of things. It seems that my divine power has begun to assimilate this planet. As long as I am given enough time to assimilate the entire world, I can become the only god on the blue planet. Although Wang Jiangwo was a little surprised by the black rain, he no longer cared about it. He looked at the alien warriors who tried to threaten the people of the entire God's capital and burst into unprecedented anger. This may be the side effect of the fruit, which makes him have a personality that can be described as a powder keg that explodes at the slightest touch. Facing the enemy, he is too lazy to talk nonsense and just punches out. The explosion emitting a faint light spread on the left face of the Black-Winged Lord. Then Wang Jiangwo, who seemed to be in a madness, punched harder and harder. The explosions, like mushroom clouds of nuclear bombs, continued to set off waves of aftermath. The people in the capital of the gods, who saw this scene, all had excitement in their eyes. Even the emperor could not withstand such an attack of such intensity. What did I say? It turned out to be a fool. Let's go away. We still have to go to work tomorrow. A slightly lazy voice floated out from the crowd. Just when everyone thought that this farce was over, Wang Jiangwo, who had been attacking violently, fell in their direction in a mess, and fell on the wide street amid people's exclamations. What's going on? What happened to Wang Dizhua? Wang Jiangwo's chest collapsed, and all his bones were broken after falling to the ground. Even if he tried his best to repair the damage in his body, he was still restrained by the divine power. He was in a state of near death, and it was hard for him to imagine that he would be defeated so easily one day. Everyone looked up and saw that the Black-Winged Lord in the sky not far away had put away his index finger. Just now, he gently smashed a finger towards the opponent's chest when Wang Jiangwo attacked. In terms of how much power it had, it was about 10 times the opponent's attack just now. The Black-Winged Lord walked out of the aftermath of the explosion and was slightly disappointed. In fact, he was very eager for an enemy of equal strength. As for the revitalization of the Blackwing clan, it was secondary. As long as he could make himself happy, even if the whole clan was exterminated, what did it matter? You have to know that you are the god who will dominate everything in the world in the future. In his eyes, there is no difference between flowers, plants, fish, and trees and the so-called higher intelligent life. But if they can provide him with fun, that is of course another matter. 2 weeks. As a punishment, random killing begins. In the dark sky, The Black-Winged Lord spewed out a black divine power from his mouth and bombarded the central area of the divine city. If he completes this attack, the entire divine city will have a population of at least 10 million at any time. The 18 emperors sitting in the divine city took action at the same time under the leadership of Duanzia. They turned into streams of light and took action at the same time to consume the energy in the black divine power before it descended on the ground. The power of the 18 devil fruits formed a unique energy barrier under the joint efforts of the 18 emperors, which greatly slowed down the speed of the divine power's descent. But even so, the divine power still moved steadily towards the ground. In such a situation, Shinwuk and other kings who were close to the emperors also came behind these old emperors and worked together with them. Sui, Duanjioling, Yu Qianshou and others also tried their best. This was the time to fight hard. After all, behind them were the lives and deaths of 200 million people in the divine city. The Black-Winged Lord, who had become interested, watched these ants resist his casual attack with cold eyes. When he saw them struggling there, he even doubted whether he was too cruel. After all, he could let them end their pain in an instant. But he was playing with them here. After the playful intention gradually disappeared, the cold killing intention had already appeared. When the people in the God City had exhausted the divine power, everyone was exhausted. Many emperors even felt that their time was coming. The game is over. Black God slash. The cold voice fell lightly from the sky. But the divine power fluctuations that continued to gather in the void were much heavier than the mountains. The cold and murderous black light condensed into a slash. And its target was the entire God City. There was no escape. No escape. In such a situation, Duanzia looked a little excited. Not because he knew that his people were about to die, but because he vaguely sensed from the domineering aura of observation that an old friend was coming from a distance. Wearing a black robe and a bamboo hat, the Tianwen sword in his hand, hidden in a worn-out scabbard, is emitting the power of the great Tao. The middle-aged man stroking the sword murmured, "I have used you to kill demons for 50 years. This time, are you willing to kill a god?" The Tianwen sword clasped Feng Qin, and the next moment, he suddenly drew out the long sword and slashed at the Black-Winged Lord in the sky. Under the blood-colored sword wave is a murderous aura that makes even gods tremble. The demons and powerful enemies who died tragically in the Tianwen sword blade turned into the rolling red dust sword wave at this moment, asking whether the demigods can be defeated. The black divine power collided with the red sword wave, and the black curtain that originally enveloped the capital of the gods was shattered into powder and dissipated in the void. When the smoke and dust dissipated, the Black-Winged Lord in the air fell to the ground with interest. And he was slightly surprised when he looked at the slight scar on his finger. You have to know that this is the second person besides Mu Bai who can hurt him. And under his divine observation, the other party's body is very abnormal, and his life breath is fading rapidly. According to this trend, the other party will definitely not survive the next winter. How many surprises do humans have that I don't know? Tell me your name. My name? I'm just an unknown person. But a few decades ago, someone called me Yin Tianzheng. Yin Tianzheng, holding Tianwen, had his hat fluttering in the wind. His appearance was completely different from the day he met Mu Bai. At this moment, his hair was half black and half white, which made him look more like a fairy. The people in the capital were already numb when they heard this name. The three words Yin Tianzheng represented the two words Invincible in those days, representing the identity of the strongest person in Xia country and even the world. Unexpectedly, the legendary figure who had disappeared for many years appeared at this moment. Duanzia was particularly excited looking at his former master, Yin Tianzheng. I'm going to be serious. The Black-Winged Lord didn't care about other things. Seeing such a strong enemy, he went to the void, only to see the endless divine power rushing in like a flood. Such momentum is already comparable to the battle against Mu Bai. Holding the heavenly question, Yin Tianzheng recalled the days when he lived in the main world. The days when he practiced the Star Secret Book in the Forget Love sect. His junior sister, his senior brother, and the sect festival. And the Taishan Wanqing sword technique also sounded. Taishan Wanqing. The lowest level is not as good as love. And the love is in our generation. Sages are not moved by love. And they are obsessed with love and forget about love. Only they can be called the supreme. Today, I will kill the gods with the supreme forget love, which is just the right way to end my regrets in this life. Yin Tianzheng, holding the long sword horizontally, activated the Star Secret Book Taishan Wanqing sword technique that only exists in the main world at this moment. The 9 sword shadows gradually merged into one under the cold moonlight behind him. Searching for love. infatuation, forgetting love. After the 3 full moons slipped down, Yin Tianjing's half-demon, half-human illusory face suddenly appeared under the cold and quiet moonlight. One sword cut. The void collapsed. The heavenly questioning sword also broke in an instant, because it could not bear such power. The swordsmanship deduced based on the power of the stars is very difficult to perform in the lower world. And it also requires a greater price to perform. Yin Tianjin's originally black and white hair has now turned white. The 3,000 white hairs danced in the wind. And the sword wave in front of him had cut off the flood-like divine power. The cold and bleak power penetrated the divine power and fell on the center of the Black-Winged Lord's eyebrows in the astonishment of the Black-Winged Lord. And the magic eye on the forehead burst rapidly. This kind of power. The nearly invincible body of the Black-Winged Lord actually cracked at this moment. And the center of the brow began to collapse rapidly. God fell. Before everyone could react. The body of the Black-Winged Lord began to wither until it turned into powder and dissipated in the air. The civilians in the capital of the gods cried with joy when they saw the scene. But Yin Tianjing, who stood with a broken sword in his hand, had no expression. If the demigod was just the body that was destroyed, it did not actually mean death. The darkness covering the sky did not dissipate. A demon eye several hundred meters long suddenly appeared in the clouds and was blinking. Then violent tremors occurred in various parts of the world. Countless lands began to collapse inexplicably. And the temperature in various places rose or fell rapidly. The creatures living in the cold places in the far north showed symptoms of heat death. And the creatures living in the tropical rainforest were frozen to death on the frozen sea surface. Even at this moment, heavy snow began to fall near the fortress area of the capital of the gods. The huge demon eye seemed to be mocking something. But Yin Tianjing, who was standing with a broken sword in his hand, sighed. By merging with the world to transfer his own damage, the Black-Winged Lord was infinitely close to the 9th level god. And he was already exhausted. He completely lost consciousness in the wind and snow with his eyes open. And the last fear of the demon eye disappeared after seeing Yin Tianjing motionless. Reshape. With 2 cold notes, the Black-Winged Lord in the black light reshaped his body. At this moment, he had a further connection with the entire planet. And he was also a blessing in disguise. One step closer to the 9th order god. He stepped through the void and came to Yin Tianjing. Just as he was about to dismantle his body, a white light burst out from the demon tree world. Mu Bai, you are finally here. The excited Black-Winged Lord pulled out the twisted black god's sword from the void and slashed at the light. The earth shattered. The entire god city collapsed in this energy fluctuation. The god city instantly became a ruin. Countless people in the god city were buried here. Except for a few emperors. Several emperors knelt on the ground in a daze. Duanxia, the only one who could still move, also spit out blood. Years of hard work were destroyed in an instant. Such a blow has made him feel desperate. Mu Bai, who was wrapped in white light, did not move at all. When the slash of the black god's sword touched his body, it was quietly eliminated. Mu Bai, who was passing by Principal Duan, said calmly, since it has happened, let's just turn back time. After that, a clock several hundred meters long suddenly appeared behind Mu Bai. When the clock turned back rapidly, the entire city of God was recovering from the ruins to its original appearance at an astonishing speed. Those who had died also came back to life at this moment. When Mu Bai walked out of the city, the entire city of God had been restored to the state before it was destroyed by the Black-Winged Lord. This was the powerful ability of the Superman backtracking fruit. Mu Bai only needed to manipulate it to allow a single existence to go back in time. And with the Superman linking fruit, Mu Bai could make all the people who died in the backtracking link together and revive as time went back. The memories of those who were resurrected were deleted at this moment. And Duanxia was shocked beyond words when he saw such a scene. Demigod? Mu Bai, you have also stepped into the demigod? Realizing the other party's changes, the Black-Winged Lord grinned. And he regretted not seizing the time to destroy the other party. And Mu Bai did not answer him. He was indeed a demigod. But he had the help of countless devil fruit powers, which were all time limited. He must completely eliminate the Black-Winged Lord before all the devil fruits disappeared. Mu Bai's mind moved. The next moment, the bodies of the Black-Winged Lord and Mu Bai were surrounded by a blue barrier at the same time. The battle between the two was enough to destroy the entire planet. Mu Bai had to seal the two into another space. It's good that no one disturbs me. This is the last battle between you and me. Mu Bai. As the black eyeballs turned, the endless black divine power filled the void. And the Black-Winged Lord attacked Mu Bai with boundless black air. Seeing the opponent attacking Mu Bai, countless flames burned on his body at the same time. And his body also showed illusory colors at this moment. Phoenix form, Candle Dragon form, Nika form, and countless fantasy beast forms appeared at the same time. At the same time, endless dark water and vibrating ball cover appeared on Mu Bai's left hand. And wind, rain, thunder and lightning appeared on his right hand. At this moment, Mu Bai has been regarded as the king of devil fruits after swallowing countless devil fruits. He combined all kinds of devil fruits into one body and turned into a white light and collided with the Black-Winged Lord. Time and space in the blue barrier seemed to have no meaning. The two beings who reached the peak of the world's energy level burst out with powerful combat power enough to destroy countless planets. And the collision gradually shattered in the energy fluctuations of all energy. Under the collision of two completely different forces, the two have left the scope of the blue star world and are approaching a higher energy area. The two people fighting crossed countless world planes. It was unknown how long this battle lasted. When the Black-Winged Lord came to his senses, the two had destroyed countless small worlds and were now in an unknown world. This world was a void, without any life or substance. Only two completely different energy fluctuations, one black and one white. The somewhat tired Black-Winged Lord wanted to leave the battle. He could feel that the energy level on Mu Bai was rapidly decreasing. The time was up, and the power of the devil fruit swallowed by Mu Bai because of the fusion fruit was rapidly weakening. And how could Mu Bai let him go when he saw that the other party wanted to leave the battle? If he let the other party return to Blue Star, his plan would be in vain. Thinking of this, he no longer held back and released all the devil fruit power. The layers of devil fruit fusion power completely assimilated this void world. At the same time, it also blocked the retreat of the Black-Winged Lord. Mu Bai, what on earth are you going to do? The Black-Winged Lord said angrily. He felt something was wrong. This Mu Bai didn't seem to want to defeat him at all, but deliberately led him here. Mu Bai's smile at this moment was somewhat meaningful. When he tortured the reincarnation of the Falcon Squad, he already knew how to go to the main world. The mission issued by the Eternal System and saving mankind were secondary. He has always been moving forward with his highest faith as his goal. And the place where he can realize his faith is naturally the end of all the lower worlds. The main world. My goal is to open the door to that world with you and me. After saying that, Mu Bai detonated himself and the entire world of nothingness to form an energy flash. The Black-Winged Lord, who was deeply trapped in it, was naturally no exception. Madman. Madman. Mad. The Black-Winged Lord, whose voice was gradually distorted, also merged with the energy frequency in this energy flash. Yunming's area of the main world, accompanied by bursts of crying. Everyone in front of the delivery room was extremely busy, and the head of the Mu family was even more excited. You know, the entire Mu family has been childless for a long time. When the child was carried out by the intelligent delivery room delivery robot, the handsome middle-aged man hurriedly took it from the other's arms. It's a boy. But why is my child so ugly? Mu Chilong said with a smile. He might never have thought that the wrinkled baby in his arms could understand what he was saying. Mu Bai, who deliberately made a baby cry, was speechless in his heart. This time, he accidentally broke through the space barrier and came to this world. At the last moment, although his soul passed through, his body could not come. This directly led to his birth as a baby. In order to avoid being too weird, he tried very hard to cry. He could fully understand what the father of this body said. He had learned the language here when he was in his mother's belly 9 months ago. Star points +1 hearing the information broadcast by the system on time every day. Mu Bai also sighed. He was at his weakest at this moment. After all, even the Eternal System had not responded at present, and it would only broadcast a little more star power every day. Although he could not see his personal panel for the time being, Mu Bai estimated that the panel must be terrible now. After experiencing the baptism of the space barrier, the devil fruits and abilities brought from the lower world were all cleared. Forget it. Now is not the time to think about these things. Thinking about it, Mu Bai fell asleep. Even though he had the original memory, he was still very sleepy due to the limitations of his body. Lin Mingru, who was recuperating in bed, looked at the sleeping child brought by her husband with a faint joy in her eyes. It was not easy for her to give birth to this child despite her poor health. Time passed little by little, and in a blink of an eye, Mu Bai was already 1.5 years old. Although he was still trying his best to show that he was normal. It was amazing that he could speak short and clear sentences at this age. As a baby, Mu Bai also learned a lot of things during this time. What surprised him most was the vastness of this main world, and the fundamental operating rules. The vastness of the main world is not something that can be simply counted. Even if every grain of sand in the vast desert is an area, it is not enough to describe the vastness of this main world. The area where Mumbai is now is Yunming's, which can be regarded as an area that can be ranked in the top 10,000 in the entire main world. This is already a large area with top comprehensive strength. And the premise for being called a region is that the entire area must have at least 100 trillion square kilometers of land and a trillion people. The original land area of the Blue Star world was only 146 million square kilometers, which is a huge difference from an area in the main world. Although the vastness of the main world is shocking enough, what really makes Mumbai feel incredible is that the operation law of this main world relies on reincarnation. It is not the reincarnation of the reincarnation master god, but it is related to the underworld in myths and legends. The people of the main world all know that they have the possibility of becoming human again after death. Mumbai didn't believe it at first, but when he learned about the abilities of the top powers in this world, he thought that this kind of thing was possible. The people who confirmed this statement are also top figures, who can reverse life and death, and control the operation of billions of worlds. Many of them have even lived for billions of years, and some have even existed since the first year. The entire Yunming's area is mainly based on intelligent technology, and its driving force is the star power that supports the composition of the main world. This star power has far superiority over the top energy of the lower level. Just like you have a strong body of several hundred kilograms in the lower world, and the baby in the main world may just spit out a gram of star power that cannot be observed by the naked eye to the strong adult to penetrate his body. The gap between the two has long been out of the barriers of quality and quantity, which is why the main world can conquer billions of small worlds. After death, there is a high probability of reincarnation as a human being, plundering resources from countless worlds, and powerful star power. Under these three basic conditions, the power of the main world has surpassed the constraints of time and has become a true overlord-level existence. The main world is divided according to the level of star power. Star Warrior, Star Apostle, Star Lord, Star Overlord. Each of these realms is divided into 9 grades to 1 grade. And above 1 grade is the next realm. These 5 realms are what Mumbai knows. And Mumbai has never found the realms above. This is not surprising. After all, although the entire Mu family is considered a first-class force in District 55 of Yunming's, it still cannot be ranked in the entire Yunming's. Now the strongest old patriarch of the Mu family is only a 3rd-grade Star Apostle. Even so, he has a strong fighting force to conquer the small world. This world is too big. Even the Yunming's area is probably enough for me to explore, the baby said in a mature manner, drooling at the corners of his mouth and feeling a little yearning. Just as he was sighing, his mother Lin Mingru came over not far away. Seeing the baby staring at the sky in a daze, she kept rubbing Mumbai's face with her hands. There was no wrinkle when he was just born. Now the 1.5-year-old Mumbai's face is full of collagen and looks very cute. Xiao Yuan, are you daydreaming? We need to decide your name today. Do you want to go and have a look? Lin Mingru was not sure if he could understand her, so she spoke tentatively, but she was more interested in teasing him. Families in this world usually wait until their children are 1.5 years old before deciding on their names. So Mumbai, who had been troubled by the nickname Xiao Yuan for a long time, wanted to choose his own name. Thinking of this, he was too lazy to pretend. My name must be chosen by me. Lin Mingru, who was shocked by her son's babyish voice, always felt that the other party was a little old-fashioned when he said this. After a little surprise, she seemed very surprised. At such a young age, he knew how to make his own decisions. It seems that his future achievements will be limitless. When Lin Mingru came to the Mu family to worship the ancestral temple with Mumbai in her arms, the elders in the family were arguing about his name. As the grandfather and the head of the contemporary family, Mu Hai proposed to give this eldest grandson the name of Haotian. That is, Mu Haotian. The two heavens shine together on the earth. This is also the same name as a certain powerful person in the legend. This is enough to show that Mu Hai attaches great importance to this eldest grandson. There are reasons for status, but more importantly, the relationship of blood. The older the son or daughter is, the stronger the star power inherited from his parents will be, and the greater the future will be. This is also the reason why the Yunming's area is still dividing the legitimate and illegitimate children. All this is for the family to pass on for the overall benefit. Brother, you can't do that. How can the family rules of our ancestors be changed? This name will be ranked in the ancestral temple in the future. Yes, brother, You have set a bad precedent by doing this. Although these elders of the Mu family all respect the dignity of the head of the family, they are also a bit stubborn in this matter. In their eyes, the rules of the family are more important, and the interests of all the clan members are more important. Once this precedent is set, the future may be even more chaotic. What do you know? This was fine in the past, but now the family is among the best in the 55th district. But if we want to continue to grow, we need young talents to lead. At this point, Mu Hai sighed faintly, and he also said it directly to these old brothers. I am old, and the hope of the Mu family lies in the eldest grandson. If we don't rely on him, can we rely on you? The useless grandchildren? Mu Hai said angrily with a gradually rising voice. And several elders with high status in the family lowered their heads in shame. There are not many dandies in the 55 city area, but only the older dandies of the Mu family can drive supercars and bomb the streets in the main city without restraint. For some reason, most of the younger children in the family have not made any progress in absorbing the power of the stars. So the powerful Mu family does not have a single young talent. It is difficult to lay a foundation, and it is even more difficult to maintain it. Have you forgotten how much we and our father went through to gain a foothold here? After waving his sleeves suddenly, Mu Hai sat back in the main seat. He looked at these old brothers and talked about the difficulties of the past. Hearing the words of the eldest brother, these old men also sighed. Mu Bai, who was standing outside the ancestral temple with his mother, heard all these words. His mother Lin Mingru wanted to pull him away, but she didn't expect Mu Bai to stand there stubbornly with an unchanged expression. Let's go! Your grandfather will take hours to talk. Lin Mingru, who knew the temperament of the old man in the family, touched her son's head and said gently, Too slow. Mother, you wait here. Mu Bai, with a baby voice, directly pushed open the hidden door of the ancestral temple. He walked past the elders of the clan and came straight to his grandfather. Ahem. Yuan, you can't come here casually. Mu Hai pretended to be angry and cleared his throat. Today is the day to name me. I have to come because only I am qualified to name myself. There was an inexplicable sense of confidence in this childish voice, seeing that a child under 2 years old could actually say such meaningful words. Everyone present looked at each other in surprise. Everyone had different expressions. Some were envious, some loved, and some were jealous. As the head of the family, Mu Hai laughed and asked back when he heard Mu Bai's rebellious words, How many characters do you know? If you can find a suitable name for yourself, I will make an exception and give you the opportunity to name yourself. Mu Bai, who was a little speechless, glanced at the names on the sacrificial ranking and soon found the pattern. The names arranged according to this pattern: the sky, the earth, the universe, the sun, the moon, the mountains and the sea, are very likely to repeat the fate of the ancestors. As soon as these words came out, almost everyone was stunned, and Mu Hai, who was accidentally injured, almost spit out the tea in his mouth. Such a behavior of not taking the ancestors seriously should be punished by the family rules. But Mu Hai naturally couldn't use the family rules to punish such a small kid. Thinking of this, he patiently explained, Yuan, the people on this tablet are the ancestors who laid the foundation of the current Mu family. The food you eat every day and the house you live in every day are partly their contribution. Mu Hai tried to explain in a way that a child could understand and said with a smile. He wanted to act like a serious head of the family, but he really couldn't do it in front of this eldest grandson. I see. Grandpa, I was wrong. But where are they now? Mu Bai, pretending to be innocent and cute, asked this question immediately. Mu Hai, who was originally very relieved to see his grandson admit his mistake, was also stunned when he heard the second half of the other party's words. After a long time, the elder next to him slowly said, Some of them died of old age, and some died in battle. They all died for glory. But aren't they all dead? In a world where the strong prey on the weak. Once people die, nothing will be left. In other words, they are also losers. When Mu Bai said this, everyone's face changed. Even his grandfather Mu Hai, who loved him so much, held the mahogany armrest tightly at this moment. Don't be rude to your ancestors. The elder who spoke just now frowned and said. But Mu Bai didn't care about the loud voice. He looked at the tablets without fear and said softly, If I grow up, I will definitely not enter this ancestral temple. I want to shine with the sun and the moon and even surpass them. I want to become the sun, and the sun that will always shine on the family. Lead the Mu family to become an existence above the sun. I will be called Mu Bai. The childish voice sounded. and the old people present looked at him as if he was a monster. It was incredible that he had such ambitions before he was 2 years old. Mu Hai, who had a blank expression on his face, suddenly became ecstatic at this moment. Everyone in the ancestral temple felt a trance, which was the dissipation of Mu Hai's somewhat uncontrolled star power. Good. 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 With such an ambitious young man, the Mu family will have unlimited potential in your hands. Mu Bai is a good name. A good name. Mu Hai's ecstatic eyes were filled with strong expectations. As the saying goes, a child's character can be seen at the age of 3. Mu Bai, who is less than 2 years old, can recognize so many characters, which shows that he is familiar with books. This kind of monster is far different from the useless people in the family. After the naming controversy, the name of Mu Bai's child prodigy has been resounding throughout the Mu family, and even the outside world soon knew that the Mu family had a smart kid named Mu Bai. Life after that was as peaceful as usual. His father Mu Chunggong, who was in charge of part of the family's industry, often went on business trips to handle affairs, and his mother often accompanied him. Whenever she was relieved about Mu Bai, she would always be impressed by her son's performance. Reading, reading, reading. From the age of 1.5 to 3 years old, Mu Bai read books in a single-family villa, reading history books and books about folk customs. At his age, when he was running around, he showed extraordinary stability, although he still behaved childishly sometimes. In most cases he studied in a planned manner, like a little adult. Ding dong. Star power +1 Mu Bai, who was reading a book, was interrupted by the reminder of the eternal system in his mind. Since he came to this world, his body has been automatically collecting star power. The speed of increasing a little every 3 days, when he was 1 year old, has evolved to a little every day now. It is precisely with these star powers that Mu Bai found that his spirit and body have been strengthened a lot. Otherwise, he would be very sleepy most of the time at his age. And he only needs to sleep 3 hours a day to be energetic. It's a pity that the eternal system can't respond to me. Is it because this is the main world? When Mu Bai was confused, a progress bar inexplicably appeared in his vision. It showed the words loading. Mu Bai looked carefully, and there were 14% in small words below. He sat up suddenly and stared at the progress bar. He woke up from the bed at 12 o'clock in the morning of the next day and was still staring at the progress bar. Ding dong. Star power +1 after this sound rang out. The progress bar in Mu Bai's vision seemed to move slightly, but the small words below the current progress bar were still 14%. Mu Bai, who lived alone on the top floor of the villa, got up from the bed. He was very sure that absorbing enough star power would awaken the eternal system. The silence in the past few years was probably the reason why his body was damaged and his soul was incomplete. It seems that I have to speed up my way of absorbing star power, Mu Bai muttered to himself. After reading so much, he naturally knew how to obtain star power. That is cultivation. This is the most basic and safest method. In the main world, even simple push-ups can absorb the star power floating in the air. But this way of absorption is limited and very inefficient. And what can improve this efficiency is the practice. This thing is completely different from the martial arts novel practice he knows. In the main world, these practices are very precious, and they will have different performances when combined with different fairy fruits. Even if they are well matched, they can fight across levels. In the main world, this fairy fruit is another name for the devil fruit. According to the books Mu Bai read, only people in the main world can enter the fairy fruit world to look for devil fruits when they are over 15 years old. Now is not the time to think about devil fruits. The most urgent task is to complete a set of exercises. The higher the level, the better. The levels of the secret manuals are similar to the names in the Mu family tree. The universe is vast. The earth is dark. And the 8 qualities are also divided into 4 upper and 4 lower levels. The number of yellow level skills is the largest, and many of them are of the general level. For example, the simplified versions of Tiger Fist, Crane Fist, and Flash Step method adapted as exercises in the main world school are all considered to be this primary level. The slightly better yellow level skills are those that have not been castrated and retain the killing moves. The Xian level skills can be regarded as the existence of a general family heirloom, and its absorption efficiency is much higher than that of the yellow level skills. Those who have been practicing Xian level skills for 10 years without going crazy will be 1 or 2 levels higher than those who practice 1 level skills. And the combat power of the two will also be very different. Mu Bai speculated that the earth level skills should be obtained by the overlord level forces in remote areas. Mastering this level of skills is also the reason why many large-scale forces can be formed. even if the owner of the technique intentionally castrates the person who gives it to his subordinates. These castrated Earth-level techniques will show a star absorption ability far superior to that of the mysterious level techniques. Mu Bai estimated that the entire Mu family was probably at this level at present. He guessed that the family had a complete Earth-level technique. As for the most expensive Heaven-level technique among the lower 4 levels, it seemed transcendent. Such precious things were generally controlled by super forces across regions or families in the first-class regions of the main world. As for the descriptions of the upper 4-level techniques above this, Mu Bai rarely saw them in books. Insufficient reference materials made it difficult to compare many words, so he simply ignored them. After dawn, Mu Bai climbed down from the top floor of the villa and climbed onto a chair to eat breakfast. If other young people in the family saw his breakfast, they would probably be shocked. Although there was not much food on the table, the star power energy contained in each dish was enough to buy a cheap car. Even if the value was put aside, this thing could not be bought with money. Since Mu Bai's speech in the ancestral temple, his treatment was directly upgraded to the top qualification under Mu Hai's instruction. And Lin Mingru and Mu Chunggong also benefited from it. By the way, Yuan, you are also old enough to go to kindergarten. Do you want to go to Benhai Kindergarten in the city center, or the kindergarten in our clan? Looking at Mu Bai eating and drinking, Lin Mingru suddenly thought of this matter. When Mu Bai heard that he had to go to kindergarten, he almost spit out a mouthful of rice. The existence, who broke through the space barrier and killed the half-god level enemy of the Black-Wing Lord by himself, actually went to kindergarten today. Benhai Kindergarten. Those guys in the clan are too stupid, and there is no point in being with them. Thinking of the young people in the clan, Mu Bai couldn't help shaking his head. He, a famous figure in the clan, must be treated like a monkey in the kindergarten. So it's better to go to the kindergarten in the city center. As for not attending kindergarten at all, Mu Bai had no idea. This was because of the credit system implemented in the Yanming's area. Only by attending all schools allocated according to age groups could one be eligible to enter the fairy fruit space at the age of 15. After finishing his meal, Mu Bai ran towards the place where his grandfather Mu Hai lived. After passing through the alley of the ancestral house, Mu Bai heard the sound of swords from afar. After passing through the alley, he heard the sound of swords clashing and wild animals calling. According to Mu Bai's experience, the sound was very close to the cry of cats and tigers. Curious, he followed the sound to the ancestral house, where the master lived, and observed secretly. Not far away, he saw young men of different ages practicing swordsmanship under the guidance of the master Mu Hai in the empty training ground. Most of these young masters, who were dressed in fine clothes and fed with delicious food, seemed to have been practicing here for a long time. Several of them who were 7 or 8 years old were so tired that they laid down. Fortunately, Mu Hai's eyes were not on them. What he really cared about were the 14 or 15-year-old boys in front of him. After these years of discipline, these playboys were able to calm down and practice. But this actual combat ability is really worrying. If these guys who have never seen blood are allowed to enter the fairy fruit space like this, I am afraid that these people will not even be able to bring out a fairy fruit. It's not enough to have realm without fighting ability. You are old enough to enter the fairy fruit space this time. Let's get some blood on your hands today. After saying this, Mu Hai's eyes were a little cold. Several black tigers imprisoned in cages not far away let out extremely creepy roars, which made several teenagers feel weak in the knees. Grandpa Hai, this is too serious. What if this beast close to the Star Warrior hurts us? The boy with dyed yellow hair scratched his hair and complained. He looked at the green tiger pupils in the cage, and his legs became weak. Hearing this, Mu Hai immediately became angry. He kicked the grandson born by the second son of the family to the ground with one kick, and then pulled his collar to bring him to the cage. Mu Hai pressed Mu Kang's head close to the gap in the cage, and he inexplicably appeared with a deterrent aura. When the tiger looked at him, it was like a house cat, and then it quickly crawled on the ground with trembling all over. Do you think it's me or it that scary? The family has raised you for so long, not for you to enjoy. Listening to his grandfather's creepy tone, Mu Hai immediately admitted his fear. Grandpa Hai, I was wrong. Don't let me give my head in. Humph! You are too timid to be afraid of a beast that is not at the level of a warrior. After all, he is his own grandson. So Mu Hai was too lazy to care and threw him aside. How have you been practicing the Huang-level martial arts? The crazy blade skill that I taught you these days? Several boys and girls straightened their backs and shouted in unison. It's okay. Mu Bai, who was standing outside, almost burst out laughing when he heard this. How come these cousins said the same thing as answering their own test scores? What the H.L.? Yes. Yes. No. No. Stop playing around here. You've been practicing for a few months. You'll use this sword technique to fight Black Tiger in a fight. Warm up for a while. Seeing Mu Bai outside the court, Mu Hai's expression changed from fierce Mo Yang to a kind and amiable grandfather. Yuan is here. Uh-huh. Are you here to see Grandpa? Mu Hai walked to Mu Bai and picked up the precious grandson. He wanted to kiss him, but was pushed away by Mu Bai's chubby hand. Mu Kong, who was watching this scene from afar, snorted coldly, imitating his grandfather. In his eyes, his grandfather, as the head of the family, treated his cousin Mu Bai too well. He was completely different from them. Mu Bai, who pushed his grandfather away, looked at the black tiger in the cage with great interest. Grandpa, I want to play with him. Hearing this childish voice, Mu Hai followed his gaze and looked at the cage where the black tiger was imprisoned. Yuan, this is not fun. This big tiger can swallow you in one bite when it gets fierce. Mu Hai wanted to imitate the big tiger and kiss his precious grandson again. Unexpectedly, this time Mu Bai only pushed his head out with a little force. Huh? Mu Hai, who was slightly surprised, felt Mu Bai's pulse and found a problem. It seemed that the vitality of this little guy was almost the same as that of a warrior. Mu Bai, is there anything wrong with your body recently? Mu Hai asked in an unusually light tone for fear of scaring the other party. But anyone with a discerning eye could see the hidden excitement in his eyes. Realizing that his body had been discovered to have absorbed the power of the stars, he half-truthfully said, I seem to have become more gluttonous recently. I dream of little blue stars falling into my body every day. Oh! Little blue stars. Mu Hai, who remembered this incident, instantly remembered many kinds of special physiques. But he was a little unsure now. And it seemed that he still needed to find a doctor in this field for examination. What kind of moves did Grandpa and the others use? Mu Bai, who wanted to change the subject, pointed at the warm-up movements of Mu Kong and others and said with interest, that is the yellow-level martial arts Crazy Wind Blade, which is a simple move readapted from the Shin-level martial arts Crazy Attack Blade. Mu Hai, stroking his beard, explained to Mu Bai in a slow tone. If it were other children of this age, he would not say so much. But facing the smart Mu Bai, he knew that the other party could understand the knowledge he was talking about. There are only 3 types of readaptation of moves. The first is castration of martial arts. This method is generally done intentionally to control people under his command. The second is to teach the younger generation the Kwangfeng sword technique to the Mu family. The Kwangfeng sword technique can be easily adapted to reduce its difficulty. But the essence of the technique has not changed. This is a world of difference from practicing the castration technique. In the future, the younger generation who are proficient in using the Kwangfeng sword technique will find it easier to practice the Shin-level technique Kwangfeng sword technique. And the chance of going astray will be lower. When talking about the 4 words going astray, Mu Hai's tone was particularly deep. Mu Bai guessed that this cheap grandfather was thinking of something in the past. The degree of understanding of the technique and the authenticity of the technique are related to whether it can avoid going astray. The higher the level of the technique, the easier it is to go astray. This is something that can never be changed. Mu Bai, you must remember that you must be cautious in the future. When choosing a technique, you must keep your eyes open. Otherwise there will be endless troubles. Grandson knows. Then our stable and advanced practice of the Kwangfeng sword technique is really precious. This kind of thing must be practiced well. Listening to Mu Bai's childish and serious voice, Mu Hai, as the head of the family and the grandfather, was extremely relieved. It seems that only this eldest grandson can take up the responsibility in the future. Thinking of this, he looked at the young men who were warming up more and more unfriendly. Did you hear what your brother Mu Bai said? A 3-year-old kid who is less than 1 meter tall can say such words of cherishing. Aren't you ashamed? Release the tiger. Upon hearing this, the staff in the ancestral house immediately opened a cage that imprisoned the black tiger. When the cage was opened, the black tiger hiding in the corner of the cage did not jump out. It lowered its head and waited quietly for more than 10 seconds before tentatively sticking its head out. People are afraid of wild beasts. But why are wild beasts not afraid of people? The black tiger who stuck his head out was extremely strong. But he seemed to be very afraid of these upright apes. After he walked out of the cage, he kept looking for the wall to escape. Unfortunately, he tried many times without success. It was not until this time that he looked at the teenagers with hunger. When the black tiger approached, the children of the Mu family had scalps tingling. And some of them who were 8 or 9 years old, even cried for their mothers until Mu Hai spoke to shut them up. Mu Bai understood the children's loss of composure very well, because this special black tiger stood at least 2 meters tall, and the deterrent power that such a huge cat could produce was extremely high. The teenagers holding the steel knives looked at each other and rushed forward with the steel knives in their hands, holding their trembling thighs. Although the black tiger was frightening, they dared to attack the black tiger with the grandfather of the family master here. The black tiger lowered his body and arched his back to show his scarred chest. The corners of his mouth dripped with saliva because of hunger, but the green light in his emerald eyes always paid attention to Mu Hai's movements. This black tiger is really smart. Mu Kong and Mu Xian, what are you waiting for? Kill it! As Mu Hai shouted, the steel knives in the hands of several teenagers turned and danced. The blue star power tore through the black tiger's body at the same time with the dazzling sword moves. Several teenagers, who were close to warriors, were actually similar to the black tiger in star power. At this moment, they all performed the yellow-level skills without hesitation to kill the fierce black tiger first. Unlike these teenagers, the ferocious black tiger curled up like a strongman bullied by elementary school students. Mu Kong was somewhat unsatisfied with chopping at the opponent's tiger's back, so he rode on the black tiger's head with confidence, holding a knife with both hands and stabbing the tiger's eye with a green blade. Wild beasts have a much higher ability to endure pain than sensitive humans. Wild beasts that are injured in battle have more insane lethality. If they can endure the pain and not fight back, it can only prove that the beast is waiting for an opportunity. Mu Hai, who was watching the battle, was furious when he saw his grandson Mu Kang's rash behavior. The steel knife that was stabbing at the tiger's pupil with both hands suddenly broke. It was the forbearing black tiger that smashed the steel knife with its tiger claws at this moment. And then it opened its mouth with amazing explosive power and bit the confused Mu Kong. The huge mouth that looked like an evil ghost bit Mu Kang's arm and swung it out on the spot. Mu Kong, who rolled dozens of times, was dizzy. If he hadn't been wearing armor, he would have gone to the hospital after this bite. After throwing a human away, the black tiger lowered his body and suddenly swept out his thick tiger tail. The black tiger, who was already strong, used the tiger tail like a whip. The force knocked a young man who was holding a knife to block the attack away. Just as the cunning black tiger was about to rush up and bite the other party, a tender cry came. Evil beast! Take this! The girl Mu Xian with a single ponytail took advantage of this opportunity to slide over from the left side of the tiger and swung the steel knife in her hand towards the black tiger's belly. The black tiger, who had no time to dodge, felt a sharp pain in his stomach. Then a steel knife with the power of the stars and a swift blade cut his internal organs in a few consecutive cuts. When Mu Xian pulled herself out from under the black tiger's waist and abdomen, the hungry tiger had already fallen to the ground. The black tigers in several cages in the distance, smelling the blood of the same kind, roared uncomfortably. Reckless. The black tiger is best at biting its prey. It would be fine if you didn't avoid the opponent's head, but you went up by yourself. Mu Hai, who was walking over with big strides, scolded Mu Kong. He really couldn't figure out why this guy was so bold. Today, his companions were distracting the black tiger's attention. If he was in the wild, he would be killed by the tiger even if he was wearing soft armor. I also wanted to show off. Who knew that the black tiger would be so agile? Mu Kong, who was a little aggrieved, said with some dissatisfaction after getting up from the ground. Mu Xian, you performed well this time. During the battle, even if your companions are in danger, don't take care of them immediately. What you should do is to take this opportunity to kill the enemy without distraction. After praising Mu Xian, Mu Hai, as the head of the family, specially increased the daily resource supply for her, which made Mu Xian very happy. As for Mu Xian's cousin Mu Bai, she remembered that the other party was the daughter of her third uncle. That is, the third son of the head of the family Mu Hai. Sister Xian is so amazing. And brother Kong is also very brave. If I saw this tiger, I would be scared to pee my pants. A tender voice sounded, and Mu Bai also praised the two. Mu Xian looked at the cute little face of the other party, and couldn't help rubbing it. The touch was like a cold and smooth dough, which made people love it. That's natural. Mu Kong, dare to do anything. Mu Kong, who pretended to be calm, curled his lips, and his jealousy towards this cousin was a little less. Seeing this scene, Mu Hai nodded repeatedly. Brothers and sisters in the family should live in harmony. After sending a few people away, several staff members also went to rest at noon. And he also went out to have afternoon tea. At this time, Mu Bai opened his big round eyes and said with a smile, "Grandpa, I also want to learn the Kwangfing sword technique. I also want to kill tigers." Mu Hai didn't want to agree to him at first. After all, it was too early to start learning martial arts at the age of 3. However, he couldn't bear Mu Bai's pleading and spent a few minutes practicing the Kwangfing sword technique. These basic moves are probably enough for this little guy to learn for a while. Thinking of this, Mu Hai also handed a book describing the Kwangfing sword technique to Mu Bai. "You can look at it as a picture. If you don't understand, you can ask me at any time. Grandpa is going to keep an appointment. You can practice slowly by yourself." After saying that, Mu Hai looked at the time and walked out of the ancestral house accompanied by the housekeeper. Mu Bai was not afraid standing on the blood-stained training ground. Even the roar of tigers in the distance could not interrupt him. Sitting alone on the wooden stake, he spent 10 minutes reading the whole book carefully, and couldn't help but let out a long breath. This star power is indeed extraordinary. This thing is like Chinese characters that can be combined at will. According to some subtle energy adjustments and the frequency of star power, a certain specific skill can be performed. With a super memory, he read the book once and remembered all the words in his heart. He was less than 1 meter tall and picked up the steel knife on the weapon rack and began his own deduction. A 3-year-old child was deducing the sword technique. This scene seemed very inconsistent. If there is a fairy method in the world, it would probably be like this. When practicing the formula of the wind blade technique recorded in the secret book, Mu Bai could clearly feel a kind of energy washing his marrow and cutting his bones in his body. If this kind of transformation of life level is placed on Blue Star, it will only appear at a few important levels. Star power plus 30. It actually directly added 30 points of star power. Mu Bai was also stunned when he heard the voice in his mind. Unlike adding a little star power every day, after adding 30 points of star power at the same time, Mu Bai could clearly feel that his body had undergone a qualitative leap. He even vaguely touched a certain threshold. That is the first grade star warrior. Maybe my daily increase in star power has nothing to do with the system. Is it because of this body? His speculation is also based on facts. Some of the best in this world are born with certain physiques. Some of them are extremely strong and even more exaggerated than the divine body and immortal body in the immortal novels, while others are not much different from ordinary people. Many legendary figures in the main world have special physiques. As Mu Bai was thinking about this, the speed at which the star power in his mind increased began to slow down significantly. Star power plus 5, star power plus 2, star power plus 1. He estimated that this was because he was running the technique for the first time. After running the technique several times, and his body gradually adapted to this trajectory, it would no longer increase this huge amount of star power. When Mu Bai swung the steel knife with his backhand, a series of extremely unstable green wind blades cut towards the ground along with the dancing of the steel knife. After the green grass was baptized by the green wind blade, the weeds flew into the air, and the smell of green grass could be smelled within dozens of meters. If the young men in the family who practiced the Kwangfing sword technique saw this scene, they would probably collapse directly. You know, they were able to perform the Kwangfing technique for the first time 1 or 2 months after they got the technique. It is unheard of that someone like Mu Bai could perform it right after getting it. Mu Bai, who performed this sword, frowned slightly. Although the wind swords used by his cousins were powerful, they were not fast enough. In his eyes, the wind swordsmanship without speed was just like a small fish. Although the wind swordsmanship he just performed was only one style, the skills were too extreme and almost the same as those recorded in the books. In this way, the speed and power were somewhat unbalanced. After a little thought, Mu Bai understood the reason. The wind swordsmanship that the ancestors of the Mu family decomposed from the Xin level swordsmanship and the wind swordsmanship was probably intended to train the skills of practitioners. Therefore, the swordsmanship that Mu Bai performed strictly according to this swordsmanship was not lethal enough. Mu Bai, who had experienced 3 worlds in succession, was no longer the young boy he was before. These years of training also made him understand the truth, understand the rules, abide by the rules, break the rules, and reshape the rules. The swordsmanship created by the predecessors was based on their considerations. If you want to use the limit of this swordsmanship, you need to break it in the original basic field, so that you can create the swordsmanship that suits you best. This is the truth that there is no creation without destruction. Mu Bai muttered to himself, put away the sword skills secret book, and walked out of here with his short and fat legs. When Mu Bai was about to reach the main door of the ancestral house, a faint sound of unlocking was heard. Mu Bai, who was about to walk out, stopped where he was. He looked to the left with an expressionless face and found that the innermost locked cage was opened automatically. A flexible tongue actually pressed the complex 13-digit lock keypad to easily open the cage. When the huge bare head was exposed, the pattern on its head was similar to the evil spirits in the painting book. Mu Bai, who was well-read, naturally recognized this beast at a glance. It likes to hunt large wild beasts in the mountains and forests. It likes to gnaw bones and eat bone marrow. When it grows up, it has the strength of a 9th-grade Star Warrior. The pattern on its head is similar to that of a ghost, so it is called a ghost-faced bear. Few people know that this creature is very smart. Just as Mu Bai folded his arms and told the other party's identity, the ghost-faced bear slowly glanced at Mu Bai and felt much more at ease after seeing that the other party was unarmed. In his eyes, humans are very dangerous, but this tiny cub is an exception. It was very confident and cracked the combination locks of the 3 cages holding black tigers one by one when it passed by. When the 3 hungry black tigers were released, they didn't care about Mu Bai at all, but aimed their spears at the ghost-faced bear that released them. The ghost-faced bear, which stood up to nearly 4 meters tall, exhaled like human laughter. The 3 hungry black tigers gradually retreated and seemed to be a little afraid of each other. Mu Bai, who was watching the show, could understand why the 3 black tigers approaching the Star Warriors were so afraid of the ghost-faced bear. The main reason was that the black tigers, as cats, were not good at group combat. If they were replaced by other canine groups, they might have the ability to attack the ghost-faced bear. The black tigers, who were constantly driven away by the ghost-faced bear, curled up their ears and kept retreating. When they were forced into a corner, the ghost-faced bear suddenly retreated and roared to cut off their retreat. The 3 black tigers, who were forced to do nothing, ran towards the gate where Mu Bai was. Mu Bai, who was unarmed and less than 1 meter tall, was like a dwarf in front of the 3 black tigers. But Mu Bai was not panicked at all at this moment. It's enough if you don't reach the realm of a Star Warrior. After saying that, Mu Bai activated the wind blade technique on his fingertips. His body naturally couldn't fight the black tiger head-on, but he could use a mountain stone to polish jade. He stepped on the ground with his feet and turned over in the air. For the first time in this world, he showed his killing intent. The wind blade technique gathered on his fingers and pierced deeply into the eyes of the black tiger in front like a dragon and a phoenix. The sprayed blood splashed out and dyed Mu Bai's white clothes. The wind blade of the wind blade technique attached to the fingertips of both hands burst in his eye sockets. The messy wind blades followed the blood of the black tiger and pierced into the black tiger's brain. Under the extreme pain, the black tiger in the front died instantly. Mu Bai, who did all this, ignored the blood on his body and picked up the small stones on the ground and bounced them towards the weapon rack not far away. The weapon rack fell down, and due to the terrain, all the weapons on the weapon rack rubbed against the ground and slid towards Mu Bai. Seeing the leading black tiger dead, the remaining 2 black tigers had a trace of blood in their eyes. The black tigers that were killed became even more crazy when they smelled the blood. The originally golden eyes also had a little blood mist, and the black and yellow hair on their bodies suddenly spread out like a house cat's hair. But this appeared on the black tigers, and was more imposing and terrifying. The 2 tigers leaped up at the same time. They pounced on Mu Bai and bit him. Mu Bai, who had his right hand behind his back, picked up the ground with his left hand, and saw a ghost head knife with a copper ring hanging on it that made a jingling sound appeared in his hand. After the Quanfing sword technique in his mind passed through his eyes, a strange look burst out from his mind. Mu Bai held the ghost head knife horizontally, and used the power of the stars to operate the blade through the void. And then the endless star energy swept in like waves. The blue blade surged like a wave. The third style of Quanfing sword technique, Quanfing attack. The blue wind blade and the fierce knife waves submerged the 2 black tigers like the rising tide. The blood water bloomed like flowers in the breeze and spread in the yard. It was as beautiful as the red spider lily blooming on the coast. When Mu Bai put away his knife, the 2 black tigers that had fallen to the ground had been torn into pieces, and even the blood in their bodies seemed to have been drained. Even the ghost-faced bear was a little surprised by this scene. After all, in his eyes, the human cubs actually killed 3 ferocious black tigers so easily, which was completely contrary to common sense. Roar! In order to show its own strength, the roaring ghost-faced bear slapped its chest and walked towards Mu Bai. With its thick hair all over its body, it was confident that it could withstand the opponent's slash. Seeing this beast-shaped tank rushing towards him, Mu Bai also held the knife with both hands. Unlike the previous black tiger, The adult Ghostface Bear in front of him was obviously at the level of a star warrior, which meant that the opponent completely crushed the former in terms of defense, agility and strength. Roar! Like thunder in the ears. The roaring bear sound exploded in the Moo family's ancestral home. The Moo family lived in the suburbs, and each building was far away from each other. So even if the roar of the powerful Ghostface Bear was far away, it would not be heard clearly. Moo Xian, who was eating lunch, was so scared when she heard the roaring bear that she dropped the bowl and chopsticks in her hand. Her mother, who was eating, looked at her daughter in confusion. Moo Xian, who was close to the warrior, suddenly looked in the direction of the ancestral house. The somewhat illusory bear sound just now made her heart pound. Mom, I won't eat for now. After saying that, she ran towards the ancestral house in a hurry. If she remembered correctly, it seemed that her cousin Moo Bai was still in the ancestral house. Moo Kong, who was closer to the ancestral house, was so scared by the bear sound that he fell off the recliner. He didn't care about playing mobile games, but he listened carefully to the bear's cry and found that it came from the ancestral house. Before he could act, his father in the room had frowned and stepped into the air. Hack! Dad, take me to see it. Moo Yu, who was flying in the air, ignored his son's voice. He had already discovered from the roar of the bear that the other party was a Ghostface Bear. The fleeing Ghostface Bear in the ancestral house must be eliminated as soon as possible. When he flew here, he found that the surrounding elders were already standing on the city wall. Everyone had a different expression, but without exception, they all looked very unbelievable. When Moo walked to the door of the ancestral house, he found his nephew Moo Bai, who was fighting with the Ghostface Bear. The less than 1 meter tall man holding a ghost head knife that was bigger than him was very out of place. What the HL? What the HL? With a twitch in his mouth, he suddenly found 2 piles of mincemeat lying next to him. Looking at the pattern, it was a black tiger. He shouted in his heart. Hack! He looked at his nephew who was fighting with the Ghostface Bear smoothly and thought he was dreaming. Hack! How come this kid is like a monster? An old man with a hot temper couldn't help but laugh and curse. In his eyes, Moo Bai's status in the clan has risen sharply. Like a rocket. It's outrageous that he can fight a beast of the Star Warrior level at the age of 3. The last time I heard about this was when I was a child reading the personal biography of Yu Dingzun. This kid is so terrifying that he must not be buried. With Moo Bai, I feel that the Moo family can really rise in the future. An old man who took a breath of cold air exclaimed repeatedly. In the courtyard, Moo Bai naturally knew that his actions fell into the eyes of all the elders of the clan. He estimated that he couldn't hide his strength even if he wanted to. But why hide his strength? In Moo Bai's eyes, the so-called pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger is just a way to protect himself. He forced the outstanding tiger into the lazy domestic pig, and then suddenly showed his fangs to kill the enemy when he was off guard. This may be useful in the lower world, but it is different in the main world. There are too many geniuses here, too many powerful people here, and the world here is so big. If you still want to pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger, the fierce tiger roaring in the mountains will eventually become a real domestic pig. Moo Bai doesn't want to be that tiger or that pig. He wants to create his own glory in the main world. He wants to become the sun that will always cross all things. The swift-moving Ghostface Bear keeps waving its claws. The sharp claws destroy the grass like a lawn mower. The explosive power and extreme speed make the Ghostface Bear in the Star Warrior realm outstanding even in this 9th grade realm. But it failed repeatedly in the face of Moo Bai, who had not even entered the realm of a Star Warrior. Moo Bai was like a prophet, who could always escape its attack range before he made a move, and even scratched its neck with a ghost head knife several times. This made the Ghostface Bear more and more irritable, and the attacking movements it performed became more and more disorderly. While Moo Bai, who mainly dodged, seemed to enjoy it. As time passed, his dodging speed became faster and faster, and more fluent. Those who didn't know would think that this Ghostface Bear and Moo Bai were performing together in a circus. Why didn't he take the opportunity to attack? This Ghostface Bear has a high endurance. A young Moo family member next to him said with some confusion. The well-informed Moo Yu shook his head and said meaningfully, "My nephew is using the Ghostface Bear to hone his dodge ability and hone himself with the great terror of life and death. I find it hard to believe that this is something a 3-year-old child can do. If there is a threshold for prodigies, then Moo Bai must be a prodigy among prodigies in terms of combat talent. A genius among geniuses. By observing the trajectory of the enemy's muscle movements, he can predict the opponent's next move in advance. This kind of combat talent is simply unheard of. Mu Hai, who was walking not far away, couldn't suppress a smile on his face. He just received a call from the elders, and rushed over without stopping. He originally thought that this precious grandson Mu Bai could practice the basic moves of the Quanfeng sword skill well, and be very strong. Unexpectedly, the other party actually relied on this newly acquired Quanfeng sword skill to fight back and forth with the ghost-faced bear at the level of the Star Warrior. This time, he heard that the nearby Li family had a child born with a strange phenomenon, and he was a little jealous and envious. But now it seems, the real dragon is in the Mu family. Father, master of the family. Mu Yu breathed a sigh of relief when he saw his father coming. His elder brother Mu Chunggong had an easygoing temperament. He always thought that he shouldn't have taken advantage of this resource to get the first place. But now it seems that he has basically no chance to compete for the position of the master of the family. Mu Bai's talent is unheard of. If he relies on him, the Mu family will surely rise to the sky in the future. And it is even possible to say that it will become the overlord of the entire Yunming's area. Thinking of this, his originally restless ambition gradually calmed down. Dad, what are you watching? I'm so tired. As the second son of the family master Mu Hai, Mu Yu was so angry when he saw his son running over to eat melons panting that he slapped his neck several times, and finally kicked him to the ground. Dad, you are so stupid. Why did you hit me? Before the wrong Mu Kong finished speaking, he saw a bloody black tiger projection rolling towards him. What was even more terrifying was that the golden tiger's eyes were open with bloodshot. Hack! He fell to the ground in shock and almost couldn't catch his breath. With his legs and feet numb, he walked to the side and saw his cousin Mu Bai playing with the ghost-faced bear in the ancestral house. His father Mu Yu said with some regret, "You are almost 16 years old this year. Look at your brother Mu Bai. Look at you. The best years have passed by like this." Dad, I was only 14 years old, Mu Yu said helplessly while touching his head. Mu Yu ignored him and continued to look at the battle in the courtyard. Mu Xian, who was running breathlessly not far away, saw Mu Bai fighting with the ghost-faced bear and almost fell to the ground. Grandpa, go save brother Mu Bai. Mu Xian, who was a little anxious, almost cried. Save the HL. Can't you see that Mu Bai is playing with the ghost-faced bear? Mu Kong rolled his eyes, and just as he was about to speak, he saw a terrifying momentum rushing out of the ghost-faced bear's body. In the violent momentum, the outer side of its body, which was covered with scratches, bulged like a swollen balloon, and the complex star power was absorbed into its body. It was not until this moment that the elders on the city wall became cautious. They did not expect that this ghost-faced bear could actually use star skills. Strictly speaking, this star skill can also be regarded as the innate ability of these beasts. The star skills performed under the blessing of star power are very powerful, somewhat similar to the powerful skills used by humans. Each use requires a lot of physical strength and star power. Of course, its destructive ability is also related to the amount it consumes. Don't panic. I will take action if Mu Bai is in danger. After Mu Hai said this, the scene suddenly became quiet. With the powerful combat power of the third-grade star apostle to protect Mu Bai, he would naturally be safe. Mu Bai in the field did not rashly close the distance to attack after seeing the other party use the star skill. After all, with the intelligence of this ghost-faced bear, the other party would definitely take advantage of this to stop the launch of the skill and complete a Jedi counterattack. Sure enough, when the ghost-faced bear saw the other party distance itself from him, a hint of disappointment flashed in its eyes. But the star skill in its mouth did not stop. Instead, the brown energy ball condensed and it became thicker. In an instant, a terrifying energy breath bombarded Mu Bai's original position. Mu Bai, with his whole body tense, had already flown before the other party's spitting action. At this time, his too small body became an advantage. Before the other party closed his mouth, Mu Bai swung the ghost head knife with both hands and chopped the other party's mouth from bottom to top in a curved trajectory. Danger! Mu Kong and Mu Xian shouted almost at the same time. It is extremely dangerous to stay in midair, especially in front of the mouth of a beast. The bite force of the beasts in the main world is not vegetarian. Feeling severe pain in the mouth, the ghost-faced bear really bit towards Mu Bai regardless of the pain. While Mu Bai, who was stagnant in midair, smiled and held the ghost head knife in his left hand to use the mineral wind blade technique to insert into the opponent's jaw. Then he turned his body and pulled out the dagger from his waist while dodging the bear's claws. He held the dagger tightly with both hands and slashed it hard along the corner of the opponent's mouth, accompanied by a shrill bear roar. The painful ghost-faced bear bit the heavy ghost head knife in his mouth fiercely. with the mouth and corners of the mouth spurting blood. He bit towards Mu Bai's abdomen desperately. The speed of the beast's burst in a short period of time is very amazing, especially when it is violent. If it were someone else, he would probably have started to prepare his last words. But this is simply child's play for Mu Bai, who has rich combat experience. Neither the dagger nor the ghost head knife can really perform the real wild wind blade technique. The former is too thin, and the latter is too heavy. Mu Bai, who stepped on the opponent's chest with his legs, rolled on the ground and picked up a long sword made of fine iron. It is reasonable to use the long sword to perform knife skills. The next moment, he stabbed the ghost-faced bear's left hind limb 3 times in a row with the long sword. The beast that could even endure the severe pain in its mouth collapsed on the ground at this moment. Just now, when Mu Bai was dodging the opponent's attack, he found that the opponent had an old injury on his hind limb. It was probably attacked by a beast with amazing bite force, so the knee of the hind limb was particularly fragile. After knocking down the opponent, Mu Bai's long sword flew. The weeds were flying, and the blue sword blades of the sword cut through the air. Under the support of the endless power of the stars, it cut off the opponent's hind limb. The pain of the broken limb was so strong that even the ghost-faced bear let out a shrill wail. Mu Bai ignored the opponent's wail at this moment, and raised the long sword in the blood splattering. The huge bear body was temporarily lifted up, while the terrifying wind blades continued to gather. The 5th style of the Quangfeng sword technique. Amid the exclamations of the crowd, Mu Bai controlled the long sword in his hand, like an evil ghost, and continuously slashed out wind blades, as fierce as the arrival of a violent storm. The terrifying and whistling long sword pierced through the black bear's body one by one, until the last second when several wind blades exploded in its brain along its head. Mu Bai remained calm, as if everything in the battle was under his control. When the inexplicable hot blood and liquid sprayed on Mu Bai's white clothes, Mu Bai smiled, and this scene made everyone swallow their saliva. Of course, Mu Bai's smile was not as simple as killing the opponent, but because after killing the opponent, Mu Bai's mind sounded a system prompt. Kill the ghost-faced bear, Star Warrior level 9. Get star points plus 10. Killing a beast that has entered the Star Warrior level can increase star points. So can killing humans in the Star Warrior realm also increase star points? Thinking of this, Mu Bai felt that the future days would not be boring. Surrounded by the elders, Mu Bai greeted them calmly. When he looked at his cousin Mu Kong, his hands were shaking. Looking at the calm Mu Bai, Mu Hai, the head of the Mu family, looked around at the elders present, and all of them responded to his gaze. Some things are clear to everyone without much explanation. Maybe they all have their own selfish desires, but they can be surprisingly united when facing the future of the family. This is also the reason why the Mu family can become one of the dominant forces in District 55 of Yunming's. I declare that my eldest grandson Mu Bai will succeed the position of the head of the family when he is 18 years old. Before that, all resource consumption standards will be the same as mine. As soon as this was said, everyone present was happy, and Mu Kong was even more numb. He could not even dream of being the next head of the family at the age of 3. As the person involved, Mu Bai did not care too much about the word head of the family. He only nodded when he heard that the treatment in the future would be equal to that of the head of the family. The emperor's uncle said it well. Can't you enjoy yourself after fighting for a lifetime? What's more, with the full support of the entire family, he can grow at a faster speed, and the parents in this world can also benefit. The news that the head of the Mu family has confirmed that the 3-year-old eldest grandson Mu Bai will become the next head of the family after he comes of age quickly spread among the high-level forces in the entire 55th district. Among them, the name of Mu Bai's genius was widely spread, as if he had become the next future star. Li Chuanming, who was attending the highest meeting of the family with his grandson in the Li building, laughed a little after hearing about this. Haha. A 3-year-old child can actually tear the ghost-faced bear apart with his hands. This is simply the most ridiculous thing in the world. Isn't that old Mu trying to build momentum for his grandson? Li Chuanming, who was grinning from ear to ear, glanced at Li Qilin, who was playing with the Rubik's Cube next to him, and asked with interest, "Grandson, what do you think of Mu Bai from the Mu family?" The 5-year-old Li Qilin frowned, and was a little too lazy to answer this question. But after his grandfather's repeated instructions, he still put the Rubik's Cube in his hand under the table, and turned it unconsciously. I haven't seen that Mu Bai, so I can't comment. But whether the other party is a real genius or a packaged one, I have enough confidence to defeat him. While speaking, Li Qilin's hand speed did not slow down, and the iron Rubik's Cube was almost spinning in his hand, and sparks were flying. At this point, Li Qilin looked at the Li family members in the conference room and said casually, If the enemy suppresses it, the Li family is invincible with me. This slightly childish remark was extremely inspiring in the eyes of all the Li family members. There is really reincarnation in this world. It is rumored that those who can cause the strange phenomenon of heaven and earth are all peerless powers, who are unwilling to reincarnate. And this Li Qilin had the strange phenomenon of the unicorn on the day he was born. This is simply invaluable. You know, as long as the person who has the strange phenomenon of heaven and earth does not die in the future, he will definitely become the trend of the times. The Li family can be so united now because of the birth of this unicorn. Li Qilin's subsequent performance also made everyone look at him sideways. He is born smart and has a thorough understanding of martial arts. He is simply a genius among geniuses. As everyone in the conference room was praising him, Li Qilin also retracted his gaze. And when he lowered his head, the movement of his hands also stopped. The blindly typed Rubik's Cube has returned to its original state, and it seems to represent the infinite future of the entire Li family. At the same time, Mu Bai, who had just celebrated his birthday, was lying at home reading a book. Since his last display of power, the status of his family of 3 has risen sharply in the entire Mu family. Especially Mu Bai, who is even more popular. Mu Bai, who was a little bored these days, was looking through the illustrations of creatures in the main world. To his surprise, there are not many species of creatures in this world. That is, 18,009,754 species. Mu Bai, who has long been numb to numbers, did not react much to this. What surprised him was that this world recorded many creatures that appeared in the classic of mountains and seas. These fantasy creatures based on myths and legends do exist in this world. And there are even strict species divisions. Dad, is there a zoo in District 55? Mu Chengdong, who was eating breakfast, looked at the time on his watch and asked curiously, "Why are you asking this?" "Of course there is. There are Taofai and Swanee." Mu Chengdong almost spit out the milk he had just drunk when he heard these two names. Ahem. Son, if there is such a zoo, it is estimated that the entire Yunming's area can be wiped out. Legendary creatures of this level are extremely rare and extremely powerful. Even the strong men at the level of Star Master have to look up to them. Then Mu Chengdong saw that his son was very interested and told some stories about these mythical creatures. Unlike the legends and myths that Mu Bai knew, the stories told by Mu Chengdong were extremely detailed. It even made Mu Bai suspect that these stories were told by people who experienced them personally. When Mu Chengdong talked about the diary of the 9-clawed golden dragon, Mu Bai couldn't hold it back. What the HL? Mythical creatures can write diaries, and this diary can be passed down to humans. In the 0 year of the Star Era, I hunted a 6-clawed golden dragon. In the 100,001 year of the Star Era, I met an old turtle that could hold up the stars. Because it looked ugly, I slapped it before leaving. I can't count the years in the Star Era. Today I won't keep a diary because I'm going to have a decisive battle with an old friend. Mu Bai was really impressed by the absurdity of this world. He even thought some absurd stories were very logical. For example, Jinwu and a human in a certain area fell in love online through star stones. When they finally met in person, Jinwu directly burned several small worlds to ashes. In the end, Jinwu, who found the remnants of her boyfriend, actually ate the pawn as barbecue. Later, this matter spread in the myth world, and Jinwu was so angry that he caught several candle dragons, who spread the news and barbecued them in a small world full of high temperature. Outrageous. Really outrageous. Mu Bai, who had nothing to say, felt that the absurdity of this world was beyond his imagination. Mu Chengdong, who looked at the time, reminded his son, "By the way, your mother said before she left this morning that you have to go to kindergarten today. Today is the day you report. Don't be late." Mu Bai nodded speechlessly. When he walked out of the single-family villa with his school bag on his back, he suddenly found an extended version of the floating car parked not far away. The densely packed bodyguards immediately saluted and greeted the future head of the family when they saw him appear. "Hello, young master." It seemed that this was Grandpa's arrangement, and Mu Bai had no intention of objecting. After he got in the car, several more powerful bodyguards also got in the car, and the others followed in other black cars. When a convoy of this size appeared, no car dared to block it in front. Especially when the convoy drove into the busy city center. It was even more powerful. The young master of the Wan family, who was driving a supercar, was in a good mood today. So he looked very relaxed and comfortable when he got up early and drove a supercar with his girlfriend. In the early years, He enjoyed the gazes of ordinary people on the roadside looking up at him. But now he feels that it is meaningless. This is a habit. I am still the boy who has not changed at all, the young Master One, who sang with his voice, looked very chic. In Ru Mingming's eyes, the gentlemen of the poor are simply shit. But the gangsters of the rich are particularly charming. Wow! Young Master One. Look at the fountain in Linchon Square. It's so beautiful. Ru Mingming, who is called the goddess of colleges and universities with flying long hair, is beautiful and charming. Especially the scattered long hair that was carefully groomed in the morning, which makes her more charming. The young Master One, who grinned, was a little disgusted because his singing was interrupted. He turned his head and snorted coldly. That's nothing. The commercial plaza developed by our Wonjia group is a million times more advanced than this kind of civilian building. By the way, your ex-boyfriend didn't bother you, did he? Wan Shixu, who drives a supercar with one hand, is the number one Sea King in the entire 55th district. His favorite thing to do is to steal other people's love. Of course not. As soon as the 3 words Wan Shixia came out, that loser almost knelt down. He is so disgusting. He often touched me when we were in love, but I didn't let him. Wan Shixia didn't listen to the rest of the words. Since they broke up, he felt that it was meaningless. He liked the other boyfriend's perseverance. While the two were talking, a little boy holding a lollipop in the back seat of the supercar was doing his homework. Hearing the two people's chatter, he said irritably, Wan Shixiu, you useless guy. Why is the back seat of this broken car so crowded? I can't even write steadily. Wanza, don't talk nonsense here. If it weren't for you, would I drive this broken supercar with a back seat? The old guy at home is really annoying. I hope he dies, and the family splits up soon. Listening to his brother's complaints, Wan Shixiu, who was originally in a good mood, suddenly exploded. He even had to pick up and drop off kindergarten. This brother was crawling on his head like an ancestor. Ah, right. He is the old bastard. And you are the little bastard? Hey, woman, can you write? Looking back at the young master of the Wan family, Ru Mingming said stiffly, I can. Do you want me to help you write? Nonsense. Is it this idiot who will help me write? The 5-year-old Wanza hit Wan Shixiu's head with his homework book. Wan Shixio, with red eyes, stopped the car immediately, turned around and grabbed his brother's collar, and was about to give him 2 big slaps. Fortunately, Ru Mingming quickly stopped him. The child is ignorant. Why are you hitting him? Look at all the people around. Hearing the sound of the phone clicking, Wan Shixio realized that he had parked the car next to a square, and there were more and more people watching the show around. Just then, a young man with clenched fists in the crowd walked up and cursed at Ru Mingming. Great. You just broke up and you even have a child. You can do it. The child is so big. And you cheated on me a few years ago? As he said that, the ordinary young man slapped his face, and the scene became even more chaotic. Wan Shixio threw his brother aside and pointed at the other party and laughed and cursed. He is your cowardly boyfriend. Zhang Hao. Please leave quickly. Don't stay here. Ru Mingming looked at Zhang Hao with a look of disdain and anger. In her eyes, Zhang Hao was like a dogskin plaster, always following her side. Even if they broke up, she could still run into him often. Wan Shixio looked at the time and knew that he was about to be late for kindergarten. So he hurried back to the sports car. The angry Wan Zhe ran to the middle of the street and said proudly, I won't go. You little bastard wanted to beat me just now, so I have to beat you back. Wan Shixio got off the car again, and his head was about to explode. Not far away, Zhang Hao, who was holding the ring, walked to the middle of the street and said solemnly to Wan Shixio, who was constantly pulling his hair, Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you are the eldest son of the Wan family. Don't bully the poor young man. Do you have the courage to make a 3-year bet with me? 3 years later. I will. Wan Shixio, who was angry, couldn't listen to this guy chattering here, and turned around and broke his front teeth with a punch. Then, relying on the realm of a 7th grade star warrior, he beat up Zhang Hao, an ordinary person. You want 3 years. Right? And a bet. And a bet. After a few kicks, Zhang Hao, whose nose was bleeding, heard the sound of people around him taking pictures, and suddenly felt that his dignity was trampled on by the other party. Thinking of this, he was so angry that he stumbled and picked up the baseball bat from the other party's supercar. More and more pedestrians gathered, and suddenly the sound of the police car of the 55th district sheriff came from a distance. and all the nearby vehicles from far to near were scattered to both sides. Juan Churchill didn't care at all. He rolled up his sleeves and saw that the other party dared to pick up a baseball bat in such a bear-like state. He immediately showed his murderous intention. What can he do if he kills people in this 55th district? What can the entire sheriff system do to him? Thinking of this, he opened the trunk of the supercar and took out a sharpened steel knife from it. Once this thing came out, the whole situation became even more chaotic, and the onlookers also pulled away for fear of being accidentally injured. Zhang Hao was in a difficult situation. He wanted to pretend, but the other party didn't play by the rules and attacked directly. With his body shaky, he could only passively watch the other party walk towards him with murderous intent. No one in the entire 55th district can do anything to me. Zhang Hao. Even if you die, it's in vain. Ignoring the other party's baseball bat, Juan Churchill whispered in his ear. Zhang Hao, whose face was pale and nosebleed was still flowing, trembled a little. Ru Mengmeng, who wanted to persuade the fight, was forced back by Juan Churchill's fierce eyes before she came over. What are you doing? Get out of the way. The sheriff ran over urgently. The scale of nearly 100 people was really scary. Even Juan Churchill felt something was wrong. He thought the other party was conducting an exercise or something. Captain Huang, don't you know me? Juan Churchill, holding a steel knife, was fearless. With the power of the Juan family, the entire 55th district, put down your weapons immediately. Otherwise, we will conduct compulsory arrest. Captain Huang said viciously with gritted teeth. He naturally knew the name of the eldest son of the Juan family. But the person behind him today was even more exaggerated. If the Juan family had the ability to decide his official position, then the person behind him could decide the life and death of his boss's 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 boss. That's the real 55th district. The Emperor. Seeing the other party's eyes signaling, Juan Churchill turned his head and looked behind, only to see an extended version of the floating car stopped. Captain Huang, who was tense to the limit, began to sweat. Mu Bai, who was sitting in the extended car reading a book, looked up in confusion when he saw the car stopped. Master, there is a block in front. I'll go deal with it, the bald strongman sitting opposite said in a low voice. And he was still waiting for Mu Bai's meaning. Go. Just clear the obstacle. After saying that, Mu Bai was not in the mood to read the book. Looking at the crowd watching in front, he was also curious about what happened. Captain Huang. Who is that? Juan Churchill, whose tone gradually calmed down, always felt a little bad. Such a large number of sheriffs, and Captain Huang's eye hints made him cautious. Captain Huang hadn't spoken yet. The bald strongman who had just received Mu Bai's order came through the crowd in front of the sports car. And then in front of everyone, the other party punched the specially modified supercar. The gorgeous and domineering supercar exploded instantly. The bald man just curled up his hands slightly and held the aftermath of the explosion in his hands. That was the ability to wrap the explosion with the power of the stars. Those who can use such means are conservatively estimated to be above the 9th rank of the Star Warrior. I hope everyone will cooperate. The young master will go to school in a while. I will kill anyone who is still blocking the road in 5 seconds. As soon as these words came out, all the onlookers felt a chill on their backs. Everyone stayed away from the road. Even the rebellious Juan Churchill walked to the side of the road with cold sweat on his forehead. Going to school. Plus the recent rumors. He naturally knew who was sitting in the car. Mu Bai, the eldest grandson of the Mu family. Hack. It's a bit handsome. Wan Zhe rubbed his nose and clapped his hands happily when he saw his brother's supercar being smashed. Zhang Hao, who was pulled to the side of the road, was panting heavily when a convoy passed by him not far away. A little boy with a delicate figure got out of the car. I have a general understanding of what happened just now. I have saved your life, the little boy said softly. Zhang Hao nodded weakly. Take off his ring as a reward for this time. The little boy made an unquestionable voice. And then Zhang Hao felt nothing on his left ring finger. His ring was taken away. You have to be more self-reliant since your girlfriend was robbed. Practice according to my method for 3 years. And you can become a star master in just 3 years. Don't be frustrated. I'm here. The teacher's spirit hidden in the ring in his mind has always inspired him. When he was most frustrated and painful, it was the teacher who suddenly appeared and helped him out of the predicament. He couldn't lose this ring even if he died. The pain in his whole body seemed to disappear without a trace at this moment. He half knelt on the ground like a ghost and said viciously to the little boy in front of him, No. You can't take it away. Give it back to me. The resentful eyes seemed to remember Mu Bai's figure forever. This scene made the bodyguard, who had just taken action, sigh. Mu Bai, who took the ring, didn't even look at him. He got off the car just for this ring. Just now, he discovered the star power on it from a distance. Star Antique. Can extract 20 points of star power. Interesting. After seeing that the system classified it as a star antique, Mu Bai thoughtfully asked the bodyguard next to him, "Do you know what this star antique is?" "Master, star antiques are a kind of peculiar item. Some of them have the ability to bewitch and can transform into the voice that the wearer wants to hear the most, and then bewitch him to give it the star power that he has cultivated with great difficulty." Mu Bai, who has already put on the ring, suddenly seemed to have a kind grandfather in front of him. He seemed to have not reacted yet, and was still nagging like a mental patient. "Zhang Hao, you should practice this skill well, and you will definitely be able to do it in 3 years. 30 years of Hedong. You have to be patient. This thing is purely a trick for children." After Mu Bai took it off, the phantom of the grandfather in front of him disappeared immediately. This star antique will look stupid in the eyes of a determined person, but when it encounters an extreme person or a person who needs comfort very much, it will continue to eat away everything of this person like a demon in the heart. The bald bodyguard who added the appropriate explanation obviously saw this thing before, and Mu Bai nodded when he heard this. Zhang Hao, who was half kneeling on the ground with blood dripping from his nose, naturally heard the conversation between the two. "Impossible. He passed on the skills to me. He passed on the skills to me. Master said it would only take 3 years. I only need 3 years to become famous and become the master of the stars." The slightly crazy Zhang Hao felt that the two were conspiring to deceive him, or he was in the teacher's assessment. Everything in front of him was the teacher's assessment of his loyalty. The bald bodyguard, who looked a little pitiful, said in a deep voice, "Looking at your physical condition, you should have been backfired by this thing from a 9th grade star warrior to an ordinary person now. There is no skill in this world that can make you a master in 3 years. And even if there is, you are not qualified to have it." These words were like a thunderbolt that made Zhang Hao stagnate in place, letting the bright red nosebleed continue to drip. "Wipe it." "No need." Zhang Hao felt that his mind was getting more and more confused, looking at the slightly crazy ex-boyfriend at the moment. Ru Mingming was also a little emotional. If it weren't for the fact that the other party's realm had dropped, she wouldn't have broken up with him so quickly. "Hey, little brother. My car was smashed by your big guy. Can you let me take your car to Binhai Kindergarten?" Wan Zhe, who was half a head taller than Mu Bai, walked up without fear. This scared Wan Shishio so much that his back was wet. After turning his head and looking at the other party, Mu Bai smiled and said, "We are on the same way. Get in the car." Wan Shishio saw Mu Bai's gaze and immediately scratched his head and bowed here, ignoring the other party. Mu Bai returned to the car and left the square with the support of the team. When the crowd gradually dispersed, Wan Shishio, who was a little exhausted, almost fell to the ground. He was extremely regretful and vowed to keep a low profile in the future. If Mu Bai was unhappy today, it would be hard to say what kind of life he would have in the future. That supercar is very expensive. If you smash it, smash it. I will ride an electric bike too, and from get off work in the future. It's more low-key. I hate you, Mr. Wan. Then I want to sit in the back. Ru Mingming, who hugged Wan Shishio's arm and wanted to act coquettishly, was thrown away by Wan Shishio. The other party said with a bad look, "Stay away from me. This time it's all because of your ex-boyfriend. It's so unlucky." Then the other party turned and left, and stayed far away from Zhang Hao when passing by. Zhang Zhe was particularly excited to ride in such a luxurious and low-key floating car for the first time, but he seemed very restrained because of several serious bodyguards beside him. "Dahu, can you find someone to help me collect this kind of star antiques? The range should be within the entire 55th district," Mu Bai said with interest while stroking the emerald green ring. "Dahu is the bald strong man who smashed the supercar just now." "I understand. Young master. I will do my best. This thing is most circulated in the black market. It is easy to get it with our people there." Mu Bai nodded. He liked Dahu's work style very much. If there are difficulties, he will say the difficulties and problems. He is very efficient. Listening to the conversation between the two, Wan Zhe thought that Mu Bai liked this kind of antiques. He blinked and whispered, "In fact, there are many antiques in my house. If you have a chance, you can go and see them." Classmate Mu Bai, Wan Zhe, rubbing his hands, was very looking forward to it. He just liked cool friends, especially those with the demeanor of little adults like Mu Bai. Mubai smiled and said casually, "Okay. I will bother you when I have time." "Uh-huh. What's the bother?" "I have a 5-meter-tall simulated Tyrannosaurus Rex at home. I like riding it around the yard the most," Wanzai said excitedly. He kept the mechanical bionic Tyrannosaurus Rex at home like a treasure. Mubai nodded and smiled without saying anything. When the motorcade stopped at Binhai Kindergarten, it attracted the attention of many parents. Binhai Kindergarten is basically the ceiling of the nobility in Binhai. It is difficult to enter the kindergarten here just by money. Seeing such a luxurious motorcade, one of the parents, who knows cars, almost swallowed his breath. "Which big shot is here to inspect? This model seems to be impossible to buy now. As the CEO of a group worth billions, he has no way to buy this car. The exterior and interior of the other party are top-notch. No! It is very likely that it has been specially modified. Special modifications are naturally able to withstand the enemy's bombardment without damage. The materials used in this modification itself far exceed the value of the entire car. And these materials are strictly controlled and are unlikely to be bought at a sky-high price even on the black market." When he said this to several familiar parents next to him, it immediately caused a stir. Many parents who sent their children to the kindergarten gate stopped to watch and wanted to see who it was. When several bodyguards came down from the floating car, Mubai was surrounded by them. "No need to do this. I think Grandpa must have secretly planted people to protect me. Dahu, you take them here and wait." Hearing this, Dahu still felt a little bit unbelievable in his heart. Although he knew that the eldest son of the Mu family was smart, he had treated the other party as a peer along the way. Young people are precocious. Such people are either indistinguishable from the crowd or can single-handedly create an era. "Yes, Master. So handsome." Wanza, who saw this scene behind him, wanted his father to give him a few bodyguards. When Mubai entered the campus wearing a clean white shirt and was greeted by many classmates, the parents outside were shocked. The headmaster came out with many teachers and students, setting off a large number of fireworks. And it was as lively as a festival. "Welcome little student Mubai to Binhai Kindergarten. Welcome everyone." The headmaster, who was always strict, looked at Mubai tenderly like a kind mother at this moment. Seeing the hard-working children clapping vigorously, Mubai felt speechless. He had said that everything should be kept simple, but he didn't expect the other party to do such a thing. When the fireworks were set off in the kindergarten, some parents outside couldn't help but say, "It's outrageous. How come the headmaster is like a different person? Normal. After all, I heard a few days ago that the Mu family built some venues and facilities for the Binhai Kindergarten." The previous parent said unhappily, "What's the big deal? My family donated a building. This new school site was built by the Mu family. And there is also a live dinosaur research park, a large Binhai amusement park, a 10-star restaurant in the Binhai Kindergarten, and more. Okay. I'm leaving first." The parent with a twitching mouth found a random reason and left. As soon as Mubai entered the kindergarten, he found that the kindergarten here was indeed a bit exaggerated. Those high-tech facilities were not included, and the dinosaur park alone was too outrageous. Just when Mubai was sighing that the kindergarten was really rich, he suddenly found that it seemed that there was a word Mu on every wall. When he looked carefully, he found that the last line of the building sign was the same. "Thank you for the sponsorship of classmate Mubai." Mubai, who was a little speechless, didn't say anything about the sponsorship. Anyway, it was probably done by his grandfather. It was just that the donations marked after each building always made him feel like a scapegoat. Ever since he watched the dinosaur park built by Mubai's family, Wanzai fell in love with this place. After all, these are real living dinosaurs, not the mechanical bionics at home. What's more exaggerated is that the dinosaurs here can be ridden after being domesticated. No man can refuse to ride a dinosaur around. Even Mubai is no exception. By the time of the noon nap, Mubai had become a hot commodity. The kindergarten, which originally had more girls than boys, almost fought for the right to sleep with Mubai. Among them, Wanzai was beaten up by several little girls and cried. Finally, Mubai had no choice but to suggest that he sleep in the middle and the others sleep around, so that everyone could watch him sleep. When it was almost dusk, most of the children who passed by were exhausted, but Mubai sat in the car in high spirits. "Master, today I asked Yin and others to collect these in the black market." Dahu spread out the antiques he collected today. There were all kinds of things among them, and the most common ones were jade bracelets and glass bottles. Mubai took them one by one in his hand, and sure enough, each item had a phenomenon similar to a ring. The image of a mermaid old man appeared in front of Mu Bai one after another, and they all bewitched Mu Bai. But the strange thing was that Mu Bai looked around and could not sense that there were few who could raise the power of the stars. When he picked up the jade bracelet, a voice appeared in his mind. Detected star antique. Extraction can obtain plus 3 star power so little? Mu Bai frowned slightly. Then he started the extraction. And the next second the ring and the jade bracelet in his hand turned into powder and dissipated in the car. Although Dahu's expression did not fluctuate when he saw the scene, he was already very shocked. He had never heard of star antiques turning into powder. He estimated that this should be due to some kind of practice that Mu Bai had practiced. Among the dozen items, only 2 or 3 can extract star power. So where is the problem? Is it that the star power absorbed by it is not enough? Or is it that the antiques are not old enough? Or is it the material of the antiques? Dahu, you can randomly arrange the remaining star antiques on some gambler or drunkard, and bring them back in a month. Mu Bai no longer hesitated. Since he couldn't know the reason, he would try every reason and believe that he would always find the answer. Although he didn't know why the young master did this. Dahu didn't mean to ask and nodded immediately. By the way, I think Zhang Hao misses his illusory master very much. You can arrange 2 for him. Thinking that it might be related to the obsession of the parasite, Mu Bai did not forget to take advantage of it. After all, he was not a big villain. And helping the other party find his master again was also a good deed. Yes, master, Dahu answered without hesitation. A few days later, the crazy Zhang Hao got 2 star antiques again. He was undoubtedly doubly happy when he called master. Unexpectedly, his cultivation speed increased a lot after he got the 2 star antiques. But according to the information Mu Bai got, the 2 star antiques would take turns to plunder the star power from his body every 7 days. In the next few months, Mu Bai's life in kindergarten was basically reading and practicing. In this life, he did not pursue quick success. So when he was about to break through to the Star Warrior realm, he was forcibly compressed back. He wanted to do something to pursue perfection as much as possible. Breaking through to the Star Warrior realm before the age of 4 seemed very impressive. But it was of no use for the future. After experiencing the ups and downs of several worlds, he knew the importance of laying a solid foundation. Especially in this vast main world. Talent may allow a person to embark on the path of a strong man. But a solid foundation is equally important. When Mu Bai took the bus to school that day, he accidentally met Zhang Hao, who had his ring taken away. In just a few months, the high-spirited Zhang Hao had aged to the point of being a middle-aged man, and even his black hair had turned half white. He staggered through the city center, and everyone avoided him. Zhang Hao kept muttering things like "Don't bully a poor young man" for 30 years. But now he even seemed to have a hard time speaking. And if you didn't get close to him, you couldn't hear what he was saying. It seems like he's really crazy. It's incredible that he can still hold on to this time with 2 star antiques absorbing his star power. If he didn't have that ring at the beginning, Zhang Hao would be a genius among the common people. Dahu squinted his eyes and said that he was actually very sympathetic to this person's experience. What was even more regrettable was that this kind of person was too paranoid and couldn't resist the temptation of such a low-level prop. It doesn't matter whether he is really crazy or pretending to be crazy. Xiaohu, go and take the antiques from him. Mu Bai, who was sitting in the back seat with his arms crossed, said softly. As Dahu's younger brother, Xiaohu's skills were naturally extraordinary. Facing Zhang Hao, who was no different from ordinary people, it was easy for him to take the 2 star props. Without the comforting voice in his mind, Zhang Hao, who was standing on the street, burst into tears. Mu Bai, who had no psychological pressure, held the 2 silver bracelets. And then his eyes lit up. Star points can be withdrawn plus 10 star points can be withdrawn plus 10 Mu Bai had already started the experiment on star antiques a few months ago. Among them, after giving some star antiques to gamblers or drunkards, although they were also immersed in those illusory sound fantasies. When the star antiques were taken back, Mu Bai found that they still could not extract the power of the stars. This also proves that the star antiques that can allow oneself to extract the power of the stars cannot be changed by human beings. But today, Zhang Hao broke Mu Bai's guess. So it seems that the other party has special characteristics. Thinking of this, Mu Bai asked Dahu, "Tell me about Zhang Hao's life." Dahu, who had been prepared, immediately told him about Zhang Hao's tragic life. Mu Bai, who looked strange, almost thought that the other party was a disaster. It took Zhang Hao only 1 day to go from a happy and perfect family worth millions to an orphan. When he finally entered the fairy fruit space, He gave this opportunity to Ru Mingming because of her, and he dropped out of school to work. After that, Zhang Hao did not make a lot of money as he expected, because he had no skills and became a waiter. He was also excluded by his colleagues because he was incompatible with others. It was in this high-pressure environment that he accidentally found this ring in an antique shop. After spending all his wealth to buy this ring, he unexpectedly obtained a skill that did not even reach the yellow level. In this way, he practiced and worked, but he didn't know that the ring absorbed his star power every few days and turned him back into an ordinary person. Ru Mingming, who did not get any devil fruit at the beginning, later got along with the owner of the hotel where Zhang Hao worked, Wan Sherxiu. And then the street fight happened. Although this life was unlucky, it was also ordinary in Mu Bai's eyes. Ru Mingming, Wan Sherxiu, send someone to keep an eye on these two people. Maybe Zhang Hao's change is related to them. De Hu thought that the young master was referring to the reason why Zhang Hao went crazy, and nodded immediately after receiving the order. Mu Bai, wearing a mini white shirt, looked at the progress bar in front of him and seemed a little helpless. If he could mobilize the eternal system to identify these star antiques, he wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. Now the progress bar has reached 3%. According to Mu Bai's speculation, it will take at least 7 or 8 years to make the progress bar reach 100%. Mu Bai, who was upset, did not let his men drive home immediately, but let them drive to the largest black market in District 55. His favorite thing these days is to go to the black market, because he can extract the power of stars from many ancient objects. The extracted objects will turn into powder, which means that Mu Bai can't get them for free and must buy them. Fortunately, this is not a problem for Mu Bai. According to his speculation, the wealth he could mobilize at present was incalculable, with the privilege of having the same treatment as the patriarch of the Mu family. Any problem that could be solved with money was not a problem. You can see any combination in the black market. There are large groups of people similar to gangs and arms dealers who sell restricted weapons that are banned in the area. Although these people seem strong on the surface, they may not dare to have physical conflicts here. The most difficult to provoke in the black market are often the so-called vulnerable groups, such as pregnant women, ragged elderly people, or children like Mu Bai. After a simple disguise, Mu Bai took De Hu and Xiao Hu into the black market. Because of the Mu family's logo, Mu Bai and others did not have to pay the black market entry fee and went in directly. This attracted the attention of the people who were queuing behind, and some people even wanted to take out a knife to threaten the old man who was guarding the black market. After the old man who let Mu Bai and others pass took off his clothes reluctantly, everyone in the queue became quiet and honest. I saw that the old man holding a cigarette was wearing a composite machine armor under his clothes. Judging from the quality, this thing is enough to kill the existence of a star warrior above the 3rd rank. The scarred strongman who wanted to take out a knife put the knife back with a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Hack. A bunch of cowards. The bored old man looked at these guys, who might be fugitives, with disdain in his clothes. He was looking forward to taking action. After all, if he killed a few of them and took them to the police station, he might be able to identify them as fugitives. When he gave himself a bonus, he might even be awarded a few awards for good deeds. A bunch of little ghosts. Even the people of the Mu family want to provoke them. Even the one behind the black market doesn't dare. The old man's words undoubtedly dispelled many people's thoughts, and Mu Bai and others didn't know about it yet. Of course, even if they knew, they would probably pretend that nothing happened. With a high-level star warrior like De Hu, no matter how many mobs there are, they can't get close to Mu Bai. Wandering in the black market, Mu Bai would directly ask De Hu to pack and take away items that can extract star power. And he was very quick when paying. Many antique dealers who specialize in digging, smuggling and reselling were very polite to this young man who was generous, and kept promoting these porcelain and jade full of ancient relics, like salesmen in the outside world. Young master, this thing is really good. I dug it at the border of District 55. I heard it was from a big family back then. Mu Bai chatted with the other party casually, and when he found that there was no star item that could be extracted, he turned around and wanted to leave. The vendor was a little anxious when he saw that Mu Bai bought so little today. He had a lot of gambling debts in the outside world recently. He originally wanted to cheat this rich man, but he didn't expect that this man would only buy 2 items today. No! No! Young master, I have another treasure here. This one is quite good. I couldn't break it with the hardest mithril hammer at home. There must be some priceless treasure inside. While speaking, the vendor took out a heavy small box about half a meter long from a backpack not far away. Mu-Bai didn't see any signs of star power at first glance, and wanted to turn around and leave. But as the box approached, Mu-Bai discovered something that made his pupil shrink. When his hands touched the box, an unprecedented number of star points appeared in his field of vision. A special box made of rare materials filled with star power. After extraction, 500 points of star power can be obtained. A full 500 points. This is the item with the highest star points that Mu-Bai has ever seen. Even the box is so precious. So you can imagine what kind of treasure is hidden in it. Mu-Bai took the box and looked at it for a long time before slowly saying, "This thing is really good for cracking walnuts. I'll pay 100,000 star coins for it." Ha ha. The young master really has taste. The vendor was immediately happy when he heard 100,000. The price he originally estimated was actually 30,000 star coins. With this 30,000, his gambling debts were basically cleared. But he didn't expect this rich young man to actually say 100,000 directly. He was afraid that Mu-Bai would regret it. So he quickly took the money and was about to close the stall. Seeing this, Mu-Bai smiled and said, "I've never seen such a beautiful pattern on it. Where did you get it from? I can't do that to this young master. 1,000 star coins. How can I be so embarrassed?" After taking the money skillfully, the vendor hurriedly said, "I found it in District 54. This thing floated over with the Chongsong River. I bought it from the fisherman for 80,000 star coins." After that, he hurriedly closed the stall and left. Seeing the other party's fear of regret, Mu-Bai almost laughed out loud. The address the other party said had a certain reference value. As long as he found the fisherman, he could confirm its authenticity. As for the other party's claim that he bought it from the fisherman for 80,000 star coins, Mu-Bai didn't believe it at all. He estimated that whether the other party spent more than 3 digits was still debatable. After a round of shopping, Mu-Bai left the black market with a lot of bags. When he returned to the car, he stretched out his tender palm and gently touched the outer L of the box. Extract. Get 500 points of star power. The box that was originally mixed with special substances and was indestructible was shattered like an illusory bubble at this moment. When the powder dispersed, only a tattered white animal skin book was left. After Mu-Bai opened it, he found that it was a kind of martial arts. But this martial art seemed extremely complicated. At least the wind swordsmanship that Mu-Bai knew now was as immature as a child in front of it. The Netherworld Heart Sutra. After looking at the cover, Mu-Bai put the Heart Sutra away. When he returned home, he took it out and read it repeatedly in his room. The saint has no heart. The heaven and the earth are immortal. The great way is he. Ghosts and monsters. The more he read this martial arts book, the more evil it became. Even Mu-Bai's perseverance could not bear it. When he finished reading, he was already sweating profusely. When he turned to the last page, he found that the Netherworld Heart Sutra in his hand was the first half. Or the first part. Even the first part was so weird that Mu-Bai felt that the subsequent part should be even more evil. Could it be a broken heaven-level technique? Mu-Bai was shocked and had no idea about the level of this secret book. After thinking about it, he naturally did not dare to practice this kind of mental method without authorization. At midnight, he went directly to the ancestral house, where his grandfather Mu-Hai lived. The future of the entire Mu family is tied to Mu-Bai's fate, which is enough to make Mu-Bai determined to give this secret book to his grandfather first. When Mu-Hai saw the Netherworld mental method in Mu-Bai's hand, he took a breath of cold air. After reading the whole mental method, he had only one feeling. That is, the great thief will not stop until the sky is immortal. This mental method is really weird. He was a little scared just after reading it once. "Grandpa, what grade do you think this technique is?" Mu-Hai frowned and kept turning the beads in his hand. After a long time, he gradually calmed down and said softly, "This technique is extremely evil and strange. What's more peculiar is that it has 2 methods of cultivation. Although it is cold when read forward, it is obviously a technique of heaven or above heaven. But if you read it backwards..." "Read it backwards?" Mu-Bai took the secret book. When he read it backwards from the first part, he felt physiological nausea after reading only a few words. Seeing his grandson's reaction, Mu-Hai said in a deep voice, "The technique read backwards is the real Netherworld technique. The general meaning is that it can allow the practitioner to split another soul, integrate the source of the Netherworld power into the split soul, and then use the split soul as a basis to forcibly devour other people and plunder the star essence of others for your own use." When he said the last few words, Mu-Hai's voice was particularly low, and Mu-Bai, who heard it clearly, was also stunned. "Mu-Bai, who was interested, suppressed his physiological nausea and read the netherworld hard technique from back to front. When he read the last word, a smile gradually appeared on Mu Bai's face. And he didn't even care about the blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Seeing his young grandson so obsessed, Mu Hai wanted to dissuade him. But after thinking for a long time, he just sighed. Mu Bai, you have to be cautious. This is your opportunity. But the risk of this netherworld hard technique is too great. And you still need to plunder others. Grandpa, you are wrong. After interrupting Mu Hai, Mu Bai continued, as long as I practice this netherworld art from now on, I will be infinitely ahead of people of the same realm in the future. What's more, plundering the power of the stars does not necessarily mean choosing humans. Aren't those beasts more suitable? Mu Bai said with a smile after wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Indeed, compared with humans, beasts of the same realm have more star power because of their higher physical strength. Mu Bai read the Netherworld Heart Sutra in reverse more carefully. Even though his eyes were bleeding and crying, his expression remained calm. But the enthusiasm in his eyes could not be hidden. Seeing this, Mu Hai felt that this grandson had exceeded his expectations and control. When did he grow to this point? You have to know that Mu Bai is less than 4 years old. Grandpa knows that you are born precocious. Even if you can replace devouring others with devouring beasts, you can't bear the pain of splitting your soul. Not to mention that the split soul is very likely to replace your main consciousness. As the head of the family who fought and killed, Mu Hai naturally knew that if he wanted to become a strong man, he had to be ruthless to others and even more ruthless to himself. If he could successfully devour others, it would be fine. But the process of splitting the soul was too thrilling. From the family level, he had actually planned Mu Bai's future. With his support and Mu Bai's potential, he could lead the Mu family to break through the restrictions of the 55th district in the Yunming's area and become a third-rate or even first-rate family in the entire area. In his expectation, this was the safest. Mu Bai, with a gloomy look in his eyes, shook his head. He went through so much hardship to come to the main world, not to become the overlord of a small place, but to see the infinite possibilities of the Sea of Stars. If he wanted to be rich and prosperous, he would not be able to return to Blue Star after dominating the Black Star world. Grandpa just split his soul. I have a way to deal with it. After saying that, Mu Bai had already put the book recording the Netherworld Hard Method in his hand, silently reciting the Netherworld Hard Method in reverse in his heart. And as every word of the Hard Method flowed through Mu Bai's heart, his internal organs began to break in an instant. Crazy! Crazy! Mu Hai looked at his eldest grandson so crazy, and felt a little regretful at this moment. But he also knew that now was not the time to entangle this. He gathered the star power of the Star Apostle level in his hands to protect Mu Bai's body, and the originally broken internal organs began to gradually repair. But the strange thing is that even if it is repaired, the rest of the body will also be broken. In this case of repeated healing and repeated cracks. Mu Bai sweated coldly, and even black blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. This scene is really bloody. Hold on. Mu Hai gritted his teeth, and was a little worried that Mu Bai would not be able to hold on. So he reminded him to wake up. Mu Bai, who was wrapped in pain, was actually unable to listen to Mu Hai's words at this moment. His original vision gradually changed with the operation of the Netherworld Heart Method. Physical pain can certainly affect a person's mind, but this level of pain is nothing to Mu Bai. After all, he is a person who has crawled out of the pile of dead bodies in many worlds. Not a pampered young master. He has experienced many life and death. Why should he be afraid of these pains? The speed of running the Netherworld Hard Method in his heart is getting faster and faster, so that layers of black and purple ripples appear on the surface of his body in the real world. These ripples are constantly compressed. When compressed to the extreme, they tear Mu Bai's spirit and soul into 2 halves. When the pain that far exceeded millions of deaths appeared on Mu Bai's soul, the whole space was rippling. Hold on. Mu Hai, who spoke again, had a hint of despair at this moment. He didn't even dare to think about the pain of splitting his soul, let alone this child, who was less than 4 years old, experiencing it personally. In the cold midnight, Mu Bai spit out a mouthful of blood mist from his mouth. Even though his soul was split in half, he still didn't stop reciting the Netherworld Hard Method in his heart. He was already crazy. 1, 2, 3. As his consciousness gradually blurred, he seemed to touch another layer of space, and was pulled into it. When he was more awake, he found that everything in front of him was no longer moving, and Grandpa Mu Hai's anxious expression was frozen in place. Failed? No. This is not the real world but the spiritual world. During this frozen time, A child who looked the same as him appeared opposite Mubai. But unlike the black dress he wore, the child opposite wore a white dress, which looked very weird in the moonlight with that playful smile. It's really a legendary life experience. From the modern technological world to the world of devil fruits, and then to the main world today. The mysterious child who knocked on the armrest of the sofa clapped his hands slightly in appreciation. And his weird look carried some inexplicable emotions. This is my spiritual world. Right? Are you the other half of my soul that was split? Feeling the body that was unconscious, but could move at will. Mubai had already guessed the identity of the other party, which was the other half of the soul that was split with the help of the power of the underworld. Does the other party know all my memories? Thinking of this, Mubai said tentatively with a hint of pride, my deeds are all very impressive. After all, they were all accomplished through my personal efforts. What are you testing? The demon child came over and asked curiously. You know everything I know. Why should I test you? At this moment, Mubai said expressionlessly, but his rapidly running brain had already known one thing. That is, the other party didn't know anything about the eternal system. Logically speaking, the eternal system is bound to his soul. And now that his soul is divided into two, the other party should also know about the system. Is it because he is the main consciousness? If the other party really doesn't know about the eternal system, then he will have a lot of initiative. Even if the other party becomes the main consciousness of this body, when the system is officially restored, he can easily suppress the other party with the system. You and I are originally one. In this case, I will be called by Devil. I brought you here to cooperate with you. In the real world, your soul division process has not yet ended. You have two choices. The first is to die and disappear, and the second is to listen to my opinions. The demon child who calls himself the White Devil said with a smile. As an independent consciousness with all of Mubai's experiences, he is 100% sure to know what the other party will choose. If I don't listen to your opinion, then I will inevitably end up with the first result? By Mu. Just propose what you want, and I will try my best to satisfy you. That's good. The White Devil nodded with satisfaction and opened his hands and said loudly, I want your next body control, which is permanent control. As soon as this was said, Mubai had already revealed a hint of sneer. Then wouldn't I become a living dead? If so, it would be better to perish together. You and I are one. There is no need to mention this little trick of saying that you and I are one. Tell me your real opinion. Mubai has seen many negotiation tactics used by the other party. It is nothing more than that when one person proposes to demolish the roof of the house, others may object. But when the person who proposed this opinion turns to open the window, then others will most likely agree. That's right. I want to share the control of the body with you. This is fair, right? You can't give up even a little bit on this matter. The White Devil shook his finger and said firmly. He wanted Mubai to show the attitude of dividing the body equally. Otherwise, he would consider perishing together with the other party. Okay. To the surprise of Baimomo, Mubai agreed very straightforwardly. Really? The Baimomo, who knew Mubai's character well, asked back in disbelief. In his impression, the other party was extremely selfish. He would abandon anyone for his goal. How could such a cold-blooded and selfish person agree to such a thing so straightforwardly? There must be something fishy. 7 years is the limit. My main consciousness controls the body for 7 years, and then your consciousness controls the body for 7 years. How about this reincarnation? During this period, the person who cannot control the body must not interfere with the other person doing anything, Mubai said leisurely, and Baimomo laughed when he heard this. As they were from the same source, he naturally knew that Mubai wanted to buy time to deal with his soul. Okay, I'll give you 7 years, and when the time is up, it will be time for me to control the body. The White Devil, who had put away his smile, came to Mubai's ear and whispered teasingly, You are me. I am you. And you can never get rid of me. Mubai suddenly woke up from the spiritual world with a burst of pain, and the prompt sound of the eternal system in his mind rang. Soul division is successful. You can run the netherworld mind method without damage. After the 2 prompt sounds, Mubai's body spontaneously appeared black and purple netherworld power running in his body, and the internal organ cracks that were originally unstoppable were easily broken at this moment. Not only that, as Mubai's mind method continued to run, his whole body received unprecedented tempering. His originally fair skin became even fairer, and the impurities in his body all melted into the void with his breath. His originally ordinary eyes inexplicably appeared a faint purple when he was practicing. Against the backdrop of these purple eyes, Mu Bai at this moment seemed like a god standing in the world. Without joy, anger, sorrow, or fear of life and death. Star power plus 1, star power plus 1. A large amount of star power also merged into Mu Bai's body when he transformed. The next moment, the long accumulated energy flowed through his meridians and raised Mu Bai's aura to a higher level. Star Warrior 9th level. Although he was prepared to see his eldest grandson Mu Bai promoted to a Star Warrior at the age of 4, he was also a little shocked. If this news spread, the entire Yunming's area would probably cause an uproar. With purple eyes like a god, Mu Bai slowly restrained his current state. After a long breath, he returned to his normal state. Are you okay, Mu Bai? Mu Hai asked anxiously. Although this netherworld technique is definitely not an ordinary one, no one can say whether there will be any problems in practicing it. After all, such magic skills often have great disadvantages. It's okay, Grandpa. After being able to operate the netherworld mental method normally, Mu Bai also discovered the advantages and disadvantages of this netherworld technique. The first advantage is that the speed of absorbing the star power by his body has undoubtedly increased a lot. At least 60% faster than the previous absorption speed. The second point is that he can now feel that as long as he operates the netherworld heart method in his body, he can absorb any creature with star power. And then, he can absorb its pure essence without hindrance to help himself grow. The disadvantage is also obvious. That is, after the soul is torn apart, his own mental power seems to be very lacking. And the intuitive manifestation is that he becomes more sleepy. And it is probably difficult to practice other hard methods in the future. However, Mu Bai is not too worried about this. After all, he is absolutely sure to regain control of the other half of the soul in a few years. After 7 years, give the body to the White Devil? Mu Bai, who smiled in his heart, can't wait until then. He glanced at the progress bar of the system activation. It has reached 6% at present. The originally estimated 7 years to activate the system may not be needed. He is sure to reawaken the system in 5 or even 4 years. Grandpa, I heard that the hunting forest in District 55 will open next month. Mu Bai, who has become an innocent child again, asked with a smile. Mu Hai nodded and said nonchalantly, if you want to go hunting, that's fine. As long as you ensure your own safety. As long as you don't go deep into it. There is no danger in the outer layer. The most expensive thing in District 55 is not gold, diamonds, or rare minerals. The most precious thing is the right to allocate the hunting forest that is opened every year. In the entire District 55, only 3 families have absolute control over this right. Namely the Wang family, the Li family, and the Mu family. It is precisely because of this that these 3 families are also called the 3 dominant forces in District 55. Mu Bai nodded. He needed to go to the hunting forest to hunt in person to see how efficient this netherworld mind method is in absorbing star creatures. When Mu Bai left, the sky in the distance was already bright. This night was really exhausting for Mu Hai. Not only was he physically tired, but he was also mentally tired. Mu Bai was too bold. Looking at the blood on the sofa, Mu Hai couldn't help shaking his head. He could see from this incident that Mu Bai had higher pursuits. It would be unreasonable if someone who was so cruel to himself could not succeed. The younger generation of the Mu family can barely be considered average, or even mediocre. The real variable in the future lies in Mu Bai. I hope my bet is right. The future will belong to you after all. Looking at the faint light in the sky, Mu Hai murmured to himself with a sense of loss. After signing in at school for 60 consecutive days, Mu Bai was given a half-month vacation. He slept every day before the hunting forest opened. Mu Bai was actually a little tired of kindergarten life. But he had to continue to endure it. All for the purpose of preparing for the qualification to enter the fairy fruit space in the future. According to the rules of the Yunming's district, all children born, regardless of family or class, need to go to school on time every day. Only in this way will they have the opportunity to enter the fairy fruit space in the future review. Students need to sign in front of the life sensor every day, except for the normal rest days stipulated every week. Students have very little time to rest and take leave. Once you skip classes in succession, no matter what your reason is or what your family is, you will most likely lose the qualification to enter the fairy fruit space in the future. The Yunming's district is very strict in this regard. Lin Mingru, the mother who didn't know the reason why Mu Bai slept late, thought her son was sick until Mu Hai came to visit her, and made up a reason to explain to Mu Bai. It was also after Mu Hai came that the couple knew that their son, who was less than 4 years old, had broken through to the 9th level of the Star Warrior. This news shocked them both, especially Mu Changdong, who had never seen anyone break through to the realm of a warrior at such a young age in his life. Mu Bai, who had slept for several days and nights, got up lazily after hearing the alarm clock. As soon as he woke up, he found a secret book of martial arts on the bedside. Looking closely, it was the Xian-level martial arts, the Kuang Biao sword technique. After a simple wash with the power of the stars, Mu Bai walked out of the room with the sword technique. Yuan, are you really going to go hunting in the forest by yourself later? Wouldn't that be too dangerous? Mother Lin Mingru said with some concern. Don't worry, Mother. Grandpa will send someone to protect you secretly. Not to mention that Dahu and Xiaohu will go with me. After Mu Bai put on his clothes, he walked out of the house like a little adult. He was already about 1 meter tall and looked extraordinary. Standing with his peers, he also gave people a feeling of being out of place, especially after practicing the Netherworld Hard method. His eyes were sometimes faintly revealed with a purple halo, which made Mu Bai's popularity in Binhai Kindergarten reach a level similar to that of an idol. Even when he was shopping, he would be photographed secretly by paparazzi as a star, and many scouts wanted to give him business cards. But both types of people were blocked by the people who secretly protected Mu Bai. In the main world, stars are more of a consumable. Young people with poor family backgrounds, or very short of money, and good looks are willing to join in. Many children and teachers in Binhai Kindergarten alone like to chase stars. Mu Bai has seen some top stars in District 55 in some activities held by the family. Each of them is really good looking. It is too difficult for them to stand out. After all, the population base is there, roughly estimated. Even the entire District 55 is estimated to have a population of nearly 10 billion. In several family activities, Mu Bai felt that these so-called star idols were no different from servants in front of the Mu family members. And there were too many flatterers, especially when cousin Mu Kong, who is suitable for marriage in a few years, appears. It is even more attractive. That is also the rare time when the other party can overshadow Mu Bai. When Mu Bai came out, Dahu had already appeared at the door of the villa in a slightly low-key black supercar. Will it attract too much attention? Listening to the roar of the sports car engine, Mu Bai was still a little hesitant. This time he didn't want to be too prominent. Dahu said helplessly after hearing this, this is already the most low-key in the entire garage. The others are more eye-catching. In fact, the young master doesn't need to worry so much. Those who can enter the hunting forest are basically rich people. Makes sense. Mu Bai thought about it, and found that it was indeed the case. After all, the hunting forest sells tickets for 1 million star coins alone. In the 55th district, a normal family can only earn about 10,000 star coins a year. People who can easily afford 1 million are basically the first batch of the 10 billion people in the 55th district. Let's go! By the way, where is Xiao Hu? He volunteered to hide in the trunk to protect the area behind the young master. Let's go! The black supercar disappeared on the spot with a roar. As a specially modified supercar, this black butcher is very fast. In addition, its automatic driving feature makes it as fast as lightning when passing through the city. But it is hard for Xiaohu, who is hiding in the trunk. He wanted to play with his phone, and almost missed yesterday's dinner. Seeing that Dahu wanted to teach his younger brother a lesson, Mu Bai waved his hand and said, Okay, slow down. By the way, how is the situation of Wanjia recently? Mu Bai found out that Wanza was different in the kindergarten, and later heard that Wanjia Group was on the verge of bankruptcy. And it seemed that some old industry rivals had united to do it. It was done by a competitor in the same industry of Wanjia. I heard that it involved a wide range. After my investigation, there was a shadow of one family. Mu Bai frowned when he heard the word one family, and then said softly, Wanza is of some use to me. Send someone to convey my meaning to Wangjia. I believe they will still give me this face. Dahu was a little surprised, but he didn't ask any more questions and called to contact about this matter directly. When the Black Butcher supercar arrived at the northern suburbs of District 55, the number of vehicles on the road gradually increased. A charming woman in the Beast SUV that was driving side by side with the Butcher's supercar greeted Mu Bai enthusiastically after seeing him. The charming woman was very beautiful, but Mu Bai, who was lazy to begin with, was in no mood to pay attention to her. What a cool little guy. Your Butcher supercar is really rare. Don't you want to invite me to sit in it? Long Yin Yin had never seen such a handsome little boy before, and she couldn't help but want to tease him. He must be a young man who could afford a Butcher supercar worth nearly 10 million yuan. It would be even better if she could get some money from him. Long Yanyan thought with interest while licking her tongue. Mu Bai yawned and turned around to see a group of men dressed in hip-hop style standing on the other side's off-road vehicle. Probably a team specializing in hunting star beasts. The other side's off-road vehicle could keep up with the high-speed supercar. And the other side's vehicle was obviously specially modified. Hey! 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 Did you hear what our big sister said? You dare to ride a supercar when you haven't even grown all your hair yet? The sturdy man sitting in the back seat of the SUV was obviously drunk. And he was inexplicably angry at the cold Mu Bai. You want to respond? Right? Duh. Shoot. Mu Bai knew the character of these people after a glance. And immediately ordered Dahu, sneering, immediately opened the weapon operation table of the Butcher's supercar. The reason why the Butcher is called the Butcher's supercar is because the top configuration will have space-modified live ammunition weapons. The driver behind the two cars was curious about why the speed of both sides slowed down when a fierce machine gun sounded. What the H.L.? Are you crazy? Dare to shoot here? He braked suddenly and caused a chain collision behind. The beast SUV that was shot was immediately sparked. Long Yanyan was shocked and quickly jumped out of the car with these brothers. The SUV that exploded and stopped in place the next second after they jumped out of the car. It was obvious that the machine gun had damaged its energy transmission device. Without turning his head, Mu Bai looked at the rearview mirror and said expressionlessly, "Blow it up." After receiving the order, Dalong pressed the weapon button and turned the machine gun on the side of the vehicle to the rear and fired wildly at the SUV that was standing still. Less than half a second later, the SUV full of items exploded instantly. This made the several strong men who wanted to get their personal belongings stunned. Don't worry about them. If these people want revenge, I will deal with them myself. Mu Bai, who was sitting in the car, seemed to be talking to himself. The figures on both sides of the forest gradually disappeared. Mu Bai's words were meant for those who secretly protected him. Little bastard. You are looking for death. The strong man who had provoked at the beginning was now sober and furious at the speeding sports car. Sister, don't rob a car to deal with him. Long Yanyan was also very unhappy when she saw the burning SUV. Don't worry. Can't you use your brain? Judging from their direction, they are probably heading to the hunting forest in Area 55. If so, we have a chance to meet them. If it's hard to attack them outside, why don't we just attack them inside? After saying that, Long Yanyan walked to the back. He wanted to requisition a random lucky person's car. A dozen minutes later, a black supercar stopped in the parking area. After showing the tickets, Mu Bai led Dahu and Xiaohu into the heavily guarded passage. After approaching more than a dozen high-tech blockades, Mu Bai felt the abundant star power the moment he stepped into the hunting forest. This level of concentration was almost the same as that of the outer perimeter of the Mu family's main residence. The trees in this hunting forest are very thick, and ordinary trees are close to 50 or 60 meters, and some ancient ones are close to 100 meters in height. The green vines all over the ground are entangled on the roots of the trees. The lush green light and shadow under the sunlight appear particularly quiet, setting off the tranquility of this place like a paradise. Mu Bai, who had just entered, walked a few hundred meters to the east and sat cross-legged on the spot. He was seen flipping through the secret book of the Quang Biao sword technique like a good student. Dahu and Xiaohu looked at each other, not knowing what this young master was going to do. After a few minutes, after Mu Bai had mastered the Xian-level Quang Biao sword technique by heart, he had basically mastered it. After pulling out the ordinary steel knife from his waist, he flew under the wind. In an instant, several green light and shadows had come to the branches of the ancient tree and chopped away. A blue eagle was cut in half before it could dodge. Mu Bai, who had put away his steel knife, nodded. The Xian-level Quang Biao sword technique is indeed not on the same level as the Quang Feng sword technique. After sighing, he walked towards the east of the hunting forest alone. Dahu, who hurriedly followed him, could hardly suppress the shock in his eyes. Master, what did you just perform? Quang Biao sword technique? As a dead man trained by the Mu family, Dahu naturally knew the origin of this technique. But why did he feel that Mu Bai's proficiency in the technique was almost surpassing him? This technique is relatively obscure and difficult to understand. But if you read it carefully, you can basically master it. Mu Bai's words made Dahu and Xiaohu feel a little unreal. If they didn't know that Mu Bai's temperament disdained to do such things, they would have suspected that the young master had been immersed in Quang Biao sword technique for many years. Compared with Mu Bai, the young geniuses they had met before were like mortals who were not worth competing for glory. At this moment, The Hu and Xiaohu brothers also knew why Mu Bai was so valued by the head of the family. After going deep into the forest, Mu Bai followed the trail of wild animals, and soon found the black tiger fighting with the green forest wolf. As the saying goes, the tiger roars in the forest. Relying on the domineering tiger roar, the one-eyed black tiger remained calm under the siege of 4 forest wolves. After several unsuccessful attempts, the forest wolves could only scatter and retreat. The antelopes they captured on the ground were also thrown here. The black tiger sharpened his claws without caring and began to think about using the prey captured by others. While eating heartily, Mu Bai, holding a steel knife, came over with a smile. Originally, the black tiger was too lazy to pay attention to him. After all, Mu Bai's small body was really difficult to threaten it. Ugh! When Mu Bai walked less than 5 meters away from it, the black tiger turned his head and looked at Mu Bai fiercely. This scene frightened the little tiger's forehead and sweated coldly. Big brother, don't worry. The young master knows his limits. When Mu Bai saw the black tiger looking over, he shook his finger at him. After witnessing the provocative action of the other party, the huge black tiger also pounced on him, accompanied by a tiger roar as fierce as if the entire forest was crashing into him. The divine wind sounded, and the killing was raging. Too slow. The blade of the steel knife in Mu Bai's hand was attached to the green fierce wind. When his toes touched the ground, he had already swung the knife out like a sharp sword out of its sheath. Under the terrifying speed, the black tiger could not see Mu Bai's movements at all. The first move of the hurricane. The divine wind sounded. The moment Mu Bai landed, the sturdy black tiger in the air was split into 2 halves vertically from the tiger pattern on its forehead without even a wail. Such a decisive and ruthless move made the big tiger look sideways. After dealing with the opponent, Mu Bai used the Netherworld Mind method and found that he could not absorb the opponent's star power. It seems that the target needs to be alive. Mu Bai ignored the sneaky green forest wolves not far away, but walked deeper into the forest. Outside the hunting forest, Long Yin Yin and others also drove 2 cars to the venue. Look, sister, it's that kid's car. As soon as Long Yin Yin got out of the car, she saw a black butcher supercar in the direction of her subordinate's finger. This time the mission has changed. The task of finding the colorless lizard will be put aside for now. This time the main focus is to hunt that little guy. I want to peel his skin to make a handbag. Mu Bai and others didn't know what happened in the outside world. At this moment, he met an old friend again. Who was the ghost-faced bear he killed that day? The ghost-faced bear, who was stealing honey in the forest, didn't care about the honey on his claws after discovering Mu Bai and immediately crawled towards Mu Bai. This one looks stronger, and should also be a 9th grade star warrior. I'll take you as the first target of absorption. Mu Bai muttered to himself and shot out like a sharp arrow. The moment his body dancing in the wind appeared in front of the ghost-faced bear, the sword light with the fierce wind had already crisscrossed the ghost-faced bear's body like a shadow. Unlike the last time when he couldn't break the ghost-faced bear with a gust of wind swordsmanship, this time Mu Bai, who was swift in action, had cut off the ghost-faced bear's legs in a flash. The extreme pain was transmitted to its brain, and the angry and wailing ghost-faced bear fought to the death. Both claws smashed in the direction of Mu Bai. Mu Bai didn't dodge or evade, and stretched out his left hand to easily catch the opponent's furious smash. Not to mention the ghost-faced bear was stunned. Even the big tiger and the little tiger were stunned. If the previous rapid learning of the skills was because the young master was a genius, then the easy taking on the star beast of the 9th level of the star warrior was obviously because he is also a 9th level warrior. It seems that you are still not awake. Mu Bai's thin body was in stark contrast to the mountain-like body of the ghost-faced bear, so that when Mu Bai grabbed the bear's claws and threw it over his shoulder, it gave people an incredible feeling. As the ground trembled, the ghost-faced bear fell to the ground with a dizzy head and eyes, leaving only endless wailing. Big tiger and little tiger, go and inspect the surroundings. You don't have to follow me. Mu Bai turned back and ordered after cutting off the ghost-faced bear's arms. Yes. The 2 immediately took the order and left here. Mu Bai didn't want to be seen by others when he devoured the ghost-faced bear for the first time. Hearing the painful gasps of the ghost-faced bear, Mu Bai was not moved at all. The identities of prey and hunter can be changed at any time, but the stronger party will become the undefeated hunter. If other weak humans were attacked by the ghost-faced bear today, they would probably wail in pain. I will build my great cause with your flesh and blood. After saying that, Mu Bai walked to the other's head and pressed his right hand on his forehead. When the Netherworld Hard method was activated, The black and purple energy ripples rushed into the body of the ghost face bear along with the power of the stars. The huge body of it twitched continuously, as if it had a nightmare. After a few seconds, the black and purple lines in Mu Bai's hand became denser. It was like a small insect constantly devouring every inch of the prey's flesh and blood. Suck the power of the stars in the flesh and blood. Collect. Mu Bai shouted softly, and as he retracted his palm, the nether waves had already returned to Mu Bai's body, with the star essence of the ghost-faced bear. After being squeezed out, the ghost-faced bear was left with only shriveled fur. The whole body seemed to be hollowed out from the middle. After feeling this special feeling, Mu Bai found that his originally languid spirit was no longer there, and the whole person's foundation seemed to be a little stronger. Star power plus 10. Hearing the prompt in his mind, Mu Bai stretched his muscles and rushed up the ancient tree in a few steps. He was looking for the next hunting target. He wanted to test how many prey he could devour at one time. After a few hours, Long Yan and others, who were looking for Mu Bai in the outer forest, had no results. Several younger brothers, who were angry because of the loss of personal belongings, almost fought because of this matter. Okay. Shut up. You guys are fighting among yourselves all day long. Let's forget about this matter, and complete the mission first. After dispelling the idea of continuing to look for Mu Bai, Long Yan raised her index finger to shut everyone up. She seemed to hear a faint singing voice. Her originally impatient expression suddenly turned into ecstasy. It's the King of Song's butterfly. This kind of thing can be sold alive for tens of millions of star coins. The number of the 8th grade King of Song's butterflies of Star Warriors is extremely rare. Its attack ability is not high, but its singing has the ability to calm the mind. So the price in the outside world is very high. Long Yan, with a gleam in her eyes, is also a big money grubber. When she encountered such a good thing, she certainly forgot about the 5-colored lizard in Mu Bai. At the same time, Mu Bai, who was chasing the sky hawk, stood on the treetop and heard a faint singing voice. As a well-read man, he knew that this was the voice of the King of Song's butterfly, which has the special function of calming the mind. But Mu Bai was curious about why he was not affected by it at all at this moment. Thinking of this, Mu Bai thought of another creature. Let's go and take a look. When Mu Bai rushed here in the forest, Long Yan and others had already arrived not far from the sound. The reason they did not move was because a large amount of white fog appeared in the area in front of them. The fog was so dense that the field of vision was estimated to be no more than 5 meters away. Realizing something, Long Yan regretted getting so close. She whispered with a slightly trembling voice, "Everyone, step back slowly. Don't talk." Everyone wanted to ask the reason, but seeing the pale face of the eldest sister, they all suppressed their confusion. The white fog in front of them was still spreading. But fortunately, the speed of everyone's retreat was not slow, and in a blink of an eye, they were more than 50 meters away from the thick fog. Just when Long Yan was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Mu Bai, who was standing on the tree canopy behind them, cut off many thick branches under his body. In an instant, many branches fell, and Long Yan and others hurriedly dodged. The movement caused by this seemed to alarm the existence in the white fog, and the singing in the white fog became louder. 6 blood-red eyeballs kept blinking, and the originally slowly spreading white fog seemed to be driven, and suddenly rushed out to surround Long Yan and others. Just before being swallowed by the white mist, he saw Mu Bai's little brother on the ancient tree and yelled, "I finally found you. You little bastard." Wait. He was swallowed by the white mist before he could even utter a word. In the dead silence of the white mist, there was only the beautiful singing voice and the blood-red eyes that kept flashing with dim light. A slight creaking sound was heard, and the white mist around was spreading towards the direction where Mu Bai was. It is indeed the Xiantian evil spider that imitates the sound of prey to hunt. Seeing that his guess was correct, Mu Bai also drew out the steel knife at his waist and jumped down, falling into the white mist without hesitation. Most of these Xiantian evil spiders are 8th grade Star Warriors when they grow up. This strength should be considered as hunting creatures outside the forest. But because their hunting and other lifestyles are all in groups, there are dozens or hundreds of them. So even if they are slightly closer to the depths of the forest, few creatures dare to provoke them. For others, hundreds of 9th grade or 8th grade Star Warriors may be a disaster. But for Mu Bai, who has not yet used the Netherworld Heart method to devour enough star power, they are simply a lot of delicacies. After falling into the white mist, Mu Bai immediately activated his heart method. After his eyes revealed a faint black and purple color, the visibility in the deep white mist decreased rapidly. This is also a special method that Mu Bai has just acquired in the past few hours. after devouring enough beasts. Not only does the power of the stars continue to increase his five senses, but it also makes his five senses more acute, which makes the already strong Mu Bai even stronger. When Mu Bai stepped on the ground, he had already discovered the faint silk threads on the surface. These silk threads were very thin, thinner than the threads of ordinary clothes. Mu Bai, who was well read, knew that this was the way the Xiantian evil spider sensed the creatures on the surface. Once someone stepped on it, they would be like a butterfly entangled in a spider web, unable to resist, and could only wait to be eaten by it. Hunters and prey are often interchangeable, such as at this moment. The purple halo in his eyes seemed a little weird. Mu Bai might not have noticed that his excitement during the battle was almost exactly the same as that of the White Devil. Not far away, 6 dense eyeballs were gathering, shining like stars in the starry sky against the backdrop of the mist. A dozen Xiantian evil spiders surrounded Mu Bai. The Long Yanyan team, who were forced to be involved not far away, dared not breathe at this moment. They could vaguely hear the creaking sounds of limbs nearby, but they could not see the creature that made the sound. Strange. Why do I feel that these guys are luring us forward? Long Yanyan whispered. But the fear in her eyes could not be hidden. Boss, let's go quickly. I seem to hear a voice asking for help. The little brother, who felt a little haunted, said, trembling all over. It was not that he was so scared, but the temperature in the white fog was very low at this moment. Even his breath could turn into white gas like winter. You heard it right. I heard it too. The singing disappeared, and this time the cry for help from the young children was remembered. This situation was really a bit weird. It was expected that the creature in the white fog was luring them. Damn it! It's all that bastard's fault. I just saw him clearly cutting off branches on the tree and deliberately let us be swallowed by the white fog. The indignant Adu was very angry. Turned around and kicked the tree trunk next to him. But the smooth tree trunk actually moved away. Before Adu could react, he fell down and felt a heat on his head. Adu felt something sticky dripping on his head. When he looked up, he could vaguely see the huge outline and the 6 red eyes. At this moment, Adu saw clearly that what he had mistaken for a tree trunk was actually the forelimb of the other party. A spider nearly 4 meters tall was far more frightening than wolves, tigers and leopards of the same size. Run! Adu stumbled forward. Long Yanyan wanted to scold this idiot, but when she turned around, she found many red dots behind her. Run forward! Everyone dared not stop and ran as fast as they could. The dense creaking sounds and red eyeballs behind them were getting closer and closer. The further they ran, the thinner the fog in front of them became. After running a few hundred meters, the scene in front of them almost scared Adu to death. In the area with the thinnest fog, a giant spider nearly 50 meters long was spewing fog from its mouth, and it was still singing faintly towards the sky. Many wild animals were entangled in the giant spider web behind it. Among them, the childish cry for help came from the spider web at the bottom. Although the little girl trapped in the white spider web cage could not see the outside world because of the obstruction of her vision, she could also hear the footsteps. Someone is coming! Save me! Save me! Along with its voice, there were also the wails of a large number of wild animals. They were trapped in the spider web and were destined to become the food of these Xiantian evil spiders. Long Yanyan and others did not think about saving each other. After all, they were in danger at the moment and could not think about this matter. There were more and more red eyeballs in the surrounding fog. When these slightly smaller Xiantian evil spiders appeared, Long Yanyan could also see that they were not adults, which meant that the adult Xiantian evil spiders deliberately lured them here as the little guys. Hunting target. It was undoubtedly a great irony that humans who came to hunt were hunted by wild animals. At least for Long Yanyan and others. Behind the densely packed half-human high small spiders were relatively few, but large adult Xiantian evil spiders. There was nothing Long Yanyan, who was a proud star warrior of the 8th rank, could do under such a large number. Everyone listen to my orders. We are doomed this time. From now on, we will attack in the north and south directions. If we can get through, we may have a chance to survive. As soon as the voice fell, the barbed long whip in Long Yanyan's hand suddenly went back. She spun the long whip with a light figure, making it spin and bite like a snake head. This is exactly the yellow level skill snake whip method she practiced. Make the long whip as flexible as a spirit snake, and quickly attack multiple parts of the enemy when attacking the opponent. Long Yanyan, who had a clear goal, chose the north as a breakthrough point, and most of the people behind her followed, especially Adu, who followed closely behind the big sister at this critical moment. The sharp long whip swept in all directions, Several Xiantian evil spiders in the north were hit in the eyeballs by the long whip and were knocked back several meters. Taking advantage of this gap, Long Yanyan immediately rushed out without caring about the younger brothers behind her. When Adu and others were about to catch up, the furious Xiantian evil spiders whipped by the whip had already blocked the road. Big sister, save us! How can I live without you? An anxious Adu couldn't understand why the big sister didn't take him with her. Other idiots were fine, but he was her cousin. Long Yanyan rushed into the white fog and broke out of the blockade. There was a hint of joy in her eyes, but she walked a few steps north and found that her feet were slightly sticky. Looking down, it was a red liquid flowing like a stream. Miss, we are really destined to meet. Mu Bai, who jumped down from the pile of Xiantian evil spider corpses dozens of meters high, looked very cute because of his smile. But the premise is to ignore the messy blood on his body and the bloody steel knife. The seemingly weak little boy killed countless beasts in the Star Warrior realm. Little friend, don't tell me that you solved all these by yourself. Long Yanyan, with her pupil shaking, took a step back and said in a low voice. She realized at this moment that she had underestimated this little guy. If the other party was really the one who killed these spiders, she might not be his opponent. Could it be that the other party was a Star Warrior above the 8th level? Impossible. This child looked only 4 or 5 years old. How could it be possible? Long Yanyan, who was conflicted, felt that there were more spiders approaching around her, and had to walk forward for dozens of meters. While Mu Bai grinned and said, the more the better. I'm not full yet. The dense Xiantian evil spiders in the white fog rushed over. The ferocious mouth parts and 6 scarlet eyeballs were enough to scare people, and the barbs all over its body made it look like a fully armed tank. Mu Bai, holding a steel knife, had a purple halo in his eyes, and in an instant, a fierce wind flowed on the blade with the power of the stars. Each joint of Mu Bai's body showed a small barrier similar to the wind escape. After several hours of training, he had a deep understanding of the Kuang Biao sword technique of the Xian level sword technique, just like the swiftness of the Kuang Feng sword technique. The Kuang Biao sword technique also abides by the word swiftness, but the difference is that this swiftness is more accompanied by the word crazy. The power of the stars is transformed into the wind blade power of the Kuang Biao sword technique. These wind blade powers can not only be attached to the weapon, but also become a kind of accelerator to flow on the surface of the practitioner's body. Just like Mu Bai at this moment. The 5th style of the Kuang Biao sword technique. Crazy attack. The divine wind knocked on the veins of the void. In Long Yanyan's eyes, Mu Bai holding a steel knife was like a green gust of wind, shuttling through each spider beast at an astonishing speed. Every time he passed by a prey, blood would splash all over the sky. When dozens of red-colored red spider lilies burst into blood mist, it brought her amazing beauty. Under the white mist, the sky was wrapped in blooming blood flowers. At this moment, Mu Bai didn't care too much about this woman. He used the knife technique with his right hand to quickly kill these Xiantian evil spiders, and used the netherworld mind technique with his left hand to quickly devour them. After hundreds of times of devouring, he was very experienced. He could absorb and devour the opponent just by touching it lightly. But there was a prerequisite. That was when the opponent was extremely weak. When the killing and absorption were carried out at the same time, Mu Bai harvested these preys very quickly. When the Xiantian evil spider finally reacted to attack with spider silk, he turned over in the air and slashed at the spewing Xiantian evil spider with 3 wind blades. One knife cut off the opponent's 3 eyeballs. One knife cut open the opponent's heavy carapace. One knife shattered the opponent's exposed internal organs. The wind blade that penetrated the Xiantian evil spider did not stop at all, but cut towards other targets on the ground because of the change in wind force. The 9th rank Star Warrior Xiantian evil spider was trampled and killed at will in front of Mu Bai like an animal to be slaughtered. This efficiency is probably rare even among the 9th rank Star Warriors in the entire Yunmings. The more he killed, the more excited he became. He was like the god of death, constantly harvesting the lives of the Xiantian evil spiders. In the splash of blood and flesh, Long Yanyan felt like she was dreaming. She was sweating profusely when she saw Mu Bai not caring about her. Her stiff body rushed forward under the threat of death. She didn't want to die, but she didn't expect that when she rushed out. She suddenly found herself back in the center of the white fog. Adu and others were fighting with these spiders. Seeing that the eldest sister came back, she was moved to tears. Eldest sister, I knew you would come back to save us. Adu, who was choking, hadn't finished speaking when he was knocked out by the Xiantian evil spider that rushed out from the side. Long Yanyan, with a twitching mouth, almost fainted. It seemed that she had lost her direction in the fog just now, and actually rushed back. Unlucky. Rush in quickly. There is a monster behind. Long Yin Yin, with her phoenix eyes bulging, reminded everyone. Before they could react, they suddenly found that several huge spider heads slipped from their sides. Mu Bai, covered in blood, walked out of the white mist with a steel knife in his hand. When Ah Du saw this, he immediately ignored his elder sister's words and used the power of the stars to kill Mu Bai. He saw the yellow wave between his hands, and he soared into the sky like a falcon. This is his yellow level skill. The 10 eagle claws. Boy, it's you who got us stuck here. I'll tear you apart. The extremely strong eagle claws grabbed Mu Bai's head with a sharp air wave. If an ordinary person was hit by this claw, his brain would definitely burst. Even if a star warrior of the same realm, the 9th grade enemy would have his head shattered and almost fall. Not to mention this ignorant child. Mu Bai looked at this confident and murderous strongman, but he did not dodge and let his strong eagle claws grab his head. Bang! The brain burst that everyone expected did not happen. Instead, Mu Bai, who looked innocent, was unscathed. Those who didn't know thought that Ah Du had held back and deliberately teased the child. Have you eaten? This kind of force is not even a massage. Mu Bai said helplessly with his mouth corners down. He has a very high understanding of his body. In a few hours, he has devoured countless star creatures, and the star essence contained in his body is unprecedentedly high. Under this kind of pure concentration, his body has also been strengthened to an incredible degree. Although he is still in the 9th level of Star Warriors, he is already a Superman in this realm in terms of physical strength. His right hand trembled, and even 3 fingers were broken because of the opponent's hardness. Ah Du, with a bitter face, never thought that this little guy was so hard. Arrogant guy. Let me see how strong you can resist. Ah Du, who was irritable, immediately started a new round of offensive because he couldn't save face and was confident in his own strength. I saw that the star power of his whole body was integrated into the 10 bent fingers of his hands. The earthy yellow eagle cry was particularly loud, and the veins on his hands burst out. The continuous claws hit Mu Bai's body like a storm. For several seconds, Ah Du's hands were in pain after using all his skills. But Mu Bai, who was attacked as a steak, did not move at all. Under this attack, the opponent did not even break his skin. Ah Du, who was panting heavily, realized that something was wrong. This kid was harder than steel. His claws hitting the opponent were like hitting a towering mountain. Is it over? Now I can start my experiment. Seeing that the opponent was several meters away from him, Mu Bai smiled and threw away the blood on the steel knife. And then, he chopped more than a dozen times at lightning speed. Ah Du's limbs were instantly broken, and before he could even react to the pain, Mu Bai had already used his mind method to devour him using the netherworld mind method. Ah Du, who had no ability to resist, watched his body gradually wither, and the star power in his body was sucked out by a strange force as if it was squeezed by a juicer. In an instant, this strongman had turned into fragments and dissipated in the air. What? Long Yin Yin, who was shocked by this scene, immediately realized the horror of Mu Bai's magic, because after swallowing Ah Du's star essence, Mu Bai's breath became obviously stronger. Star power +5, after pondering for a few seconds, Mu Bai felt a little regretful. He originally thought that absorbing human warriors would have more star power bonus, but he didn't expect that it was not as good as the star beast. He guessed that this should be related to the size of the body. Compared to the human body, the star beast's body is larger, and the star power contained in its flesh and blood is more. Thinking of this, Mu Bai felt that the best candidate for this netherworld mind method to devour is not the star beast or the star warrior, but the mythical creature in the legend. After all, if the concentration of star power in the body is considered, the legendary mythical creature must have a higher concentration. Of course, swallowing mythical creatures is a fantasy for Mu Bai at this moment. After all, even if the opponent appears in front of him, its cubs are probably enough to have the ability to destroy the world. Besides, after swallowing for several hours, Mu Bai inexplicably felt a little full. You have heard that being full is not physical hunger, but more like spiritual hunger. It seems that the amount I swallow is limited, but I don't know when this feeling of hunger will subside. Seeing her cousin's tragic death, Long Yin Yin also felt that if she didn't kill the other party to control him, they would all die here. With a determined heart, her slender hands had already grasped the long whip. At the same time, each member of her team also released equals hidden weapons containing star power towards Mu Bai. and some even took out hot weapons. Mu Bai, who was thinking in his heart, suppressed these confusions, because a sharp long whip was already sweeping towards him. It was Long Yinyan's soft whip. Mu Bai dodged sideways, and slashed with a wind blade in his backhand to instantly kill several small fish in front of him. The opponent's hidden weapon hit him, and made a jingling sound, but did not cause any damage. Mu Bai slashed at Long Yanyan with an astonishing speed, and 2 fire snake machine guns roared and covered Mu Bai's whole body. It turned out to be the star thermal weapons used by the 2 team members standing on Long Yanyan's left and right. The 5th style of the Kuangbu sword technique. Crazy attack. After the purple halo in his pupils flowed, Mu Bai, like a madman, waved the steel knife and kept cutting the star bullets shot from the 2 machine guns at an astonishing speed. In front of him were bullets that were cut in half. The ability to cut dense bullets with a knife was far beyond the reach of ordinary star warriors of the 9th rank. The bullets were empty. While the 2 team members were changing bullets, Mu Bai rushed away at a ghostly speed. In an instant, the blade cut across their throats. Mu Bai turned his head like a ghost and looked at Long Yanyan. She was already scared out of her wits. So how could she dare to be careless? I saw that the soft whip in the delicate jade hand seemed to have life and swept towards Mu Bai's waist like a snake head. Mu Bai, with madness in his eyes, passed through the blockade of the long whip, smoothed the blood on the steel knife, and suddenly fell. He held the knife in his backhand and showed no mercy to the woman. The steel knife cut Long Yanyan and her whip into 2 pieces along the trajectory of his fall. Blood spilled out, and Long Yanyan, who was killed, knelt on the ground and immediately fell silent. The only sounds left in the entire venue were the friction of dozens of Xiantian evil spiders, and the sound of the Spider King in the middle spewing mist. Help! Help! A tender female voice came from the spider web. Mu Bai didn't pay much attention to it, because the Xiantian evil Spider King, who had been spewing white mist before, lowered his head and looked at Mu Bai. The intruder, a body of more than 50 meters tall, is considered a ceiling-level body even if it is placed in the outer layer of the hunting forest. Mu Bai speculated that the other party is very likely to be a 7th grade star warrior. Unlike the 7th grade human warriors, the combat power displayed by this king beast is often more exaggerated. So even Mu Bai is more cautious at this moment. The Xiantian evil Spider King, who stopped spewing white mist, seemed to smell something else from Mu Bai. Without hesitation, he immediately led the remaining subordinates to slowly retreat from here. He didn't even care about the prey on the spider web. Seeing the other party retreat, Mu Bai couldn't help but look up to the other party. Because he had reached the limit of swallowing, there was no reason for him to continue chasing the other party. The white mist gradually dissipated, and the tragic battle scene around him also appeared. Mu Bai walked to the spider web and cut it down with a knife. The little girl trapped in the spider silk was also a little uncomfortable with the light in front of her eyes. Obviously, she had been trapped here for a long time. Thank you. Hee hee. The little girl was covered in dust and couldn't see her face clearly. At this moment, Mu Bai didn't care too much about thanking her. Seeing that the other party's clothes were all custom-made, Mu Bai was a little surprised that when the other party appeared here, an old man in a gray robe had already stepped into the air from a distance, and the anxiety on his face could not be concealed. Chi Mei, are you okay? The old man came over and hugged the little girl. He was also shocked when he saw Mu Bai covered in blood. The tragic battle in front of him was probably caused by this child. Grandpa Lu saved me. The little girl with a tender voice immediately smiled and said. The old man in gray robe saw that Mu Bai did not look like a child from an ordinary family, and immediately bowed to Mu Bai and thanked him as a peer. Thank you very much. Young man saved my granddaughter. I, Lu Wang, am very grateful. Lu Wang. These 2 words Mu Bai had really heard of. He was one of the elders of the Wang family in District 55. So it seems that this little girl might be a member of the Wang family? He nodded with some consideration in his mind. He did not reveal his identity and said softly, My name is Mu Buer, and I am a foreigner of the Mu family. I am leaving. After saying that, Mu Bai left without looking back. The relationship between the 3 major families is complicated, especially in recent years. So Mu Bai only reported a fake name to Lu Wang, the elder of the Wang family. If he reported his real name, no one could say whether the other party would take advantage of this opportunity to attack, even if the other party was unlikely to do so. It was something Mu Bai needed to consider. Lu Wang did not stop Mu Bai from leaving, but his eyes contained other deep meanings. Mu Buer. I remember this name. Grandpa Lu. You can't let him go. We haven't thanked him yet. Wang Qimei said anxiously. Her cute big eyes were about to cry. Don't worry. Since the other party is from the Mu family, we will definitely meet in the future. By the way, Qimei, why are you running around? If it weren't for the dissipation of the Xiantian fog, I would definitely not be able to find your trace. Lu Wang, with a frown on his face, said in a reprimanding tone. But the love in his eyes was still difficult to conceal. When Mu Bai arrived near the exit, De Hu and Xiao Hu had been waiting for a long time. They were shocked when they saw the blood on the young master's body. They were relieved when they looked closer and found that the young master was not injured. Let's go home. After changing into new clothes, Mu Bai took the two back to the parking lot and left the hunting forest with the fierce roar of De Hu driving the butcher's supercar. 5 years have passed since the hunting forest. Mu Bai, who studied in Ben Hai Kindergarten, later transferred to the Noble Primary School in District 55. Today is his primary school graduation ceremony. The teaching system in the Yunming's area has only 3 stages: kindergarten, primary school, and college. Among them, the time spent in college is the longest. Generally, students stay there from the age of 10 to 15, and they graduate after the trial of the immortal fruit space at the age of 15. After leaving primary school, Mu Bai did not miss the life here. He stood out among the primary school students and seemed a little detached. His height, temperament, and appearance seemed to have a natural barrier with others. In the words of his classmates, Mu Bai seemed to have a barrier on his body and was incompatible with ordinary people. His height of 1.5 meters was particularly eye-catching among the group of boys around 9 years old. So when he came out, he attracted the attention of many parents and students. His smooth and fair face was cold and angular. His thick eyebrows were slightly raised in rebellion, and under his long and slightly curled eyelashes, his dark and deep icy eyes were gentle and inexplicable. His straight nose had already taken shape, and his three-dimensional facial features were very harmonious as if they were natural. His handsome face was now filled with a bohemian smile. This attracted the attention of many precocious female students. And Mu Bai shrugged his nose and walked through the crowd. He didn't smile deliberately to attract others' attention, but he was finally freed from his elementary school days. The life of reading books and practicing every day was too torturous. When he entered a higher education school in a few days, fighting would be included in the teaching system. It was expected that it would be more interesting than now. De Hu, dressed in a suit and leather shoes, had been waiting for a long time on the other side of the road in his latest dragon-patterned supercar. Just when Mu Bai wanted to go over, Wan Zhe, who was about the same height as him, walked behind him and patted his shoulder. What happened to Xiaoza? Brother Mu. Wu Ziho from class 6 and a dozen other students just discussed waiting for you to leave school to plot against you. They probably don't know your background, so I just taught them a lesson. 5 years later, Wanza is also a handsome boy. He is more stable and respectful to Mu Bai. The older he gets, the more he understands how scary Mu Bai is. Well, you did a good job. It seems that my disguise was very successful. Before graduation, few people knew my background and identity, Mu Bai said with a little satisfaction. Wanza's forehead was black. Why did he feel that it was not the case? If someone could make the eldest son of the Wan family respectful, others would probably think of someone from the Mu family. Since the Wan family's business difficulties were resolved a few years ago, the assets of the entire Wan family have been thriving. Because Wanza got the relationship with Mu Bai, his brother Wan Shishio and his father jointly announced that all the assets would be passed to Wanza in the future. Mu Bai naturally praised this kind of loyalty verbally. With the support of the Mu family, the Wan family's enterprises will not fall. But if the Mu family withdraws its investment, the entire Wan family will probably be quickly annihilated by the original enemy. It can be said that the entire Wan family is the wheel tied to Mu Bai's chariot, and the interests are common. By the way, tonight is the Yunming's party, and you can come with me. Before getting in the car, Mu Bai whispered to Wan Zhe, and then got in the supercar and drove away in the surprised eyes of everyone. Wan Zhe was also very excited when he heard the words Yunming's party. You know, being able to enter this party proves one's strength. Strictly speaking, the Wan family is not qualified to enter. Wan Zhe, what does Mu Bai's family do? That dragon-patterned supercar seems to be the latest model. I heard on the internet that it costs 300 million star coins. Is it true? Several girls came over when they saw Mu Bai leaving. One of them, with long hair, was still looking at the direction where the other party left. Seeing that the visitor was a classmate, Wan Zhe hesitated for a moment and finally spoke. Wanzai would not answer this kind of question before. But it doesn't matter now that they have graduated. That's the normal standard of 300 million. Mubai's top configuration seems to be about 1 billion. You are a little slow. Mubai. Mubai. How many people with the surname Mu are there in the entire District 55? You may not be able to get in touch with your circle. But Mubai's status in the Mu family is extraordinary. And his identity is the eldest grandson of the current head of the family. 1 billion. The eldest grandson of the Mu family? Several girls hugged each other and looked at each other. In shock. They turned back and looked at their lost girlfriends with some regret. Wanzai looked and knew why they came to ask. The girl behind them was Zhou Qingya, who was the most outstanding girl in the whole elementary school. She was as calm and quiet as her name. I'm afraid the whole class knew that he was interested in Mubai. Although she was still young. Her elegant temperament and beautiful face were out of place with girls of the same age. Her maturity was also out of place. I guessed that he was a member of the Mu family. But I didn't expect him to be the core figure. Her voice trembled slightly, and she looked a little sad. Seeing this, Wanzai could only scratch his head awkwardly. Zhou Qingya, who was somewhat sad, felt that she had fallen deeply in love with Mubai. Compared with other immature boys, Mubai always showed his maturity, was calm, and would not shirk responsibility. She liked Mubai the most when he was reading. The sunlight by the window shone through the white curtains on his clean face. Whenever she saw this scene, it would cause ripples in her heart like an ancient well. Seeing that Zhou Qingya was about to cry, Wanzai said helplessly, I said, Sister, do you need to be so exaggerated? Mubai is also going to a higher education school. If he goes to the same school in the future, won't there be a chance? You think about it slowly. I'm leaving first. After saying that, he waved his hand and leapt against the flow of people. He was going to a private custom suit shop to pick up the high-end clothes he had ordered a long time ago. After all, it was the Yunming's party in the evening. Zhou Qingya was relieved after hearing this. And at the same time, there was a bit of determination in her eyes. Mubai is the white moonlight in her heart. She will not give up. At the same time, in the dragon-patterned sports car driving on the beach, Mubai opened his school bag and found an envelope that looked like a love letter. With his extraordinary memory, he knew it was written by Zhou Qingya when he saw the 4 words on the cover. Mubai personally wrote it. Mubai treated Zhou Qingya, a little girl, as a classmate. He was not a pervert. So how could he be interested in this age? However, the other party's various behaviors were more mature than his peers. De Hu, who was driving, glanced at him and then shifted his sight. He didn't expect that the young master had reached the age of being confessed. Time flies. De Hu, who was a little emotional, said softly, Young master, I heard that all the major forces in District 55 will be present at this Yunming's party. Do you still need to disguise yourself this time? Although Mubai has participated in many similar activities, he always disguised himself every time, which can be regarded as a kind of protection for himself. So far, only people in his own clan have seen his true face. No, this party won't be that simple. If I keep hiding it, it won't have any effect. Mubai answered casually, looking at the envelope in his hand and opening it the next moment. The branches blown by the breeze stopped. The supercar running at high speed stopped. Even De Hu, who was talking, stopped. The whole world fell into a strange silence. I don't know when De Hu disappeared, and his place was occupied by a boy who looked similar to Mubai. You have been coming out more and more frequently recently. Why are you so anxious? You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Mubai, who didn't care about the changes at this moment, looked at the letter and said softly. At this moment, he naturally knew that it was the white devil who came to his spiritual world. You are really calm. You deserve to be a person who can kill through several worlds. Mubai, the more you want to stay away from me, the closer you will get to me. The white devil with deep purple eyes looked very strange. He was full of evil and sat in the driver's seat next to Mubai, as if he was 2 completely different people in a mirror. Of course I know this. There are still 2 years left before the 7-year agreement. Why are you in such a hurry? Mubai no longer had the initial surprise at the other party's sudden appearance. In the past 5 years, the frequency of the other party's appearance has become more and more frequent. Mubai knew that this was the gradual fusion of the split souls in its own unique way. If there is no obstruction, perhaps in a few decades or hundreds of years, the 2 souls of Mubai and White Devil will completely merge to give birth to a new consciousness. You are indeed a pervert. In these years, You have relied on the Netherworld Heart method to advance from the 9th rank of Star Warrior to the 5th rank of Star Warrior. The applauding White Devil was very happy. After all, the stronger Mubai is, the greater the benefits he will get from taking over this body in the future. Mubai opened the letter and found that Zhou Qingyao expressed her obscure meaning in a hidden poem. Mubai put the letter back into the envelope without changing his expression. You are wrong. Mubai hugged his arms and lay back on the passenger seat. Oh! What do you mean? Although White Devil could see what Mubai experienced, he was still not clear about the details because he could not touch his body in the past 5 years. 15 times. I have initially tested that the star power carried by this body is 15 times that of the 5th grade Star Warrior. If I had wanted to, I would have broken through to the great realm of Star Warrior in these 5 years. And I have consumed all the star power in the basic polishing, so that I, who pursue perfection, cannot find any flaws in this body. At this time, Mubai was no longer willing to hide from the White Devil. He wanted to tell all these secrets to give the other party an illusion. 15 times. The purple eyes shrank back. The White Devil looked at Mubai, who was so frank and had some trust in him. Over the years, the other party often killed the enemy with one blow, including the star beast of the 4th grade Star Warrior. It seems that this guy really hasn't found a way to deal with me, which makes me feel a lot more at ease. White Devil put away his smile and said to Mubai coldly, You are so frank. But it is a bit boring. Treasure your remaining time. The next moment, the whole world began to move. Dahu was still talking about something. The originally still sea breeze outside the window blew on his face again. Mubai looked at the progress of the Eternal System unlocking in his field of vision without comment. 99%. The accumulation of the past 5 years has made the Eternal System only 1% away from being completely unlocked. Today or tomorrow is the time for it to be completely opened. And it is also the end of White Devil. At this time, Mubai's mobile phone was connected. After taking the phone, Mubai frowned when he heard the words on the other side. Dahu, go to Wanfeng Bar. The dragon-patterned supercar accelerated like a blue oriental dragon, shuttling through the dense vehicles and heading towards the distance. 10 minutes later, Mubai came to a bar in the city center. There were luxury cars everywhere, and there were obviously many rich young men in the bar. Xiu, who had been waiting at the door of the bar, surrounded the exit of the bar with his men. Even the sheriff could only watch from afar and dared not intervene, so that the rich young men inside could not help but shout at the top of their lungs. You just said that an old man wanted to take Zhang Hao away. Ru Mingming cooperated with him to deceive you. Mubai's voice was very cold at this moment, and Xiaohu's heart shuddered. He hadn't seen the young master so angry for a long time. Yes, they are all in the bar. But it seems that Ru Mingming was confused by the power of the fairy fruit. Xiaohu quickly answered and said the key point. Fairy fruit. It seems that the one who came to take Zhang Hao away is a devil fruit ability user, which makes Mubai a little interested. You know, in the main world, the number of fairy fruits, that is, devil fruit ability users, is very rare. Zhang Hao can give star points to star antiques. And more importantly, these points can also be absorbed by Mubai's system. If Mubai doesn't understand the reason, he will never let Zhang Hao leave his sight. It is precisely because of Zhang Hao that Mubai ordered Wan Shishio to stay in the Wanfeng bar every day and arranged Zhang Hao to be a cleaning staff. Even Zhang Hao's ex-girlfriend Ru Mingming was arranged here. As for whether Zhang Hao would feel uncomfortable, it was not within Mubai's consideration. Open the door, Mubai said coldly. After receiving the order, Xiu kicked open the 3-meter mahogany door of the bar. The powerful force even kicked dozens of people who were knocking on the door behind the wooden door out. Crazy! Who dares to be presumptuous here? Do you know who I am? I will make you pay for the whole 55th district. The young masters and young ladies of the rich families immediately pointed at Xiaohu and cursed. Although they were afraid of the other party's strength, they looked down on him from the bottom of their hearts. Xiaohu didn't care, but his men were a little angry. Mubai rushed in with everyone, ignoring the voices of these people, and went directly to the bar counter to see a white-haired old man who kept drinking white wine. And Zhang Hao, who was a little stupid and crazy, kept sobbing as if he remembered something sad. Under his feet were Ru Mingming and Wan Shishio, who were obviously seriously injured and unconscious at this moment. Did you hear me? You little bastard? A fat guy with jewels and gems came over from the back with a social atmosphere, and his red face was full of sweat. Obviously, he drank too much. Mubai punched without turning his head, and the headless body behind him lay on the ground with the sound of watermelon splashing. The originally noisy people suddenly fell silent. The white-haired old man laughed loudly. He originally thought that the person who came would be an adult. But he didn't expect it to be a child. What a cruel heart. What do you want to do by imprisoning my junior? With a slight shake of his fist, the powerful power of the stars washed away the plasma on Mu Bai's body. The rich young men who were besieged by Mu Bai's men were as honest as rabbits at this moment. Why should I say imprisonment when I provide him with food and clothing? If I hadn't felt sorry for him and freed him from the hands of the stars, he would have died of exhaustion if I hadn't seen him today. Mu Bai, with his hands behind his back, smiled when he heard this. His words were indeed sincere. He had gone crazy when he felt that he was deceived by the so-called master. It was difficult for a madman to survive in District 55. He was kind enough to lend a hand. Zhang Tieji, who was speechless for a moment, snorted coldly after a while. What a liar. If you are really as kind as you say, why don't you let us leave here? Although he was conceited that he could get away alone. It would be difficult to get away with the stupid Zhang Hao. Ridiculous. How can you prove that you are his elder? The Zhang Hao I know is a man who struggled on his own since his childhood after losing both his parents. Mu Bai changed the subject and said righteously. The anger in his voice seemed to question the authenticity of the other party's identity. Why should I prove it to you? Does he need your recognition if he is my nephew? Nephew? You, as an elder, did not show up when Zhang Hao was in the most difficult time of his childhood. But now, when he can't take care of himself. What kind of intention is it? I'm afraid it's self-evident. After a long sigh, Mu Bai seemed to confirm the other party's identity. De Hu next to him said loudly, recently, I heard that there are human materials being sold in the black market in District 54. Maybe this old man is doing this business. When Zhang Tieji heard Mu Bai talking about why he didn't come when he was a child, a rare trace of shame appeared on his face. But when the other party sang the same slander against him as a human material dealer, he also understood the man's intention. Stop talking nonsense. Will you let us go today? As he spoke, a blue light appeared on Zhang Tieji's body, and a powerful star power appeared on his body. Star Warrior Level 3. When De Hu was about to block Mu Bai an attack, he was stopped by Mu Bai. He was itching to see such an opponent. It seems that you, the madman, are furious. Mu Bai, will give you this opportunity today. I am only a few months away from turning 10. If you can defeat me today, I will let you, the black-hearted merchant, go. How about it? When Mu Bai revealed his identity, the rich young masters and princesses who had mocked him almost fainted. Of course, they knew the value of the two words Mu Bai from the Mu family. It was enough to subvert the situation in the entire District 55. Zhang Tieji almost laughed out of anger. A young boy wanted to defeat himself? Isn't this a fantasy? However, when he heard that the other party's surname was Mu, he was still more cautious. I hope you won't just talk nonsense. Zhang Tieji used his mental skills, and his figure loomed like a ghost. Mu Bai also felt another power at this moment. That is the power of the devil fruit. Xian level skills. Hard-locking dragon technique. The superhuman devil fruit. The confusion fruit. Zhang Tieji, who deceived everyone with the two powers, had no intention of fighting with Mu Bai. Instead, he hugged Zhang Hao with one hand and rushed towards the open door of the bar. Many confusing phantoms attacked Mu Bai at the same time. Others might have dodged in a hurry. But for Mu Bai, his eyes with black and purple fluctuations had already discovered the opponent's means. He completely ignored the attacking phantoms, but drew out his sword and sent a storm of sword waves towards the main entrance of the bar. Hear the sound before seeing the person. Hundreds of sword waves fell densely like the sickle of the god of death. Even the knowledgeable Zhang Tieji was shocked. He didn't expect that the other party could see through his confusing means, let alone that this handsome boy had such strength. The long sword at the waist was urgently drawn out, and the next moment, the soft sword took on Mu Bai's domineering sword wave with a solemn sword aura. Zhang Tieji, whose hands were numb from the power contained in it, didn't care about anything else and immediately turned over and jumped into the river not far away. Mu Bai, with a cold expression, felt a little sorry for the other party after seeing him jump into the river. After running the Netherworld Mind method and the Hurricane Sword method, the bright star power was integrated into the sword. Seeing Zhang Tieji swimming towards the estuary at a high speed, his sword instantly broke, and the invisible sword formed by the power of the stars burst into dazzling light at this moment. This scene was seen by De Hu, and he was horrified. You know, only the strong men at the level of Star Warriors can condense the power of stars to form weapons. In other words, at this moment, Mu Bai, a 5th grade Star Warrior, is comparable to the strong men at the level of Star Warriors in terms of the content of star power. The increase in the power of the Netherworld Heart method has become more and more significant as time goes by. And it feels even more obvious to Mu Bai. In recent years, he has entered the hunting forest one after another to devour countless star beasts. Basically, he goes there twice a year, and he will be greatly improved every time he comes back. At this moment, with the help of the power of this heart method, he can perform the Shin-level skills and the Kwangbiu swordsmanship, which is even more powerful. The purple-blue knife waves roll up the water waves. The powerful slashes in the crisscrossing flatten everything that blocks it. Zhang Tieji, who is swimming hard in the deep river, broke his body at this moment, with deep injuries that can be seen to the bone. He had to throw Zhang Hao in his hand to the riverside and swim alone in the direction where the river flows into the sea. Mu Bai, who was walking on the water, had a trace of contempt in his eyes. The power of the Netherworld Heart method in Zhang Tieji's body was not enough to swim, and he was still resisting at this moment, which was simply courting death. Sure enough, Mu Bai's inference was correct. The wounds on Zhang Tieji's body exuded a purple breath, and these energies continued to erode his consciousness. When he woke up again, he was already stepped on by Mu Bai. He was so weak that he had already made up his mind to perish together with his enemies. He didn't expect that the other party would ruthlessly cut off his limbs as soon as he had this idea. Ha ha ha. What a genius. Even if you torture me today, I won't say anything. You've wasted your energy. Zhang Tieji's face flushed with anger. He could endure the pain of a broken arm and still be determined. Mu Bai heard this and said indifferently, "Since you don't want to say it, I'll see for myself." After that, purple netherworld power appeared in his hand. Mu Bai had already pressed his palm on the other party's head while the mind method was running. Over the years, he has become more and more proficient in the practice of the netherworld mind method. Last year, he even further developed the function of the mind method so that it has the ability to intercept the other party's fragmented memories. After swallowing the other party's star essence, Mu Bai slowly opened his eyes, and fragmented memories flashed before his eyes. Teenager, adult, middle-aged, murder and robbery, fairy fruit space, birds on fire, demon sect, Zhang Hao. After absorbing these fragmented memories, Mu Bai's eyes lit up. He never expected that the other party was actually the remnants of the demon sect. In the main world, the forces are divided into various regions. For example, Mu Bai's Mu family is the 55th district force in the Yunming's area. And above this, there is a top force that transcends these existences. That is, the sect. For example, the Yunming's area where Mu Bai is located is the force of the Holy Dao sect. The subordinate regions are not just Yunming's, but are made up of several regions. The super forces that rule billions of people often fight out for more intense competition. And this demon sect was once the ruling sect in the Yunming's area. It was replaced by the Holy Dao sect hundreds of years ago, because its power is too complex. The Holy Dao sect has not been able to completely eradicate these remnants for many years. If this alone is not enough to surprise Mu Bai, what really surprised him is that when the other party was young, he actually saw the mythical sun golden crow in the fairy fruit space. The rarest devil fruit in the main world is not the mythical devil fruit, nor the ancient devil fruit or the natural devil fruit. The rarest devil fruit is the mythical devil fruit. Mythical devil fruits often have powers beyond the fruit itself. For example, the current leader of the Holy Dao sect is a rare mythical devil fruit user. He possesses the mythical Xiangliu fruit that can control floods. There are more than trillions of humans in the main world, and the possibility of obtaining or even seeing mythical creatures is almost zero. Mu Bai estimated that Zhang Tieji did not have the ability to challenge the Great Sun Golden Crow at the time, so he had to settle for picking other devil fruits. Mu Bai understood this somewhat. After all, he could see the boundless horror of the Great Sun Golden Crow with his eyesight alone. Zhang Tieji in his youth probably couldn't even get close to it, let alone defeat it. But although the other party did not have the ability to defeat the Golden Crow and obtain this mythical devil fruit, he remembered the coordinates of the fairy fruit space where the other party was. 150,345 trillion points in the fairy fruit space. Mu Bai, who had checked the other party's memory, clearly remembered this space node, which meant that as long as he entered the fairy fruit space, Mu Bai could rely on this space node to come to the fairy fruit space where the Great Sun Golden Crow was in the first time. It seems that he has come this far and has reported the specific situation of the mythical fruit space node to the remnants of the demon sect. But it is estimated that no one succeeded. Otherwise, he would not still be at the bottom of the demon sect. Mu Bai, who calmly analyzed, is now planting this mythical devil fruit. After all, if you want to reach the pinnacle, you must match a devil fruit with unlimited potential. There are still more than 5 years before he turns 15. During this period, he must learn and master the skills of fire attributes. The more advanced the better. Otherwise, when he enters the fairy fruit space, he can't even get in front of Jinwu. That would be sad. Master, do you need to place Zhang Hao somewhere else? De Hu came and saw Zhang Tieji, who died tragically, and Zhang Hao, who was still spraying water in a daze, and said softly, Zhang Hao is probably related to the demon sect. Send someone to contact the people of the Holy Dao sect to send Zhang Tieji's remains and Zhang Hao to them, saying that Zhang Tieji is suspected to be a remnant of the demon sect. Remember to let everyone know about this matter. The more publicity the better. Mu Bai said seriously. He originally wanted to keep Zhang Hao to continue studying the star antiques. But now that it involves the remnants of the demon sect, he can't control it. Now the best way is to hand over Zhang Hao and let the Holy Dao sect handle this matter. Understood? Master, I'll do it now. Hearing the word demon sect, De Hu, who realized the seriousness of the problem, did not dare to delay and immediately began to order his men to collect the remains. When Mu Bai returned to Wanfeng Bar again, Wan Zhe, who heard the news here, had already rushed over. After he sent people to treat Ru Mingming and Wan Shirxiu, they had already woken up. The original rich young men were not found to be related to Zhang Tieji after the investigation by Mu Bai's men, so they were all released at this moment. As for the unlucky guy who was killed by Mu Bai, no one cared at all. Wan Shirxiu was a little groggy. The first thing he did when he woke up was to kick Ru Mingming. You bitch! You bewitched me. Ru Mingming looked particularly wronged after being beaten. She was also a tool bewitched by the fruit of bewitching. How could she resist Zhang Tieji? That's enough. Let's all go. Zhang Hao doesn't need to stay here anymore. It's up to you whether you can open this bar or not. Ru Mingming grabbed Mu Bai's ankle just as he was about to leave. Mr. Mu, I'll have nowhere to go if I leave here. Please don't ignore me. Ru Mingming, who looked like a school beauty, sobbed and looked particularly beautiful. She knew that if she let Mu Bai leave, she might be beaten to death by Wan Shirxiu. Mu Bai sighed and squatted down to touch Ru Mingming's cheek. He didn't care whether this woman was vain or had other qualities. He wanted to let her go. But at this moment, he realized one thing. That is, when the Holy Dao sect sent people to investigate secretly, the other party could use it as evidence. If he killed her, it would make him look abnormal. Xiao Hu, take her to the orphanage in the suburbs to cook. At this point, Wan Shirxiu and Wan Zhe naturally knew that Mu Bai was deliberately leaving the other party alive. Ru Mingming was touched on the cheek by Mu Bai and thought that she might fly up to the tree and become a phoenix. Unexpectedly, the other party actually sent her to do hard labor. Although she was a little unwilling, she nodded repeatedly in order to survive. Near midnight, the grandest party in the entire District 55 finally ended. There were 2 things that shocked everyone the most. The first was that Mu Bai, the eldest grandson of the Mu family, attended in his true identity, which attracted many famous families who wanted to marry him. The second was that Li Qilin of the Li family was selected by Jiuyo sect to become its candidate for direct disciple. Jiuyo sect and Shengdao sect, the ruler of Yunmings, have a cooperative relationship. So it is not surprising that Li Qilin of the Li family was selected to become the direct disciple of the other party in the future. However, in this way, the Li family is equivalent to giving up part of the rights of District 55. After all, Jiuyo sect and Shengdao sect are not the same forces. Although the upper-level figures of District 55 present have more respect for the Li family, they have seen the changes in the overall situation, which is different from the previous all. In the future, it is probably a battle between the Wang family and the Mu family. Mu Kong and Mu Bai, who came out to have some fun before the end of the meeting, really attracted a lot of people. A large number of popular female stars from District 55, who were not qualified to enter the main venue, all surrounded them. Among them were even top-tier stars from District 55. But even these people who were arrogant in the eyes of ordinary people seemed very well behaved in front of the 2. Cousin, I am still a handsome guy. Mu Kong, who was hugged by women, seemed a little proud. And Mu Bai, who was leaning against the wall alone, just smiled when he heard this. Some female stars wanted to approach Mu Bai, but were forced back by his cold eyes. Seeing this, Mu Kong thought that his cousin had some unspeakable secrets. And when he was about to step forward to teach his cousin how to be a happy man, he suddenly felt a little strange. It seemed that his body would tremble unconsciously when he approached his cousin. I'll stay alone. You should pay attention to your image. If Grandpa sees me, I can't protect you. Mu Bai, with a frown on his face, naturally noticed something was wrong with him. He turned around and left after saying this. Okay. A little embarrassed, Mu Kong saw that his cousin was serious, so he naturally didn't dare to refute. In the past 5 years, Mu Bai's prestige in this generation has actually surpassed the constraints of age to a certain extent. Even Mu Kong, who grew up, actually seemed a little afraid when the other party was serious. He could even feel the authority of his father from the other party. Seeing Mu Kong being humiliated, the female stars around him didn't dare to breathe. They didn't understand why the familiar Mu Kong was so restrained with his cousin. I really don't understand this future head of the family more and more. Mu Kong squinted and muttered to himself. If someone dared to talk to him like this, he would explode. The female stars with their eyebrows rolling secretly kept this explosive news in their hearts. They were not qualified to contact the real top upper class, so they naturally didn't know the whole picture of the entire Mu family. And they didn't know the true identity of Mu Bai. After leaving here, Mu Bai came to the lake in the manor alone and looked at his reflection in the water and said unkindly, "White devil, don't you think you have been too jumpy recently?" The instability of his own netherworld hard method and the overflow of energy were all caused by this guy. His original determination to eliminate the other party was undoubtedly more determined. After all, Mu Bai can't tolerate the existence of uncontrollable unstable factors in his body. For a moment, time seemed to freeze. I don't know when the white devil in a white suit appeared beside him and fished. You are too stingy, Mu Bai. I have been too bored these years. Seeing that this body will be handed over to me in a few days, can't I enjoy it in advance? The leisurely white devil was somewhat sure that Mu Bai had no way to do anything to him. He had come out 3 times today alone. After testing, he was already fearless. You and I know why each other's intentions always go against each other. Mu Bai sighed, as if he had compromised. The white devil sneered and said in a deep voice, "Are you willing to let me become the main consciousness? As long as I become the main consciousness, you will cooperate with me and be quiet. Isn't it okay?" For some reason, Mu Bai suddenly laughed. "Your idea is very good, but I'm afraid there will be no chance to think about it in the future." After running the netherworld hard method to increase the absorption of his own star power, Mu Bai exhaled a breath of white air. Running the mind method, star power +1 ding dong. The eternal system is successfully activated. Detected the consciousness of the white devil, and is being killed. Killing. Please wait. The still time suddenly collapsed. The white devil, who was still in fantasy, only felt that a special force quickly wiped out his existence. Mu Bai! You, the white devil, who suddenly stood up and wanted to touch Mu Bai, was killed by the power of the system before he could say anything. Looking at the soul powder in the air, Mu Bai said with some regret, "I wanted to open the system tomorrow, but you didn't use the opportunity." After that, Mu Bai quickly absorbed the other half of the opponent's soul power, and the side effect of the soul splitting of the netherworld mind method also completely disappeared at this moment. Without the restriction of the soul, he felt full of strength, both mentally and physically. It seems that it's time to go further. After running the netherworld mind method, the star power in his body began to purify again. When this power was compressed to the extreme, his realm also went to a higher level. He stepped into the 4th level of Star Warrior. This was really shocking for a boy under 10 years old. When the meeting ended, Li Qilin, who was surrounded by the crowd, happened to pass by Mu Bai, who was returning from the lake. As the successors of the two families, they looked at each other tacitly.